Chapter 1. Release from Prison. Creek. In the great Xia Kingdom, within the confines of the Dragon City death row, the heavy iron door, long shrouded in silence and dust for years, was slowly pushed open. A beam of sunlight, so long absent, graced my face. I stepped forward, crossing the threshold of my cell. 5 years. A full 5 years. Not even I could have imagined that I would once again behold the light of day. I turned back to the two elderly men standing within the doorway, bowing deeply. Uncle Chin, old man, am leaving. Within the cell, the two elders waved farewell to me, and I strode away without looking back. My name is Yang Feng. 5 years ago, I was an ordinary freshman at Dragon City University. During a casual outing, a group of thugs set their sights on my girlfriend, Chen Sini. Armed with knives, they cornered us in a narrow alley, and before my very eyes, they attempted to assault her. I admit, I was a timid youth, unaccustomed to violence, and was initially paralyzed by fear. Yet, in the face of such a dire situation, how could I stand idly by? Was I not a man? Who could possibly endure such a transgression? Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, I rushed forward and seized a dagger from one of the thugs, recklessly swinging it at them. The gang was taken aback. They had never anticipated that a mere student could be so ferocious. Ultimately, only 3 of the 5 managed to escape, while the remaining 2 were severely injured and collapsed on the ground. Subsequently, following medical evaluations, one succumbed to his wounds, and the other, having lost a significant amount of blood, perished despite efforts to save him. Under the circumstances, anyone knowledgeable in law would recognize that I was merely defending against violence, albeit excessively. Even if I were guilty, my actions did not warrant a death sentence. Yet, there exists a saying in the Xia Kingdom: the gates of the court face south without money. Reason counts for naught. Both my family and Chen Sini's were impoverished. We had scraped together every last penny to afford our education. I was an orphan, devoid of parents, with only a simple uncle and elderly grandparents who toiled on a mere 2 acres of land. Together, our families could not gather enough to hire even a single lawyer. Meanwhile, the thugs had powerful connections and spent lavishly to distort the truth. They swiftly branded me as a murderer, sentencing me to death. I was confined in the most notorious prison in the province, the Dragon City death row. Herein lay the condemned. Where executions occurred almost daily, it was said that few emerged alive. Despair enveloped me. I just turned 18. After a decade of diligent study, I had finally been admitted to the finest institution in the province, Dragon City University, and my grandparents and everyone else had hoped for my success, for me to bring honor to the family. Yet I had become a death row inmate. It was over. My promising life had barely begun, yet it was all snatched away. Upon my initial entry into prison, I felt utterly numb that I could not eat. My eyes were bloodshot. I spent countless nights unable to sleep, devoid of any vitality, resembling a mere walking corpse. Particularly upon learning of my impending execution, I found myself on the brink of despair, unable even to partake in a meal. Yet, in that moment of utter hopelessness, I encountered a benefactor. Years later, as I reflect upon my past, I realized that it was not merely this benefactor who altered the course of my destiny, but rather, it was I who set the wheels of my fate in motion. This esteemed individual was none other than the old man, my mentor. Days prior, I had observed an elderly gentleman with graying hair in the death row cell. However, he was quite exceptional, displaying a demeanor starkly different from that of the other condemned inmates. While others were consumed by sorrow or lamentation, or like me, mired in despair, this venerable figure wore a constant smile, exuding an air of tranquility, as if he were not a prisoner awaiting execution, but rather a tourist visiting the prison. One evening, after dinner, I ventured to the restroom. The prison restroom was a long, connected arrangement, and as I stepped inside, I immediately perceived the scene before me. A young man, covered in scars, had the old man cornered, one large hand gripping the elder's throat, while the other brandished a fruit knife, poised to strike. I have always detested the bullying of the weak and the elderly. Without a moment's hesitation, I lunged forward, seizing the young man's hand, and we became entangled in a fierce struggle. Though I sustained 2 knife wounds in the process, I successfully rescued the old man. Subsequently, I was taken to the prison infirmary for treatment. In a haze of consciousness, I heard a sigh. Alas, A condemned man on the brink of death daring to risk his life to save me. This lad possesses a fundamentally good nature. Immediately send someone to investigate regardless of his crimes. I shall ensure his survival. Moreover, find out how the man who attempted to murder me smuggled that knife in. Throughout my life, I have encountered numerous betrayals. Yet in my twilight years, I have unexpectedly met such a benevolent young man that I shall make an exception and take you as my apprentice. Thus, I became the pupil of the old man. He was shrouded in mystery, even reluctant to disclose his surname. All I knew was that his influence was immense beyond my comprehension. The following day, my sentence was commuted from death to a 5-year term. On the third day, the assassin was executed. By the fifth day, the warden of Launching Prison was replaced. This marked the arrival of another benefactor in my life, Uncle Chin. Given the old man's considerable power, I would not have been surprised had he facilitated my immediate release, yet they insisted I serve 5 years. It was during this 5-year period that I underwent a profound transformation, shedding my youthful naivety and acquiring invaluable skills. Every day, the old man imparts to me the acumen of commerce and trade, his profound theories previously unheard by me, remarkably intricate. Even Uncle Chin, upon learning that the old man was willing to teach me these invaluable skills, gasped in astonishment. Under the old man's auspices, Uncle Chin also provided me with targeted training in various disciplines: combat, martial arts, and marksmanship. In essence, there is scarcely any skill I cannot acquire within the confines of the prison, as the possibilities are boundless. The primary objective behind their teachings is singular. They seek my assistance in a monumental endeavor, a grand undertaking. In their words, it is the so-called Tiger Hunt plan. During the tumultuous years in Longcheng, chaos reigned supreme, as the saying goes. In shallow waters, turtles abound, and everywhere one finds overlords. These individuals have utterly disrupted the lives of the citizens of Longcheng and the entire Longhai province. While I am unaware of the specific details of the Tiger Hunt plan, I do recognize that the first task assigned to me by the two venerable gentlemen is to emerge as a leader. Yang Feng, pursue your ambitions without hesitation should the sky fall. Both the old man and I shall shield you. With that encouragement, I strode confidently out of the prison. Longcheng, I have returned. To all the unruly rascals, Yang Feng am back. Xini, I am back. Wait for me. Chapter 2. Encounter with Robbers. The death row prison in Longcheng is situated in a remote mountainous area. Despite the winding mountain road at the prison's entrance, there are no pedestrians, let alone any means of transportation. Thus, I had no choice but to walk on foot toward the town below. Upon my release, Uncle Chin had informed me that, to avoid exposing our relationship, the prison authorities could not arrange for a vehicle to escort me. Clad in ordinary casual attire and worn sneakers, I trekked nearly 10 kilometers before finally boarding a minibus as a mid-route passenger. I found the minibus nearly full, with just one seat remaining at the back. Among the passengers, my gaze was drawn to a young man dressed in tattered gray-yellow camouflage. He appeared to be in his 20s, sporting a crew cut and wearing military green sneakers. His dark complexion radiated an unmistakable vitality. Upon entering the bus, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Most notably, he cradled a large canvas bag in his arms, bulging with unknown contents. Silently, I settled into the last seat, worn smooth by time. The minibus swayed and jostled along the rugged mountain road. This segment of the journey was remote and exceedingly bumpy, with scarcely a village in sight and no signs of life surrounding us. With my arms crossed, I closed my eyes to rest, while the other passengers engaged in casual conversation. After approximately half an hour of travel, suddenly, the bus came to a screeching halt, jolting me awake. What's going on? The passengers aboard the vehicle rose to their feet, their expressions filled with bewilderment, utterly unaware of the unfolding situation. Everyone, please remain calm. A boulder has rolled down from the hillside ahead, obstructing the road. A few young men, please join me in moving it aside, the driver announced, attempting to reassure the crowd. Peering through the window, I caught sight of the barren slope nearby, a sense of unease creeping into my heart. There had been no landslide in these mountains, so from where could this fallen rock have originated? Something was amiss. My instinct screamed that there was deceit afoot. My mentor had recounted similar tales during our time in prison in recent years. The region of Longhai had been tumultuous in such instances. It was evident that someone had deliberately constructed a barrier. "Do not open the door," I shouted, but my warning came too late. The driver had already opened the door and stepped outside, only to slowly retreat, hands raised in surrender. At that very moment, as the driver had swung the door open, two robbers wearing stockings over their heads emerged from the waist-high grass by the roadside, brandishing knives at the driver's throat. Ha ha! One rotund robber surveyed the interior of the vehicle, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. We're robbing you. Everyone, keep it together. Hand over your money, or I assure you, my knife does not discriminate." A chilling silence enveloped the vehicle as the passengers fell mute, too terrified to utter a word. The driver, gritting his teeth, promptly surrendered the entirety of the fare from his bag. Next, the two assailants, knives drawn, began to demand money from the passengers, starting from the front. "Brothers, can I not pay? To only have this money set aside for my daughter's tuition," pleaded a simple man, desperately clutching his pocket. Smack. Before he could finish, the plump robber delivered a resounding slap to his face, blood immediately oozing from the corner of the man's mouth. Without hesitation, the robber pressed his knife against the man's throat. "Damn you! Whether your daughter goes to school is none of my concern. Will you pay? If not, they'll close your account right now." Trembling, the honest man had no choice but to surrender the few hundred yuan wrapped in a towel from his pocket. Witnessing the robber's ferocity, the remaining passengers dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts, willingly yielding their money in hopes of securing their safety, praying the robbers would spare them harm. Seated in the back row, I couldn't help but shake my head and sigh. This minibus was filled with no less than 20 able-bodied young men. If they chose to act, the robbers would hardly stand a chance against them. Regrettably, everyone was intent on self-preservation, which explained the robbers' blatant audacity. I exhaled deeply, bent down to tie my shoelaces, and prepared to take action. Meanwhile, I noticed the man in tattered camouflage with a buzz cut remained remarkably composed, while others were nervously trembling, some terrified to the point of shivering, and others so cowardly that they wet themselves. A pungent odor of urine began to permeate the cabin. Yet, the man in camouflage sat there composed, as if unfazed by the chaos, exuding an air of tranquility that stood in stark contrast to the tension around him. At last, two robbers approached the man in camouflage. "Hand over the money." The portly robber waved his knife in front of the camouflage figure. Before he could finish his sentence, the camouflage man's hand shot out like lightning. Ouch! In a swift motion, the knife was wrested from the fat robber's grip and plunged into his thigh. The robber immediately doubled over in pain, clutching his leg, while the man in camouflage sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful kick. The force sent the hefty robber flying like a deflated balloon, crashing into the lean robber behind him, both collapsing to the ground. "Are you looking for trouble?" The man in camouflage stood, coldly surveying the two robbers sprawled across the aisle, his voice laced with authority. The passengers were rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events, their eyes fixating on the camouflaged figure. Be careful. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated beside the camouflaged individual made a sudden move. He drew a gleaming dagger from his boot, taking advantage of the camouflaged man's distraction with the robbers. With malicious intent, he lunged from behind, aiming for the camouflaged man's lower back. If that blade found its mark, the outcome would be disastrous. At the very least, it could leave the man incapacitated. Now was my moment to act. In a flash, I pressed my hands against the seats on either side and launched my legs into the air. My feet soared over the rows of seats, striking the middle-aged man's arm with precision. Crack. The sound of breaking bone echoed as the dagger fell from his grasp, and he slumped onto the seat, howling in agony. At that instant, the camouflaged man finally turned around. Bang! He delivered a forceful punch to the middle-aged man's face, rendering him unconscious and slumping back against the seat. "Brother, thank you." A look of surprise flickered in the camouflaged man's eyes, as if he were astonished by my quick reflexes. He smiled gratefully in my direction. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the ground beneath me. There, resting quietly, was a palm-sized bronze token. The token, a gift from Uncle Chin, had slipped from my pocket when I jumped earlier in the commotion. Upon spotting the token, a surge of excitement washed over the camouflaged man. "No wonder you possess such remarkable skills. Could it be? Are you Brother Feng?" Not only was the camouflaged man astonished, but I too was taken aback to discover that he was one of my own assigned to me by Uncle Chin and the old man. Chapter 3. The first brother after my release, I nodded, signaling for the man in camouflage to handle the situation in the vehicle first. Under his command, several courageous male passengers bravely bound the three robbers with shoelaces. Subsequently, the man in camouflage instructed the driver to organize a team to clear the boulders obstructing the road ahead. Seizing this opportunity, we both descended from the vehicle, one after the other. Standing in an isolated spot by the roadside, I took a moment to scrutinize the man in camouflage once more. Dragon King of Longwang Town, I stated, enunciating each word clearly. He promptly retrieved a bronze token, slightly smaller than my own, from his pocket and reverently presented it to me with both hands. Azure Dragon battles the heavens. I, Long 18 of the Thunder Army, pay my respects to the Dragon King. I quickly extended my hand to assist him up, our strong hands clasping firmly together. Brother Feng, you may call me Lazy from now on, he said, his face radiating sincerity. Excellent. A true brother. Lazy was the first companion I encountered after my release, and throughout the years to come, he would risk his life for me on countless occasions, providing invaluable assistance. The Dragon King token was prepared for me by two esteemed elders, who aimed to facilitate my swift ascent by identifying capable individuals within the Great Xia realm to serve as my aides. They had already pinpointed a total of 18 potential candidates, and efforts were underway to recruit them. Lazy was the first to agree to join the Azure Dragon Guard, receiving the codename Long 18 from Uncle Chin. This matter was highly confidential. Besides myself and the two elders, only the involved members of the Azure Dragon Guard were privy to this information. Upon receiving Uncle Chin's orders, Lazy had intended to travel to my hometown, Yangjia Village, in search of me, but fate intervened, and we encountered each other en route. Through our conversation, I soon realized that Lazy was no ordinary individual. He was a seasoned veteran and had previously served as a mercenary, recently returning from the Western battlefield, thus possessing remarkable skills. Brother Feng, how did you discern that the person sitting beside me was also a robber? If it weren't for you today, I would have been in dire straits, Lazy remarked, admiration evident in his gaze. Had I not intervened in time, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. My ability to act swiftly stemmed from a premonition. Typically, such acts of robbery involve an inside accomplice. I would gradually impart my knowledge of these matters to him in due course. During my time in prison, the elder had regaled me with tales of the underworld, possessing an extensive wealth of knowledge that could be described as half of the entire realm. In fact, from the moment I boarded the vehicle, my attention was initially drawn to Lazy, for he was strikingly distinct. When the portly and slender robbers commenced their attack, I nearly mistook him for an accomplice. However, Lazy remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no traits of a robber, which led me to notice the unusual behavior of the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man, with his gaze flickering unpredictably and occasionally tugging at the brim of his cap, surely harbors some ulterior motive. In truth, it is not merely this man who raises suspicion. I suspect there are 4 robbers in total. I offered a smile to Lazy, causing him to momentarily pause in confusion. Brother Feng, who is the other person? He inquired, perplexed. The driver, I replied. If my intuition serves me correctly, he too is implicated. As a seasoned driver traversing this route, he must have encountered similar situations before. Any individual with a modicum of experience would recognize that a landslide is implausible here. It is evidently a deliberate obstruction. Yet, he promptly opened the car door to allow the robbers in. Furthermore, don't you find it rather convenient how swiftly he paid during the transaction? Additionally, after the robbers entered the vehicle, despite their pretense of unfamiliarity, I distinctly perceived a flicker of anxiety and surprise in the driver's eyes when you subdued 2 of them. Ah, so that is the case, Lazy remarked, his gaze toward me transforming into one of increasing admiration. No wonder Uncle Chin spoke highly of your dual prowess in both literature and martial arts, urging me to follow your lead with confidence. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I'm not only convinced but also in complete awe. I gestured for him to refrain from further flattery. Lazy, how do you intend to handle these robbers? He offered me a cigarette and lit it for me. Brother Feng, I was just about to consult you on this matter. I initially planned to take them to the police station. What do you think? My brow furrowed slightly. I cannot speak for other places, but here in Longcheng, the police station is quite corrupt. Many officers are in collusion with individuals from the underworld, blurring the lines between right and wrong. Otherwise, Longcheng would not be so chaotic, nor would there be brazen daytime robberies involving knives on public buses. Indeed, Brother Feng, I have an old comrade who currently serves at the Longhe County Police Station. Uncle Chin has mentioned that he is quite upright. Seeking his assistance would be prudent. Upon hearing Lazy mention Uncle Chin, my interest was piqued. Very well, let us take them to the station. This could serve as an excellent opportunity for your friend to enhance his reputation. Previously, Uncle Chin had advised me to pursue my endeavors boldly upon my release, assuring me that he would gradually help me establish connections across both the legitimate and illegitimate realms. It seems that, at least in Longhe County, he has already set the groundwork for my relationships within the police force. Lazy retrieved a large mobile phone from his canvas bag and proceeded to dial a number. Just then, the driver had already cleared the obstruction ahead, and Lazy and I returned to the vehicle with the others. The remainder of the journey unfolded without incident. The driver, fearing retribution from Lazy, dutifully pressed onward. The robbers, lying on the ground, continued to curse, prompting Lazy to silence them with a couple of decisive punches, rendering them unconscious. The funds previously seized by the robbers have been fully restored to their rightful owners by Lazy. The occupants of the vehicle expressed their heartfelt gratitude, particularly a teacher who was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the prospect of paying his daughter's tuition. The journey proceeded smoothly to my hometown, Longhe County. Although Lazy's friend could not be present, he had dispatched a team of officers who were already waiting at the station. As soon as the minibus came to a halt, the officers surged forward, apprehending the 3 robbers along with the driver, who were swiftly taken into custody. Lazy accompanied me as we boarded a tricycle heading to Yangjia village. I needed to return home first. 5 years ago, following an unfortunate incident, my elderly grandparents were deeply affected and succumbed to heart-related ailments, leaving only my honest and simple uncle behind, who must be enduring a difficult life. Regardless, I felt compelled to visit home before seeking out Shinsini. My house is not far from the county town. The tricycle ride takes approximately 20 minutes. After paying the fare and disembarking, I noticed a large crowd gathered near the entrance of my home. At that moment, a villager happened to pass by and instantly recognized me. "Is that you, dear nephew? Your timing is perfect. Hurry home. Yang Debo and his gang are bullying your uncle." Chapter 4. In front of my uncle's door, the mere mention of Yang Debeos conjures an image in my mind of a grotesquely corpulent face that evokes revulsion. Yang Debeos is the local ruffian, a few years my senior, who, buoyed by the strength of his numerous siblings, took great pleasure in tormenting us during our youth. He belongs to a family of 4 brothers, Yang Erbao and Yang Sambao, both older than I, while the youngest, Yang Sababa, is my contemporary. This quartet has committed a myriad of misdeeds since childhood, stealing chickens, vandalizing property, bullying the children of our village. There is scarcely a transgression they have not perpetrated. The most disheartening aspect is that the villagers largely fear to confront them. Even when wronged, most choose to endure in silence. After all, who could challenge a family with such powerful lineage? Yang Debeos' grandfather was once the village chief of Yangjia village, and later, his father, Yang Dajin, usurped the position. In this day and age, it is outrageous that they have managed to turn the role of village chief into a hereditary title. Before my imprisonment, I often heard whispers that Yang Debeos aspired to inherit the chief's position. Their wealth is well known, as they were the first family in our village to amass a fortune exceeding 10,000 yuan. However, I am acutely aware that their riches are ill-gotten, derived from the exploitation of the villagers. I never anticipated that Yang Debeos would audaciously target my uncle today. If I cannot deal with him, then all my years of training would have been in vain. Come on, Lazy, hurry. Lazy, burdened with a large canvas bag, outpaced me. How dare he encroach upon my uncle's honor? Pungo, I care not for the likes of Yang Debeos. Today, I shall make him regret his actions. At the entrance of my family's old house, a throng had gathered. Sitting on the steps was my second uncle, Yang Dichin. At that moment, a hefty man, hands planted firmly on his hips, was jabbing a finger at my uncle's head. Yang, do you even realize who you are? How dare you challenge me? Yang Beos? Most of the land lease agreements initiated by the village have been signed. Why haven't you added your name? Those old codgers are waiting for you to sign. And if you refuse, they won't either. Do you understand that you are undermining our collective unity? Believe me, I can have you thrown into jail. My uncle trembled with rage, raising his hand holding a smoking pipe, pointing it at Yang Beos. Beos, who do you think you are? Regardless of the circumstances, I am of the same generation as your father. It is one thing to refrain from calling me uncle, but how can you bully me like this? My few acres of apple orchard have been nurtured for 3 years. They're on the verge of bearing fruit for sale next year. The price you offer is an insult. How can you expect me to sign? Are you trying to ruin my livelihood? Yang Beos, in all his arrogance, retorted. What if I'm bullying you? What if I intend to ruin you? Yang, you are nothing. To put it mildly, you are merely an old bachelor. To put it bluntly, you are a remnant of the past. Yang Beos glanced back at his 3 brothers, his confidence unabated. The 4 brothers of his family were all tall and robust. The second, third, and fourth brothers each wielded a shovel and pickaxe, presenting a terrifying visage with their chubby faces and fierce expressions. Brothers, first give Yang a good beating. If he refuses to sign, we shall dig up their ancestral grave later. Yang Siba scratched his head in confusion and asked, Elder brother, isn't their ancestral grave also our ancestral grave? Yang Daba smacked Yang Siba on the head with vigor. Fool, I meant their land's grave, their father and mother's grave. Once we finish digging it up, come back and set fire to this old man's house. I want to see if he will sign or not. Get to it. Give this worthless man a good thrashing. Frustrated and ready to act, Yang Daba was suddenly interrupted by someone jumping out from behind my uncle, shielding my second uncle. Stammering, the person said, Daba, you can't do this. The one who intervened was a childhood friend named Juzi, who had grown up with me and shared a close bond. Although he feared Yang Daba, he mustered his courage at this critical moment to protect my second uncle. Beat him. Strike this worthless man down, commanded Yang Daba, as he ordered his brothers to raise their weapons against Juzi and my uncle. Yang Daba, you are courting death. Just then, Lazy and I finally arrived at the scene. Without a moment's hesitation, I lunged forward and delivered a flying kick that sent Yang Daba flying 6 or 7 meters away. Stumbling, he staggered back several steps before crashing to the ground. A nephew stands before his uncle. You are not a worthless man. Yang Daba, it seems you are tired of living, daring to wreak havoc in my home. Upon my appearance, the crowd, including Yang Daba's brothers, fell into stunned silence. Whispers filled the air. Isn't that Yang Feng? How did he come back? This can't be. Are we seeing ghosts? Wasn't Yang Feng sentenced to death and executed? The broad daylight felt surreal. I ignored the murmurs. Turning to my second uncle, Yang Duching. Uncle, I'm back. Leave the rest to me. The 3 Yang brothers, who were just about to strike, were taken aback by my sudden appearance, forgetting even to help the fallen Yang Daba. Why, Yang Feng? Are you a ghost or a human? Didn't you die? Yang Erbao trembled as he spoke. Yang Daba, who had been knocked down, scrambled to his feet. Erbao, Sambao, Sibo, what are you waiting for? Beat him to death. The 3 Yang brothers charged at me with their weapons raised. Without hesitation, I dashed forward, snatched the shovel from Yang Erbao's hand, and kicked him to the ground. Before Yang Sambao and Yang Siba could reach me, Lazy had already rushed past, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent them sprawling on the ground, clutching their stomachs and wailing. The onlookers were utterly astonished, for they had never anticipated that my prowess and that of Lazy could rival their own. The imposing Yang family brothers, towering figures, were reduced to mere chicks in our presence, easily subdued by our hands. Lazy, strike him, I commanded, and Lazy swiftly seized Yang Dabo from the ground, delivering a flurry of resounding slaps to his face. As Yang Dabo opened his mouth, a spray of blood and several teeth erupted forth. Yang Feng, how dare you strike me? My father is the village chief. Before I could issue further instructions, Lazy's fist crashed heavily into Yang Dabo's nose, eliciting a piercing cry as the bridge of his nose crumpled under the impact. Quickly summon Biaoge. Upon hearing the elder brother's command, Yang Erbao, Yang Sanbao, and Yang Sibao snapped out of their stupor and hastily scrambled home. At that moment, Zhuzi rushed over, his face etched with urgency, and grasped my hand. Fengge, we must flee. It seems Biaoge is at their home today. He is a formidable figure in the underworld, one we cannot provoke. Trust me, take your uncle and run. After hearing Zhuzi's words, Yang Dabo, lying on the ground and spitting blood, suddenly erupted in laughter. Haha, Yang Feng, it's over for you. Biaoge is on his way. He is a big shot in the underworld. Soon enough, you will be forced to kneel and call me grandfather Yang Dabo. As Yang Dabo continued to gloat, Lazy lifted him and delivered another series of slaps, knocking 3 more teeth from his mouth, finally rendering him subdued. It's all right, Zhuzi. I patted his shoulder, offering a calm smile. Let them send Biaoge. Should he dare to come, I shall teach him a lesson he won't forget. Chapter 5. The Fierce One of Qinjia Town. Brother Biao Lei Zi curled his lip in disdain. Brother Biao? Is he really that formidable? I've never heard of such a figure in Longa County. Zhuzi remained visibly anxious. Brother Biao runs a bathhouse in town, managing a large establishment called the Biao Bathhouse. He has nearly 20 thugs under his command, each one more ruthless than the last. Within our town and the surrounding villages, few dare to cross him. Upon hearing this, Lei Zi's contempt only deepened. I thought Brother Biao was some kind of deity, but it turns out he is merely a bathhouse owner. What a petty character to be dubbed a crime lord. Some older women from the neighborhood, who had previously maintained a cordial relationship with my family, approached me, urging, Yang Feng, please don't act recklessly. He has connections with the authorities. Listen to us. Release Daba, go apologize to the village chief, and offer some medical expenses. The aunties will speak well of you, and this matter will be resolved. Truth be told, these neighbors had once been quite friendly, but recalling how my uncle was bullied moments ago, I felt a surge of anger. Aside from Zhuzi, none had the courage to stand up for us. I glared at them. What? Third aunt, are you here to plead for Yang Daba? If you were planning to disturb your ancestral grave today, would you still rush to the village chief's door to apologize with a smile? My words rendered those meddling women speechless. Furthermore, knowing I had just been released from prison as a condemned man, they were instinctively filled with trepidation, rendering them mute. Yang Feng, why not let this matter go? Even my uncle, Yang Ducheng, seemed a bit frightened now. Having lived a modest life, he was unaccustomed to such turmoil and feared the consequences of escalating the situation. I pulled up a chair and sat defiantly at the entrance. Uncle, don't worry about today's events. Since these rogues have come to our doorstep, if I don't see Yang Dezhen kneeling here to apologize, I will no longer bear the Yang surname. The crowd watching continued to swell. Lying on the ground, Yang Daba's face flushed with embarrassment, increasingly aware of his loss of dignity. Yang Feng, don't be so arrogant. When Brother Biao arrives, kneeling won't help you. I furrowed my brow. This insolent fool was truly obstinate. Slap him. Keep hitting until he dares not speak. Lei Zi resumed his assault, delivering blows to Yang Daba until his cheeks resembled a puffer fish. Only then did he cease. Yang Daba, now thoroughly subdued, covered his face and lay on the ground, not daring to utter a word. Time ticked by, and nearly 20 minutes passed in silence. Zhuzi had mentioned that Brother Biao was drinking at the village chief's home, yet he had yet to appear. Yangjia village was not large, comprising only about 100 households and a mere handful of alleys. The village chief's home is not far from mine, merely a few minutes' walk. I exchanged a glance with Lei Zi, and we both discerned the mirth in each other's eyes. It was evident that this Biaoge was a coward. They had undoubtedly heard from Yang Erbao and others that Lei Zi and I were rather formidable, which is why he dared not approach alone. He was likely busy rallying support even now. As I had surmised, my intuition proved correct. In the next moment, a dilapidated van, caked in mud and on the verge of being retired, appeared from the dirt road at the village entrance, screeching to a halt beside my family's front gate. Subsequently, as if by magic, a throng of 17 or 18 individuals emerged from the van. Each of them brandished steel pipes or wooden clubs, exuding an air of menace as they disembarked, forming 2 lines in front of my home without uttering a word. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, recoiled in fear upon seeing this gang, with the more timid among them hastily retreating to their homes. Lazy and I, however, felt no trepidation. Instead, we couldn't help but chuckle. This rowdy group, though they appeared fierce with their tattoos and bravado, revealed upon closer inspection a conspicuous lack of martial prowess. Some were shirtless, their hair still damp, wrapped in bath towels as they had rushed over. Were they not merely patrons from the local bathhouse? Just then, another group of people ambled towards us from the opposite end of the alley, a motley assembly of 5 or 6. Leading the way were 2 individuals. One was our village chief, Yang Feng, a frail old man with graying hair and spectacles. The other was clad in a sharp suit, black leather shoes, and a misaligned tie, deliberately leaving the buttons of his jacket and shirt undone to flaunt his rotund belly. Adorning his abdomen was a tattoo of a descending tiger, though I couldn't stifle a laugh. It looked more like a tabby cat due to the evident lack of skill from the tattoo artist. He sported a flat-top haircut, a comically oversized and slightly faded gold chain around his neck, and exaggerated sunglasses, complemented by a dubious watch of uncertain origin. Strutting along with his bulging stomach and a cigar clamped between his teeth, he walked with an air of arrogance, nose held high, as if he were royalty. Unsurprisingly, this man was none other than the so-called underworld boss, Biao Ge, as referred to by the Yang brothers. Following closely behind him were the Yang family's 3 treasures. Upon seeing Biao Ge's arrival, the Yang family's trio regained their bravado and began to act boisterously once more. Biao Ge, a group of ruffians standing at my doorstep, called out in unison, bowing in deference as the rotund man approached. "This is him. This is Yang Feng, this little rascal." Yang Bao exclaimed, pointing at me, introducing me to Biao Ge. Biao Ge, indifferent to him, strode directly towards me with a waddle reminiscent of a duck, and then settled into the chair handed to him by his subordinate. He adjusted his glasses, cast a sidelong glance in my direction, and reclined slightly, promptly crossing his legs. The polished tips of his leather shoes danced restlessly before me. "Brother, which path do you walk?" he inquired. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen de Biao, affectionately dubbed the fiercest man in Xinjia town, Biao Ge. As for today's matter, I have but one condition," he declared, extending a finger. "You shall repay the Yang family in kind for how you dealt with the 4 brothers. Furthermore, you will compensate them with 10,000 yuan and kneel at the old village chief's doorstep to apologize for a full day and night. My demands are not excessive, are they? What do you say? Will you grant Biao Ge this favor?" Chapter 6. Breaking the rules, I sat calmly in my chair, observing Chen de Biao perform like a clown. Did he truly expect me to compensate him with 10,000 yuan, and then bow down an apology? Such a fanciful dream. Not to mention the considerable value of 10,000 yuan in this era, where an ordinary person earns merely 70 to 80 yuan a month. Could I possibly be coerced into paying? It was laughable. I had 10,000 yuan in my pocket along with several bank cards, all gifts from my elder. Frankly, I held Chen de Biao and his ilk in utter disdain. They were mere inmates of the death row in Longsheng. With a serene demeanor, I exhaled a smoke ring towards Chen de Biao and chuckled. Did he think he was in control? Longsheng death row? Upon meeting my gaze, Chen de Biao began to stammer, clearly unnerved. It was evident that he was intimidated. The Longsheng death row housed only the most dangerous criminals. To even set foot there, one must have blood on their hands. Those confined within its walls were relentless individuals. Over the years, very few managed to emerge alive, either due to formidable connections or as the rare escapees. Each one of them was akin to a notorious bandit. Before arriving, Chen de Biao had likely consulted the Yang brothers about my background, believing I lacked any substantial connections. The fear he displayed stemmed from mistaking me for an escaped convict. Once a murderer breaks free, even the smallest thug would dare not provoke them. In such encounters, one could easily find themselves erased from existence. Thus, Chen de Biao was clearly rattled. Yet, I chose to ignore him and turn my attention to Lazy. "Lazy, how many can you take on?" Lazy rolled up his sleeves. "Brother Feng, 10 should be manageable." I nodded, extinguishing my cigarette on the ground. "Leave the rest to me. Let's get to it." In an instant, without granting Chen de Biao a moment to react, I stood and delivered a fierce kick to his midsection. The force of the blow took him by surprise, sending both him and his chair sliding 5 to 6 meters across the floor, landing him in a disheveled heap. Seeing their leader falter, the 17 or 18 minions rushed at me brandishing steel pipes and wooden clubs. Lazy discarded his large canvas bag and lunged into the crowd like a ferocious tiger. I must admit, Lazy was formidable. This band of untrained ruffians stood no chance against his ironclad physique. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down 4 or 5 of them. I too was not idle. After months of practicing my martial arts in prison, it was time to showcase my skills. In a matter of minutes, around 10 small-time thugs, alongside the Yang brothers, were sprawled on the ground, many groaning in pain while clutching their arms. After enduring my kick to the abdomen, Chun De Biao found himself on the receiving end of another blow to the face from Lazy amidst the chaos. At that moment, his sunglasses were sent flying, his nasal bone fractured, and blood oozed from the crack at the corner of his mouth. A large footprint was clearly imprinted on his face, rendering him utterly disheveled, devoid of the earlier swagger. Chun De Biao scrambled to his feet, retrieved his sunglasses, which now had only one lens, and wiped them before placing them back on his face. All right, so you're Feng, huh? A tough guy indeed. Today, I, Chun De Biao, concede defeat. But mark my words, this matter is far from over. I shall return to Yangjiazhuang. I'll head to the county town to fetch my elder brother. My brother is. Before Chun De Biao could finish his sentence, the wailing of police sirens echoed from the direction of the village entrance. 2 police cars approached, screeching to a halt behind a van, not far from my home. Upon hearing the sirens, Chun De Biao's face turned pale. Who the hell called the cops? His subordinates lowered their heads in silence, not daring to respond. De Biao, do not fret. It was I who alerted the police, came the voice of Yang Feng, who stepped forward with a sheepish grin. De Biao, I called Director Chun of the town's police station. He is one of us, familiar with you and me, so need not worry. Moreover, this brat Yang Feng was sentenced to death years ago. The county even issued a public notice. It's only been 5 years. How could he possibly have escaped from prison? He must have broken out. Director Chun will be thrilled to receive this news. It could lead to a significant achievement. Slap. Before Yang Dajin could finish his words, he received a resounding slap to the face, sending his glasses flying. I fear no one, you old fool. Yang Dajin, who the hell authorized you to call the police? While it is true that I am acquainted with Director Chun, there are rules in this line of work. You, by having me, Chun De Biao, violate those rules, jeopardize my standing in Longhe County. Just then, the police car doors swung open. 7 or 8 officers dressed in uniforms emerged, led by a somewhat portly middle-aged man. He wielded a Type 54 pistol, surveyed the scene, fired a shot into the air, and then marched with purpose toward the crowd. In that era, only the police station chief was permitted to carry a firearm. It seemed this man was indeed Director Chun, as referred to by Yang Dajin. Who called the police? Director Chun feigned ignorance of Yang Dajin and Chun De Biao, adopting a demeanor of official protocol. Officer, it was I who reported the incident. I am Yang Dajin, the village head. He gestured towards me and Lazy. These 2 individuals are fugitives. This Yang Feng escaped from the death row prison in Longqing. Moreover, they assaulted my son and the guests at my home. Yang Feng escaped from Longqing's death row prison. Director Chun regarded me with surprise before directing his accompanying personnel to access the computer. Yang Feng, residing at number 008, East Team, Yang Family Village, Qinjia Town. Accompanying personnel swiftly entered my basic information into the patrol system, retrieving my household registration and identification number. Director Chun, he remarked, this Yang Feng is not a fugitive. He has been released normally. Upon hearing this, Director Chen's brow furrowed momentarily. However, at that very moment, under the instruction of Yang Debin, Yang Erbao discreetly placed a substantial red envelope on the police vehicle. Instantly, the tension in Director Chen's brow eased. Although Yang Feng was not a fugitive, both he and his companion had assaulted numerous individuals, which constituted intentional injury of a serious nature. Arrest them both and take them away. As for the others, they may return home to seek medical treatment, and regarding compensation, they may come to the patrol station later to collect it. I was utterly bewildered. Assault? The 2 of us against a whole crowd? This occurred right at my doorstep. They were all wielding steel pipes. Yet Director Chun appeared oblivious to the entire situation, insisting on handcuffing me. Director Chun, are you certain you wish to handcuff me? Do you have no regrets? I fixed a cold stare upon him. Chapter 7. Deputy Director Yao regret? Director Chun fixed his gaze upon me, his expression cold. I acted impartially, enforcing the law against the assailant. What was there to regret? His words nearly amused me. The skies over Longhai are undoubtedly dark, yet the shadows in Longsheng are even more profound. The ground is littered with stumbling blocks. Dear little tiger, the villagers of Longsheng are enduring hardships. Suddenly, I grasped the meaning behind Uncle Chin and the old man's so-called tiger hunting plan. Until certain individuals are removed, the skies of Longhai shall not clear. The injustices I have encountered have only solidified my resolve. I must persevere on this path. I shall ensure that the tiger hunting plan of the two elders achieves absolute success. Lazy, call your comrade. I gestured for Lazy to rally support, knowing well that his comrade serves in the county's patrol bureau. If that fails, I would have no choice but to contact Uncle Chin and the old man. I refuse to believe that I cannot manage a mere town's patrol office. Suddenly, as Lazy retrieved his mobile phone and prepared to dial, a cacophony of sirens erupted from the village entrance. Another police vehicle arrived, halting behind the two previous ones. As the doors swung open, 3 impeccably dressed officers emerged. Deputy Director Yao, what brings you here? Despite Director Chen's earlier bravado, he quickly donned a fawning smile upon seeing the approaching figures. Judging by their titles, the newcomers were from the County Patrol Bureau, and the leading figure was a deputy director. I was nearby attending to some matters when I heard gunfire, so I came to ascertain the situation. Director Chun hastily lowered his voice, succinctly summarizing the earlier events to Deputy Director Yao. Whether his account was a distortion of the truth, I could not ascertain. At that moment, Lazy leaned closer to my ear, his tone laced with excitement. Feng Yi, there's no need to make the call. My old comrade has arrived. I paused, glancing at Deputy Director Yao. Lazy whispered, indeed, it's him. By now. Deputy Director Yao's anger was palpable as he fixed a cold stare upon Director Chun. This is clearly an act of thuggery, attacking defenseless villagers. How could you, devoid of conscience, apprehend the victim? I am suspending you immediately. Hand over your service weapon. Everyone, heed my command. Apprehend these ruffians who have come to cause chaos, and take them back to the county patrol office. Once Deputy Director Yao issued his orders, none dared to disobey. Chun de Biao, dejected, was the first to be taken onto the police vehicle. Subsequently, his subordinates were all rounded up. Those who could not fit in the police car were shoved into a van, which was also confiscated. Officer, those few are also members of the gang. At that moment, Lazy stepped forward, pointing towards the Yang brothers. Deputy Director Yao offered Lazy a faint smile, then gestured with his hand. Take them all away. Yang Dijin could hardly have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. You too. Follow me for a moment. I need to ascertain the specifics and take a statement. Deputy Director Yao led me and Lazy to a corner not far from the police car. Once we were positioned with our backs to the crowd, ensuring our conversation would remain private, Deputy Director Yao withdrew a badge from his pocket. The Qinglong Order. To my astonishment, it was indeed the Qinglong Order of the Qinglong Guards. I had not expected that Deputy Director Yao was one of my 18 Qinglong Guards. It seemed that the two venerable elders had already laid the groundwork before my emergence. Everything was meticulously arranged. The Dragon King commands the seas, and the Qinglong oversees the heavens. Brother Feng, Long 17, and Yao Chuan inherited my salutations to you. Deputy Director Yao spoke softly. I nodded in acknowledgement. Old Yao, did you receive the gift that Lei Zi and I prepared for you this morning? I referred, of course, to the bandits we had apprehended on the bus. Brother Feng, I did receive it, but regrettably, it was a waste of your efforts. Old Yao replied with a hint of disappointment. Those bandits had connections. Mere hours after their capture, the police chief had released them. What a world we live in, I remarked with a slight smile. Let them go. It's for the best. Old Yao, you're not far from a promotion. Old Yao, being astute, immediately grasped my implication. Indeed, the release of robbers is no trivial matter. Since the chief dared to act thus, he has left a handle in my grasp. By preparing more evidence, it would not be impossible to bring him down. Brother Feng, currently Longsheng, and not just Longsheng, but Longhe County, is in chaos, with the underworld and the law intertwining. Uncle Qin harbored grand ambitions. What he desired was far more than merely toppling a police chief. Our path ahead would be long and arduous. If you wish to establish yourself now, you cannot do so without a few capable hands. Regarding this matter, I have contemplated it thoroughly. Chen de Biao is not inherently malevolent. He has no homicide cases under his command and has not engaged in particularly heinous acts. My suggestion is to take him in and allow his subordinates to atone for their sins. I had intended to discuss this very issue with you today. It seems serendipitous that we encountered this situation. I nodded in agreement. Very well, you may return. I will give this matter careful consideration. Old Yao departed with his team, heading back to the county town. Yang Dejin was carried back home as well. It was only then that the crowd, which had gathered outside my door to witness the spectacle, began to disperse. My second uncle, Yang Dacheng, grasped my hand, tears streaming down his face. Unable to believe that I had resolved the situation, still thinking it was merely our good fortune to have encountered a just deputy police chief. Zhuzi followed closely beside me, alternating between laughter and tears. Brother Feng, how wonderful it is to see you again. I feared you had met an untimely end and that I would never behold your presence again. Concerning the matter of the orchard lease, I have gathered some preliminary insights. The origin of this situation lies with a merchant from afar who has set his sights on the land of our Yangjia village. Our village primarily consists of sloped terrain. While it is ill-suited for grain cultivation, it holds promise for fruit tree yield. This merchant intends to lease all the sloped land in our village, implementing scientific management and unified planning methods, thus enhancing productivity and profitability. However, the trouble arises from the unscrupulous actions of Yang Dejing and his son Yang Debeos. These gentlemen have a notorious reputation for exploiting opportunities to their advantage. Though this matter should have been of no concern to them, they insist on inserting themselves into the equation. Their aim is to consolidate the land under their control, offering the farmers minimal compensation, only to subsequently lease it out at exorbitant prices to the interested merchant. For those who are reluctant to sign contracts, they resort to underhanded tactics to intimidate them. To instill fear among the villagers, they even summoned the notorious Biao Gu, Qin de Biao, from the town. These individuals are truly despicable. I am determined to thwart their forced land leasing scheme at all costs. Chapter 8. Yang Dajing seeks mercy in the afternoon. I prepared some paper money and accompanied my uncle to the cemetery to pay respects to my grandparents. Zhuzi assisted in arranging a sumptuous feast. Uncle, can't we just stop farming this land? I attempted to persuade my uncle during the meal. He sighed deeply. Xiao Feng, as a farmer, what else can I do if I don't cultivate the land? Besides, we have a few acres and our apple trees have been growing for 3 years now, soon to bear fruit. I truly cannot bear to give that up. I pondered for a moment. This was indeed the reality. Even if my uncle ceased farming now, I cannot provide him with a better alternative at the moment. However, for him to live peacefully at home without being bullied, the matters concerning the village chief's family and Chen de Biao had to be resolved entirely. Moreover, my uncle was not young anymore. He was nearing 60, having endured a lifetime of hardship and poverty, and I wished for him to enjoy a better life. I rose and entered the room, retrieving a paper package from the coat I had just removed. Inside were several bank cards and 10,000 yuan in cash. As I had mentioned earlier, these were gifts from the old man. He was remarkably generous, not even furrowing his brow as he handed me the money, saying it was for my personal expenses. He also remarked that carrying too much cash was cumbersome, and that the cards contained even greater sums. In the county, the average monthly wage for an ordinary person is around 70 or 80 yuan, while those working in Longqing typically earn just over 100. 10,000 yuan could equate to a decade of grueling labor for the average individual. To put it plainly, anyone with 10,000 yuan, regardless of which village they resided in, could be considered wealthy. In fact, many villages lack even a single person with such wealth. I took out 5,000 yuan and stepped outside, casually handing 10 crisp 100 yuan notes. amounting to 1,000 yuan, to Zhuzi. He was momentarily stunned. This sum could equal a year's worth of his labor. Brother Feng, what is this for? I cannot accept your money. Though my uncle was equally surprised. He was not a miser. He quickly smiled at Zhuzi, saying, Zhuzi, if your brother offers it, you should take it. I pressed the money into Zhuzi's hands. My good brother, today our uncle has been wronged, and among the entire village, you alone stood up to speak for him. This bond cannot be purchased with money. Take the money and help me watch over our uncle, protecting him from potential retaliation from Yang Feng's family. Once I establish myself, I shall take you to the city to broaden your horizons. Next, I handed 2,000 yuan to Lazy. Lazy, you have contributed the most. Take this money to spend as you wish. If it falls short, just let me know. Lazy initially insisted on refusing, but ultimately accepted the money after my persistent urging, casually stuffing it into his worn canvas bag. I then offered the remaining 2,000 yuan to my uncle. Yang Feng, where did you get so much money so soon after your return? We must not engage in any immoral activities. After relentless explanations from both Lazy and myself, my uncle finally accepted the money. The air in the countryside is remarkably fresh. Since my release from prison, I have felt considerably more at ease. Over the past few days, I spent my days assisting my uncle in pruning fruit trees in the orchard, and in the evenings, I enjoyed leisurely moments with Lazy and Zhuzi, indulging in drinks and card games. It was a rare period of tranquility for me, during which I managed to enjoy several peaceful nights of sleep. While I rested well, others were not so fortunate. Yang Feng, also known as Yang Feng, has been running around tirelessly these days. He was frantically trying to leverage connections and seek favors to secure the release of his 4 sons from custody. However, while his network may have been somewhat effective in the town, it proved inadequate in Longa County. Ultimately, regardless of whom he approached, the matter would inevitably land in the hands of Deputy Director Yao Chuancheng, affectionately known as Old Yao. Old Yao is my ally, personally overseeing this case, rendering any outside influence ineffective. Not only were Yang's contacts turned away, but even the local gang leaders who attempted to intervene on behalf of Chun de Biao were rebuffed by Old Yao. Yanke de was left utterly dumbfounded. Having served as a village head for a lifetime, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. If connections proved ineffective, the consequences could be dire. If there were any sway in this matter, it would merely be a matter of the responsible party offering a few conciliatory words, making it either a significant or trivial issue that could be minimized. However, if connections failed, the stark reality remained. A mere gesture could lead to a decade or more of free meals behind bars for his sons. Should all 4 of them be incarcerated for 10 years or more, it would spell disaster for their family. Thus, in the end, Yang Feng chose to compromise with me. One evening, upon returning from the orchard with Lazy and Zhuzi, we discovered someone waiting at our doorstep. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Yang Feng. Seeing us return, he hurriedly approached and grasped my uncle's hand. "Ah Chung, you're back. I've been waiting here for half the day." My uncle, Yang Feng, appeared somewhat uncomfortable, yet his lifelong honesty left him uncertain about how to navigate this situation. "Ah Chung, can you speak to Xiao Feng? Perhaps we could let this matter go." Yang Feng shamelessly stuffed a red envelope filled with 200 yuan into my uncle's pocket. Consider this a token of goodwill between old friends. After all, we are all part of the Yang family. Even if we have drifted apart over the generations, our ancestors are the same. "Ah Chung, I'm begging you." My uncle's heart softened, and a look of dilemma crossed his face as he turned his gaze towards me. Yang Feng also directed a sycophantic expression at me. "Dear nephew, blood is thicker than water. You are magnanimous, so please show some mercy and spare my family." Magnanimous? This is the fault of your scheming ways. I was infuriated yet amused by this old rogue's audacity. I utterly detest those who urge me to be magnanimous. Just a few days ago, where were you? Your sons were clamoring for my family's property, threatening to disturb my ancestral grave and brandishing weapons towards my uncle. And where were you then? Magnanimity? You just plunged a knife into me, and as the blade was pulled out, it was still stained with blood, and in the blink of an eye, you expect me to be magnanimous and forgive you? Are you out of your mind? As I spoke, I reached out and took the 200 yuan, flinging it directly onto the face of that old man. An apology must carry genuine intent. Offering me 200 yuan is akin to tossing a coin to a beggar. If you wish for my forgiveness, it is not an impossible task. I have 3 conditions, and should you dare to refuse any of them, this matter shall be deemed off the table. First, tomorrow during the day, you shall kneel before my doorstep for an entire day, bowing your head in apology to my uncle, in full view of the entire village. Chapter 9. A brother's humble salutation. My first condition is that Yang Feng must kneel before my doorstep and offer a public apology in front of the entire village. Should he refuse, all negotiations are off. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, caught between his pride and the welfare of his 4 sons, ultimately choosing to accept the apology condition in order to save them. The second condition stipulates that he must voluntarily relinquish his position as village leader, allowing a capable and virtuous young graduate to take over. After years of holding this position, he has only brought suffering to the villagers. He has wielded his power to oppress honest folk without contributing a single penny to the community. Yang Feng reluctantly agreed to this as well. The third stipulation requires that his family contribute an additional 10,000 yuan. This sum will be entirely allocated for public expenditures within the village, such as road repairs and the establishment of community facilities. I am aware that Yang Feng has amassed considerable wealth over the years. He can indeed afford this amount. Though he is quite the miser, he found himself compelled to assent under pressure. Once Yang Feng had acquiesced to all demands and returned with the 10,000 yuan in cash, I promptly contacted Old Yao. Old Yao, the matter concerning the Yang family can now reach a resolution. Please release the individuals tomorrow morning. As for Chun Biao, ensure he is made aware of who has come to his aid. Understood, Brother Feng. You could trust me. Old Yao will handle it with utmost clarity, he assured me before we ended the call. After a brief conversation with Lei Zi, I soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, the village of Yangjia was poised for a grand spectacle. Naturally, the lead role belonged to the old village chief, Yang Feng. Dear villagers, esteemed elders and youths, he announced, seizing the moment while everyone was preparing breakfast, I, Yang Dezheng, am now over 60 years of age. It is time for me to step aside. Effective immediately, I shall resign from my position as village leader and allow a new leader to emerge from amongst the youth. Furthermore, I implore each of you to gather at the home of Yang Dezheng in the east of the village to witness my public apology to him, my esteemed younger brother. The village, though small, buzzed with excitement at the sound of the loudspeaker. Soon, everyone, daughters, daughters-in-law, aunts, grandmothers, and grandfathers, abandoned their cooking to secure their spots outside my home. Before long, Yang Dezheng, supported by Yang Debao's mother, approached in a daze. With a resolute thud, he knelt before the gathered crowd without uttering a word. Immediately, he began to soundly slap his own face in despair. Dezheng, I am unworthy. I do not deserve the name Dezheng. The nickname bestowed upon me by the villagers is correct. I am indeed lacking in virtue. I should not have bullied you. Over the years, I certainly should not have bullied the villagers. With a resounding slap, I acknowledge my faults. I should not have allowed my child to commit such acts. I'm more beastly than they. In mere minutes, Yang Dezheng had swollen his own face. The villagers, both young and old, had never witnessed the village chief in such a state of humiliation. For a moment, everyone stood in a daze before erupting into animated discussions. In the courtyard, my second uncle listened attentively to all that transpired, letting out a sigh as he turned to me. Xiao Feng, killing is but a matter of striking the head to the ground. In my opinion, Yang Dezheng has already suffered enough. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. After all, he is, in a sense, an elder, having lived for many years. I nodded in agreement. To be honest, Yang Dezheng's current demeanor was somewhat commendable, displaying a hint of sincerity. As long as he knelt, 10 minutes of kneeling felt no different from a day of it to me. After today, his family would no longer hold their heads high in the village. I acquiesced to my uncle's suggestion and began to walk toward the entrance with him. Creak. Just as we reached the doorway, a taxi pulled up in front of my house. The door swung open, and 4 burly men emerged from the vehicle. They were indeed the 4 treasures of the Yang family. Father. The 4 brothers immediately spotted Yang Dezheng, who was kneeling at our doorstep, weeping and striking his own face. "Father, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling at the door of that little brat Yang Feng?" Yang Daba rushed over and lifted Yang Dajing to his feet. "Father, that little brat Yang Feng is clearly frightened of us. Director Yao mentioned that he even pleaded for us." Just as Yang Dajing was being helped up by Yang Daba and Yang Erba, he caught sight of me stepping out the door, and his expression changed in an instant. Slap! Slap! Without hesitation, Yang Dajing struck both Yang Daba and Yang Erba across the face. "Nonsense! Xiao Feng does not stoop to your level. Hurry, go, and apologize to Xiao Feng. Quickly kneel." Speaking thus, Yang Dajing obediently knelt once more. "I see you have become quite muddled, scared silly by Yang Feng. If you kneel, I shall not." Yang Daba, feeling indignant, shouted back at his father. "If the eldest does not kneel, neither will I. If the second brother does not kneel, I won't either. If the eldest, second, and third brothers refuse to kneel, then neither shall I. Father, you may kneel alone." Yang Dajing was nearly overwhelmed by the defiance of his 4 fiery sons. "Father, do not fear him. He has harmed Biao Ge, and Biao Ge will not let this go. Yes, he has acquired some skills and knows a few tricks. But Biao Ge has connections. The leader of Biao Ge is Brother Huang from Nangguan, who is quite influential in all of Loma County. After suffering such a loss, how could Biao Ge not seek out Brother Huang for retribution? If Brother Huang comes, he will surely have Yang Feng's arm detached. Why should we fear him? Soon, he will be but a cripple." Yang Dabo, accompanied by his 3 brothers, regarded me with disdain, their faces etched with defiance and resentment. At that moment, a sharp-eyed woman turned her gaze toward the main road at the edge of the village. 2 dilapidated vans, rattling noisily and kicking up a cloud of dust, sped swiftly toward our doorstep. Yang Dabo, with a haughty lift of his nostrils, proclaimed, "See, I told you so. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Biao Ge has come with his men to deal with Yang Feng." As Yang Dabo spoke, the vans approached us. The doors swung open, and Chundabiao was the first to emerge. Following him were over 20 well-dressed individuals, marching in formation behind him, heading our way. Chundabiao looked notably haggard this time. He wore no sunglasses, nor did he clutch a cigar. His gold chain was absent, and he had fastened the buttons of his suit, giving him a surprisingly formal appearance. I observed carefully that neither Chundabiao nor his followers bore any weapons. He strode toward me, while his subordinates lined up neatly in 2 rows. "Biao Ge, where's Huang Ge? Did you not invite him? This time, Yang Feng is surely in for it." Yang Dabo, believing that Chundabiao had come to exact revenge on my behalf, shouted excitedly. The villagers, sensing the tension, hurriedly grabbed their small stools and retreated to the corner of the alley, wary of the impending clash that might splatter them with blood. Zhuzi emerged from the kitchen clutching a kitchen knife, nervously standing behind me, while Lazy focused intently on Chundabiao, ready to spring into action at any moment. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chundabiao had not come to fight. With a sudden thud, he dropped to one knee before me. As he knelt, his 2 rows of followers followed suit, all kneeling in unison. "Fengge, previously, I, Biao, was blind to your greatness and disrespected you. Yet, your magnanimity is as vast as the ocean, allowing us to escape unscathed. For this, I, Chundabiao, am in awe. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. Please accept this humble bow from your loyal subordinate." Chapter 10. Old classmate Li Mengting salutations. Elder brother. Salutations, elder brother. Salutations, elder brother. With this bow, Chundabiao's followers immediately echoed his greeting, kneeling before me on one knee. Yang Dabo remained rooted in place, while the onlookers were left in a state of shock. Yang Kaden knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably in fear. "Brother Biao, how can you acknowledge him as your elder brother? He hasn't even fully matured." Yang Dabo, with a face of astonishment, approached in an attempt to lift Chundabiao. "Get lost, you scoundrel. I have yet to settle the score with your family for the matter of your unauthorized report to the authorities. Damn it, are you looking for a fight?" Chundabiao stood, delivering a resounding slap that sent Yang Dabo spinning twice before gesturing to his followers. Instantly, 7 or 8 of them rose to their feet and unleashed a brutal assault on the Yang family's 4 treasures. Subsequently, Chun Debiao knelt beside me once again. Brother, please accept me. Internally, I was already elated. As the saying goes, a fence requires 3 stakes, and despite Lei Zi and I being formidable fighters, we inevitably needed individuals to handle the more mundane tasks. Lao Yao had already conducted an investigation and found that although Chun Debiao enjoyed showing off and had been involved in a few skirmishes in Qinji town, he was fundamentally a decent person, not a vicious criminal. Accepting you is not out of the question. However, from this day forth, you must heed my commands. A look of joy spread across Chun Debiao's face as he repeatedly nodded in agreement. Absolutely. From today onward, if brother instructs me to go east, Debiao would not dare venture west. If brother commands me to catch dogs, Debiao would not chase chickens. I extended my hands and assisted him to his feet. Debiao, brothers, rise. At that moment, the Yang family's 4 treasures lay bloodied from the beating inflicted by Chun Debiao's men. Yang Keida and his wife, filled with concern, summoned a 3-wheeled vehicle to transport their 4 sons to the clinic. From this day forth, Yang Feng is my elder brother, Yang Daqing is my true uncle, and all the men and women of Yangjia village, heed my words. From now on, should anyone dare to bully my uncle, they must first inquire whether I, Chun Debiao, approve. The following day, Yangjia village held a new election for village head, selecting a recently graduated university student of good character, which was met with unanimous approval. Yang Keida and Yang Daqing sent a donation of 10,000 yuan to the village for public construction expenses. The orchard contracting proceeded as usual, but no one dared interfere any longer. Without middlemen profiting off the difference, villagers willingly contracted directly with the contractors, receiving offers that exceeded the previous rates provided by Yang Daqing by more than double. Brother, it's not suitable for you and Lei Gu to remain in Yangjia village for too long. Why not accompany me to Debiao's grand bathhouse in town for a few days? It would be a fine opportunity for me to honor you. Sure, I was just thinking of visiting the town. Indeed, returning to the town was precisely what I had in mind. My primary reason for returning to Yangjia village was to check on my uncle. Once matters were settled on his end, I couldn't help but think of Chun Sini. My dearest woman, Chun Sini, has now been absent for 5 years, and I am filled with an overwhelming desire to know how she is faring and to see her again at once. Upon my return, I inquired about her well-being from my uncle, who informed me that after the incident that befell me, the Chun family visited Yangjia village only once and subsequently vanished without a trace. 5 years have elapsed. Surely Chun Sini must have graduated from university by now. However, just a couple of days ago, Zhuzi informed me that someone in our town might know her whereabouts, Li Mengting. Speaking of Li Mengting, she was also a classmate of mine. During our middle school years, she studied alongside Zhuzi and me, and during high school, I even penned a love letter to her, which she did not accept, leading me to pursue Chun Sini instead. Li Mengting and Chun Sini were quite close, considered best friends, yet she did not gain admission to university. Given their bond, it is certain they have remained in contact over the years. Zhuzi mentioned that he spotted Li Mengting in Qinjiadan not long ago. Currently, Li Mengting is selling tofu at a stall in Qinjiadan and had even inquired about my situation. Regardless, I must make a trip to this town. Perhaps by meeting Li Mengting, I can uncover the whereabouts of my cherished Chun Sini. Zhuzi, you stay at home with our uncle, and if anything arises, send someone to the town to deliver a message to Debiao. After briefly briefing Zhuzi, I set off with Lazy in Debiao's van, embarking on our journey to the town. Qinjiadan is not far from our village, although Debiao's vehicle rattles loudly. It is undoubtedly faster than cycling. As the van entered the northern part of the town, I caught sight through the window of a woman dashing frantically down the road. Behind her, 3 men pursued her, 1 ahead and 2 behind, shouting boisterously. Lowering the window, I quickly recognized the woman's face from a distance. It was indeed Li Mengting. Despite the years that had passed, how could I not recognize the girl I once secretly adored? Stop the car. Debiao immediately slammed on the brakes, and I flung open the door, rushing out. As Li Mengting ran, fear etched on her face, she frequently glanced back. Suddenly, she tripped over a brick. causing her to exclaim in shock as she lost her balance and fell towards the ground. Fortunately, I arrived just in time, and, as I opened my arms, she fell into my embrace. I must say, after years apart, this young woman has become quite voluptuous, having matured significantly since our high school days when she was already more developed than her peers. Now, her figure is undeniably striking, with all the right curves in all the right places. Holding such a beauty in my arms nearly rendered me breathless. Upon realizing she was being embraced by a man, Li Mengting let out a startled scream and quickly pushed me away. However, she quickly realized that I had intended to assist her. Thank you, Li Mengting murmured. Her head bowed as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude before attempting to bypass me and continue her run. I grasped her hand firmly. Li Mengting, do not flee. It is I. She rubbed her eyes and scrutinized me closely, her expression suddenly transforming into one of astonishment. Is it you? My old classmate, Yang Feng. Yet almost immediately, a look of panic crossed her face. Yang Feng, I cannot speak with you now. I have provoked the town's bullies, and they are pursuing me. Just then, 3 men who had been chasing her closed in. Hey, little lady, don't run. Come back with me and warm my bed. Chapter 11. This matter is under my control. As I spoke, the 3 men approached us. One of them reached out, intending to grab Li Mengting. Standing by, how could I allow them to act recklessly before me? How could I disregard Li Mengting? I glared, preparing to intervene. However, just as I was about to confront the ruffians, Chen Biao had already dashed down from the vehicle, positioning himself between us. Fengge, hold on before you act. Let me inquire about the situation, he said. Chen Biao was a notable figure in the town. Once he appeared, the trio's bravado noticeably diminished. De Biao, they called out, their demeanor shifting. Chen Biao's expression darkened. You little brats, what is going on here? In broad daylight, harassing a respectable woman? The tallest of the ruffians immediately donned a sheepish grin. De Biao, it's not what you think. He pointed at Li Mengting. This woman is Li Mengting. Her husband owes our associate money, and since he can't repay it, he agreed to let us spend a night with his wife. I frowned and turned to Li Mengting. Are you married? She nodded, unable to contain her tears any longer. They streamed down her face. I exchanged a glance with Chen Biao, who glared fiercely at the ruffians. How dare you? If her husband owes you money, confront him directly. What sort of cowardice is this, troubling a woman? How much does her husband owe you? The tall ruffian pulled a debt note from his pocket and handed it to Chen Biao. Not much, just 200 yuan. De Biao passed the note to me, and I showed it to Li Mengting. Is this your husband's signature? She nodded through her tears. All right, Lazy, hand them 200 yuan. I shall settle this debt for her. Lazy opened a corner of the canvas bag, pulled out 200 yuan, and tossed it at the ruffian's feet. There, Li Mengting, I've paid off your debt. Stop crying now. I gently patted her shoulder, but unexpectedly, she sobbed even harder. They smashed my tofu stall, wrecked my selling cart, and threatened that if I dared to set up shop again, they would burn down my house and sell me to a brothel. A surge of anger welled up within me. I stepped beside Chen Biao, casting a cold gaze at the ruffians. Is what she says true? The leader of the ruffians tossed his hair back, looking at me with disdain. So what if it is? If she doesn't pay her debt, we have to take measures, don't we? Who do you think you are? Got something to say? Keep it to yourself. Today, out of respect for De Biao and the money, we won't pursue this any further. Li Mengting, remember this. Don't come back to the market again, or every time we see you, it'll be trouble. I raised an eyebrow, and he thought he could simply walk away. How could it be so easy? Without further ado, I delivered a swift kick, striking the tall man's most sensitive area. He doubled over, clutching his abdomen, and let out a pained cry as he collapsed onto the ground. Without waiting for my command, Lazy and Chen Biao rushed forward, spurred into action by my decisive strike. Mere seconds later, all 3 ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. I do not care who you are. You have vandalized my friend's tofu stall and vehicle. You have 3 days to deliver 1,000 yuan in compensation to De Biao's bathhouse, or you shall face the consequences. With that, I pulled Li Mengting into the car. De Biao drive. The van roared to life, and we sped toward the heart of the town. Yang Feng, I cannot thank you enough for what you did just now, Li Mengting said. wiping her tears as she leaned slightly toward me in gratitude. That glimpse of her alabaster beauty nearly made my heart race uncontrollably. Yet, remembering her marital status, I quickly quelled any inappropriate thoughts. "You're married?" I asked as she nodded shyly. "Years ago, I left high school and helped my parents for a while, only to be forced into an arranged marriage with a man I do not love. I thought my life would be one of mere survival, but who knew I would end up with a man worse than a beast? He is lazy, gluttonous, and has developed a gambling addiction, depleting our finances entirely. Out of sheer necessity, I started a tofu stall, having learned the craft from my parents during my childhood, cobbling together a meager sum to set it up. But then that scoundrel gambled again, incurred debts he could not repay, and even proposed that I sleep with others to settle his debts. Woe is me." As she spoke, her sorrow deepened, and she could no longer contain her tears. I gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Yang Feng, to be honest, I truly was blind back then. I am infinitely envious of Chen Sini." Upon hearing the name Chen Sini, I felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, my purpose in coming to the town was to inquire about her whereabouts. Before I could voice my question, Li Mengting suddenly froze, her face stricken with terror as she pointed outside. "It's him. Yes, right outside." At that moment, we had reached our destination, Debiao's bathhouse, and the van came to a halt. "Who?" I asked. "My husband, that scoundrel." Li Mengting lowered her head in fear. At that instant, a man stood in the open space beside the entrance of Debiao's bathhouse, his gaze fixed intently on our van. A wave of disdain washed over me. The street was not long, barely over 100 meters, meaning he had witnessed everything that had just transpired from the other end of the street. When my wife is being bullied, this fellow shrinks away like a coward. He even seems to wish for her abduction by others, hoping it would spare him from the troubles of debt collectors. Such a scoundrel is hardly deserving of the title man. Li Mengting, do not be afraid. Step out of the car. Today, with my presence, no matter what transpires, I shall take charge on your behalf." Just now, as Li Mengting bowed her head, I beheld not merely a glimpse of pristine white. Her body bore shocking scars. Moreover, her demeanor unmistakably revealed her fear of this man. It is evident that her husband has subjected her to domestic violence, and likely more than once. I have a certain temperament, matters I am unwilling to assist with. No amount of persuasion may compel me to act. Yet, should I choose to intervene, not even the fiercest urging could drive me away. Li Mengting is the closest confidant of Chen Sini. For her sake alone, I cannot turn a blind eye. I cannot allow her life to be consumed by flames. This matter I must resolutely take charge of today. Chapter 12. Rescuing Li Mengting from the abyss. If I do not extend a helping hand to Li Mengting today, I shall find myself unable to face Chen Sini in the future. "Mengting, do you have children?" Li Mengting, unsure of the meaning behind my inquiry, shook her head. Her cheeks flushed. "We have not been married for long, and well, he is not particularly adept in that regard." Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to the sound of a mosquito, yet I managed to catch her words. "Very well. The absence of children alleviates many complications. Now, tell me honestly, what is it that you truly desire? Do you wish to escape this quagmire, or do you intend to endure a lifetime with this scoundrel?" Tears streamed down Li Mengting's cheeks uncontrollably. "Speak to me truthfully. Since I have inquired, I can assist you." Li Mengting bit her lip. "I have long endured enough of him. Only a fool would choose to spend a lifetime with such a wretch. However, I am too afraid to broach the subject of divorce with him. The last time we quarreled, he threatened to take a butcher's knife to my family home, vowing to harm my entire family." As she recounted her sorrow, her voice broke into sobs. "It was all due to my father's greed for that 600 yuan betrothal gift, which has condemned me for a lifetime." I gently placed my hand on Li Mengting's shoulder, urging her to cease her weeping. "Very well. As long as you have resolved your heart, that is all that matters. Now, go and tell him your true feelings. I shall take charge of this matter for you today." With that, I opened the car door. Li Mengting clenched her teeth, summoning her courage as she stepped out. "Debiao, lazy," I called to my two companions, then exited the vehicle as well. "Li Mengting, you wretched creature. How dare you offend even the street thugs?" I could hardly believe it. Upon seeing Li Mengting emerge from the car, the man immediately turned red with fury. raising his hand as if to strike her. Yet, upon noticing me and Lei Zi stepping out of the vehicle, he swiftly retracted his hand, forcing a smile as he nodded in our direction. Mengting, are these your friends? He chuckled nervously. Mengting and I have matters to attend to at home, so, gentlemen, we shall take our leave now. This man was clearly a typical bully, bold only when unchallenged. He must have witnessed my earlier altercation with a few ruffians. In my presence, he dared not lay a hand on Li Mengting. He grasped Li Mengting's arm, intending to drag her away. However, she forcefully shook him off. I will not go. Let's divorce. I can no longer endure this life. Li Mengting indeed spoke the truth. As she summoned the courage to voice her desire for a divorce, the man's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. He lowered his voice, glaring menacingly at Li Mengting. Mengting, if you dare to divorce, do you believe I won't go to your home tonight and harm your entire family? I strode forward, positioning Li Mengting behind me. Is that so? You possess quite the audacity. I extended my hand, grasping the man's wrist, and with a fierce grip, I tightened my hold. My strength is notorious among the inmates of death row. Few can withstand such a squeeze. Ah, the man let out a pained cry, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Is it truly you, attempting to intimidate others? You seem rather adept at subjugating women. I regarded the man before me with disdain. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yang Feng, and I have recently emerged from the death row prison in Long City. Long City, death row prison? Upon hearing that I hailed from such a notorious place, the man's face turned pale with fear. It was evident that he understood the significance of that term. Those who manage to escape from there are not to be trifled with. Mengting is my cousin. When you threaten her entire family, does that include me as well? As I spoke, I gestured toward the entrance of the bathhouse. No need for you to venture far. I have a knife right here. Let's proceed. Soon enough, someone delivered a fruit knife. Go ahead. Here's your chance. I extended the knife towards him, only to observe that the man trembled incessantly, too terrified to accept it. With a thud, the knife clattered to the ground. Hitting him would prove futile. Individuals like him must be thoroughly intimidated to deter them from future reckless actions. I gently patted his cheek. Since you are too frightened, do not utter such threats. Should you dare lay a finger on Mengting, I will ruin you. Brother Feng, how shall we deal with this scoundrel? At that moment, De Biao, having parked his car, approached with a group of followers. Thud, Biao Biao Ge. Upon seeing Chan De Biao approach, the man was so frightened that he soiled himself, a pungent odor wafting from his trousers. Truth be told, in this town, the name Chan De Biao carried more weight than mine. In a 10-mile radius, who does not know of the notorious Chen De Biao, the most feared man in Chun family town? Thus, when the man saw Chan De Biao and his entourage closing in, he fell to his knees in terror. However, upon hearing Chan De Biao address me with respect, the man hastily shifted his position and knelt before me as well. He is nothing but refuse. Teach him a lesson and see if you can instill some sense into him. My cousin has no desire to be with him any longer. Chen De Biao grinned widely. Sure thing, brother, I'm quite skilled at teaching lessons. With that, Chen De Biao and his brothers escorted the man to the reception area of the bathhouse. Before long, Chen De Biao accomplished his task. The man sincerely expressed his willingness to divorce Li Mengting and assured that he would no longer trouble her family. When De Biao is on the job, I can always rest assured. He promptly arranged for a car to take the man back home, retrieving both his and Li Mengting's household registration and identification cards. In those days, divorce did not require a month-long cooling-off period. The couple completed the paperwork that very afternoon. Lazy, toss him 200 as his medical expenses, Chen De Biao remarked, having given the man quite a lesson during his session. Certainly, I am not so benevolent as to offer aid to such detritus. A compulsive gambler, when devoid of funds, may seem manageable. However, once he possesses money, he cannot resist the temptation to gamble again. There is a saying in the countryside, a leftover bun cannot be hidden in a doghouse. Those 200 yuan will lead him down into an abyss without end. This may indeed be a form of retribution. Lazy escorted the man to the doorway and suddenly waved the canvas bag in front of him. Can you guess what is inside? The man, unable to defy him, reached out and squeezed the bag through the fabric, only to be met with a wave of cold sweat, causing him to collapse on the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. Lazy smirked coldly. Remember this well. Every word spoken by my elder brother is the truth. What we commit to, we shall certainly accomplish. Take care of yourself. The man hurriedly scrambled away in a frantic tumble. After a day filled with turmoil, I finally managed to rescue Li Mengting from the depths of despair. Yet, to my surprise, the 3 ruffians I had dealt with earlier on the street had now brought upon me a considerable predicament. Chapter 13. Enchantment and Trouble Yang Feng. Thank you. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your help. Li Mengting exclaimed in a flurry of excitement, even going so far as to kneel on the ground in a gesture of gratitude. I quickly grasped her arm, helping her to her feet. Mengting, we are classmates, and you're also a dear friend of Cindy. It is only natural for me to assist you. It was merely a small effort on my part, so please, do not be so formal. How about this, De Biao? Please arrange a room for Mengting so she can rest properly for a while. I had intended to immediately inquire about Chun Cindy from Li Mengting, but seeing her tear-streaked face and weary demeanor after several bouts of crying, I decided it would be better to wait a bit before asking. Once Mengting entered the backyard, Chun De Biao led me and Lazy into the living room. Brother Feng, I have purposely closed the shop for the day, not attending to any guests, just so I could offer you a relaxing soak in a warm bath. Shall we head to the bath now? I have already sent my brothers to procure ingredients for a meal. By the time we finish our bath, the dishes should be nearly ready. That sounds good. I nodded in agreement. Before coming to town, I had indeed harbored thoughts of indulging in a bath, as such amenities were unfeasible in the remote Yangjia village. Subsequently, accompanied by Chun De Biao and Lazy, I stepped into the large bathing area. Aside from the 3 of us, there were also 3 older male bath attendants present. Brother Feng, in this small place, we do not offer any extravagant packages or anything of that sort. We conduct honest business here. I hope you don't mind that I Haven Tea arranged anything special for you. If you desire a more elaborate experience, I can have my subordinates fetch you something from another bathhouse. I waved my hand dismissively. De Biao, your understanding is commendable. It is best to refrain from pursuing unclean profits, as this ensures longevity in business. I must admit, the skilled bath attendants in this small town truly excelled in their craft. After being pampered by a gentleman in his 50s, I felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation wash over me. The exhaustion I had been carrying melted away, and before I knew it, I had dozed off on the bathing bed. I have no idea how long I slept, but suddenly, I felt a particularly soft figure pressed against my back, jolting me awake. My companions were startled as well, jumping up in surprise. As I turned to sit up, I realized that the once bustling bathhouse had become eerily quiet. De Biao, Lazy, and the bath attendants had vanished. No, it could not be said to be entirely empty, as there were still 2 of us present. Standing beside me was a figure of exquisite curves that rendered me momentarily transfixed. Li Mengting, it was her. Brother Feng, thank you, she whispered softly, suddenly wrapping her arms around me. Mengting, please don't. I stammered. To be honest, it was impossible not to feel a stir of emotion seeing such a beautiful woman standing so close. However, there were certain things that simply could not transpire. Li Mengting is the closest confidant of Chen Sini. If I were to succumb to my impulses and act on my desires, the repercussions would be dire if Chun Sini were to discover my actions. Brother Feng, I recognize that my intentions may be somewhat disloyal to Sini. Yet your assistance has been invaluable to me, and I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude. In truth, I remain untouched and innocent. The man I am destined to marry. I halted her words, preventing her from continuing. Subsequently, I suppressed the tumultuous emotions rising within me and retreated to the shower area, dousing myself with cold water for a full 10 minutes. Mengting, please tell me, where's Sini now? Though it may be in an opportune moment for such a conversation, I felt compelled to redirect the dialogue. Moreover, this question had lingered in my heart for far too long. The tale of Sini is indeed a lengthy one. Upon my inquiry, Li Mengting, recognizing the gravity of the topic, responded earnestly. After you were taken away, a gang of ruffians stormed into Sini's home under the cover of night. Thankfully, Sini had anticipated trouble and sought refuge with her parents in a neighbor's house. When she eventually saw me, her tears flowed freely, and she lamented her inability to assist you, citing her family's lack of power, influence, and wealth as barriers to your rescue. Those thugs likely intended to either abduct her or silence her for good. Cindy, accompanied by her parents, made their way to my home, where I arranged for them to stay with my aunt for some time. She dared not return to university during that period. After a while, they left, and as for their destination, she did not confide in me. I sighed deeply. Did Cindy mention anything else about me? Li Mengting sighed as well. Yes, she did. She expressed that your downfall was a consequence of her involvement, and if you were to perish, it would leave an indelible pain in her heart. Should a miracle occur and you survive, she would wait for you for a decade. However, if there were no news of you after 10 years, she would marry another. A decade indeed. I exhaled heavily. Chun Sini, in those days, I was willing to brave the flames for your sake. Do you truly intend to wait for me for merely a decade? At this moment, I yearned to find her without delay, to confront her, to discern whether her heart remained unchanged, to see if she was still the Chun Sini I once knew. Brother Feng, to speak candidly, I believe you need not pursue her any further. Li Mengting gazed at me with a sense of melancholy. To utter words you may not wish to hear. Even if you were to find her, what would you do then? We have all moved past the age of dreams, have we not? Now that you are out of prison, your former adversaries will undoubtedly seek retribution, even if she wishes to be with you. The life you can offer her would only be fraught with turmoil and bloodshed. Her words left me with a newfound respect for Li Mengting. I never anticipated that the young lady, Li Mengting, would appear as a helpless little girl, utterly lost in her own affairs. Yet, when it comes to matters concerning me, she perceives everything with remarkable clarity and articulates her analyses with great precision. Frankly speaking, I harbor a deep envy for Cindy. Perhaps my refusal to be with you was the gravest error of my life. Yang Feng, what kind of extraordinary man are you? In an instant, my destiny has been irrevocably altered by your presence. Cindy, I genuinely envy her for having a man named Yang Feng, who once disregarded everything for her sake. As I sighed suddenly, Li Mengting, you ambush me. In the expansive backyard of De Biao's bathhouse, there lies a grand living room. Chun De Biao, accompanied by a group of his underlings, has prepared an array of sumptuous dishes. The table is adorned with 2 crates of fine spirits. They, along with Lazy, have been seated for a while, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Li Mengting and myself. As I stepped into the hall, Chun De Biao immediately rose to his feet. Brother Feng, a smoke after the event is bliss akin to that of the immortals, he remarked, handing me his favorite cigar and lighting it for me. Get lost. I playfully tapped my finger gently on the back of De Biao's head, causing an eruption of laughter among the crowd. Leaning close to my ear, Chun De Biao grinned broadly. Brother Feng, does Miss Li Mengting also have a habit of brushing her teeth before meals? Quite particular indeed. As he spoke, Li Mengting blushed and entered the room. I took my seat at the center, with everyone forming a circle around me. We raised our glasses in celebration of our reunion and commenced drinking and playing games. Just as we were halfway through our meal, one of Chun De Biao's underlings rushed in, covering his face in panic. Brother Feng, Brother Biao, Brother Lei, it's bad. The beast from the north of the town has come to wreak havoc. Chapter 14. Beasts? Nonsense. Who is the beast? I gazed at Chun De Biao, feeling somewhat perplexed. Sigh. Chun De Biao let out a breath. I had noticed earlier in the afternoon that his complexion was not particularly good. Yet we had been preoccupied with matters concerning Li Mengting and had neglected to inquire about him. The proprietor of the bathhouse in the northern part of the town, who is akin to a blood brother to me, is affectionately known as Chun Xiaoshou, but is more commonly referred to as Beast in Town. His territory encompasses 2 bathhouses, both larger than mine, and he commanded a following of approximately 30 men. The 3 ruffians we dealt with in the street today were indeed affiliated with Beast. As Chun De Biao spoke, he rose to his feet. Feng Gu, Lei Gu, remain seated. I shall handle this matter. We are relatively acquainted, and he should not be overly unreasonable. At that moment, a large throng of individuals stormed into the hall with an air of brazen disregard. Leading the charge was a rather disheveled figure, not particularly tall, with hair that resembled wild grass, unkempt and unruly. If one did not look closely, they might mistake him for a wild boar that had strayed into the premises. It appeared that this was the so-called beast that Chun de Biao had mentioned. Nevertheless, Chun de Biao was correct. This man, who frequented the same town, was someone they encountered often. Although he had come with the intention of causing a disturbance, he had, in fact, shown some restraint. He brought along numerous subordinates, yet they were all unarmed, arriving completely empty-handed. Furthermore, he did not engage in any destruction, but rather made his way directly into the hall. Brother Biao, this is where you are in the wrong. What offense have my men committed against you? A reprimand would suffice. Yet you resort to extortion? I have heard that 2 outsiders have entered your bathhouse. Is it worth it to sever ties over these 2 individuals? Beast sauntered into the hall, nonchalantly pulling up a chair and resting 1 foot atop it, exuding a distinctly unrefined demeanor. What do you intend to do, Beast? Chun de Biao stood up, his expression darkening. Nothing much, Brother Biao. We are kin, and we both operate under Huang Ge. I have no desire to make things difficult for you. Simply hand over these 2 outsiders, along with a woman named Mengting, and grant me this favor. If you comply, I will host a banquet at the largest restaurant in town, Minghua Tower, tomorrow to formally apologize for today as intrusion. What do you say? Chun de Biao's countenance darkened further. And what if I refuse? Beast's lips curled into a sardonic smile. If you choose not to surrender them today, do not blame your brother for lacking loyalty. We shall have to settle this matter ourselves. You initiated the confrontation. Should you be at a disadvantage, know that Huang Ge will not come to your aid. Although Beast was not tall, his muscular physique suggested he was well-trained. Chun de Biao seemed to respect him greatly, likely having suffered at his hands before. However, Chun de Biao stood his ground, showing no sign of retreat. Huang Ge, are you referring to that young man with the yellow hair? Beast, allow me to advise you. That fellow is not someone to be trifled with. It would be wise for you to steer clear of him in the future. Just the other day, I found myself in the county police station, and the yellow-haired lad didn't even bat an eyelash. He simply tossed me and my brothers in there without a second thought. Chun de Biao remarked, gesturing towards me. This gentleman here, Feng Ge, is the one who extricated me. To be frank, Feng Ge is now my elder brother. You expect me to surrender my brother? Consider it carefully. Is this something that de Biao could ever do? Beast scrutinized me for a moment, then let out a cold chuckle. Feng Ge, you say? I must confess, I have not heard of your esteemed name in Longa County. Very well, since we cannot come to an agreement, let us settle this with a confrontation. We shall see who is the elder brother, who is the subordinate, who is the dragon, and who is the dog. A simple clash will reveal the truth. The space within was too confined for such a display, so we shall proceed to the courtyard. With that, Beast gestured towards the exit. After you. I rose, adjusted my attire, and led the way into the courtyard. During my time in the death row facility, the old man had imparted many lessons to me. In our world, there are unwritten rules and protocols. For instance, despite Chun de Biao's recent defeat in Yangjia village, losing this round does not preclude him from reclaiming his honor in the next encounter. Rallying support again is not considered shameful. However, his ill-fated comrade Yang Feng, who summoned the police, has transgressed the boundaries of chivalry and dishonored the code of our realm. Moreover, since Beast's men are unarmed, we must also refrain from using weapons. Otherwise, we would be looked down upon. Yet tonight, Beast does not intend to rely on numerical superiority for victory, as that would also tarnish his reputation. He removed his outer garment, revealing a physique of impressive musculature. He bounced lightly on his feet and threw a few punches as a warm-up. Then, he beckoned to Chun de Biao and me with a flick of his fingers. De Biao, Feng Ge, who shall take the first step? Will it be one at a time, or shall you both join forces? De Biao gulped, visibly anxious. Given his physique, with a prominent belly, it was evident that he would not stand a chance in a one-on-one bout against Beast. Oh, Brother Beast, since this predicament arose from my actions, it is only fitting that I step forward. However, I must clarify some terms. Training without purpose is futile. If I emerge victorious, what will be my reward? Laughter erupted from Beast's entourage, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable, convinced that I stood no chance against their leader. Nevertheless, my own companions exchanged knowing smirks, having witnessed my true capabilities in Yangjia village. Feng Ge, should you triumph over me today, I shall compensate for the 3 subordinates. Furthermore, from this day forth, Whenever I see you in Xinjia town, I shall kneel and bow 3 times. I nodded, a smile gracing my features. Since he relished the idea of bowing, I would indulge him in this playful exchange. Very well, fierce beast, if you manage to defeat me tonight, you and my brothers shall be at your mercy, and you may take Li Mingting with you. Brother Feng, let's not delay any further. Let the contest commence. Initially, Lazy intended to step in for me, but I declined his assistance. Having just arrived in town, I believed that to establish my reputation swiftly, I must engage in the fray myself. I removed my jacket, revealing a physique defined by well-toned muscles. Without a moment's hesitation, the fierce beast lunged at me with the ferocity of a tiger, aiming to seize my lower body. His build was remarkably robust, and should he succeed in his assault, I would find myself at a disadvantage. Thus, I deftly sidestepped his charge, widened my stance, and lowered my center of gravity to unleash a flurry of punches. During my time in prison, Uncle Chin often arranged sparring sessions with death row inmates. Among them were individuals of similar stature to the fierce beast, some even possessing superior skills and greater ferocity, yet ultimately, they all fell to my prowess. The punches I threw appeared to be fierce and vigorous, yet they were merely a distraction to capture the attention of the fierce beast. Unable to strike my lower body, he found himself at a loss as my upper body assaults rained down with intensity. I delivered a heavy right hook aimed squarely at his cheek, catching him off guard, causing his upper body to lurch backward in an attempt to evade my blow. In truth, this powerful strike was a feint. As it reached its midpoint, I swiftly retracted my arm, pivoting to close the distance between us. Seizing the opportunity while he was off balance, I executed a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, I rolled into position, employing a rarely used ground technique known as the guillotine, locking tightly around the fierce beast's neck. With my grip secured, he struggled in vain, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. At that moment, a mere surge of strength from my arm would suffice to snap his neck. I concede. Brother Feng, I admit defeat. I released him only after he acknowledged his surrender. Is that all it takes for you to claim the title of Fierce Beast? Nonsense. Chapter 15. Engaging in business warfare? As anticipated, within mere minutes, the beast was brought to the ground, rendered incapable of resistance. Brother Feng is indeed a formidable character. I, the beast, concede defeat. The beast, with admirable decisiveness, rose without a word, his face a shade of iron, and departed with his underlings. They arrived swiftly and left just as quickly, a throng of dozens retreating like a receding tide. Before long, the beast sent over 1,000 yuan, honoring the terms we had agreed upon prior to the conflict. Once his men departed, Chen de Biao let out a sigh. Brother Feng, it appears we have forged a lasting enmity with the beast. I lit a cigarette, my demeanor calm and composed. No matter, he is but a minor player. I handed the 1,000 yuan to Li Mingting and, from my pocket, produced another 1,000 for her. The following day, I instructed Chen de Biao to arrange for 2 of our men to escort her home. After all, it was not prudent for her to linger in town. Even if that man dare not act, the beast might seek retribution against her. Mingting, take this money, settle your family, and then venture south for work. There are abundant opportunities in deep sea, broad sea, and town sea. Many young people are striving there. At our parting, Li Mingting could no longer maintain her composure. She threw herself into my arms, holding me tightly as she wept openly. Cindy is truly fortunate. She has a good man. Brother Feng, the decade-long promise has not yet expired. Cindy is undoubtedly waiting for you. I sincerely wish you both a future together. Brother Feng, I must take my leave. Your kindness shall be repaid tenfold by Mingting in due time. As Li Mingting departed, the underlings sent to escort her returned to report that she had settled her parents with relatives and had boarded a train heading south. My men ensured her safe passage to the train before returning. Brother Feng, trouble has arisen. Chen de Biao entered, his brow furrowed. I had anticipated the beast's retaliation, but did not foresee his underhanded tactics. What has transpired? Rezi and I were enjoying a sauna, relishing the invigorating sensation that follows a good sweat. Damn it, the beast has resorted to treachery. He has slashed his prices. He is undermining my business. Upon further inquiry, I learned that while the beast had not sent anyone to confront us directly, he had begun to manipulate the competitive landscape of the bathhouse business. Previously, in times of mutual respect, we had maintained a standardized pricing system. A bath cost 30 cents, with additional services charged separately. However, in the countryside, aside from the income from bathing, few sought other services. Thus, our establishment under De Biao focused solely on bathing and scrubbing. Now, the beast had slashed his bathing price to 20 cents. With 2 establishments to my one and a larger scale, almost all customers had flocked to his bathhouse, leaving me at a loss for how to proceed. I patted Chun De Biao on the shoulder and smiled. De Biao, do not fret. Gulme, let us step outside and assess the situation. Accompanied by Lei Zi and Chun De Biao, I stepped out of the steam room and, upon glancing into the large bath, found it almost desolate, with only a handful of individuals enjoying their soak, likely regulars of Chun De Biao. After dressing, we ventured onto the street, making our way to the northern end of the town, where we immediately noticed that the entrance of the Beast's 2 bathing centers was teeming with people. Currently, anyone wishing to bathe at the Beast establishment was required to queue. The area outside the bathing center was occupied by a multitude of chairs, all of which were filled with patrons clutching their change of clothes, eagerly awaiting their turn to bathe. In the countryside, where the income of higher earners barely amounted to 3 yuan a day, the average person might only earn around 2. Living here necessitates meticulous budgeting. Saving even a dime on a bath justifies the wait in line. What shall we do, Brother Feng? Chun De Biao exclaimed, his temper flaring. Damn it, if this continues, I'll bring a few brothers tonight and smash that scoundrel's bathhouse. I gestured for him to calm down. De Biao, if he wishes to engage in a price war and resort to malicious competition, I shall outmaneuver him in business. In truth, I am far more adept at commercial warfare than at physical confrontations. After all, the old man had imparted to me his ultimate skills while in prison, and I possess a substantial understanding of the capricious nature of the marketplace. Strictly speaking, commercial warfare can be more ruthless than physical confrontations. It can obliterate an opponent without shedding blood, leaving them with no place to bury their failures. At times, a strategic maneuver in business can prove far more effective than leading hundreds of subordinates into a brawl. While I had gleaned some theoretical knowledge, I had yet to engage in practical application. With the situation at the Beast Bathing Center, I intended to showcase my abilities. De Biao, what is the approximate cost for us to operate the bathing service? I inquired. After a brief contemplation, Chun De Biao replied, Brother Feng, the cost of labor and heating water is roughly around 40%, and with rent and various other expenses, it comes to just under 50%. Our situation was similar to that of the Beast. We both rented properties, and rent constituted a significant expense. I nodded. De Biao's words provided clarity. Let us lower our prices as well, directly launching a promotion at a 40% discount. We shall set the price to merely 18 cents. Although it pained De Biao to reduce the price, the lack of customers left him with no choice. Thus, he acquiesced to my plan, lowering the price to 18 cents. As soon as De Biao's bathing center announced the astonishingly low price of 18 cents per person, customers flocked in droves. The once quiet establishment was suddenly bustling with activity, bringing a smile to Chun De Biao's face. However, his joy was short-lived, as the Beast Bathing Center promptly slashed its prices again, to a mere 13 cents. This was clearly an attempt to drive Chun De Biao's business to ruin. The crowd that had gathered at De Biao's bathing center swiftly shifted their attention back to the Beast's establishment. Brother Feng, the Beast has slashed its prices once again. This scoundrel has directly reduced them below cost, jeopardizing my business. What should I do? Chun De Biao wore a troubled expression, his brow furrowed in despair. I am not as financially robust as he is. If it comes to losses, I cannot outlast him. Suddenly, I burst into laughter. Ah, Biaozi, who compelled you to engage in business at a loss? Do you think my prior suggestion to lower prices was for no reason? It was precisely to drive down the Beast's prices and force him into a loss. I exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling elated inside. De Biao, go and recruit someone for me. I have another strategy to implement. Within 10 days, I guarantee that the Beast will be compelled to close its doors due to overwhelming losses. Chapter 16. 10 days to close the door and invite someone? Who should we invite? Brother Feng, do you know any experts? I smiled faintly. There is no need to summon any experts. Just send 2 of your underlings to fetch Zhuzi for me. Additionally, let Zhuzi bring along a few companions. Chen de Biao was perplexed by my intentions, yet he promptly arranged for people to head to Yangjiken. Within a mere half-day, Zhuzi and several young men from our village were brought before me by Chen de Biao. Brother, I've arrived. Are we going to engage in a fight? Zhuzi inquired, somewhat bewildered. This brother seemed to think I required assistance for a confrontation. I shook my head and withdrew 20 yuan from my pocket. Here is some money for you. Go to the Beast Bathhouse at the north end of town and enjoy a soak. Upon hearing my words, everyone in the room was taken aback. But, brother, isn't that a place for bathing? Why would I go there? Zhuzi was confused. Even Lazy stared at me with a look of disbelief. I wanted to go for a bath, but it's not just a bath. I'll teach you a few phrases that you need to say. After Zhuzi accepted the money, he and a few brothers from the village exited through the back door, heading towards the Beast Bathhouse. After approximately an hour, Zhuzi returned with his companions, having taken a roundabout route through the less populated areas. Brother, we completed the task you assigned. As soon as we arrived at the Beast Bathhouse, we told everyone that there's a bathhouse in the county offering promotional activities, even giving out free bath tickets. We all split up to ask the manager at the Beast Bathhouse whether they provide tickets for bathing. I patted Zhuzi on the shoulder. Well done. You and your brothers can take a rest in the back. I've already arranged for your meals with Brother Biao. Chen de Biao still didn't grasp my intentions. Brother Feng, what exactly are you planning? I can't seem to understand. I laughed heartily. Just wait. The fish will soon be on the hook. The purpose of sending Zhuzi and the others was to offer a suggestion to the beast. What they desire most is to completely undermine your business, eager to attract all customers to their establishment. Thus, they cannot afford to disregard the excellent idea Zhuzi presented. Now, keep a close watch over the beast's next moves, especially concerning the bath tickets. Although Chen de Biao was still somewhat puzzled by my intentions, he was nonetheless very attentive. Indeed, just 2 days later, the Beast Bathhouse began distributing free bath tickets. For every 2 customers who spent at the Beast Bathhouse, they received 1 free bath ticket, transferable to anyone. This was a genuine incentive. As a result, the entire bathing clientele from Qinji Town and the surrounding villages was almost entirely drawn to the Beast, leaving Chen de Biao's side on the brink of closure. Brother Feng, what exactly do you intend to do? Just tell me. I'm on the edge of my seat. Chen de Biao expressed his impatience. Although the Beast was operating a loss, it was manageable for a few months. However, I couldn't bear it any longer. With no customers at the door and the burden of numerous workers and rent, it wouldn't be long before I had to shut down. I chuckled softly. De Biao, I have stated that he will close within 10 days. Now, let me reveal my plan. Handing him the bath tickets I had obtained from the Beast Bathing Center, I instructed, go find a reliable acquaintance in advertising and print me 100,000 copies of this. No, 200,000 would suffice. Chen de Biao's eyes lit up. Brother Feng, are you implying? I nodded, a cold smile gracing my lips. Indeed, if he shows no mercy, we shall not be bound by righteousness. Go, make it happen, and have them distributed overnight. Understood. Chen de Biao excitedly sped off in his dilapidated van. With his connections, locating a trustworthy printing service was not a challenge. This was a significant task, and Chen de Biao invested extra to ensure efficiency. Soon after, he dispatched 20 of his brothers into the surrounding villages and markets, distributing the bath tickets in heaps. Meanwhile, Zhuzi returned to his village, gifting each villager in Yangjia village 2 tickets. Chen de Biao leveraged his network to arrange for a few familiar associates to blanket the entire Longhe County. Even individuals from the neighboring county, relatively close to Qinjia Town, received the free bathing tickets from the Beast's Bathing Center. Within a mere 2 days, the Beast's Bathing Center became a sensation, drawing an enthusiastic crowd. The first arrivals were the villagers of Yangjia, who could reach Qinjia Town in just a few minutes by bicycle or half an hour on foot. Early in the morning, hundreds from Yangjia village, some pulling carts and others riding bicycles, made their way to Qinjia Town, bringing along their families. Who would pass up a bargain? Especially in the countryside, where many have little income from farming, with the Beast offering free baths upon ticket presentation. Who could resist? The staff at the Beast were initially elated to see such a throng of customers arriving early in the day. The Beast was not foolish. Despite engaging in price competition and incurring losses, he implemented other measures. For instance, he set up small stalls selling vegetables, fruits, and clothing in the vacant space outside the bathing center, allowing his associates to sell. As more people came to bathe, some would inevitably make purchases, thus mitigating his losses. If he could maintain this for 2 months, he would ensure that Chundebiao would have to close down. Once Chundebiao shut his doors, the pricing at the bathhouses in Xinjiao town would be dictated by him, and any price increase would leave customers with no choice but to comply. The smile of the Beast quickly froze upon his face. It wasn't long before he sensed something amiss. For everyone who arrived today was wielding complimentary tickets. Sanya, come here. The Beast's glare sent a shiver down the spine of his trembling manager, who hurriedly approached. Sanner, I ask you, how many free tickets have you distributed over the past 2 days? Sanner, after careful contemplation, replied with certainty, 200 tickets. I can confirm that only 200 were issued in total. The Beast was momentarily taken aback. Then, what is the meaning of this? Goodness, we have allowed over 200 free entries, yet there are still so many people arriving with complimentary tickets? Chundebiao and I, hidden in a corner, watched in amusement as the throngs of people surged towards the Beast's establishment, reminiscent of a bustling market, nearly causing us to laugh uncontrollably. Fongo impressive. I Chundebiao. Totally in Alva. Chundebiao persistently gave me a thumbs up. A slight smile graced my lips. Biaozi, just you wait and see. This is merely the beginning. Soon, the Beast will find himself without a place to weep. Chapter 17. A place to weep is elusive in the rural expanse of the present day. Opportunities for financial gain are scarce. Some individuals, engaged in arduous physical labor, earn a meager daily wage of merely 2 to 3 yuan. The majority of the populace relies on agriculture for sustenance, with few alternative employment options available. According to standard pricing, a single bath costs 30 cents. For a family of 6, the expense amounts to 1 yuan and 80 cents, equivalent to the entire day's wage of a robust laborer. In contemporary terms, this translates to a range of 180 to over 200 yuan, akin to the earnings of an ordinary worker in a single day. Thus, it is not uncommon for families from areas a bit distant from Chenjiaton to haul carts laden with their kin to partake in a bath. Those fortunate enough to possess bicycles traverse distances of 10 to 20 kilometers to reach the venue. Longha County, a densely populated region, boasts a population exceeding 800,000. On a single morning, over 5,000 individuals congregate near the entrance of the Beast Bathing Center. The sheer volume of people surrounding the establishment evokes the image of ants in a frenzy, creating an overwhelming scene that stretches beyond the eye's reach. This influx leads to a complete paralysis of traffic throughout Chenjiaton. Moreover, the throng continues to swell, with more individuals pressing toward the center. One might wonder, given the numerous stalls set up in the vacant lot outside the establishment, why no sales are being made despite the crowd? The answer lies in the nature of the visitors. They're seeking free benefits, not as consumers. Beast, standing at the entrance of the bathing center, felt his countenance darken with frustration. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he resorted to striking himself in exasperation, ultimately refraining from unleashing his anger. Even though he was a figure of some repute, this was not the moment to test his temper. The notion of rebuffing the crowd was equally untenable, as the entire bathing center teemed with people. Beast found himself unable to locate even his own subordinates amidst the throng. Furthermore, the entrance was so besieged that closing the doors was an impossibility. If he were to refuse service, his reputation would suffer irreparable damage, likely dissuading future patrons from visiting his establishment. With gritted teeth, Beast maneuvered into the back courtyard of the bathhouse, likely instructing his subordinates to stoke the fire and heat the water. I, along with Chundebiao, witnessed this spectacle and struggled to extricate ourselves from the crowd. Our endeavor to traverse a mere 100 meters took an agonizingly long time, as the street was utterly congested. Come on, Debiao, let us return for a drink, I suggested. Upon escaping the throng, we joyously made our way back to Debiao's grand bathhouse, sharing the amusing tale of our experience, which elicited roars of laughter from the assembled patrons. After days of suppressed emotions, the release of laughter was a welcome reprieve. Calculating based on cost, if one person were to enjoy a complimentary bath, the beast would incur a loss of over a dime. For 10 individuals, that amounts to more than $1. For 10,000, it translates to over $1,000. Today, I estimate that no fewer than 10,000 patrons have gathered at the entrance of the beast's bathing establishment, which implies that unless the beast compensates at least 1,000 or 800, the issue remains unresolved. Chun de Biao, his face alight with excitement, counted on his fingers, utilizing his rudimentary arithmetic. If 100,000 people bathe, the loss would be 15,000. With 300,000 tickets, that amounts to 45,000. I suspect that the beast may not even possess 20,000, and he will soon be compelled to shut his doors. Brother Feng, I propose that next time we observe the spectacle from a distance, as the area outside is far too congested. We could easily see it all from the rooftop of de Biao's grand bathing house. A chorus of laughter erupted, and then the underlings prepared a lavish feast, prompting us to raise our glasses and indulge in hearty libations. As evening fell, I instructed de Biao to send a subordinate to inquire about the situation, and the results nearly left everyone in stitches. The Beast's bathing center, comprising 2 establishments, was astonishingly operating around the clock. It was not that they wished to remain open. Rather, they were simply unable to close. Even at such a late hour, nearly 1,000 individuals were still queuing. The Beast, with no other option, grit his teeth and had his staff tirelessly boil water. I surmised that he was unwilling to concede defeat and was racking his brain for a solution to the predicament at hand. Consequently, the pace of the Beast's losses was effectively doubled, operating both day and night. Brother Feng, should we print a few more 1,000 tickets to distribute? Those villagers who bathed today could return tomorrow as well. Chun de Biao seemed to have a sudden epiphany. I waved my hand dismissively. There is no rush. The crux of this dilemma lies not in how much the beast must compensate, but in ensuring he ultimately shuts down. Gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the true spectacle, as the real drama is just beginning. The following day, the beast appeared with prominent dark circles under his eyes, stubbornly maintaining operations as usual, with the entrance still bustling and densely packed. On the morning of the 3rd day, while many remained in slumber, a gang of colorful-haired ruffians arrived at the entrance of the beast's grand bathing establishment, brandishing weapons. Local villagers, eager for a free soak, upon witnessing this commotion, hastily retreated. Damn it, beast, do you have no sense of chivalry? Our brother's business is on the verge of collapse because of you. The beast wore a grim expression, utterly bewildered. Brother, who is your leader? I don't recognize him. Our leader is the one operating the bathhouse in the neighboring Leaf family town. Damn you. You have monopolized all the business, leaving us to endure the bitter winds. The beast's expression darkened. Customers are free to choose where they wish to bathe. Do you dare to cause a ruckus on my doorstep? Brothers, arm yourselves. The beast's men, undeterred, immediately set down their tasks and rushed out wielding their weapons. Beast, there is no place for such behavior in business. Just then, a new group approached from another direction. We are from Luzhaiji, and recently, our businesses have been languishing, all thanks to your nefarious deeds. Yet this is far from over. From a northern main road, 5 or 6 vans blared their horns, heading towards the Beast Spa. Damn it, Beast, you lack any sense of propriety. You are luring customers right to the doorstep of Brother Chang's establishment in our county. Beast, do you not comprehend the rules? Do you have no respect for the code of the underworld? Brothers, today we shall teach him a lesson. Let him understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. For factions converged, encircling the main entrance of the Beast Spa. These groups, numbering around 150 individuals, charged towards the establishment. Sensing the impending doom, the beast chose not to confront them head-on and fled with his subordinates to the back courtyard. Once inside, the marauders unleashed a torrent of destruction upon the spa. Half an hour later, as the ruffians departed, the beast surveyed the wreckage of his establishment, overwhelmed with despair. When his underlings reported this to me, I calmly adjusted my attire. De Biao, if I am not mistaken, the beast shall soon arrive at our doorstep. bowing in contrition. Chapter 18. News of Chun's Sini brother Feng. Will the beast truly come to apologize? Chun de Biao expressed his skepticism. I smiled faintly, choosing to let him await the outcome without providing an answer. Brother Feng, the beast has arrived with his men. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to deliver the news. Brothers, arm yourselves. The beast seems intent on seeking revenge against us. Chun de Biao, taken aback, immediately prepared to rally the others. I gestured for him to stop, sensing his lingering doubt about the beast's intentions. However, that doubt was destined to dissipate swiftly. Brother Feng, I was wrong. Just then, the beast, accompanied by 3 of his underlings, entered and upon spotting me, dropped to one knee with a thud. This unexpected display left both Chun de Biao and his companions utterly astonished. Despite his incessant boasts of being the fiercest in Xinjia town, everyone knew that the true terror lay with the beast, whom even Chun de Biao regarded with a degree of trepidation. None could have anticipated that my predictions would prove entirely accurate. The formidable beast, without uttering a word, knelt before me. Oh, in what regard have you erred? I observed the kneeling beast with composure, refraining from extending a hand to assist him. I. The beast gritted his teeth, having set aside any concerns about dignity at this point. Matters of the underworld should be resolved within the underworld. Having lost to Brother Feng in our duel, I ought not to resort to underhanded tactics in business. Now, I concede, do with me as you will, I only ask. I nodded, acknowledging the beast's willingness to surrender. What do you seek? I seek that Brother Feng may accept me, allowing me to follow you henceforth, serving you loyally. At this proclamation, Chun de Biao and everyone else in the room were rendered speechless. The beast's visit was not merely a gesture of apology. He had come to pledge his allegiance to me. So, beast, does this mean you no longer wish to align with Huang Mao? Chun de Biao gazed at the beast in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. Rise and speak, de Biao, let's celebrate. I extended my hands to help the beast to his feet. If I am not mistaken, you must harbor a deep-seated animosity toward Huang Mao now, correct? I fixed my gaze on the beast's countenance, a smile creeping onto my lips. Sighing heavily, the beast's expression shifted to one of anger. Though I have no words in the face of my defeat to Brother Feng, as we were once rivals, this Huang Mao is unworthy of being my elder brother. The beast then recounted the events that had transpired. After enduring our counterattack, he had been losing money daily and refused to simply close shop. Yet, considering his dwindling funds, he reached out to Huang Mao for assistance. To his dismay, upon hearing that the beast sought a loan, Huang Mao had abruptly hung up the phone without hesitation. Subsequently, the beast's bathing center was violently attacked by several rival factions, who threatened him with the closure of his establishment. In desperation, he reached out to Huang Mao, seeking assistance in resolving these issues. However, Huang Mao coldly retorted that he had stirred up this trouble and should therefore handle it himself, leaving the matter unresolved. With no other options, the beast turned to me for refuge. Cursing himself, he lamented how foolish he had been to regard Huang Mao as an ally, especially since the latter had been so eager to collect protection fees, but now abandoned him in his time of need. As he spoke, he slapped himself in frustration. At the table, Chun de Biao lowered his head, seemingly suffering from a slight headache. After massaging his temples, he shifted his gaze toward the beast. Brother Beast, what are your plans moving forward? The beast managed a bitter smile. What plans could I possibly have? Since I've come to seek help from Brother Feng, my fate is now in his hands. Everyone turned their eyes toward me, even when I had helped the beast to his feet. Chun de Biao and Lei Zi had exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications of my decision to accept the beast, which meant I was now responsible for cleaning up his mess. While it was not difficult to force the beast into shutting down his business, mending the damage would prove to be a far more daunting task. By taking the beast under my wing, I knew I would not only offend Huang Mao, but also those who had previously vandalized the bathing center. Rest assured, my brothers, since this situation arose due to my involvement, I will handle it. I raised my glass and took a sip. Beast, your bathing center may be finished, but that does not mean it cannot be revived. I have a plan. Are you willing to follow my lead? Whatever Brother Feng decides, I will comply without question. Very well. From this day forth, You shall transfer ownership of your bathing center to Debiao. Debiao, please prepare a transfer contract shortly. After signing the contract, renovations will commence immediately, and in due course, the establishment will reopen under Debiao's name. As for the staff, you may retain your previous employees. Thank you, Brother Feng. One of the beast's companions quickly raised his glass, standing up to drink in gratitude. On behalf of all our brothers, I thank you. I nodded, signaling for him to take his seat. Most of the beast's men were employees of the bathing center, and its closure would leave them without means. My foremost priority was to ensure their reinstatement, thereby securing their loyalty. From this day forth, all venues will publicly operate under Debiao's name, with a slight increase in profit allocated to him while the majority remains with you. The beast, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped my hand tightly. Brother Feng, that one tea do. If we can indeed get the bathhouse up and running again, you and Debiao will take the lion's share of the profits. And we shall also allocate a portion to Brother Lei. Just give me a small share. I patted Beast on the shoulder. We can discuss the matter of profit distribution later. For now, we are all brothers. Debiao tomorrow. Take some gifts and go to Liu Family Village to explain the situation regarding a few bathhouses. Once we reopen, we will revert to the original prices and clarify that the bathing center is no longer associated with Beast. I trust they will not trouble us further. As for Huang Mao, rest assured, even if he does not come to provoke me, I am determined to help you resolve this issue. I had initially planned to confront Huang Mao, but to my surprise, he sought me out first. Moreover, he turns out to be an acquaintance of mine. Not only that, but Huang Mao also brought news regarding Chinsini. Chapter 19. The yellow-haired one is him. At the break of dawn the following day, Chun Debiao prepared gifts and, accompanied by two brothers, set off in his dilapidated van to pay courtesy visits to several bathhouses in the neighboring town and county. Known for his amicable demeanor, Debiao's reputation preceded him. Although he had taken over the bathhouse previously owned by the Beast, Debiao had pledged to restore the original pricing and maintain market stability. As he presented his gifts during his visits, the bathhouse proprietors received him with warmth and respect. On the Beast's side, he first dealt decisively with the three ruffians who had previously attempted to bully Li Mengting, expelling them from Chenjiadan as a form of retribution. Furthermore, any of his subordinates exhibiting unscrupulous behavior were also dismissed during this opportunity. A brief meeting was convened to discuss the distribution of profits among the three merged bathhouses. The Beast and Chun Debiao insisted that I receive a share. Truth be told, I was not particularly concerned about the money, as the cards my elder had prepared for me contained substantial funds, as he had previously hinted. However, unable to resist their insistence, I symbolically accepted a 10% share, allocating 20% to Lazy, acknowledging the challenges he faced while accompanying me. This arrangement provided him with a stable source of income. The Beast, having contributed the most, was given 30%, while Debiao, who would be responsible for the management moving forward, also received 30%. The remaining 10% was distributed among all the brothers working at the bathhouse, thus incentivizing them to work diligently. They would not only receive their salaries, but also enjoy a modest bonus from the profit sharing, which, albeit small, was a delightful surprise. Standing in the bustling streets of Chenjiadan, I was reminded of Li Mengting and felt a wave of emotion. It is indeed arduous for ordinary individuals to run small businesses to support their families. I recalled how my elderly grandparents toiled daily, collecting and selling eggs to fund my university education. From this day forward, I vowed that there would be no more extortion for protection fees in Chenjiadan. Additionally, all vacant spaces in front of our shop would be freely accessible for villagers to set up stalls. I entrusted this task to the two of you. Should anyone express discontent, they are welcome to approach me. Understood, Brother Feng. The Beast and Chun Debiao now regarded me with utmost respect and compliance. In Chenjiadan, their words held significant weight. Upon hearing that setting up stalls would incur no fees and that there would be no harassment, numerous small vendors flocked to the area to conduct their business. Gradually, Chenjiadan became increasingly vibrant, bustling with life and embodying the thriving atmosphere of a bustling marketplace. While we were busy renovating the bathhouse in preparation for its reopening, I unexpectedly received news regarding Chinsini. Remarkably, This information came from the yellow-haired one. That morning, Huang Mao called Chen de Biao, specifically requesting to speak with me. Chen had previously informed me about Huang Mao's background. Huang Mao is a player from the southern outskirts of Longhe County, where he operates 2 venues, reputedly controlling an entire street. He has not been in the game for long, emerging only in recent years, earning his nickname due to his strikingly dyed yellow hair. Although he is relatively young, his ability to establish himself in the southern outskirts is attributed to the powerful connections he has behind him. Chen de Biao became acquainted with Huang Mao because the latter had helped him resolve issues in the county on 2 occasions. Qinjia town is in close proximity to the southern outskirts, and both Beast and Chen de Biao had to pay Huang Mao a considerable protection fee each month for their business. I had taken one of his underlings and brought the venue in Qinjia town under my control, so Huang Mao seeking me out was something I had anticipated. However, I was astonished by Huang Mao's true identity. Yang Feng, I never expected you to emerge alive from the death row in Longcheng. Not only did you survive, but you also dared to stir trouble right under my nose. Well, you've got guts. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. Yang Feng, I didn't expect you to show up on your own. Let me tell you, you're finished. As soon as Huang Mao mentioned the Longcheng death row, I sensed something amiss. Once he finished speaking, I suddenly recalled that this voice was eerily familiar. It was him. Damn it, Lu Xiaojun. Lu Xiaojun was one of the thugs responsible for my wrongful imprisonment. I vividly remember that day 5 years ago in the narrow alley. Among the group of thugs surrounding us was one with notably bright yellow hair. Later, he testified in court, and I still remember his voice distinctly. I never anticipated that after a few years, this punk would transform from a mere thug into an influential figure in the underworld. Lu Xiaojun, it's you. What a coincidence. I've been looking for you. If it weren't for you, I would have graduated from university by now and wouldn't have endured these years of imprisonment. Huang Mao, Chen de Biao, and Beast are now aligned with me. I've taken in your underlings, and I've also secured your venue in Qinjia town. Like a man, come over. I'll be waiting for you at de Biao's Grand Bathhouse in Qinjia town. I issued a direct challenge to Huang Mao. To my surprise, he didn't dare to accept it outright. Yang Feng, you little brat. Who do you think you are? Just because you wanted to come to Qinjia town, do you think I'd lose face? Tonight at 8, in room 201 of the Huiguang KTV in the southern outskirts, we'll settle this. I frowned, unsure of what this kid was scheming. While I was afraid of him, I was foolish either. The southern outskirts were his territory. If he dared not come and insisted that I go, I might end up suffering the consequences. Nevertheless, Huang Mao's attitude was exceedingly arrogant. By the way, Yang Feng, I forgot to mention something. Don't even think about standing me up. You must come today whether you like it or not, because I have Chen Sini in my grasp. Chapter 20, Confronting Huang Mao Buzz. Upon hearing Huang Mao utter those words, my mind instantly reverberated with confusion. What did you say? What has happened to Sini? As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Suddenly, the news regarding Chen Sini from Huang Mao rendered me far less composed. You scoundrel, listen closely. If you dare to lay a finger on Sini, I will ensure your complete obliteration. Huang Mao let out a cold snort. Yang Feng, remember, the private room at Nanjiao Huiguang KTV, 8 o'clock tonight. I hope by then, your bravado remains intact. Beep, beep, beep. With that, Huang Mao terminated the call. My emotions began to oscillate wildly. To be honest, I was both elated and distressed. Elated because I had finally received news of my beloved girlfriend, Chen Sini, but distressed that she had fallen into their clutches. It seems that whether in the dragon's den or the tiger's lair, I must venture forth tomorrow night. After hanging up, I lit a cigarette, striving to regain my composure. Brother Feng, let us gather our brothers and confront them. The beast was preparing to rally the troops. Currently, our ranks comprised over 50 subordinates. Chen de Biao chuckled wryly. Brother Feng, Huang Mao has formidable backing. With our meager numbers, we may not stand a chance on his turf. To put it bluntly, if we truly go, we may not return. Brother Feng, ISNT Director Yao from the county police, quite familiar with you? If all else fails. I wave my hand. De Biao, matters of the underworld should be resolved by underworld means. As a last resort, I prefer not to invoke my connection with Director Yao. In truth, Navigating the underworld often transcends rules and regulations. Adherence to such is primarily for show. The enduring truth of the underworld remains. The victor reigns supreme. My reluctance to leverage my connection with old Yao stems from the fact that I am not yet a true figure of the underworld. I require an opportunity, a definitive chance to cement my reputation. Confronting Huang Mao in Nanjiao presents an excellent opportunity. In reality, bringing too many people serves little purpose. My brothers have yet to witness true conflict or significant events, and should a brawl ensue, they may become a hindrance. For tonight's affair, it suffices that Lei Zi and I attend. As I spoke, I glanced at the tattered canvas bag at Lei Zi's feet. Unlike Chen Biao and the beast, Lei Zi exhibited no signs of apprehension or turmoil. His gaze was resolute as he nodded earnestly. His demeanor showed no fluctuation, as if dealing with tonight's situation was merely a trivial matter for him. With Lei Zi by my side, I felt a sense of assurance. The Qinglong guards are the elite selected by Uncle Qin and the old man after years of meticulous scrutiny. Having been released for some time now, Uncle Qin has only assigned Lei Zi to accompany me, which indicates that he believes the presence of Long Shiba is sufficient for my current needs. Time has flown by, and before I knew it, the sun was setting in the west. Let us go, Lei Zi. The anticipation of soon meeting Chun Sini filled me with excitement. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. With a creak, a van approached, and Chen Biao along with the beast disembarked. Brother Feng will accompany you. Initially, I had no intention of bringing these two along, as it was evident that they harbored a certain fear of Huang Mao. Yet they stood their ground, determined. Very well. Good brothers. I refrained from further comment. Their willingness to join me at this moment affirmed my judgment of their character. Along with a younger brother tasked with driving, our party consisted of 5 as we set off in the van towards Longa County. In this era, only a select few could afford a vehicle. Chen Biao's van, an old relic from the second-hand market, was practically on the verge of being scrapped. The journey to the county was remarkably smooth, devoid of traffic, and in approximately 20 minutes, we found ourselves near the southern outskirts. We parked a few hundred meters from the dazzling KTV, leaving the driver with a walkie-talkie and instructions to remain alert for any eventualities. Subsequently, the 4 of us disembarked and walked towards the KTV. Before long, we arrived at our destination. However, upon seeing the imposing scene at the entrance of the KTV, Chun Biao began to feel anxious. Feng, Brother Feng, maybe we should turn back. His nervousness nearly provoked a laugh from me. It was hardly surprising that he felt this way. The entrance was swarmed by a dark mass of individuals, around 50 or 60 well-dressed attendants standing with their arms crossed on either side of the door. Though labeled as attendants, it was clear they were all henchmen of Huang Mao. Fear not, Lei Zi and I are here. I gave Chen Biao a reassuring pat on the shoulder, which seemed to bolster his confidence. He swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and strode forward with determination. We're here to see you, announced that the fiercest man from Qinjia town, Biao Ge, and his elder brother Feng Ge have arrived. Chen Biao, still tense, stumbled over his words, prompting a wave of laughter from the group of henchmen at the entrance. Silence. The lead attendant did not join the laughter. His gaze swept past Chen Biao, landing on Lei Zi and me, before glancing behind us. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. You are Yang Feng? Just the 4 of you? It seemed he was taken aback that I dared to invade Huang Mao's territory with only 3 companions. 4 of us are more than sufficient to handle your lot. Lei Zi has always been a man of few words, yet with a single phrase, he managed to quell the arrogance of those opposite him. All right, impressive. I hope that when you meet Brother Huang later, your bravado remains as unyielding as it is now. Brother Huang awaits in room 201. Follow me. The head of the henchmen led the way, and without a moment's hesitation, I stepped forward, followed closely by Lei Zi, Chen Biao, and the formidable beast. Behind us, a dozen robust henchmen trailed closely. Furthermore, as we moved through the KTV, the group of henchmen outside promptly sealed the entrance, effectively cutting off our escape route. I understood that an imminent fierce battle was now unavoidable. Chapter 21. Yang Feng, your time is up. The splendid KTV is not particularly large, consisting of 3 floors. The first floor does not have any private rooms, with a vast hall occupying a significant area. Under the guidance of the head bouncer, I ascended to the second floor. The entire KTV was closed for business this evening, resulting in an unusual tranquility. The first door on the left of the second floor led to the esteemed box 201. The head bouncer pushed the door open, and a cacophony of music erupted forth. "Brother Huang, I've brought Yang Feng." This was a spacious room, approximately 60 to 70 square meters, adorned in opulent decor. Against the wall, a plush circle of sofas was arranged, where several individuals with flamboyantly dyed hair lounged, each accompanied by scantily clad young women. "Help! Help!" In the corner of the room, a girl was desperately struggling, repeatedly calling for help. A thug was cornering her, forcefully tearing at her clothing. "Damn it! You came here to work, didn't you? Why pretend to be virtuous in front of me? Serve me well today, and this $100 is yours." As I witnessed the girl on the verge of losing her dignity, I dashed forward, seizing the thug and swiftly delivering a series of blows that sent him crashing to the ground, rescuing the girl. "Help! Help!" The girl appeared quite young, clearly terrified. Though I had saved her, she remained visibly shaken, trembling in the corner. "What's going on?" I asked, furrowing my brow. "Brother, my name is Shaoran. I just graduated this year and took a part-time job here as a waitress, but they tried to assault me," sob. Sighing, I observed that the girl seemed utterly naive. "Why choose such a place for a part-time job? It's all right, I'll take you out soon." Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from the private room, and Huang stood up with a mocking grin. "Yang Feng, even when faced with death, you still can't shake off your penchant for saving damsels in distress?" At that moment, I finally had the opportunity to survey the occupants of the room. Apart from the thug I had just incapacitated, Huang was flanked by two more individuals, both sporting unkempt hair. I recognized them all too well. 5 years ago, they were among the 5 who had bullied me and Chun Sini. In addition to them, a dozen bouncers stood lined up against the wall on the other side of the room. "Heh, Chun Biao, beast, you two have some nerve to show up here. Once I deal with Yang Feng, I'll be sure to settle the score with you." Huang coolly took a sip from a can of beer and then turned his gaze toward me. "Yang Feng, tell me, how do you wish to meet your end? Where is Chun Sini? Hand her over to me." I fixed my gaze upon a yellow-haired man's eyes. "Chun Sini? How would I know where Chun Sini is?" "Ha ha ha. Yang Feng, 5 years have passed, and you are still remarkably naive. I merely employed a slight ruse, and you foolishly came to your own demise. Yang Feng, here's the deal. I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Present me with 30,000 yuan, kneel, and call me grandfather 3 times, and then cripple one of your legs. I might spare your life. How does that sound? Kneel." A dozen henchmen stepped forward in unison, their voices sharp and commanding. Although Chun Biao felt a twinge of fear, he still drew a folding knife from his waist to shield me. Don't move, don't move. How dare you speak to my brother like that?" I sat confidently on the opposite side of the sofa, with Lazy and Mengshou flanking me on either side. "Yellow Hair, I have come today to settle accounts with you. Whatever schemes you have, feel free to lay them out, but I assure you that from tomorrow onward, there will be no place for you in the southern suburbs." Yellow Hair snorted dismissively and waved his hand. A burly henchman, with a face full of flesh, approached us, menacingly wielding a steel pipe. "Big Dog, go break his arm first." Before I could utter a word, Lazy gently placed the canvas bag at my feet and immediately moved forward. "Lazy, be careful. This man is called Big Dog, known as Dog Brother on the streets. One of Yellow Hair's chief enforcers. He strikes particularly hard," Mengshou warned anxiously, whispering the details into Lazy's ear. Big Dog, it seemed, possessed a few flashy moves, and against an average person, he could easily take down 2 or 3. However, today he faced Lazy. Old Lay was a seasoned veteran of mercenary battlefields, with extensive real combat experience. Even Mengshou was uncertain if he could defeat him. Clang! In the blink of an eye, Big Dog had barely exchanged 3 blows with Lazy before he was subdued, the steel pipe clattering to the ground, and he let out a pained cry as he collapsed. Next, Lazy called out expressionlessly, clapping his hands before beckoning again towards Yellow Hair. "Shaolang, you go." Yellow Hair pointed to a fierce-looking young man, who charged at Lazy with a machete, letting out a wild roar. Lazy displayed not a hint of panic. he sidestepped Xiao Lang's ferocious strike and swiftly seized his wrist. Thud! Ah! Xiao Lang could hardly endure the punishment meted out by Lazy, and in no time, he lay on the ground, feigning death. Next, Lazy commanded with remarkable authority, once more gesturing towards the opposing side. The row of henchmen, numbering around 10, were intimidated by Lazy's imposing presence, involuntarily stepping back in fear. Yellowhair's face began to turn pale. He had not anticipated that Lazy would be so formidable. About Ashi, you two attack together. Lazy sneered. Huang Mao, how is it that your subordinates are nothing but a pack of brutes? As he spoke, Lazy's men did not remain idle. With the sound of two anguished cries, Ah Bao and Ashi collapsed to the ground in agony. The women who had been accompanying Huang Mao for drink screamed in terror and fled. Huang Mao, visibly unsettled, displayed a flicker of panic on his face and began shouting at his men. Where is Brother Dao? Has Brother Dao arrived? Hurry, summon him. At that moment, the door to room 201 swung open, revealing a man with a bushy beard and a prominent scar running across his forehead, wielding a machete as he strode in. Upon seeing this man enter, Huang Mao's expression brightened, and he immediately rose to his feet. Ha ha ha! Brother Dao, you have finally arrived. Please, lend your hand and help me deal with these audacious little rascals. Ha ha ha! Yang Feng, have you heard of Brother Dao? The legendary Brother Dao, who wielded a machete throughout South City. Brother Dao is my comrade, and your fate is sealed. Chapter 22. Brother Dao, Little Dao. Brother Dao strode into the private room, reaching behind him to draw forth the formidable machete. It had been an age since my blade had tasted blood, and today I was eager to witness which fool dared to cause a ruckus in my little brother Huang's domain. As Brother Dao spoke, he hefted the machete with one hand and approached me in Lazy. Who could have anticipated that the brash Brother Dao, so full of bravado just moments ago, would stammer and falter upon recognizing my face, his words tripping over themselves? What King Feng? He is Yang Feng, Brother Dao. Strike him down. It is this scoundrel who brought men to smash my establishment, Huang Mao shouted from behind Brother Dao. Clang! The machete fell heavily to the floor, producing a resonating clash of metal. Slap! Brother Dao whipped around and delivered a stinging slap to Huang Mao. I know he is Yang Feng. My eyes are not blind. Curse you, Huang Mao. Why did you not inform me sooner that he is Yang Feng? Were you trying to put me in jeopardy? Huang Mao stood frozen, utterly dazed by the force of the blow. In the next moment, Brother Dao knelt before me, dropping to one knee with a resounding thud in front of everyone. Brother Feng, I truly did not know it was you. Had I known you were here today, even with 100 lives, I would not have dared to come. Brother Dao's kneeling left not only Huang Mao's men speechless, but also astonished Qin Biao, the beast, and Lei Zi, who all regarded me in bewilderment, unsure of the unfolding scenario. I cast a calm glance at the scarred face. Little Dao, did I not advise you to conduct yourself properly upon your return? How did you end up entangled with someone like Huang Mao? Why, Little Dao, do you not cherish the opportunity to lead an honest life? My expression darkened as I spoke. Thud! The scarred face dropped to both knees, repeatedly bowing his head before me. Brother Feng, I was wrong. I was wrong. Blood trickled from his forehead, having broken the skin with his fervent bows. Enough, rise, I commanded. Yes, Brother Feng, he replied, as if granted a reprieve, scrambling to his feet and standing beside me, head bowed and hands at his sides, resembling a wayward child who had erred. Why was the scarred face so deferential towards me? What instilled such fear in him? The answer lay within a past encounter. Firstly, he owed me a life. There was a detail I had not disclosed. In the death row of Longcheng, Uncle Qin had orchestrated my exposure to execution, intending to fortify my courage. This was not a singular occurrence. Initially, Uncle Qin had only permitted me to observe the execution grounds, acclimatizing me to the atmosphere. Later, as my marksmanship reached a level that pleased him, he allowed me to carry out the execution myself. I still vividly recall that moment when the condemned prisoner was none other than this scarred face. Upon confirming his identity with but a single peanut, he would meet his end. Not even the Buddha himself could save him. However, in the fleeting moment before the impending execution, Scar suddenly spoke, declaring that he had more to say. At that instant, my finger was already poised on the trigger. A mere press would have brought everything to a close. Yet, I granted him an opportunity, a chance to survive. In that critical moment, I tilted the barrel of the gun 3 centimeters to the side and fired into the ground. Then, with tears streaming down his face, Scar revealed the hidden truth. The reason he was sentenced to death was due to an incident during a brawl, where an opponent was killed. However, the true culprit was not Scar, but one of his brothers. Scar, being a man of loyalty, resolutely refused to betray his friend and took the blame upon himself. He bore the burden until the moment he realized he could no longer endure it. Indeed, to stand by a friend to such an extent is already a manifestation of utmost loyalty. Even if he ultimately betrayed his friend, no one would deem him dishonorable. I sought the assistance of Uncle Cheen, who subsequently reopened Scar's case, ultimately capturing the real murderer. After some time, Scar was exonerated. One reason Scar feared me was that he had personally witnessed my prowess. In the past, Uncle Cheen frequently placed me in training sessions with formidable death row inmates to hone my combat and resilience skills. Much of my expertise was acquired from Uncle Cheen's subordinates, while the remainder was gleaned from those vicious death row inmates. Some inmates, fully aware of their impending demise, were unwilling to let their unique skills vanish, and so they imparted their secrets to me before their executions. It can be said that my skills are a synthesis of many traditions. On one occasion, Uncle Cheen confined me with Scar and 9 other ordinary death row inmates in a single room, and with nothing but my fists, I single-handedly faced 8 of them. In the end, none of the 8 remained standing besides myself. Thus, Scar was acutely aware of my abilities. Even if he did not feel grateful for my act of saving his life, he certainly lacked the courage to confront me. Brother Scar, what on earth is wrong with you? Yang Feng is merely a nameless whelp. How can you submit to him? Huang Mao was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Silence. Is the name of Brother Feng something you can utter? Dare to disrespect Brother Feng again, and I will cleave you in two. Scar was not merely speaking. He genuinely bent down to retrieve the large cleaver, pointing it at Huang Mao. Huang Mao's face turned a deep shade of purple. All right, all right, all right. Huang Mao gritted his teeth, repeating the word thrice, then glaring fiercely at Scar with reddened eyes. Scar, I respect my elders, which is why I called you Brother Scar. Do you truly believe that I, Huang Mao, would fear you? Since you refuse my offer of goodwill and insist on protecting Yang Feng, very well, I shall grant you your wish today. None of you shall dare to leave the illustrious KTV standing. This is my territory, my domain, and I hold the reins. Brothers, grab your weapons. Charge. Outside room, 201. A formidable throng of enforcers has gathered, nearly suffocating the corridor and staircase. It is conservatively estimated that there are at least 100 individuals present. I furrowed my brow slightly. While the sheer number of people did not instill fear within me, the confined space posed a significant challenge, especially since I had rescued a young lady named Xiao Ran, making our escape arduous. Thus, I had no choice but to resort to my trump card. My gaze shifted once more towards Lei Zi's enormous, tattered canvas bag. At last, Lei Zi opened the bag and revealed its contents. Chapter 23, the ultimate weapon in hand. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him aboard the bus, Lei Zi was always clutching that tattered canvas bag. No matter where he went, this oversized bag accompanied him, never leaving his side. Even during meals, he would ensure it remained within his line of sight. Within that canvas bag lay a secret, a significant secret. I still recall the time Lei Zi allowed Li Mengting's partner to feel the contents of the bag from outside. The man was utterly petrified, and thereafter, he never dared to set foot in Chenjia town again. It is evident how formidable the items within that bag must be. I had inquired about the contents, as had Meng Shou, but Lei Zi merely smiled and remained silent. However, I had my suspicions. Just before I prepared to head towards the southern outskirts of the county, I scrutinized the canvas bag for a moment and then glanced at Lei Zi. Though he did not explicitly reveal what it contained, he nodded earnestly in my direction. A mutual understanding passed between us. I comprehended that whatever lay within that canvas bag was sufficient to handle any situation we might encounter tonight. Now, the time had come for the ultimate weapon within the bag to make its appearance. Feng Ge, catch the gun. In a swift motion, Lazy unzipped the main compartment of the bag, and a stick resembling a firewood poker was hurled towards me. It was a gun. My instincts had proven correct. Inside Lazy's canvas bag were 2 firearms in total. As a former mercenary, the only possession he cherished as dearly as life itself was undoubtedly a gun. This was, indeed, our greatest assurance for the night. The firearm Lazy handed me was a modified version of a 5-shot shotgun, colloquially referred to as a 5-rounder or 5E on the streets, as it could discharge 5 rounds in rapid succession. The weapon in my grasp measured just over 40 centimeters in length and had been altered by Lazy himself. Notably, the barrel was quite thick and it lacked rifling. This firearm was a shotgun, equipped with large caliber pellets. For those unfamiliar with the term, a shotgun pellet consists of a single large projectile that contains multiple smaller balls. This is the reason for the immense power of the 5-shot weapon. It requires no aiming. One shot blankets a substantial area. Click, click. In an instant, Lazy and I chambered our rounds and took aim. Everyone stay still. Crouch down. Anyone who dares to move will find themselves facing the consequences. Lazy glared fiercely at the thugs within the room while wielding the 5-shot shotgun. It was remarkable how effective this weapon was. The mere sight of it silenced all the thugs, including those outside the door, who promptly obeyed, crouching down with their hands on their heads. Even the scarred man wore a profound expression of shock on his face, his eyes brimming with a sense of relief, likely thankful that he had chosen to stand with us. Otherwise, it would not be surprising if the fellow he dined with tonight were to meet a grim fate. The private room was already stifling, and with our 2 firearms, a few cowardly souls had been so frightened that they had soiled themselves. The pungent smell instantly permeating the air. Lazy approached the yellow-haired man, aiming the firearm at his forehead. Spare me, spare me. The yellow-haired man was so terrified he could scarcely articulate a word. I surmised that in his years on the streets, he had never encountered such a genuine threat. Brother Feng, how shall we handle him? Lazy turned to me for guidance. Certainly, we could not allow him to escape unscathed. We would implement the very tactics he had previously threatened me with. He had claimed that I would not have a good outcome today, so I would turn the tables and employ his own methods against him, an eye for an eye, so to speak. Furthermore, I had one additional demand. From this day forth, he would no longer hold sway over the establishments on a street in the southern suburbs. I warned him not to cross our paths again, lest he face the consequences. Xiao Dao Lao Meng de Biao handle it. I instructed my companions to remain in the room and clean up the aftermath. I meanwhile took the firearm and led Shaoran out of the room to assess the situation outside. After all, we could not all remain confined within. We had to stay vigilant of the surroundings, for if we were caught off guard, it would be akin to capsizing in a gutter. After a few agonizing cries emanated from within, Lazy emerged from the room, accompanied by several others, a large paper bundle stuffed in his waist pocket. Brother Feng, here is the 30,000 yuan that the yellow-haired man handed over to you. I casually accepted the money and slipped it into my coat. Let us not delay. We must leave promptly. With the task accomplished, I instructed De Biao to contact the young brother waiting not far outside. Minutes later, the brother arrived, flashing his hazard lights as he parked the van at the entrance of the Huiguang KTV. We swiftly climbed aboard, and the driver stepped on the gas. The van speeding away into the night. Scarred and Shaoran were with us, having followed closely behind. Brother Feng, I truly had no idea that the person yellow hair intended to target was you. I owed a favor to his boss from the past, So what? I interjected. So, I swear to you, I shall withdraw from this life and strive to be a better person, to turn over a new leaf. I waved my hand, silencing his further words. Who says one cannot do good deeds in this life? I do not require your withdrawal. Rather, I need you to rally your former brothers and form a crew. Starting tomorrow, this street in the southern suburbs will be entirely yours to command. Should any issues arise, I will handle them for you. However, I emphasize my point, my tone growing more serious. However, you and your brothers must strictly adhere to the rules I have established. No one is permitted to touch what I have forbidden. Yes, Brother Feng. As the vehicle continued its journey, I suddenly remembered that there was a young girl named Xiao Ran in the car. Having witnessed the earlier scene, she was already pale with fear, trembling in her seat. Nevertheless, She must have sensed that we were fundamentally different from those with yellow hair. Thus, gathering her courage, Xiao Ran timidly began to engage me in conversation. To my surprise, this girl named Xiao Ran directly revealed an exceedingly important and useful piece of information to me. Chapter 24. The Whereabouts of Chun Sini, elder brother. I almost forgot. Xiao Ran timidly said as she donned the coat I handed her. When you first entered the private room, I believe I heard you mention you were searching for a girl named Chun Sini. Xiao Ran's words instantly tightened my heart. Although I had dealt a serious blow to the blonde today, which made the trip worthwhile, I had yet to see or hear any news of Chun Sini, leaving me somewhat disheartened. Xiao Ran, do you know where Chun Sini is? Xiao Ran nodded quickly, and I was immediately filled with elation. This truly felt like a stroke of fortune, having searched high and low, yet finding the answer effortlessly. Brothers, our actions are observed by heaven. It seems that doing good deeds in daily life pays off. If I hadn't saved Xiao Ran today, in this vast sea of people, where else could I seek Chun Sini? Xiao Ran, please tell me, where is Sini? Do you know her? Xiao Ran slightly shook her head. Elder brother, I do not know Chun Sini personally, but I am aware of someone by that name who is currently at the Shun family. However, whether this Chun Sini is the one you're looking for, I cannot say. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment. Elder brother, the Chun Sini you seek, is she around 23 or 24 years old, with long legs, standing just over 170 centimeters? Does she have willow-shaped eyebrows, fair skin, enjoys wearing dresses, and has a faint dimple when she smiles? My breath quickened, and I grasped Xiao Ran's hand tightly. That's her. Xiao Ran, where is Sini now? The characteristics Xiao Ran described matched my girlfriend Chun Sini perfectly. Moreover, even the age was spot on, causing me to become increasingly agitated. She's at the Shun family in Longhe County, Xiao Ran replied, pulling her hand from mine. My cousin teaches at the Shun family. Not long ago, he came to our house and gossiped about how the Shun family recently found their daughter who had been missing for over 20 years. If all goes well, she should now be called Chun Sini. Longhe, Shun family. I murmured the names to myself, lost in thought. Biao, turn around and head to the Shun family. With a heavy stomp on the brakes, Chunda Biao brought the van to a halt by the roadside. Wait, Brother Feng. Are you certain we should go to the Shun family at this late hour? Xiao Ran quickly cautioned. Elder brother, going to the Shun family now may not be appropriate. My cousin said that the Shun family is the wealthiest in Longhe County. Even during the day, it is difficult to gain entry without an appointment. Even Lei Zi chimed in. Brother Feng, since sister-in-law has already been acknowledged by the Shun family, her safety should no longer be a concern. There is no need to rush. I nodded in agreement. All right then, let us return for now. In truth, I am not an impulsive individual. It is merely that when matters concerning Chun Sini arise, I cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Over the years, the one person who has occupied my thoughts the most is indeed her. I constantly ponder her well-being, whether she is thriving or facing any adversity. I am aware of the Shun family in Longhe County. During my time in prison, my father once mentioned that the Shun family holds the title of the wealthiest in Longhe County, operating the Shinha Construction Group. Shinha Construction is the foremost large-scale construction company in the region, boasting unparalleled strength and influence. Given the Shun family's formidable status, once Chun Sini is recognized in their circle, it is assured that no one would dare to mistreat her. Lei Zi's words hold merit. There is no need for me to rush into meeting her. By the way, Miss Xiaoran, where do you reside? In my preoccupation with Chun Sini's affairs, I nearly forgot to consider how to escort Xiaoran home. It would be quite improper for me to accompany a young lady at such a late hour. Although Xiaoran possesses a touch of charm, she is not precisely to my taste, and with my mind consumed by thoughts of Chun Sini, I harbor no feelings for her. Fortunately, Xiaoran's home is not far from Qinjia town. After a few presses of the accelerator, we arrived swiftly. As Xiaoran stepped out of the car, I withdrew 500 yuan from my pocket and placed it into her hands. It was evident that she is somewhat of an introverted girl, and for someone like her to seek part-time work, it must indicate some hardships in her life. Xiaoran, please accept this money and refrain from seeking employment in disreputable places. Instead, find a reliable job and dedicate yourself to it. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes as she suddenly turned and embraced me tightly. Brother, You're a good person. If we meet again, Shaoran will surely repay your kindness. With a casual wave, I turned and stepped back into the vehicle. At the Biao bathhouse, Pillar and a large group of brothers were anxiously pacing at the entrance, eagerly awaiting our return. As our van came to a halt, they rushed over in a flurry. Brother Feng, how did it go? Are you all right? Everything is fine. It's all taken care of. Notify Mingwei Restaurant to send over several tables of sumptuous food and drink. Tonight, we, the brothers, shall indulge until we are thoroughly inebriated. At the banquet, we drank to our heart's content. Today we dealt with Huang Mao and several other rascals, and to be honest, my spirits were remarkably high. After 5 long years, I finally released the pent-up frustration that had lingered within me. Xiao Dao, you should be capable of managing the venue on Nanjiao Street without issue, correct? Tonight, Scar had partaken in his fair share of drinks. Prior to his incarceration, Scar was already a well-known figure in Nanjiao, commanding respect on the streets. Furthermore, the owners of establishments like Huiguang KTV were outsiders. They were indifferent to whom managed the venue, as long as the management fees were settled. They cared only that no disturbances occurred. Yet, a flicker of hesitation crossed Scar's face. Brother Feng, I perceive no issues with these venues. However, I harbor a certain trepidation regarding the potential for young Master Gao to cause me trouble. Young Master Gao? Indeed, he is the formidable figure behind Huang Mao. The primary reason I consented to assist Huang Mao today is due to a prior favor owed to young Master Gao. The Gao family, young Master Gao, suddenly. An odious visage looms in my mind. Is a young Master Gao, you mentioned the scoundrel known as Gao Datu? Scar nodded in affirmation. Excellent. This evening, if that scoundrel does not show up, it shall be his good fortune. Scar, in Nanjiao, you may proceed with your plans unimpeded. Even if Gao Datu refrains from confronting me, I still have accounts to settle with him. During my time in prison, the old man conducted inquiries on my behalf. The reason I was sentenced to death is inextricably linked to the Gao family. At that time, Huang Mao and his associates were merely inconsequential thugs, lacking the influence to sway the outcome of the trial. It was, in fact, young Master Gao who wielded his connections against me, motivated by the simple fact that Huang Mao was one of his subordinates. Now that Huang Mao has been rendered powerless, regardless of whether Gao Data decides to retaliate, I am resolute in my pursuit of vengeance. Just as we were engaged in conversation, Lazy's mobile phone began to vibrate violently within his pocket. He retrieved the device, pressed the answer button, and with a serious expression, handed it to me. It was from 17, Brother Feng. Longhe is about to face a grave situation. Chapter 25. The Dilemma of Deputy Director Yao. As soon as Lao Lei mentioned 17, I immediately understood who was calling. Qing Longwei, Long 17. Yao Chuan Cheng, the Deputy Director. This was a secret between us, known only to a select few, and under ordinary circumstances, as Deputy Director of the County Patrol Bureau, he would not reach out to me. Could it be that Chun de Biao and Scarface dealt with Huang Mao and he reported to the Patrol Bureau? However, I found this highly unlikely. Huang Mao's superior was the formidable Gao Datu. The Gao family is one of the most prominent families in Longhe County, and Gao Datu himself is a well-known figure within the underworld. Without Gao Datu's explicit permission, Huang Mao would not dare to report to the authorities. Moreover, as a person of influence, Gao Datu could not afford to lose face. Picking up the phone, I rose and stepped outside. I had a vague sense that Lao Yao was contacting me regarding a significant matter, and our conversation must remain confidential. Hello, 17. What is going on? Lao Yao had been waiting on the other end for some time. Brother Feng, I have a matter of great importance that I need to entrust to you. This is crucial for my future and fate, as well as for the plans of the 2 elders. Director Qin and the elders have also urged me to seek your assistance. A chill ran down my spine. What could possibly be happening in the small Longhe County that even the 2 elders, confined in a death row prison in Longchong, were stirred into action? Go on, I urged. It is reported that the notorious bandit Zhao Laowu has fled into the territory of Longhe County. The Longjiang General Bureau is taking this matter very seriously and has instructed us to form a special task force dedicated to apprehending Zhao Laowu. Zhao Laowu. I hesitated momentarily, as the name seemed vaguely familiar, echoing in the recesses of my memory. Yes, Brother Feng, Zhao Laowu used to be involved in the underworld of Longhe. He is known as Brother Five in the circles. He recently committed crimes in another region, and his return to Longhe County is to evade the heat. Upon Lao Yao's reminder, I recalled hearing about such a figure during my school days. Back then, uttering Zhao Laowu's name would turn ordinary people's faces pale, revealing the extent of his notoriety. The most challenging aspect was that the responsibility of capturing Zhao Laowu now rested upon my shoulders. My superiors had ordered me to bring him to justice within half a month. Otherwise, I risked losing my position. Brother Feng, I have consulted with Uncle Qin. He believes that enlisting your help could lead to a successful resolution. Just as we were conversing, a familiar number called in. Uncle Qin was on the line. All right, 17. Uncle Qin is calling. I will return your call shortly. With that, I ended my conversation with Lao Yao and connected with Uncle Qin. Xiao Feng, has Long 17 called you? Uncle Qin wasted no time and got straight to the point. Uncle Qin, we were just conversing about Zhao Laowu. All right, Xiao Feng. It is imperative that you assist Long Shiqi in expeditiously resolving the matter concerning Zhao Laowu. Otherwise, it will adversely affect the overall strategy between me and your master. Recently, regarding the bus hijacking incident, Shiqi reported Director Zheng of the Longhe County Patrol Bureau, yet he failed to consult me prior to taking action, which rendered the approach somewhat hasty. This singular incident alone is insufficient to topple Director Zheng, and, as a consequence, Zheng has imposed a burden on Shiqi by assigning him full responsibility for Zhao Laowu's case. Should Shiqi falter in this endeavor, he may find it difficult to retain his position as Deputy Director of Longhe County. I suspect there are many who wish to see Shiqi ousted, and our contest against those miscreants has already commenced. You must lend him your support. Indeed, Uncle Qin, I understand. Sigh. Uncle Qin sighed softly. Xiao Feng, I recognize that this task is rather challenging, but regardless of the obstacles, we must persevere. Longhe has been in disarray for far too long. It cannot continue in such a state. Longhe County cannot do without Shiqi. He is one of the most pivotal figures in the tiger hunting plan. However, while Zhao Laowu's affair poses a challenge, it may also present an opportunity. If we can navigate this case successfully, I can subtly facilitate Shiqi's ascension to a rightful position, allowing him to shed the deputy title. Furthermore, I am generally aware of your recent undertakings, and I must commend your performance. You have not disappointed the teachings imparted by me and the old man. Your master has also asked me to convey a message. The world of martial arts is not merely about combat. One must exercise intellect in times of adversity. As for me, I reiterate my stance. As long as you remain true to your conscience, act freely. Should the sky fall, we old ones will bear the weight. Establish your foothold in Longhe swiftly and strive to eradicate the pervasive corruption within Longhe County. Yes. After concluding the call with Uncle Qin, I crouched in the corner of the courtyard and lit a cigarette. Although I am not privy to the specifics of the tiger hunting plan, I have begun to form a vague understanding of its scope. Uncle Qin's ambitions are substantial. Currently, he seeks to rectify the prevailing atmosphere in Longhe, purging all social scum from this region. What lies ahead? It could potentially extend to Long City or even the entirety of Longjiang Province. Nevertheless, regardless of the challenges, our actions are noble and significant. After my release from prison, many have remarked upon my transformation from youthful naivety to maturity, noting my newfound composure, decisiveness, and unflappability. Yet, I'm acutely aware that my essence remains unchanged. I am still the cynical youth I once was. Longjiang is my homeland, and I must contribute to its betterment. Without a hint of hesitation, I donned the cloak of darkness and plunged into the abyss. I have never sought fame or fortune, nor have I yearned for that so-called status within the realm. My aspiration is to illuminate the lives of countless families here, ensuring that they do not find themselves, in times of turmoil, as helpless as I once was, like that solitary, enraged youth from 5 years ago. Extinguishing the cigarette, but in my hand, I dialed old Yao's number once more. 17, I said, speak freely. How may I assist you? Chapter 26. The notorious Zhao Laowu, disperse your brothers who are capable, and send them forth to seek the whereabouts of Zhao Laowu. Once he is located, notify me immediately. and do so discreetly to avoid raising suspicion. Old Yao sighed heavily. The reason Zhao Laowu has returned to Longhe for refuge is due to the chaotic nature of this place. He has previously mingled here and maintains deep connections with certain influential families. Should any of these families choose to shelter him, he could easily conceal himself, making it exceedingly difficult for our precinct to apprehend him. A fortnight will pass swiftly, and hence, I must implore you, Brother Feng, to assist me covertly. With your current standing, your actions will likely elude Zhao Laowu's notice. Additionally, you must advise your comrades to refrain from acting rashly. Zhao Laowu is ruthless and extremely ferocious. He is armed with firearms and possesses an imposing stature, making him a formidable opponent for most. I nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Do we have any recent photographs of Zhao Laowu? Brother Feng, I have already dispatched someone to deliver the photographs and relevant materials to you overnight. They will certainly arrive before dawn. One more thing. If you should encounter Zhao Laowu, Uncle Qin has authorized that you may eliminate him on the spot if the situation demands it. This critical piece of information had slipped Uncle Qin's mind earlier. With this assurance, my apprehensions dissipated. It felt as though I had received a powerful sword from Uncle Qin, permitting me to act decisively without prior approval. 17. Could you enlighten me about Uncle Qin's true identity? He is certainly more than just the warden of the death row in Longshan. There was silence on the other end of the line. Brother Feng, I was once one of his soldiers, but regarding his current position, even I am unaware. However, I have unwavering faith in his character and the integrity of his actions. If Uncle Qin has chosen not to disclose his circumstances, he must have his reasons. When the time is right, I trust he will share with you. The identities of Uncle Qin and the old master have always been a mystery to me. Though I yearn to unravel it, clarity eludes me. Yet, upon reflection, as long as he is engaged in righteous deeds, his identity becomes less significant. Very well. We shall proceed thus. I will contact you should anything arise. After ending the call, I lingered for a moment before returning to the table. Brother Feng, what is amiss? What has transpired? Chunda Biao, Beast, and Scar approached with concern. Nothing of consequence. It is getting late. Let the brothers retire for the night. Once I had dismissed the group of underlings, my demeanor grew serious. Lazy, you shall personally guard the entrance and receive the documents. The rest, follow me to my room. Upon arriving in my room, I succinctly recounted the situation at hand. Certainly, I merely insinuated that Zhao Laowu held a grudge against me in the past. Now that he has returned to Longhe, I am determined to confront him. However, I have meticulously arranged for this matter to be handled solely by those whom my subordinates can trust. Zhao Laowu. Feng Ge, you've had a conflict with him? To my knowledge, Zhao Laowu is not easily trifled with. The scarred man furrowed his brows tightly, and the prominent scar on his face seemed to deepen with his frown. In the presence of Feng Ge and the brothers, I felt no shame in declaring that I was once a formidable figure in the southern outskirts of Longhe. I wielded a large axe with unmatched prowess, yet I had once fallen victim to Zhao Laowu's might. It is said that I am adept with a large axe, but Zhao Laowu is the true maestro of its use. The scarred man spoke with a bitter smile, gesturing to the terrifying mark on his face. This scar, which traverses from his forehead, across his eyelids and nose, down to the corner of his mouth, still appears menacing even after all these years. It is evident how ruthless Zhao Laowu was back then. Damn it, that blow from Zhao Laowu nearly cost me my life. Fortunately, my elder brother at the time intervened. It is clear that even now, the scarred man retains a lingering fear of Zhao Laowu. This individual weighs approximately 200 pounds and stands an impressive height of 185 centimeters, making him a formidable opponent. I gently patted the scarred man on the shoulder. Rest assured, your only task is to gather information. Once we locate him, I shall exact my vengeance. At that moment, Lazy returned with a stack of documents, which contained details similar to those shared by Lao Yao and the scarred man, albeit more comprehensive. I casually picked up a copy and handed it to the scarred man to facilitate his subordinates' future confirmations. All right, Xiao Dao. I will have De Biao arrange for someone to escort you back. Starting tomorrow, gather your brothers and secure control over a street in the southern outskirts. That will be our stronghold. In a few days, once I have resolved matters regarding the bathing center, I will lead the brothers to the southern outskirts. Ensure that you establish a solid foundation. Lazy, provide Xiao Dao with 3,000 yuan to tide him over. Thank you, Feng. It was evident that the scarred man was indeed struggling financially, his clothes wrinkled and worn, betraying the length of time they had been in his possession. After receiving the money, the scarred man was escorted back to the county town by a junior arranged by Chen Debiao. Here, in Chenjiadan, I busied myself with preparations for the reopening of the bathing center while discreetly instructing Debiao and the beast to deploy personnel to gather intelligence on Zhao Laowu. Unfortunately, Zhao Laowu seemed to have vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Though Longhe County is not particularly large, it boasts a population of several tens of thousands. It is no simple task to uncover Zhao Laowu with just my limited manpower. Although anxiety gnawed at me, I had no choice but to calm my mind and exercise patience in waiting. Upon his return to the county town, Scar promptly summoned around 20 of his former comrades. Following Huang Mao's hospitalization after our earlier confrontation, Scar effortlessly seized control of the venue in the southern suburbs. For the shopkeepers, it mattered little who managed the security. As long as one could handle matters on the streets, that was sufficient. With Huang Mao driven away, these proprietors naturally perceived us as possessing greater strength. After a period of renovation and refurbishment, all 3 bathhouses in the town proudly displayed the sign of Debiao Grand Bathhouse and reopened their doors. On the day of the grand reopening, thanks to the implementation of a newly devised array of operational strategies, business thrived remarkably, even though prices had reverted to their original levels. The brothers responsible for scrubbing were particularly busy, nearly overwhelmed with the demand. Just as we were caught up in this whirlwind of activity, news finally arrived from the county town. News I had longed for. The notorious bandit Zhao Laowu had resurfaced. Chapter 27. The notorious Zhao Laowu emerges. Finding Zhao Laowu amidst the hundreds of thousands in Longhe County is indeed a formidable challenge. However, employing the right methods might yield a sliver of opportunity. We dispatched nearly 10 of our brothers to search for Zhao Laowu, but this was not a mere aimless endeavor. I had devised a strategy. In Longhe County, 5 major factions dominate the underworld. There is the esteemed Gao family in the south, the venerable Shun family in the north, the enigmatic Lu Roof in the west, and the formidable Zheng Tianbao in the east. Furthermore, there lies a hidden dragon in the heart of the city. Only these factions possess the audacity and the means to harbor a heavily sought-after fugitive from the police within their own abodes. Thus, my primary focus was on monitoring these 5 influential forces. I stationed individuals to observe key enterprises associated with these powerful factions. Fortunately, my brothers proved to be astute, leaving no traces of our surveillance. Perseverance bore fruit, as one of my brothers eventually uncovered Zhao Laowu's whereabouts. This particular brother had been keeping an eye near the entrance of the Gao residence. Earlier today, he noticed a corpulent man from the Gao family engaging in jovial conversation with a tall, imposing figure before they both entered a vehicle. The man was remarkably robust, yet he wore a cap that obscured his features, exhibiting a high degree of vigilance. Although my brother could not discern the man's face, his physique bore a striking resemblance to the description of Zhao Laowu. Upon learning of this development, my brother wasted no time. He promptly rented a 3-wheeled vehicle and hurried back to report to me. You say he got into a car with a portly man from the Gao family? After clarifying the details, a sense of clarity settled within me. Based on my brother's description, the corpulent individual must be Gao Dadu from the Gao family. After dealing with Huang Mao, I had already inquired about Gao Dada's appearance from Chen Debiao, known as Scarface, and his description matched that of the fat man my brother had seen. Undoubtedly, the formidable man accompanying him was Zhao Laowu. The alliance between Gao Datu and the notorious Zhao Laowu was alarming. This is bad. Trouble is brewing. I suddenly smacked my thigh and sprang to my feet, startling the nearby brother. Quickly, summoned Biaozi, Lazy, and the beast. Hurry! My comrade, not daring to delay, dashed off into the bathing area to gather the others. An unsettling premonition gripped me. Scarface was undoubtedly in jeopardy. Since taking control of a street in the southern outskirts, Scarface had experienced a period of calm. Huang Mao had been hospitalized and was scarcely heard from, and there had been no notable activity from the Gao family. I had refrained from rushing to the southern outskirts. However, it now appeared that the Gao family had been quietly preparing for retaliation. The very individual Gao Datu relied upon was none other than the notorious Zhao Laowu. Given that Zhao Laowu had ventured out alongside Gao Datu, his motives were likely twofold. Either he intended to flee, or he sought to confront Scarface in the southern outskirts. Thus, I had no choice but to make an immediate journey to the southern outskirts. The first to emerge was Lazy, hastily wrapped in a bath towel, clutching a bulky mobile phone in his hand. "Phone Gu," Scar is called. "The situation in the southern suburbs appears dire. Scar seems to have been compromised." My heart sank with a jolt. Damn it, just when I feared the worst, it had indeed come pass. The phone Scar was using was the one I had lent him before he left. After all, being alone in the county, it was more convenient to have a means of communication. As for the rest of us, including myself, I had yet to find the time to procure one. A mobile phone in this era was a luxury, virtually unattainable in Xinjia town, at least requiring a trip to Longha County, where availability was uncertain. "Hello, this is Yang Feng. Who am I speaking to? Please identify yourself," I said, my voice steady as I answered the call. A chilling laugh echoed from the other end. "It's Gao Datu. Yang Feng, you have quite the audacity to meddle with my people and encroach upon my territory." It turned out to be young Master Gao. As I spoke on the phone, Chun Biao and Meng Shou had already arrived, fully dressed, standing beside me. "Gao Datu, Scar is my man. Huang Mao was dealt with by me, and he has no part in this. If you have grievances, direct them toward me. I will take full responsibility. Spare my brother from this," I implored. Gao Datu chuckled coldly again. "Very well, Yang Feng. I must say I am impressed. You value brotherhood, do you? If you wish to ensure Scar's safety, it is quite simple. Come to me immediately, or I cannot guarantee you will see a whole Scar again." As he spoke, the sound of Scar's anguished cries reached my ears. "Ah, Feng Ge, don't come over." Scar's words were abruptly stifled, replaced by muffled groans, rendering him unable to articulate further. I understood. Gao Datu was deliberately tormenting Scar to send a message to me. Though Scar's warning remained incomplete, I grasped his intent. He was urging me not to approach, which meant the ruthless Zhao Laowu was likely present. "Speak, what is the address?" "At the Huiguang KTV, room 201. After hanging up, Meng Shou and Chun Biao had gathered our men in the backyard, awaiting my orders. "Feng Ge, how many should we take?" Meng Shou asked, brandishing a small blade, ready for an all-out confrontation. I immediately waved my hand. No need for such a large contingent. It's broad daylight, and we shouldn't draw undue attention. Furthermore, since the Gao family has made their move, we must keep some reserves. We cannot afford to leave our base vulnerable while we rush to the southern suburbs. Therefore, De Biao and I will handle the situation in the south. Meng Shou, you stay back with the others to hold the fort. De Biao drive." Chun Biao gripped the steering wheel with one hand, flooring the accelerator. Yet it imparted an impression akin to that of a spacecraft. Fortunately, in this era, the roads were remarkably devoid of vehicles. Thus, there were no traffic officers to enforce speed limits. Chun Biao exhibited a display of speed and fervor, completing a journey that would typically take around 30 minutes in a mere 13 or 14. He parked the vehicle at the entrance, and with an air of confidence, I strode inside accompanied by the two of them. To be candid, although Zhao Laowu bore the title of a notorious bandit, his menacing reputation held no sway over me. Unlike others, I have encountered far more ruthless fugitives, many of whom I executed in the death row. Today, in my presence, one could only deem it unfortunate for him. His path as a bandit was on the verge of conclusion. Chapter 28. Laozi is slapping the face of the Gao family. As our van came to a halt and we were about to rush inside, 3 portly men, clad in tailored suits, suddenly emerged and obstructed our path. "May I inquire which of you is Yang Feng?" One of them, a stranger to me, raised a hand to stop my advance. Nevertheless, he did not appear to be one of Gao's sycophants. "I am Zhao Huiwang, the proprietor of Huiwang KTV. These 2 gentlemen are Boss Chun from the neighboring Regret Bar and Boss Song from the Wind and Rain Chess Room." I cast a cursory glance at them. "What brings you here?" "Well, Brother Feng, a few days ago your subordinate, Scar Brother, contacted us to discuss overseeing our venue, and I consented to it. However, just look. Zhao Huiwang gestured towards the interior of the KTV. Following his, I beheld a scene of utter chaos. The bar had been smashed, and crimson stains marked the floor. Clearly, Gao and his men had not triumphed over Scar without a fierce struggle. Brother Feng, since you lack the capability, why attempt to manage the venue? Boss Chun and Boss Song had also incurred considerable losses. Should we not seek compensation from you? I discerned their intent. They believed I had provoked the wrong individuals and anticipated my downfall, seeking restitution for their losses. Gentlemen, my brothers are still inside. As for the damages, someone will be accountable. We shall discuss this later. With that, I strode purposefully towards the interior. Wait, Zhao Huiwang attempted to interject, but Chen de Biao shot him a fierce glare and brandished a small knife from his waist. Scram, my brother said we'll talk later. Do you not comprehend plain speech? Remarkably, Chen de Biao's intimidation proved effective as the trio retreated, allowing us to advance. As we moved deeper into the establishment, I could faintly hear whispers among them. I had initially heard of their defeat of Huang Mao and thought them formidable enough to entrust my venue to them. Who could have anticipated that Huang Mao was affiliated with young Master Gao? Regret flooded my mind. Indeed, this Yang Feng seems rather oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Provoking young Master Gao, I suspect he will find it exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed today. It's over for him. I chose to disregard their idle chatter. Upon entering the main hall, Lei Zi swiftly unzipped a canvas bag, retrieving 2 submachine guns and handing one to me. With a swift motion, Lei Zi loaded the weapon, and I followed suit. Brother Feng, how shall we proceed? Should we storm in and take them out? Lei Zi inquired earnestly. I shook my head. Do not rush. Act according to my cues. They should not dare to act impulsively, and it is highly unlikely that Zhao Laowu will resort to gunfire. Chen de Biao, walking beside me, trembled slightly. Brother Feng, how can you be so certain they won shoot? He stammered. Zhao Laowu is a ruthless bandit. I refrained from providing lengthy explanations and strode towards the staircase, clutching the 5-shot revolver. In truth, from the moment Gao Datu called me, I had already discerned that Zhao Laowu would refrain from firing today, at least not until the matter was fully clarified. Gao Datu would not dare to take my life. Although Longhe is chaotic, it is still a place governed by rules and order. In the realm of martial conflict, while battles can be fierce, there exists an unspoken understanding to avoid fatalities. For once a life is lost, the consequences can be dire, and even the Gao family would find it challenging to extricate themselves from such a mess. Of course, if an ordinary person were to provoke them, they might quietly resort to underhanded means to eliminate the threat. Yet in my case, with a band of brothers at my side, they would not dare to act so brazenly. Thus, Gao Datu's invitation for me today was merely an attempt to leverage Zhao Laowu to intimidate me, a means to salvage his own pride. If he truly wished to eliminate me, he could simply employ Zhao Laowu for an assassination without all this elaborate maneuvering. As for Zhao Laowu, he too would hesitate. At least in this particular scenario, he would not dare to act. Had we encountered each other by chance and clashed, Zhao Laowu's ferocity might have compelled him to draw his weapon. However, today's situation belongs to the Gao family, and should Zhao Laowu dare to cause a fatality, it would invite trouble for them. This is human nature. Once one understands it, my brother, nothing becomes impossible. Hence, I was entirely confident that they would not dare to shoot me, which is why I calmly ascended to the 2nd floor. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, 2 or 3 dozen men in black stood in formation, each wielding weapons. Initially, they stood tall and fierce, but as Lei Zi and I approached with our guns, their bravado dissipated instantly. After all, we were armed. How often do ordinary henchmen encounter such a scene? They had no choice but to feel a surge of anxiety. Open the door, I commanded, casting a glance at the leading lackey. He involuntarily shuddered and hurried to comply, swinging the door open for me. As I stepped into the familiar room 201, the spacious chamber appeared much as it had before. However, this time a large table was added, and a plump, fair-skinned man reclined on the sofa behind it, flanked by a tall, menacing figure. The others stood around, and, at the table's edge, Scarface was firmly restrained by 2 men, kneeling on the ground. "Brother Feng," Scarface exclaimed upon seeing my entrance, quickly calling out. His shoulders and back bore numerous deep gashes, blood oozing profusely. It was evident that he had endured considerable suffering before my arrival. "Yang Feng, is it? You possess quite the audacity to actually show up." Gao Datu cast a fleeting glance at the 5-shot firearm I wielded, before shifting his gaze elsewhere, maintaining a semblance of composure. Beside Gao Datu, a man with a sharp, monkey-like visage approached. "This is our young Master Gao. Ought you not to call him Master Gao promptly?" I cast him a disdainful glance and nonchalantly seated myself on the sofa opposite Gao Datu, while Lazy and Chindabiao, armed, stood resolutely by my sides. "Yang Feng, what are you posturing for? You merely benefited from a stroke of luck, having your death sentence commuted. You are just an ex-convict from the death row in Longcheng. Are you not? Yet here you are, attempting to play the part. Do you comprehend the stature of young Master Gao? In the southern part of Longhe, no one dares to provoke young Master Gao. The Gao family reigns supreme here. Young Master Gao is the king of this realm. Hurry and kneel." Calling for mercy from Master Gao, Gao Datu remained silent, as did Zhao Laowu, yet the sharp-faced man beside him erupted like a rabid dog, incessantly barking. "Enough!" I darkened my expression and commanded sternly. "Lao Lei, teach him a lesson." Without hesitation, Lazy brandished the 5-shot firearm, stepped forward, and swung his palm roundly, delivering a resounding slap to the sharp-faced man. The impact was so forceful that the man spun thrice before spitting out a prominent incisor and a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. "Yang Feng, you dare to strike my family's steward before my very eyes? Do you realize you are slapping the face of the Gao family?" Gao Datu sprang up from the sofa, his face ablaze with fury. I raised my firearm defiantly. "I am indeed striking the face of your Gao family. What of it? Gao Datu, release my brother." Chapter 29. The Demise of Zhao Laowu's Path as a Bandit. Yang Feng. Do not presume that wielding a mere 5-shot revolver allows you to act with bravado in my presence. I, the young master, have encountered far more daunting scenarios than you can fathom. Do you have any idea what fate befell those who previously aimed their 5-shot revolvers at me? Tall Gao, truly a man of experience, displayed no hint of fear when I raised my weapon. Indeed, within the confines of Longhe County, few would dare to point a 5-shot revolver at him, and even fewer would have the audacity to pull the trigger. Often, those who dwell in the underbelly of society wield such weapons merely for intimidation. The number of individuals willing to actually fire is remarkably scarce. It seems that Tall Gao views me and Lei Zi as mere pawns akin to those others. At that moment, Zhao Laowu finally emerged from the shadows. What audacity! Who would have thought that after years away from Longhe, I would encounter two formidable figures in this very place? However, encountering me today shall prove your misfortune. Upon seeing Zhao Laowu take the stage, Tall Gao immediately puffed out his chest. "Yang Feng, do you have any inkling as to who he is?" This is Zhao Laowu, once a notorious figure in Longhe County, revered as the 5th Master. You still have the chance to lay down your weapons and beg for mercy. Otherwise, the 5th Master will show you no mercy. Tall Gao, with unwavering confidence, pointed at Zhao Laowu. He believed that every Longhe resident would recognize the name of Zhao Laowu from years past. Now, Zhao Laowu had become a notorious fugitive, a man with blood on his hands. The mere mention of his name would surely send us, two naive youths, trembling and begging for clemency. You two oblivious fools. Do you even know how to write the word regret? Zhao Laowu glared fiercely, embodying a menacing aura. Since you remain so obstinate, do not blame me for being ungracious. You ought to consider your next life more carefully and refrain from such arrogance. As he spoke, Zhao Laowu reached into his coat, seemingly preparing to draw his weapon. Although I understood that Zhao Laowu, as a fugitive, would not dare to fire unless absolutely necessary, fearing the arrival of law enforcement, his feigned attempt to draw a weapon was likely intended to intimidate us. However, it is better to be cautious than to dismiss the possibility. If provoked, this wretched man might indeed resort to violence. Act. At the very moment Zhao Laowu prepared to draw, both Lei Zi and I sprang into action. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, Lei Zi squeezed the trigger, firing at Zhao Laowu. As a former mercenary, Lei Zi's marksmanship was exceptional, and he understood the mechanics of a shotgun well. If he aimed to take Zhao Laowu's life, a single shot could bring the man down. Nevertheless, I had previously instructed him to exercise restraint, and thus Lei Zi's shot was deliberate. His bullet veered off course, avoiding a fatal strike to Zhao Laowu's head, instead inflicting wounds upon his arm, shoulder, and abdomen. In his embrace lay the small Type 54 pistol, which slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground due to a gunshot wound to his wrist. Lei Zi swiftly dashed forward, snatching the Type 54 pistol and delivering a precise strike to Zhao Laowu's nape. Zhao Laowu, already suffering from multiple gunshot wounds, was overwhelmed by pain and succumbed to Lei Zi's forceful blow, collapsing onto the floor. The 5-round magazine in my possession did not aim at the towering figure of Gao Datu. Instead, I directed my firearm towards the entrance. The area around the doorway was densely packed with Gao Datu's henchmen. I unleashed a sweeping barrage with my weapon. Naturally, I refrained from targeting their heads, unwilling to claim their lives, yet many sustained injuries to their arms and legs. The henchmen, unaccustomed to such chaos, erupted into terrified cries, scattering like startled birds, each fleeing as if they were rabbits, abandoning Zhao Laowu and Gao Datu to their fates. Seizing this opportunity, Chun de Biao assisted the scarred man to his feet, allowing him to rest nearby. Although he did not fire upon Gao Datu, the very instant the gunfire erupted, he was already drenched in sweat, collapsing in terror. A yellowish liquid began to seep across the floor. Sitting there, terror-stricken, Gao Datu attempted to retreat, but fear had paralyzed him, rendering his trembling legs unresponsive. "Please, do not kill me." I approached him, gently patting his face. "Weren't you just boasting? Isn't the Gao family the ruler of the southern city? What happened to that arrogance?" Gao Datu trembled violently, crawling to kneel at my feet, prostrating himself as if pounding garlic. I was wrong, esteemed sirs. Spare me, esteemed sirs." He realized that we were indeed willing to fire without a moment's hesitation. In terms of ruthlessness, Zhao Laowu was merely a child before us. If we desired Gao Datu's life, it would be a simple matter. I blew lightly into the barrel of my gun. "Realizing your error is commendable, but tell me, how should one rectify their mistakes? If you damage someone else's property, must you compensate? Will you trouble me again in the future?" "Yes, I will certainly compensate. It was I who caused the damage. I will repay, no matter the amount. I, Gao Datu, vow that I shall never dare to trouble you again." "Good." I nodded. "Gao Datu, remember this. I care not for your family's power in the southern city, but I can take your life. At any time. De Biao, go, teach him a lesson." "Yes." Chun de Biao approached, seizing Gao Datu's arm and twisting it mercilessly. A crack echoed as bones fractured, and Gao Datu let out a ghastly scream, turning in agony. Just then, the previously unconscious bandit Zhao Laowu sprang back to his feet and staggered towards the exit. "Lei Zi, pursue him." I signaled to Lei Zi while remaining calmly seated. "Enough. Gao Datu, be gone." Upon hearing my command, Gao Datu appeared as though liberated from a great burden, clutching his arm as he hastily scurried out of the room. "Brother Feng, I shall pursue Zhao Laowu," Chun de Biao declared, grasping a small knife in preparation for his exit. "No need, he cannot escape." With that, I retrieved my mobile phone from my pocket and dialed a sequence of numbers. Close the net. The call was directed to Old Yao, and in truth, I had already informed him prior to our departure. However, I instructed them not to act prematurely, but to await my signal. The reason Lei Zi refrained from incapacitating Zhao Laowu's legs was to afford him a fleeting chance of escape. Meanwhile, Vice Director Yao's men had long been positioned in ambush around a street in the southern suburbs. Lei Zi's pursuit of Zhao Laowu was merely for show. He returned shortly after reaching the entrance. Zhao Laowu stumbled onto the street, only to meander a few hundred meters before being subdued by the ever-watchful officers, who swiftly apprehended him and escorted him into the police vehicle. Chapter 30. Renowned in the southern suburb Xiaodao. Are you all right? It was only now that I found the time to approach Scar, who sat in the corner. "I'm fine, Brother Feng, really." Scar's voice was somewhat feeble. I had Chun de Biao examine him, and it turned out that aside from 2 knife scars on his back, the rest of his injuries were merely superficial, nothing serious. Brother Feng, it's fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, that scoundrel Gao Datu and Zhao Laowu were planning to chop off my fingers, but I told them nothing. Good brother. I was moved as I clasped Scar's hand. De Biao, quickly, take Xiao Dao to the hospital, Lei Zi said, furrowing his brow as he observed Scar's wounds. Brother Feng, as I see it, we should give Gao Datu a few transparent holes of his own for daring to bully our brothers. I shook my head. Lei Zi, the Gao family still holds some influence in Longhe. We cannot pressure them too hard just yet. In due time, I shall deal with them severely, ensuring they can never lift their heads in Longhe again. At that moment, a large group entered from outside, but it was not the Gao family returning. It was Zhao Huiwang, the KTV owner, along with several waitstaff and some of Scar's former subordinates. These individuals had not witnessed much of the world. When Gao Dadu had come with his men, they had fled faster than anyone else, hiding until now when they finally dared to show their faces. Brother Dao, are you all right? A crowd anxiously surrounded Scar. I'll live, damn it. You lot don't even know to greet Brother Feng. Upon hearing Scar's words, they all turned and bowed towards me. Greetings, Brother Feng. Greetings, Brother Feng. I waved my hand. Quickly, take your brother Dao to the hospital for a checkup and proper bandaging. A few subordinates supported Scar as Chun De Biao accompanied them to the hospital. I sighed inwardly. This group of Scar's men was utterly unreliable, lacking any real skills. Brother Feng, are you all right? At that moment, Zhao Huiwang timidly spoke again. Lei Zi shot him a fierce glare, causing Zhao Huiwang and his companions to tremble. Do you even know how to speak? What could possibly be wrong with Brother Feng? I raised my hand to stop Lei Zi. Speak, what brings you here? Well, Zhao Huiwang forced a smile and explained his purpose. I am here to apologize to Brother Feng. I retract my previous statements. We seek no compensation. We would like to continue entrusting this establishment to Brother Feng and the brothers. What do you say? Following him, the owner of the Regret Bar, Chun, and the owner of the Fengyu Chess Room, Song, quickly chimed in. Yes, we feel the same. We will continue to entrust our establishment to Brother Feng. We hope for your favor. These individuals, seasoned in the business world, were not foolish. They understood the wisdom of allying with the stronger party. Previously, we dealt with Huang Mao, which led him to believe that we were more formidable than him. Thus he chose us. Later, upon discovering Huang Mao's connections to the Gao family, these individuals swiftly turned their backs on us. Now that we have taught the Gao family a lesson, they have come to recognize our might. I am convinced that the gunfire emanating from the private room, the Gao family's lackeys fleeing in disarray, the bloodied gangster Zhao Laowu making his escape, and the Gao family's young master, Gao Datu, stumbling out while clutching his arm, have all left a profound impression on them. These individuals are, to put it plainly, nothing but opportunists. However, as they are merely businessmen and do not wish to involve themselves in the affairs of the underworld, I find no need to hold a grudge against them. Very well, you may leave. In the afternoon, a piece of news circulated through the public media of Longhe County. Deputy Chief Yao Chuanchen of the Longhe Patrol, while on routine patrol in the southern outskirts of the county, heard gunfire near a bar, suspected to be a gang confrontation. Deputy Chief Yao immediately led his team to investigate. On their way, they encountered the infamous wanted criminal Zhao Laowu. Undeterred by danger, Deputy Chief Yao led his officers into a fierce battle with the gangster, ultimately apprehending Zhao Laowu successfully. Once this news was broadcasted, a collective sigh of relief swept across Longhe County, for the presence of such a murderous fiend lurking within had caused considerable concern, especially in recent nights, when hardly anyone dared to venture outside after dark. Now, with the knowledge that Zhao Laowu was captured by the patrol, having arrived in response to the gunfire and fortuitously apprehended him as he fled down the street, everything appeared reasonable and justifiable, seemingly having no connection to me whatsoever. Furthermore, my reputation spread rapidly through the underworld. Now, everyone in Longhe is aware of a new figure known as Brother Yang Feng, who has left the Gao family in a state of disgrace. In Longhe, anyone involved in the underworld now knows that I possess 2 5-shot pistols. While these weapons are not exceedingly rare, most of the significant factions in Longhe have them. However, few dare to use them in a conflict. Lazy and I became renowned through our battle, establishing our presence in the southern outskirts. Scar's injuries were not severe, as Lazy and I arrived promptly, preventing Gao Datu from inflicting more harm. Additionally, a key reason was that Scar and Gao Datu had shared a past friendship. After a simple bandaging, the doctor prescribed some medication, and Scar returned. Brother Feng, I can't shake the feeling that Gao Datu will seek revenge. The Gao family will not let this matter rest. Scar remarked, appearing deeply troubled. Rest assured, with me here, the Gao family will not dare to cause trouble. If they attempt to come again, it will not be so easy for them next time. As if to validate my words, a younger associate rushed in. Brother Feng, Brother Scar, Gao Datu has sent someone again. It has come to my attention that the esteemed Gao family has sent representatives once more, causing an immediate surge of tension within Scar's demeanor. However, this time, the individuals dispatched by the Gao family were not there to instigate trouble. Rather, they came to extend an apology. In addition to expressing their contrition, they brought with them the compensation I had previously requested. Our young master conveyed that one cannot forge a friendship without first encountering conflict, and he harbors no desire to be adversarial with Brother Feng. Thus, he offers this sum of 50,000 as a gesture of goodwill, hoping that Brother Feng will graciously accept it. The emissaries from the Gao family displayed genuine sincerity, presenting the cash amount of 50,000. Very well, I shall accept it graciously. Please convey to young Master Gao that I would be delighted to treat him to a drink on another occasion. Without hesitation, I took possession of the money. However, the representatives from the Gao family did not depart immediately. Their subsequent statement aroused my vigilance. Brother Feng, our young master also asked me to convey a matter concerning your girlfriend, Chen Sini. Chapter 31. Troubled times, what has happened to Sini? The moment I heard Chen Sini's name mentioned, my heart tightened with apprehension. If Gao Datu intends to use her as leverage against me, he shall come to deeply regret his existence in this world. My voice turned icy. Observing my fury, Gao Datu's sycophant hastily waved his hands in explanation. Brother Feng, you misunderstand. The thing is, young Master Gao feels quite remorseful for assisting Huang Mao with the lawsuit that caused you distress back in the day. In 3 days, it will be the day of recognition for the wealthiest family in Longhe County, the Shun family, where Chen Sini will formally acknowledge her ties to the Shun patriarch. The Shun family will invite prominent figures and business leaders from Longhe County to witness this event, and young Master Gao, to demonstrate his sincerity, has specially requested an invitation for you from the Shun family. As he spoke, the sycophant handed me an ornate red invitation embossed in gold. Dear Miss Sini, having been abducted at the tender age of 3 and lost to the world, fate has finally smiled upon us, allowing her parents to reunite with their beloved daughter. We hereby announce a ceremony of ancestral recognition on April 3rd at the Shina Grand Hotel, sincerely inviting General Manager Yang from Qinjia Town's Debiao Bathhouse, General Chun, and others to join us in celebration. The invitation was signed by Shan Wankai, chairman of Xinha Construction Group, and his wife, Li Ling. I examined it closely. Indeed, the invitation was genuine, though the names in parentheses were clearly added by the Gao family. Nevertheless, since the Shun family extended this courtesy to the Gao family, the invitation held merit. Very well, young Master Gao has shown thoughtfulness. I shall accept the invitation. After bidding farewell to Gao Datu's envoy, we momentarily felt a sense of relief. With Gao Datu's overture, whether genuine or not, it indicated that the Gao family would refrain from further antagonizing us in the near future. Perhaps Gao Datu was genuinely intimidated by my words and had taken them to heart. Regardless of the Gao family's formidable business empire, should they dare provoke me, both Lei Zi and I could swiftly bring about his demise. However, I did not allow myself to become overconfident. Although the matter involved Chen Sini, my reason reminded me that the intent behind this invitation was far from merely facilitating my reunion with her. The news of the Gao family's apology soon spread, astonishing the various factions in the southern city. For years, the Gao family had dominated this region, and this marked their first show of submission. This development signified that we had firmly established our foothold here, even easing the tension that had gripped Scarface's heart. From the 50,000 yuan sent by the Gao family, I instructed Scarface to set aside 10,000 as compensation for the losses incurred by the local shops. However, Zhao Hui and the others were unwilling to accept it, forcing Scarface to retract the offer. I had Lei Zi contact the beast to confirm that all was well in Qinjia town before settling in the southern suburbs. After all, in 3 days, it would be the day of Chen Sini's recognition, and I intended to see her, preferring not to make the journey back and forth to Qinjia town. To Biao Xiaodao, we are not short on funds, so accompany me to the county town. I plan to procure some phones for our brothers. As for the mobile phones, we currently possess only 2. One belongs to Lei Zi, gifted to me by Uncle Qin, while the other, a formidable device, is temporarily lent to Scar. The scarcity of phones makes communication rather inconvenient. Hence, I intend to procure a few more. Although each mobile phone costs nearly 10,000 yuan, we have recently acquired 70 to 80,000 yuan from Huang Mao and Gata, thus spending this amount does not induce any remorse. Brother Feng, I am well acquainted with Longa County. In the present day, there exists but one store selling mobile phones, the exclusive Longha mobile phone shop in the southern city. I am familiar with the location. Scar, having previously roamed this area, will accompany me to select phones for him. Despite his injuries and the bandages adorning his head, I believe a mere outing to purchase a mobile phone should not incite any conflict, so it poses no issue. I chose not to bring Lei Zi, as someone must remain in the Nanjiao area. After all, one must remain vigilant, for it is better to be cautious than to be caught unawares. Subsequently, we set off in Chun de Biao's small van, a trio heading toward the southern city's specialty shop. The Longa mobile phone shop stands as the sole establishment of its kind in the entire county, with no branches to be found. Indeed, mobile phones have only recently emerged in Daxia and are still regarded as luxury items. In this era, a mobile phone can fetch over 10,000 yuan, and how many households in a county can truly afford that? The term specialty shop is somewhat misleading, as it merely comprises a modest space of around 10 square meters. With only 2 individuals, manager and employee, operating the store, it is not uncommon for them to sell a phone only once every 10 days or so. Yet, the profit from a single sale suffices to sustain their expenses for several months, if not a year. A young, plump woman languidly lingered by the counter, yawning in boredom. "Looking to buy a phone?" she asked, casting a sidelong glance at us. To be frank, we certainly did not present as affluent individuals. I had yet to purchase new clothing, still donning the same old tracksuit, and my youthful appearance resembled that of a college student. As for Chun de Biao, despite his suit, his tie hung askew, and he sported a faded gold chain around his neck, which suggested a penchant for showiness rather than genuine wealth. Scar, too, looked unkempt in his earthy attire, his face adorned with stubble, and the bandage on his forehead did little to convey affluence. "Yes, we wish to select a few phones. Please bring forth your latest models," I stated. "You? A few?" The plump woman rolled her eyes in disdain, but eventually retrieved 3 mobile phones. "Here, these are our latest models, priced at 12,000 each. Currently, we have only 2 of these, along with an older model available for just over 8,000. I must advise you to handle them with care. These are luxury goods and quite expensive. You hardly strike me as potential buyers, and should they fall or suffer damage, you may find it difficult to compensate." Before I could utter a word, Chun de Biao immediately protested. "How dare you speak to me like that? Which of your eyes has perceived that I cannot afford it?" At that moment, a raucous group of about 10 individuals barged in from outside. Leading the pack was a bald man, his arms draped around a young girl. "Boss, I'd like to purchase 2 mobile phones," he bellowed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The plump woman, upon seeing the bald man enter, instantly donned a cheerful facade. "I heard magpies chirping early this morning, so I knew something fortunate was on the horizon. It turns out brother Eru has arrived. We just received 2 brand new models in the store." As she spoke, her expression soured, and she impatiently directed her attention towards us. "Bring out the phones. Brother Eru intends to buy them. You may return another day." Chun de Biao glared. What does this mean? Shouldn't purchasing also adhere to the principle of first come, first served? Just then, from a throng behind the bald Eru, a large figure suddenly emerged. "Hey, isn't that Biaoge? Yang Feng, what surprise to find you here. I never expected to catch you in this place." Chapter 32. Avoiding unnecessary trouble. The bald man turned around and cast a glance at the hefty figure before him. Dabao, what's the matter? This rotund individual was none other than Yang Dabo, the eldest son of Yang Keida, the former village chief of Yangjia village. Previously, Zhuzi had informed me that after I dealt with their family, Yang Keida resigned from his position, feeling ashamed and unable to face the villagers. Consequently, he relocated with several of his sons. I hadn't anticipated encountering Yang Dabo here. It appeared that he had also descended into a life of petty delinquency. Huge brother, you are unaware of the situation. It is they who have tormented my family so severely. This one named Yang Feng and Chindabiao. My father, mother, and several brothers chose to abandon our peaceful lives and flee because of them. Huge brother, as a favor to my brother Xiao Hu, you must stand up for me today and ensure they are dealt with. The bald man turned his head, scrutinizing me and Chindabiao. Do not worry, Dabao. Today I will take care of this for you. Brothers, take them outside. With a single command from the bald man, a dozen of his subordinates immediately encircled us. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chindabiao, known as the fiercest man in Xinjia town, colloquially referred to as Biao Ge. This is my elder brother, Feng Ge. As for Yang Dabo, his family's misfortunes are solely of their own making. Do not blame me and my brother. I advise you, my friend, to refrain from intervening. In the past, faced with such a crowd, Chindabiao would have likely felt quite anxious. However, with me and Scar present today, he appeared remarkably composed. Oof, the bald man scoffed disdainfully. The fiercest man in Xinjia town? I have never heard of you. That title holds no weight here. Yang Dabo timid in, pointing and gesticulating. Huge brother, this Chindabiao is all talk. One might think he is something remarkable, but in truth, he merely runs a bathhouse in town. The title of fiercest man is self-proclaimed. Laughter erupted from a group of thugs, who found our predicament amusing and showed no regard for us. At that moment, Scar turned around. Earlier, due to his attention on the counter while selecting a mobile phone, and with his head bandaged, he had been overlooked by Hu and the others. Upon seeing Scar's distinct face, they were taken aback. Hu, do you still recognize me? Scar approached the bald man, fixing his gaze upon him. The bald man instinctively took 2 steps back. Who are you? Brother Dao? The Scar for Nanjiao? Scar nodded. Hu, as someone who once stood alongside me in settling affairs, I advise you today to steer clear of this matter. You cannot contend with Feng Ge. Hand over this Yang Dabo and depart swiftly. The bald man, having retreated under Scar's intense gaze, felt a loss of dignity in front of his gang. His pride severely bruised. At present, the bald-headed man steadied himself, his expression gradually calming. In acknowledgement of our past camaraderie, I addressed you as Brother Dao. Yet, do not forget, the times have changed. Your scarred reputation no longer commands respect. Even if this were the south suburb, Iru would not be deterred from asserting my authority. Dao Scar, be wise and depart quickly. I have no intention of complicating matters for you. Dao Scar stepped forward, defiantly asking, what if I refuse? The bald man chuckled ominously. If you fail to recognize the situation today, your outcome may well extend beyond mere bandages on your head. Allow me to be candid. I have recently forged a connection with the illustrious Gao family in South City, and as a subordinate of young Master Gao, there is no one in South City whom I, fear to confront. Brothers, charge. At the bald man's command, a group of thugs prepare to act. Hey, Tiger brother, watch out for that fellow Yang Feng. He is quite the fighter, having taken on several adversaries alone. Yang Daba reminded the bald man before the fray began. Oh, is that so? I am eager to witness just how formidable this seemingly delicate young man truly is. The bald man replied, as he and 7 or 8 others closed in on me. Yang Daba, accompanied by another, lunged towards Chindabiao, while another thug from the bald man's crew aimed for Dao Scar. Observing the advancing bald man, I frowned. I was not particularly concerned about his 7 or 8 henchmen. The real issue lay in the potential clash between Chindabiao and Dao Scar, which could lead to significant trouble. Chindabiao was not particularly skilled, and against the towering Yang Daba, he would likely struggle. 1 against 2, he had little chance. Without his formidable weapon, Dao Scar resembled a toothless tiger. Typically, he could handle 2 or 3 opponents, but with his current injuries, he was at a disadvantage. I slipped my hand in my jacket, only to retract it. I possessed a formidable weapon, a compact Type 54 pistol. This gun was a contribution from the notorious Zhao Laowu. The lengthy 5-round magazine was cumbersome, so I had conveniently stashed this smaller firearm in my jacket. However, after some contemplation, I decided against drawing it. There was no need to resort to such measures against a pack of small-time thugs. Furthermore, this was a pivotal moment for Lao Yao's promotion, should things escalate. It could disrupt Uncle Qin's plans, proving to be detrimental. It appeared that I would have to warm up today. Without waiting for the bald man and his crew to reach me, I made my move. I have a habit of never standing idle to absorb blows. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and indeed, it is an unchanging truth. I launched a swift kick, sending one of the bald man's lackeys crashing to the ground. Then, I pivoted and delivered a precise uppercut to another thug beside the bald man. Caught off guard, clutched his jaw, and groaned in pain as he collapsed. Just then, I sensed a rush of air behind me. The bald man had finally made his move. I leaned my body aside, evading the bald man's punch, and executed a sweeping kick aimed at the bend of his leg. He skillfully dodged to the side, and I promptly rose to my feet, delivering a straight punch directly to his face. This time, he was unable to evade, resorting instead to raise his arm in defense. Seizing his right arm, I pivoted my body and crouched down, harnessing the strength of my waist to effortlessly lift him from my back. With a shoulder throw, my most proficient technique among the diverse fighting skills I had acquired, I hurled him over my shoulder, crashing him onto the glass counter of a nearby shop, which shattered into a million pieces. The sharp shards of glass immediately lacerated the exposed skin on his face and arms. Grasping his arm, I yanked him forcefully, and he tumbled to the ground, with my foot firmly planted on his chest. Thus, the battle concluded. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Chun Debiao and Scar had only just begun. "Stop!" I bellowed, and at once, all of the bald man's subordinates ceased their movements, paralyzed by the sight of their leader in my control. Indeed, capturing the king before the thieves is sometimes far more effective than a relentless assault. "Brother Tiger, is it? What say you now?" I applied pressure with my foot, eliciting a pained scream from the bald man. Yet, he proved remarkably resilient. Despite his cries, he stubbornly refused to beg for mercy, his defiance unwavering. "Yang Feng, is it? You have crossed me today, and your fate is sealed. Not even the heavens can save you. If you truly possess courage, dare you allow me to make a phone call?" Chapter 33 once more. Whom have you provoked? Are you calling for assistance? Do you wish to summon your elder brother to intimidate me? By all means, go ahead and call. I pulled up a chair and settled down in the boutique. I seem to have overheard earlier that the bald man was supposed to be a tall figure. I am indeed curious to see if he can bring this towering presence here. One wonders how he manages his underlings. Even purchasing a telephone seems to disrupt my peace. The stout woman selling phones, having witnessed the earlier altercation, now cowered behind the counter, trembling with fear, and dared not utter any more unpleasant remarks. The bald man borrowed a mobile phone from the plump woman and swiftly dialed a number, which was promptly answered. "Hello, Monkey Brother, it's Eru here. I've been attacked, right here at our South City flagship store." On the other end, the voice responded with a scoff. "Did you inform him that you are under my protection? Who dares to strike my people?" The bald man's face fell into a look of grievance. "I mentioned your name, but it was of no use. He didn't regard you at all. Not only did I mention your name, but I also invoked young Master Gao's name. You wouldn't believe what he said. He dismissed young Master Gao as insignificant, claiming that even if Gao came, he would not dare confront him." I shook my head in disbelief at the bald man's audacity to twist the tale. However, I had no desire to engage him further. I would settle the score once his reinforcements arrived. "How dare you speak like that?" Chun Debiao approached, delivering a swift kick to the bald man. "Monkey Brother, please come quickly. You must hear this. Here, let me speak to him. Wait a moment, I will be there shortly." The one referred to as Monkey Brother commanded the bald man to hand me the phone, not forgetting to inquire, "Eru, what is the name of the individual? Where does he operate?" "Monkey Brother, his name is Yang Feng. It seems he is affiliated with Qinjia Town. There's a fellow named Chun Debiao who allegedly runs a bathhouse there. By the way, the scarred man who used to operate in the southern outskirts is also involved." Upon hearing the name Yang Feng, the voice on the other end fell silent. Monkey brother, can you hear me? Speak up. You need to bring people. This Yang Feng is quite formidable. It would be wise to come with some tough men and plenty of equipment. At that moment, Monkey brother finally spoke. Eru, repeat that. Whom have you provoked? The bald man appeared bewildered. Yang Feng, just a young lad in sportswear, quite fair-skinned. What is wrong, Monkey brother? Silence enveloped the call once more. Yet, after a brief pause, an enraged shout erupted from the phone. Zhao Eru, are you living under a rock? Do you not keep up with the news on the streets? Who gave you the audacity to provoke Brother Feng? This time, the bald man was utterly taken aback. Monkey brother, you must be mistaken. He is just a young lad. Once again, the voice on the other end roared. A young lad? After all these years on the streets, you've reduced yourself to a mere dog? Does age determine strength in this world? Young Master Gao is indeed youthful. Dare you provoke him? Let me tell you, you are utterly foolish. Brother Feng is a person who even young Master Gao would not dare to offend. Zhao Eru, if you wish to live a peaceful life, it would be wise for you to bow your head before Brother Feng and admit your mistakes without getting up until I arrive. Do you understand? That so-called monkey brother did not engage in conversation with me. He hastily ended the call, indicating he is on his way here. The bald man was utterly dumbfounded. His subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, all equally perplexed, particularly Yang Daba, who stood there like a simpleton, not daring to utter a word. Brother Feng, I apologize. I was blind to your greatness. Please spare me. The bald man gritted his teeth, ultimately submitting to Monkey Brother's command and knelt before me. He then turned to his group of subordinates, resembling a flock of confused ducks. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kneel. Reluctantly, they complied, particularly Yang Daba, whose eyes brimmed with indignation. Brother Feng, I spoke too much before. I'm truly sorry. The overweight woman selling phones, witnessing the unfolding situation, became frightened, fearing I might turn my ire towards her. She quickly bent down, bowing repeatedly, her demeanor mirroring that of the bald man. I chose not to engage in her theatrics, merely gesturing for her to be silent and cease bothering me. Chun de Biao retrieved a cigar from his pocket and lit it for me. As I exhaled the smoke, I found myself pondering. Monkey brother, I have not heard of this individual before. Xiao Dao, do you know who Monkey brother is? Scarface scratched his head, shaking it in confusion. No, I have never heard of this person. The bald man, kneeling on the ground, caught wind of our conversation. A barely perceptible smile flickering at the corners of his mouth, yet he remained silent. I understood that he clung to a sliver of hope, believing that perhaps Monkey Brother had mistaken the identity, and thus, when he arrived, it would be I who faced retribution. The individual whom the bald man referred to as Monkey Brother did not keep me waiting long. Soon, a pristine new van pulled up to the storefront. Honking as a crowd of onlookers quickly cleared a path. A man with a sharp face, clad in a suit and polished shoes, alighted from the vehicle, accompanied by a single subordinate. As this man approached, a smile crept across my face. I recognized him. Previously, when Gao Datu caused a commotion at the Huiguang KTV, this sharp-faced fellow stood beside him, exuding arrogance and foul language. In front of Gao Datu, I had instructed Lazy to knock him to the ground with a single punch. Later, during the altercation between Lazy and myself, this fellow had fled in terror, abandoning Gao Datu. Do you recall the time when Gao Data mentioned that this was the butler of the Gao family? Monkey, it is a pleasure to see you again. I rose from my chair and greeted the thin monkey. Upon hearing my voice, he visibly flinched. At that moment, Lazy had struck him quite forcefully, leaving the right side of his face still swollen. Feng, Brother Feng, my subordinates were thoughtless. The thin monkey trembled as he recognized me, unable to muster the courage to meet my gaze, having witnessed the altercation between Lazy and me. Damn it, you truly know how to court disaster. The thin monkey approached the bald man and delivered a resounding slap to his forehead, then turned to kneel before me. Brother Feng, it is my failure to discipline my subordinates, and they have offended you. However, I assure you, this incident has nothing to do with young Master Gao. A slight smirk graced my lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Thin monkey, how do you propose we resolve today's situation? Gritting his teeth, he replied, Brother Feng, You are here today to purchase phones, correct? How many would you like? They are on me. I extended 4 fingers. Not many, just 4. In reality, the store only had 4 mobile phones available. 4 for phones? The corners of the thin monkey's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. I understood that he was concerned for his brothers. For phones would total over 40,000. That sum was astronomical. What? Is there a problem? And no problem. The thin monkey quickly acquiesced, knowing that if he provoked me, Gout Data would not spare him either. Spending money to avert disaster was indeed a wise choice. Sir, if you are purchasing 4, we can offer you the maximum discount. The stout woman selling the mobile phones, previously fearful, quickly stepped forward, eager to make the sale upon hearing our intent to buy 4. The thin monkey glared at her, his thoughts bordering on murderous intent. However, he personally only contributed a little over 10,000. The bald man covered the remaining 20,000, as he had intended to buy mobile phones himself and had ample cash on hand. All right, in consideration of Monkey's presence, I shall not pursue this matter further. With the 4 phones in hand, my anger had diminished significantly. Thin Monkey, farewell. And regarding Eru and Yang Debo, I have no fondness for them, and I hope not to encounter them again in Longha. Scarface de Biao, take the phones. We shall depart. The thin monkey forced a smile. Brother Feng, please take care. Yet, his smile was more grotesque than a frown. As we stepped out the door, I faintly heard the thin monkey's voice trailing behind us. Bring Zhao Eru and Yang Debo back to me. Break their legs. Outside the specialty store, a throng of onlookers had gathered, their murmurs and whispers filling the air as we emerged. Just as we navigated through the crowd, an elderly man with graying hair, leaning on a cane, stumbled while trying to catch a glimpse of the commotion and fell directly onto Chun de Biao. Why, at your age, are you meddling in such affairs? Did you hurt yourself? Chun de Biao, a man of generally good nature, initially felt the urge to be angry. However, upon realizing that the one who had fallen was an old man, he quickly extended his hand to assist him. Curiously, after being helped up, the old man uttered not a word of gratitude, instead turning away and wobbling off with his cane. We paid little heed to this minor incident and proceeded towards our van. Yet, just as the vehicle was about to move, Scarface suddenly let out a gasp. None of us could have anticipated the unexpected event that was about to unfold. Chapter 34. The unexpected event due to the necessity of driving. Chun de Biao entrusted the bag containing 4 mobile phones to Scar. We settled into the van as Chun de Biao started the engine. Scar opened the bag, eager to examine the latest model of mobile phone. The moment he unzipped it, a gasp escaped him, startling both Chun de Biao and me. What is wrong, Scar? Brother Feng, the mobile phones are missing. All 4 of them, with a look of disbelief. Scar revealed the contents of the bag, which, instead of the expected phones, housed only half a brick. Impossible. When I handed it to you, the bag felt heavy and there was nothing unusual. As Scar presented the brick to Chun de Biao, he too was rendered speechless. It was then we noticed a slender slit at the bottom of the bag, revealing that all 4 mobile phones had been deftly extracted from there. It must have been that old man. He fell onto me earlier, and I helped him up. He was the only one I came into contact with after leaving the store. Chun de Biao smacked his thigh, convinced that the elderly man with the cane was the culprit. Brother Feng, let us hurry and chase after him before he gets too far. I let out a long, weary sigh, realizing that I had truly stepped into a predicament. Although the items were lost while in Chun de Biao's possession, the thief had brazenly acted in my presence. While I am not a thief myself, during my time in prison, the old man and some seasoned criminals had shared many insights on such matters. Yet today, I failed to perceive any signs of wrongdoing. If this incident were to reach the ears of the old man and Director Chin, I would surely become the subject of their ridicule. Their laughter, however, was of little concern compared to the substantial value of those 4 mobile phones. I'm going to chase after him. I'll go too. Chun de Biao and Scar leapt from the vehicle, racing like the wind towards the storefront. I remained seated in the car, fully aware that today, as perpetrator, was undoubtedly an expert. Such skilled individuals, having succeeded in their endeavor, would swiftly vanish. Returning to search for them would be futile, as they would not be foolish enough to linger in the same spot awaiting our return. Indeed, after a considerable time, Chun de Biao and Scar returned, panting heavily. Chun Biao wiped the sweat from his brow. Brother Feng, we couldn't find him. That old tortoise has already fled, and the onlookers have dispersed. It's all my fault. Chun Biao spoke with self-reproach, even delivering a slap to his own face in frustration. I quickly intervened. Biao, let it go. Losing it is unfortunate, but it's not your fault. The thief was an expert, even if I had been the one to handle it. The outcome would likely have been the same. There's no need to blame yourself, my brother. After all, those phones didn't cost us our own money. Even if they had, it wouldn't be your fault. Let us go, Biao, drive us back. We can always purchase more phones next time. With a resigned expression of regret, Chun Biao restarted the van. As I sat in the car, a frown creased my forehead, lost in profound contemplation. The old man once imparted to me that in the face of adversity, one must not only engage one's intellect, but also exercise meticulous attention. Individuals possessing such remarkable technical prowess are likely few and far between in the entire realm of the Great Xia. Once I return, I can seek assistance from old Yao. For given the man's distinctive physical traits, uncovering his identity should not pose a significant challenge. Subsequently, I meticulously examined the blade marks on my handbag, thoroughly searching both the interior and exterior. To my surprise, my efforts yielded a new discovery. Nestled within the crevice of the bag was a narrow slip of paper. I hastily retrieved it. To reclaim the mobile phone, meet at the summit of Bright Peak in the southern outskirts at 8:30 p.m. A wave of unease washed over me. It appeared that this individual's target was not merely the phones, but rather myself. As I pondered this unsettling revelation, the vehicle soon returned to a street in the southern outskirts. Brother Feng, is everything all right? Why are you back so late? Lazy inquired with concern as he rushed over upon my return. Lazy, come inside with me. I need to speak with you privately. Leading Lazy into a storage room in the KTV's backyard, I recounted the day's events. Lazy, being well-versed in such matters. Have you ever heard of a master thief matching this description? After a moment of serious reflection, Lazy shook his head. No, I truly cannot recall anyone possessing such exceptional skills. However, a rare expression of gravity crossed his face. Brother Feng, I suspect there may be a conspiracy at play, possibly orchestrated by the Gao family. I nodded in agreement. While that possibility could not be dismissed, rather than indulging in baseless speculation at home, it would be prudent to meet him in person. Surely, all mysteries would unravel then. Brother Feng, I will accompany you to the rendezvous tonight. Together we shall confront this enigmatic figure. I refuse to believe that, armed with our five, they could pose any threat to us. By 7 o'clock that evening, we drove to the southern outskirts rear mountain. The southern rear mountain is a modest earthen hill, reaching only about 30 meters at its pinnacle. Atop this hill lies a spacious clearing. It is said that during moonlit nights, this locale boasts the most luminous moonlight in the entirety of Longjiang province, leading the locals of Longhe County to affectionately refer to it as Bright Peak. The hill itself is not extensive, offering little in the way of concealment. I instructed Chun Biao and Scars to remain at the foot of the hill, guarding the area, while Lazy and I, armed with our five and loaded with ammunition, ascended towards Bright Peak. Before long, we reached the summit with relative ease. Brother Feng, he's just ahead. Is that him? Under the radiant moonlight, we could see clearly that on the flat ground of Bright Peak sat a disheveled old man with a head of white hair and beard. In his left hand, he held a large chicken leg, while his right grasped a bottle of beer as he indulged in a hearty feast. Isn't that the old man who fell into Chun Biao's arms during the day? You finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. The items you seek are right here. A voice, aged and weathered, emanated from the old man's lips. Lazy and I stepped forward, lowering our gaze, and indeed, we beheld the 4 large mobile phones that had been stolen from us earlier. Who are you? Why have you brought us here? The old man swiftly finished gnawing on a chicken leg, taking a hearty swig of beer, then wiped his greasy hands on his clothing. Suddenly, he lifted his head and fixed his gaze upon me. Although it was not daylight, and we stood beneath the moonlight, I was struck by the brilliance in the old man's eyes. They sparkled with an unusual vitality. What he uttered next left me utterly astonished. Yang Feng, do not concern yourself with my identity. If you wish to reclaim your belongings, you must first defeat me. Chapter 35. The remarkable skills of Yu Lily, to my astonishment. The voice that emerged from the old man's lips was unmistakably that of an elderly woman. Puzzled, I asked, "What is the reason behind this?" "Defeat me, and I shall reveal it," came the response. With that, the figure before me rose from the ground. The once hunched form gradually straightened, becoming remarkably upright. Intrigued, I noticed that my opponent had no intention of launching a surprise attack, so I handed the 5-round pistol to Lei Zi. It was time for me to engage. As soon as the words left the person's mouth, they lunged at me like a bolt of lightning. With such remarkable agility, one could hardly perceive them as a frail old man or woman. I swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack, and soon we were locked in combat. To be honest, this was the most challenging fight I had experienced since my release from prison. The reason was simple. This person's speed was extraordinary, leaving me somewhat flustered. However, I quickly regained my composure. Although my training in prison had been eclectic, I possessed a repertoire of formidable techniques. When I fought earnestly, my strikes, though perhaps not aesthetically pleasing, were lethal and aimed solely at thwarting my adversary. Furthermore, while this individual was exceptionally swift, their combat prowess fell short compared to mine. "Now, can you reveal your identity?" I inquired. A few minutes later, my hand found its place on this person's throat, clearly indicating my victory. "He, Yang Feng. You indeed possess some skill, but you haven't truly defeated me," the person replied, and once again, I was taken aback. For this time, the voice that emanated was that of a young woman, her laughter akin to the chiming of silver bells. My astonishment did not end there, for in her right palm, she held a pistol, the very same one that belonged to Zhao Laowu, the one I had secretly cradled in my bosom. "Here," she said, extending the firearm towards me. I immediately released my grip on her neck. "Yang Feng, do you now know who I am?" Her voice was exceptionally melodious, and I was certain she was indeed a young woman. I tucked the pistol into my clothing, furrowing my brow in contemplation. "If I am not mistaken, you must be connected to the king of thieves, the thousand-faced bandit, correct? What is your relationship with the thousand-faced bandit?" During my time in the death row cell, my mentor often regaled me with tales of remarkable individuals in the martial world. I recalled vividly his accounts of a woman known as the thousand-faced bandit, one of the most enigmatic figures in the realm of thievery in the Xia nation. This woman was renowned for her vocal mimicry, able to flawlessly imitate voices of all ages, whether male or female. In addition, she possessed exceptional skills in disguise, enabling her to alter her identity at will, which was the very reason for her moniker, Thousand-Faced. Moreover, this individual possesses remarkable skills, making her a formidable opponent for most, coupled with her exceptional talent for thievery. Her reputation was well known among those who traversed the underworld in years past. However, this elusive master thief is a fugitive, having committed numerous heinous crimes. A decade ago, law enforcement expended immense effort to apprehend her, ultimately sentencing her to death. Encountering this extraordinary young woman today evokes memories of the infamous master thief. Clap, clap. The girl extended her hands and applauded. The old man was indeed correct. She was no ordinary person. With that, she confessed, "The master thief is my mentor. I was just a child when my mentor was captured and advised me to abandon thievery, which I did. However, your elders sought me out, claiming my talents were wasted and urging me to engage in righteous endeavors. Thus, I emerged from retirement." As she spoke, she gently peeled away a skin mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage beneath, accompanied by a cascade of fluffy white hair. To my astonishment, she was indeed a lovely young lady, vibrant and charming. Not only was I taken aback, but even the bystander, Lei Zi, appeared equally stunned. My mentor entrusted me with a broken token, claiming it to be the Qinglong order. He instructed me to assist you wholeheartedly. However, I am reluctant to toil alongside incompetence, which is why I tested your abilities. You are rather skilled. Your elder did not deceive me. You held back several times, or else I would not have had the opportunity to seize your firearm. The girl turned to Lei Zi, who stood nearby. "What do you say, Lei?" "Why, yes. That is correct." Lei Zi was left speechless. Despite his experiences with tumultuous events, the extraordinary display before him had left him utterly bewildered. I surmised that his mind was close to short-circuiting. Dragon King reigns supreme. Qinglong battles the heavens. Long surely meets the Dragon King. With that, Yu Lily knelt on one knee, cradling the Qinglong token in her hands and presenting it to me. I accepted it, inspecting it to confirm its authenticity. Rise, Lily, I said, extending my hand to assist her. Did the old man have any other instructions? Lily immediately brightened with a sweet smile. The old man said to tell Xiao Feng not to bully you and to prioritize you for any delicious food or fun activities. She delivered this message in a masculine tone, startling me once more, as her accent was strikingly similar to that of my mentor. Those unfamiliar with him would likely be deceived by her mimicry. It was evident that this girl had a playful spirit. However, Brother Feng, after these years of retirement, my pockets are quite empty. Now that I am working for you, surely you must prepare some form of a welcoming gift? Yuli looked at me with a radiant smile, leaving me momentarily at a loss. In the dead of night, in this desolate wilderness, where was I to procure a gift for our meeting? I need a phone. And also, could you kindly advance me some of my salary for tomorrow? Here, that's my account number, Yuli said, pressing a small note with the details into my hand. Aren't you coming with us? I asked, slightly taken aback. Just then, Lei's phone rang. Phone, it's the old man calling. Old man, you could have at least informed me before sending someone ahead. Is this how you play? On the other end, the old man chuckled. Xiao Feng, it seems you have already met Yuli. Do not mistreat her. I'll 1T elaborate further, but remember to keep her identity concealed. It will serve as your trump card in critical moments. Understood, Master, I replied. At that moment, Yuli had already slipped a phone in her pocket and donned the mask she had previously removed, transforming back into the guise of an elderly man. Phone, I must take my leave now. I will remain in the shadows, ready to appear whenever you find yourself in need. And do not forget to advance my salary, or I might just go on strike. Chapter 36, Encountering Thugs in the Commerce City Yu Lily, is a trump card prepared for me by the old man, and it is indeed unwise to reveal her too soon. The old man's arrangements are quite astute. I am in the light with Lei Zi, while Yu Lily operates in the shadows, supported by the assistance of Old Yao from the County Patrol Bureau. I believe that in Longhe County, there should be no challenge we cannot surmount. My heart swells with gratitude. Although Director Qin and the old man have been relatively quiet lately, they have not been idle. They have been secretly helping me seek assistance. Today, Yu Lily's appearance in Long 16 is the best evidence of their efforts, and it seems I must also strive harder. Aside from Yu Lily taking one mobile phone, I kept one for myself, gave one to Scarface, and sent another back to Chenjidin for Juzi, ensuring that I could reach my uncle promptly should any issues arise. As for Chun Biao, I have not equipped him with a phone for the time being, as he has been closely following me, rendering it unnecessary. I shall procure him one when the next batch of new models arrives at the exclusive store. Early the next morning, I transferred 3,000 yuan to Yu Lily's card. Then, accompanied by Chun Biao and two younger brothers, I strolled through the South City. After all, I am to meet Shinsini in 2 days for her recognition ceremony. I cannot arrive empty-handed nor appear too shabby, as it would reflect poorly on her. In South City, there is a bustling commercial street filled with shops selling clothing, snacks, and various gifts, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. With Chun Biao's company, I quickly selected 2 outfits, one a Zhongshan suit and the other a Western suit. Chun Biao, always impeccably dressed, is quite knowledgeable about clothing, and he helped me choose well-fitting garments. This marks my first purchase of branded goods. While not inexpensive, it is not a significant expenditure for me at this moment. After settling the bill, I accompanied Chun Biao to a jewelry store where I chose some gold ornaments for Chinsini. Upon exiting the jewelry shop, we continued our exploration, as I intended to select gifts for Shin's parents. After all, they may soon be my in-laws, and I cannot afford to appear too frugal upon our initial meeting. However, the plethora of gift shops made it challenging to discern Shun's parents' preferences. Thus, I decided to purchase a little something from each store. By the end of our excursion, I had amassed a considerable collection, with Chun Biao and the 2 younger brothers tasked with carrying the items. The 3 of them, with their 6 hands, struggled to manage the load. Brother Feng, I think that's enough. You've acquired plenty, Chun Biao remarked, prompting me to cease my purchases. This morning alone, I had spent over 3,000 yuan, equivalent to the average person's earnings over 3 years. As we approached the outermost edge of the commercial city, we found ourselves on a relatively secluded street, starkly contrasting the bustling crowds we had just navigated. Let us go. Just as we resolved to depart, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, from a nearby alley, 6 burly men emerged, each wielding a machete, encircling us. Hee, Yang Feng, you shun the path to heaven, yet you willingly plunge into hell. Damn it, we finally caught you. To be candid, their abrupt appearance startled me profoundly. I felt as though I had heard the voice of the man speaking before. Yet I could not place it. All of them wore sun hats and masks, with only their eyes visible, indicating they were undoubtedly well prepared. Who are you? State your names. I inquired in a low tone. Damn it, brothers, don't waste your breath with him. Attack. Finish him. This group wasted no time, swinging their machetes towards us. If I were alone, I wouldn't have felt fear. Despite their weapons, I could have disarmed one and possibly emerged unscathed. If it came to a fight, I could easily escape. However, the pressing concern was that Chun de Biao and my 2 subordinates were behind me. I could not abandon them. If I fled, their fate would be sealed. Not only could I not retreat, but I also needed to act swiftly. If I hesitated even for a moment, Chun de Biao and the others would surely be harmed. Without a second thought, I drew my small pistol. Bang, bang, bang. I fired 3 shots in rapid succession. One struck the arm of one assailant, while the other 2 hit the legs of 2 others. The sound of gunfire sent the criminals into a panic, causing them to drop their machetes and flee in all directions. I had no time to pursue them, for at the far end of the street, 2 officers were already sprinting toward us. Given the large volume of traffic in the commercial area, the police took security very seriously and regularly patrolled the vicinity. Hazy. Retreat. Firing a weapon in broad daylight was no trivial matter, especially with the police approaching. At this moment, when the power struggle between Old Yao and Director Zheng was intensifying, I could not afford to create further complications. Thus, I led Chun de Biao and my 2 subordinates as we sprinted away from the alley. We ran for nearly 10 minutes, taking a wide detour. Although we managed to shake off the officers, we had also distanced ourselves from the commercial center. Chun de Biao and the others had lost 2 boxes of the gifts we were carrying, but it mattered little, as we had initially purchased more than enough. Brother Feng, you all wait here. I will go fetch the car, said a perceptive comrade named Xiao Si, the very reason I had brought him along. I nodded in agreement, and Xiao Si set down the items, grabbed the car keys, and prepared to head back. Just then, Chun de Biao, with a look of shock, pointed toward the road not far from us. At that moment, an old, dilapidated van was speeding toward us with alarming rapidity. Chun de Biao gazed at the van, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Fengge, you must take a look. Is that not our van? Upon closer inspection, I too was rendered speechless. Indeed, it was unmistakably our vehicle. While we might have mistaken other items, this van was inimitable, its distinctive features leaving no room for doubt. How could this be? Who on earth was driving it? This old van seemed to be soaring. I had never imagined it could reach such speeds, perhaps as fast as 150 miles per hour. The van raced down the road at an exaggerated velocity, and Chun de Biao and I exchanged a glance, a singular thought echoing in our minds. Our van had been stolen. Chapter 37. Who directed you? To be candid, I have encountered bicycle thieves and heard tales of tricycle snatchers, but witnessing a car theft is a first in my life. The audacity of such a person daring to steal an automobile. The most infuriating part is that this audacious act has occurred right under our noses. With a swift motion, I retrieved my small pistol from my pocket, cocked it, and hastily loaded a bullet, aiming at the car's tire. If they dare to steal our vehicle, I shall shatter the wheel, ensuring that this despicable thief meets their demise. However, the car was moving too swiftly, and I lacked confidence in my ability to hit the tire, but I had to try. Just as I lifted the gun, the vehicle approached within a short distance. And just as I prepared to fire, it suddenly came to an abrupt halt. A sharp screech pierced the air, accompanied by a plume of white smoke rising from beneath the car as it came to a steady stop before us. Feng, it's me. Hurry, get in the car. The window slid down, revealing an elderly man with a face etched with deep wrinkles at the wheel. It's you. Upon seeing this old man, Chun de Biao was seething with rage. This seemingly frail old man was none other than Long Shirlio's Yulili, disguised as an elderly gentleman. Yulili had previously stolen a telephone from Chun de Biao, leaving him utterly infuriated. Last night, after descending from the southern hillside, Chen had been brooding about how absurd it was for a nearly immobile old man to steal a mobile phone and then, in the dead of night, summon others to fight. He must be deranged. Of course, I had not disclosed Lily's true identity to him. Therefore, when Chen de Biao recognized this car thief as the same old man from yesterday, he was on the verge of exploding with fury. De Biao, don't act rashly. He is one of us now. I quickly restrained Chen de Biao. Get in the car, put your things inside, and let us make haste. Though still furious, Chen dared not disobey my command and promptly signaled to Xiao Si and another brother to load the items into the vehicle. I opened the car door and took my seat in the front passenger side, while Chen and the two younger men settled in the back. However, just as I settled into my seat, Xiao Si, who had just climbed in from the back, let out a piercing scream. Feng, Feng Yi. There is someone in the cargo area. Upon hearing Xiao Si shout, I instinctively turned to look behind me. At that moment, Lily spoke again, her voice still mimicking that of an old man. Young man, what else with all the fuss? This is merely the person who ambushed you earlier. One of his legs was injured by Feng Ji's strike, rendering him unable to escape. So I knocked him out and brought him here before the cops arrived. It turned out that Lily had been tailing us all day. To my shame, I had been completely oblivious. Her ability to conceal herself is indeed rare in this world. Brother Feng, they wouldn't trouble you without reason. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. Thus, I have brought him here for your examination to see if any results can be gleaned. I nodded, my astonishment towards this young lady deepening. No wonder the old man insisted on enlisting her. She is indeed meticulous and thoughtful, and her assistance will certainly alleviate my concerns. At that moment, I finally discerned the face of the assailant. It was him, the very same, this thug I had encountered before. He was dark and stout, precisely the rotund robber I had met on the bus with Lei Zi on my first day out of prison. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity in his voice when he spoke earlier in the corner of the trade city. However, this shouldn't be possible. They were unaware of my connection with Lei Zi at that time, although Director Zheng had employed certain means to facilitate their release. Lei Zi and I had never been to the station together. How could he possibly know my name was Yang Feng? It seems Lily was correct. There must indeed be someone pulling the strings behind this. De Biao, awaken him for me. All right, Brother Feng, leave it to me. I'll handle it with care. Chen de Biao instructed two of his subordinates to help the hefty robber upright, then unleashed a flurry of slaps, delivering two resounding blows that startled the thug awake. Upon his eyes fluttering open, Chen de Biao, seeking to vent his earlier frustration, swiftly landed another dozen slaps, leaving the thug's cheeks swollen to the point of obscuring his eyes before finally relenting, having eased some of his ire. Speak. Who sent you? Initially, the rotund robber remained resolute, tightly clenching his jaw and refusing to divulge anything. Ultimately, Chen de Biao retrieved a sharp fruit knife from beneath the seat and waved it before the thug, casting a glance at his trousers with a sinister grin. He chuckled malevolently. If you don't speak up now, I guarantee your little friend won't be following you anymore. Please, I'll talk. The hefty robber trembled at Chen de Biao's words, nearly terrified into submission. Yes, it was Zhang Wenxiang, the owner of a bathhouse in the southern outskirts of the county. He informed me that the individuals who dealt with us on the bus were nicknamed Lei Zi and named Yang Feng, currently overseeing a bar street in the southern suburbs. And he even inquired if we sought revenge. We certainly wished for revenge, but we were somewhat apprehensive. Recently, we had heard tales of Yang Feng and Lei Zi from the southern suburbs, particularly ruthless, each wielding a 5-shot firearm, having dealt with the notorious thug Zhao Laowu, and even taking down the prominent Gao family heir, Gao Detu. However, when Chang informed us that we should play it slyly, his men spotted you in the commercial city, and with Lei Zi absent from your side, and you all unarmed, we dared to take a gamble. Yet unexpectedly, the corpulent robber lowered his head, speaking in a tone of dejection. Who would have thought that we would fall into your hands? After hearing the robber's response, I too felt bewildered. Wen Chang, who runs a bathhouse in the southern suburbs. De Biao, have we offended him in any way? Chen de Biao shook his head. Previously, regarding the incident at the Beast Bathing Center, Wenchang had sent someone to smash up the beast establishment in Shunjia town, but when our bathing center reopened, I approached Wenchang, and he assured that from then on, we would each run our own businesses, avoiding any conflicts. As Shangja Biao spoke, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Brother Feng, could it be that Wenchang fears we might undermine his business by opening a bathing center in the southern suburbs, prompting him to send someone to sabotage us? I shook my head. No, he is merely a bathhouse operator. He cannot possibly be privy to such intricate details. The incident involving the capture of the bus hijackers was known only to Lei Zi and me. Behind Wenchang, there must be someone else, a hidden figure who is scheming against us. Chapter 38. Ask him how many heads he has in the end. No matter how much Chen Biao tried to intimidate the rotund robber, the latter remained adamant that it was Wenchang who had orchestrated their actions. Enough with the threats. What he claims is likely true. Besides, whether it is or not can easily be verified by inquiring with Wenchang, the proprietor of the bathhouse. Yu Lily interjected. I concur, she continued. Given how terrified the rotund robber appears, his words seem unlikely to be fabrications. Everyone, brace yourselves, she warned before flooring the accelerator. A sudden surge of speed jolted them as the van careened down the uneven suburban road. Old man, this is a van, not a helicopter. Take it easy. Don't let me end up in pieces. Chen Biao exclaimed, his voice tinged with concern. Yet, Yu Lily paid him no heed, driving with reckless abandon. Though I too possessed driving skills and considered myself adept, I paled in comparison to Yu Lily's prowess. As she sped along, she came to a halt at the roadside when they were still over 1,000 meters from a bar. Brother Feng, farewell. If you need me, don't hesitate to call, she said, retrieving her cane and feigning a frail demeanor as she alighted from the vehicle, walking with a deliberate shuffle. Chen Biao and his two subordinates were left utterly bewildered. Brother Feng, I have never encountered such a formidable old man. I completely forgot to ask him how he managed to pick the lock on this modified van. He lamented. I remained silent, stifling a laugh. Yu Lily was the heir to the legendary king of thieves, a contemporary master in her own right. For her, picking locks and slipping through doors was childish play. I suspected even the most secure safes would pose no challenge to her. Taking the wheel, Chen Biao soon navigated the van to the street lined with bars. After instructing Xiao Si to bring the goods and the rotund robber inside, I accompanied Chen Biao into the resplendent KTV. Hello, Brother Feng, greeted the receptionist at the front desk with warmth and politeness. I acknowledged her with a nod before striding into the back courtyard. The courtyard housed several vacant rooms, once used as storage, which we had tidied up to serve as our temporary quarters. Upon our arrival, we found only Lei Zi sitting on the sofa, smoking. Old Lei, has anything transpired here since my departure? I inquired. Brother Feng, Lei Zi rose at my entrance, offering cigarettes to both me and Biao. Indeed, there was a situation, but I managed to resolve it. He succinctly recounted the events that had unfolded. Apparently, shortly after we left, a group had arrived at the nearby Regret Bar. In fact, the Regret Bar occupied a space larger than that of the resplendent KTV, nearly spanning half the street. However, as it stood, all venues on this street fell under my protection, including the Regret Bar, which also belonged to my domain. Originally, the bar hardly operated during the day, typically opening its doors in the evening. However, today, a group of affluent patrons arrived, nonchalantly placing a stack of 100 yuan bills upon the table. The bar manager, breaking protocol, summoned the resident singer and DJ to cater to these guests with a private performance. These patrons, though possessing limited drinking capacity, relished their libations, and once inebriated, began clamoring for special services. Brother Feng, I have adhered to your directive, establishing that our bar street does not offer such services, especially not during daylight hours. I had previously mentioned the stipulation that clients desiring special services should seek them elsewhere. They are not to be found here. The women working part-time in our establishment are permitted to drink and sing with patrons, but they must not engage in any intimate exchanges with clients. As I have recently established my presence in the southern suburbs, I am acutely aware of the many watchful eyes seeking to exploit any misstep. I refuse to allow these sordid transactions to jeopardize the foundation I have just laid. However, one inebriated patron began to cause a scene. even assaulting the bar manager in his drunken rage. He insisted that the absence of women was inconsequential, claiming that the DJ would suffice, and brazenly attempted to harass her in front of everyone. The DJ is the cousin of the bar's owner. It is unacceptable for us to permit such behavior in our establishment, as it would leave us unable to provide an explanation later. Scar, who was absent that morning due to a not yet healed wound that had reopened, had gone to the clinic for stitches. Upon my arrival at the scene, I dealt with the troublemakers, forcing them to settle their tab before ejecting them from the premises, thus resolving the matter. Brother Feng, I trust this handling of the situation is satisfactory? I patted Lazy on the shoulder. No problem. Well done. From now on, anyone who dares to cause a ruckus in our establishment shall be dealt with severely. However, Lazy, did you inquire who the troublemaker was? Lazy awkwardly scratched his head. I forgot to ask. I knocked him out with one punch. Subsequently, his companions said little, hastily carrying him away after we expelled them. I felt a sense of frustration. Lazy's efficiency is indeed commendable. However, the bar manager later informed me that the troublemaker had been accompanied by someone named Wenxiang. My gaze sharpened, a flicker of concern forming in my mind. Zhang Wenxiang? Yes, that is indeed him, associated with the Wenxiang bathhouse in our southern suburbs. I sank into the sofa, rubbing my temples. What exactly does Zhang Wenxiang intend? He orchestrates plans against me through the fat bandits, while simultaneously inciting chaos in my establishment. What is his ulterior motive? Just then, Scar entered from outside. Zhang Wenxiang? How dare he bring his people to our venue and cause trouble? In the past, during my time in the southern suburbs, he was merely a lackey, insignificant in every aspect. Upon seeing Scar return, I recounted the incident of our ambush at the commercial city in brief and swiftly made arrangements. Scar, you are well acquainted with the southern suburbs. Therefore, I suggest you take a few more brothers and pay a visit to the Wenxiang bathhouse to teach Zhang Wenxiang a lesson. Lazy, you should accompany him, bringing along Wooly Yanzi, to ascertain just how many heads Zhang Wenxiang possesses and who is orchestrating him. Chapter 39. The Puppet Master is a beautiful and mysterious woman. Lazy grabbed his tattered canvas bag, filled with 5 grenades, and, accompanied by Scar and his men, set off to find Zhang Wenxiang. This time, I remained still. After the events I had just witnessed, I felt somewhat fatigued. Furthermore, the bar street needed someone to maintain order, and I had to keep an eye on this rotund robber to ensure he did not escape. The southern suburbs were not expansive, and Lazy and his crew soon arrived at the Wenxiang bathhouse, calling me on the phone. Hello, Brother Feng. I've located that scoundrel Zhang Wenxiang. I've already smashed up his place, and now he is kneeling on the ground. Zhang Wenxiang, Brother Feng is asking you a question. Answer honestly. Do you understand? Lazy was indeed efficient in his work. I had not anticipated he would manage to deal with Zhang Wenxiang so swiftly. Zhang Wenxiang, I ask you, were those robbers sent by you? Zhang Wenxiang, realizing he could not be cunning, quickly responded. Brother Feng, it was I who sent them, but I was merely a messenger. This was not my intention. Not your intention? Then whose intention was it? Whose message were you relaying? How did you know I was at the Commerce City? And who informed you about the bus robbers? On the other end of the line, Lazy's furious voice echoed. Speak. I'll tell you everything, just don't harm me. Brother Feng, Brother Lei. If I say I don't even know the person who instructed me, would you believe me? With a thud, a series of crashing sounds followed, accompanied by Zhang Wenxiang's cries of anguish. It seemed Lazy was once again administering punishment. Zhang Wenxiang, you're being dishonest. Brother Lei, I swear I'm telling the truth. I really don't know that individual. After they approached me, they promised to pay me 30,000 yuan if I followed their instructions. I only did it for the money. My brow furrowed in contemplation. Deep down, I had begun to believe Zhang Wenxiang's words. There was no way he could know the details of the bus robbery. And Scar had previously mentioned that this individual was merely a small fry in the southern suburbs, barely a part of the underworld, lacking any significant influence or background. I surmised that this lad had been used as a pawn. What kind of person instructed you? You must have some idea of their appearance at least, right? As someone involved in this world, you cannot agree to assist someone without even seeing their face. This time, Zhang Wenxiang dared not claim ignorance. I know. Brother Feng, she came to see me personally this morning. She was a woman in her early 20s, dressed in a white suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She was very beautiful and had an impressive figure. A woman? In a white suit? I pondered deeply. I truly did not recognize such a woman and had no impression of her in my mind. Now, let me ask you one final question. Why did you go to the regret bar during the day? Who is the person causing a ruckus with you while drinking? Speak up. Zhang Wenxiang hesitated momentarily, and I surmised that Lazy had likely given him another resounding slap. I accompanied a friend who had just returned from out of town. He enjoys the lively atmosphere, so I took him to our bar for some merriment, as the bar street in the southern suburbs is the most prominent around. I scoffed lightly. I suspect you are also here to gather intelligence, aren't you? Curious to know if I've encountered any trouble? Zhang Wenxiang quickly responded in panic. Brother Feng, I was wrong. I realize my mistake, and I will never dare to provoke you again. What did that woman say about how to contact you in the future? When will she reach out? Brother Feng, she didn't specify. She merely mentioned that if she needs me to do something for her in the future, she will naturally come and find me. Such words are essentially meaningless. Zhang Wenxiang, tell me how you plan to explain today's events to me? Brother Feng, I will compensate you. I am willing to repay the money I received today. I chose to disregard him and instead instructed Lazy and Daoba to adhere to the rules of the underworld, then ended the call. Zhang Wenxiang is merely a minor player. I need not focus all my attention on him. It is crucial to swiftly uncover the true mastermind behind him. After a while, Lazy returned with Daoba and others, bringing back 50,000 yuan. 30,000 was what Zhang Wenxiang received from that woman, and 20,000 was his voluntary compensation to us. This fellow is a miser, constantly indulging in drinking, gambling, and other vices. His bathhouse barely brings in any income throughout the year, so this must constitute most of his assets. Daoba added a few remarks, stating that he had already informed Zhang Wenxiang that he would no longer have a place in Longha County, and he wouldn't dare linger here anymore. Moreover, I had my brothers give him a bit of a beating. He might need to be accompanied by his primary physician for 2 to 3 months. However, my brothers were careful not to injure his vital parts. After a period of rest, he would recover fully. Nevertheless, having lost his business and left Longha, he would soon find himself destitute and facing hardships ahead. I nodded in approval with a smile. Zhang Wenxiang is merely a pawn, used by others, and there is no need to eliminate him. I then turned and entered my room, dialing Yulily's number. 16. Please investigate the identity of a beautiful woman in a white suit with gold-framed glasses who interacted with Zhang Wenxiang today. Also, someone caused a disturbance at my venue, the Hohai Bar, accompanied by Zhang Wenxiang. Look into this person's identity. He likely looks like this. Yulily assured me she would promptly attend to the matter. Some things may seem elusive to us, but for Yulily, the master of disguise, they might not pose a significant challenge. She possesses extraordinary skills that allow her to accomplish tasks that seem nearly impossible to ordinary individuals. I increasingly appreciated the foresight of the old man. However, Yulily is but a single individual, and her efficiency may not be as swift. It would be most advantageous if she were to be accompanied by a cadre of capable subordinates. At this very moment, a thought began to germinate in my mind. I wish to establish a covert team, entrusted to Yulily for management. By the way, Brother Feng, I feel compelled to caution you. Since your adversary has made their move, you must exercise heightened vigilance from this point forth. As for the matter of venues, there are myriad ways to disrupt an establishment. Sometimes, it is not necessary to resort to brute force. Remain watchful. Understand. After ending the call, I fell once more into a reverie. Who is the striking woman in the white suit, the imposing figure behind the scenes adorned with golden-rimmed glasses? Who indeed could she be? Chapter 40. Good news and bad news. While I am eager to uncover the woman orchestrating the underhanded schemes, I am acutely aware that haste is not my ally. Instead, the matters brought to my attention by Yulily have prompted a profound contemplation. The objective of my adversaries is not merely to disrupt my affairs. Rather, they aim to incapacitate me or expel me from Longha, rendering me without a foothold. The old man was unequivocal in his assertion. In the realm of the underworld, the basest tactics involve violence, while intellect often holds greater sway. Establishing a genuine presence in Longha is far more intricate than it appears. Besides possessing ruthlessness, one must also wield financial power. The old man once remarked that in this world, wealth is the key that unlocks all doors. Currently, I have amassed over 100,000, which may render me affluent in the eyes of the average person, yet among the true magnates of Longha's elite families, I am but a pauper. The old man had foreseen that in this newly opened era of commerce, real estate would emerge as a lucrative industry. I initially dismissed his insight, but upon my release from prison, I recognized the validity of his words. My previous understanding was indeed superficial. The Shen family of Beicheng, specifically Shen Wankai, whom Chen Sini is soon to acknowledge, has ascended to the pinnacle of wealth in Longha County, all thanks to their ventures in construction within a mere few years. This underscores the immense profit potential within this sector. The old man predicted that the prospects of real estate are only just beginning to unfold. Thus, after indulging in a couple of cigarettes, I resolved to make a bold decision. I would acquire the entire street of bars. This action would serve as both an investment and a safeguard against adversaries employing underhanded tactics. Should my enemies acquire the properties here, they could easily displace us, leading to a most embarrassing predicament. At times, possessing a handful of cash does not suffice. Navigating this world requires a keen sense of reason. Therefore, to preempt such scenarios, I must strategically position myself in advance. With my total funds now exhausted, I found myself reduced to a state of financial destitution. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenxiang hastily vacated Longha overnight, avoiding even the local hospital, opting instead for accommodation elsewhere. It seems that extracting further leads from him is now a futile endeavor. The hefty bandit endured over a day of interrogation at the hands of Chen Debiao, yet his stubborn resolve yielded no valuable information. However, Yu Lily proved to be quite resourceful, promptly returning my call. Brother Feng, I have gathered information that indeed a young woman clad in a white suit has recently been spotted in Longha. Some individuals have informed me that they saw this woman near the Gao family's vicinity. However, she departed from Longha just yesterday afternoon. The implication from Yu Lily is quite straightforward. This woman likely has connections to the Gao family. Understood. Brother Feng, do you still have that rotund robber in your custody? Have you managed to extract any intelligence from him? I let out a bitter laugh. No useful information has been obtained. His responses remain consistent with his previous statements. In that case, Brother Feng, I suggest releasing him. Released? I was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Yu Lily's intent. 16. Are you implying we should follow the clues to uncover further leads? That indeed seems a viable approach. Yes, Brother Feng. Since the trail regarding the woman in the white suit has temporarily run cold, we can pivot to the rotund robber. I have yet to ascertain the identities of those who caused the ruckus at the bar that day. There were far too few witnesses, and my time is limited. Brother Feng, please go ahead and release him. For someone of his ilk, there will always be opportunities to deal with him later. Very well. I acquiesced to Yu Lily's counsel and promptly set the rotund robber free. Upon hearing news that Zhang Wenxiang from the southern suburbs compensated me 50,000 yuan, yet still ended up hospitalized, the rotund robber turned pale with fear. Zhang Wenxiang merely relayed a message, yet he was dealt with so severely, and the robber had previously assaulted me. He likely feared I would exact a far greater vengeance upon him. However, to his surprise, I had not subjected him to severe punishment, only inflicting some minor discomfort. Today, upon learning that I intended to release him, he displayed an expression of incredulity. Brother Feng, you truly are letting me go just like this? Without demanding compensation, his words brought a smile to my face. Compensate? Do you possess the means to pay? If I were to keep you, I'd have to feed you daily. Begone. The rotund robber then fled as if liberated from a great burden. Brother Feng, should we send someone to follow him? Scarface, possessing considerable experience in the underworld, was the only one among us to perceive my underlying motive. No need. Our underlings lack tracking experience and may inadvertently alert him. I have made other arrangements. Just as the rotund robber exited, Yu Lily, already attired and made up, stealthily followed him without drawing any suspicion. It was not until evening that I received a call from Yu Lily. Brother Feng, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Her playful tone amused me. This girl possesses considerable skills, but has a touch of mischief in her character. Speak freely. Do not keep me in suspense. Ha! Her melodious laughter rang through the phone. The good news is I have identified the individual behind the rotund robber, but it is not the woman in the white suit. Can you guess who it is? Who? It is the very man who caused a commotion in the regret bar and was struck down by Lei Shiba. Do you know the identity of this man? What identity? Suddenly, Eulalie burst into laughter, and in the next moment, the name she uttered sent chills coursing through my entire being. Chapter 41. You shouldn't have come today. The man behind the hefty bandit, who caused a ruckus in the bar, is named Shen Jinshan, also known as Brother Feng. My sister can only feel sympathy for you. This individual is not someone to provoke lightly. I can no longer contain myself. I must go and laugh for a while, ignoring that crazy girl. I hung up the phone, and I was indeed drenched in cold sweat. Is there anyone in Longhe that we dare not provoke? I even dared to confront the young Master Gao from the Gao family, and I have dealt with the notorious Zhao Laowu. However, there is indeed someone to be wary of. Moreover, it is someone I have never encountered before, not for any other reason, but simply because his surname is Shun. His surname alone would not instill fear in me. However, he is the son of Shun Wankai from the Shun family in Beiqing. Being Shun Wansai's son is not inherently terrifying, but the crucial factor is that he has a sister, Chun Sini, who is about to reclaim her heritage and change her name to Chun Sini. Damn it, I have not even met Chun Sini yet, and I have already managed to offend her brother terribly. How could I not break into a cold sweat? Previously, I had saved a girl named Shaoran, who informed me about Chun Sini's situation within the Shun family. Shaoran has a cousin who tutors in the Shun family, and the child he teaches is Shun Jinshan's son. Shaoran mentioned that her cousin had once gossiped about Shun Jinshan, saying he has a terrible temper and often resorts to violence against his family. Moreover, taking advantage of his family's wealth, he spends his days indulging in a life of excess, associating with a group of ruffians. If not for the desire to earn extra tutoring fees, her cousin would have left that position long ago. Thus, it is evident that Shun Jinshan's character is far from admirable. The fact that those bandits on the bus are indeed his associates is quite telling. Even if they are not directly his men, they are certainly his friends. Having such a brother as Chun Sini raises the question of whether it is a blessing or a curse. The pressing concern is how I will approach their family in the future. Additionally, another issue arises. Although the hefty bandit is affiliated with Shun Jinshan, it was the woman in the white suit behind Zhang Wengqiang who orchestrated the ambush against me. There is a high probability that Shun Jinshan was also manipulated by this woman in white. This only deepens my conviction that she is not an ordinary adversary. Her actions are intricately linked, one leading to another. She exploited Zhang Wengqiang's greed, manipulated the vengeful sentiments of the hefty bandit and his ilk, and took advantage of Shun Jinshan's drunken, unruly nature to ensure I offended a brother I have yet to meet, thereby antagonizing the heir of the wealthiest family in Longhe County. It is safe to say that the woman in white is a master strategist, adept at understanding and manipulating human nature. Since my release from prison, this is the first time I have encountered such a cunning and formidable opponent. After dinner, I endeavored to divert my thoughts away from the woman in white. Instead, I reminisced about the moments spent with Chun Sini, eagerly anticipating the joy of our meeting the following day, before drifting into a deep slumber. The Chinook Grand Hotel, towering 10 stories high, stands majestically as one of the tallest buildings in Longhe County. The entire hotel spans over 3,000 square meters and is a property of the Shun family, under the auspices of the Shinha Construction Group. In the past, whenever dignitaries visited Longhe County or local celebrities hosted banquets and grand events, the Chinook Grand Hotel was invariably the venue of choice. Today, the already resplendent Chinook Grand Hotel is adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy and celebration. The hotel has declined all other reservations, as today it serves as the exclusive venue for Miss Shun's familial reunion, prohibiting entry to any unrelated individuals. I rose early, donned the suit I had purchased a few days prior, and with the assistance of Chun Debiao, expertly tied my tie. After a quick adjustment of my hairstyle, I glanced in the mirror and felt rather presentable. My ensemble, comprised of branded attire, was valued at over 1,000 yuan, which I hoped would reflect favorably on Chun Sini. Debiao, it's time to go. I was somewhat impatient, hastily consuming a few bites of breakfast before calling out to Chun Debiao to set off. Today, while Az and Scar were stationed at the bar street. I chose not to bring them along. Accompanying me were still Qin Biao, Xiao Si, and another astute companion. Today's purpose was to meet Qin Sini and witness her reunion with her biological parents, a joyous occasion rather than a confrontation. So the presence of Lei Zi was unnecessary, especially since he was needed to oversee matters here. As for Scar, I initially considered bringing him, but his prominent scar might be rather intimidating, and I feared it could unsettle Qin Sini. The van traveled north, traversing the entirety of Longa County, until we arrived at the entrance of the Shinha Grand Hotel. Despite the early hour, the hotel's entrance was already bustling with a lively crowd, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The front of the hotel featured a well-organized parking lot. In Longa County, few could afford a car, thus parking spots were relatively easy to find, even allowing for unconventional parking. We casually selected a parking space and stepped out of the van. Upon observation, I noted several cars parked in the lot. These were not the modest vans we drove, but rather the earliest models of Toyota and Honda, each retailing for no less than 100,000 yuan. Clearly, the guest list for today's gathering at the Shun family was composed of individuals of considerable wealth. Just as I was about to lead my companions towards the hotel entrance, a striking pink sedan parked alongside our van. From the vehicle emerged a man and a woman. The man, an unassuming elder likely in his 50s, was accompanied by a young woman clad in a deep V gown, her long legs exposed and her figure quite remarkable, seemingly in her early 20s. "My dear, why do we arrive so early? I was hoping you would accompany me for some shopping," the tall woman exclaimed, playfully shaking the elder's arm. I sighed inwardly, reflecting on the absurdity of the pairing. It was as if a beautiful flower had been placed in a pile of manure. Debio, Xiosi, let's proceed. I have little desire to witness their displays of affection, and upon summoning up my resolve, I prepared to enter the hotel. Just then, a man and a woman fortuitously approached us. "Yang Feng, it is indeed you," the tall woman exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at me. "And you are?" "Sure, Zuehua." I gazed at this woman before me, momentarily taken aback, but suddenly I discerned a faint trace of familiarity in her dramatically altered visage. Shi Zuehua was a classmate from our days at Longqing University, alongside Qin Sini and another senior, renowned as the Three School Beauties. To my knowledge, she and Qin Sini had always been at odds during our school years. I was puzzled by her presence here today. Nonetheless, it appeared that she had fared quite well over the years, adorned in opulent attire, and the car she drove, a Xiaoli, was a dream for many in this era. It seemed that Shi Zuehua had indeed associated herself with wealth. The seemingly modest old man accompanying her was likely not an inconsequential figure. "Yang Feng, what brings you here?" Shi Zuehua's unexpected question momentarily left me speechless. "Shi Zuehua, I have come to find Sini. Is there a problem?" She cast a glance at the van behind me, shook her head, and sighed. "You seem to be doing quite well, driving a small van now. However, Yang Feng, considering our past as classmates, I must kindly advise you that your presence here today may not be wise." Chapter 42. The King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. "I'm the boyfriend of Sini. If you can come, why can't I?" I inquired, fixing my gaze upon Shi Zuehua's eyes. "Yang Feng, you ought to comprehend that after today, she will no longer be Qin Sini. From this day forth, she shall be Qin Sini. Yang Feng, I have heard of your predicament. Initially, you risked everything to save her, but what good has it done? Ultimately, you are no longer from the same world. By coming here of your own accord, you are merely inviting humiliation upon yourself. Furthermore, there is also—" Shi Zuehua hesitated, her words trailing off. "What else is there?" Shi Zuehua scrutinized my face, then shook her head in resignation. "Sigh, never mind. I'm only bringing this to your attention out of consideration for our old friendship. In any case, do not enter the Shinha Grand Hotel. If you do, you will come to regret it." With that, Shi Zuehua entwined her arm with that of the older gentleman, swaying her waist like a serpent, as they gracefully made their way towards the hotel entrance. "Brother Feng, what does this mean? Does she look down on people? Is it just a Xiaoli? What is so impressive about that?" In a fit of anger, Qin Biao attempted to confront Shi Zuehua. "Enough, Biao." I firmly grasped his arm. "Do not provoke trouble. Those who could drive a Xiaoli are not to be underestimated. Besides, she was merely offering a kind warning." With that said, I instructed Xiao Si and the others to carry the gifts, retrieving the invitation from my pocket, and began to stride towards the hotel entrance. At the entrance stood a rather fashionable hostess. I presented the invitation to her. Upon receiving it, her brows instantly furrowed. "Qinjiazhen de Biao's bathing house owner? You are Yang Feng?" I nodded. "Sir, I am afraid you are not welcome here. Today, our esteemed Shen invited only distinguished guests from various circles. Please leave." Chen de Biao immediately approached. "What does this mean? You issue the invitation. How can you deny entry?" The hostess shrugged dismissively. Sorry, but our boss does not associate with individuals of your status." An affront. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. I felt as if I had been toyed with by Gao Datu. I pulled out my mobile phone and dialed Gao Datu's number. "Gao Datu, do you dare to play me for a fool?" Gao Datu seemed taken aback. "Brother Phone, what's wrong? Is the invitation you gave me a forgery?" "Brother Phone, you are unjustly accusing my good intentions. The invitation is indeed genuine. Both our Gao family and the Liu family from the west, as well as the Zheng family from the east, have received multiple invitations from the Shun family, allowing us to conveniently invite friends. As for the names on the invitations, we can fill them in ourselves. That is of no concern. Then why does the Shun family not acknowledge this invitation?" A hint of helplessness drifted through the line. Yet regardless of how I perceived it, it bore a semblance of schadenfreude. "I cannot say, Brother Phone, you haven't crossed any of the Shun family's members recently, have you? How about this, Brother Phone? Perhaps you could wait for half an hour. After that time, when I arrive, you can pretend to be my attendant, and I will escort you inside." I can already envision the corners of Gao Data's mouth curling upwards in a smirk. That scoundrel is undoubtedly reveling in my predicament. To hell with it. I hung up on Gao Datu and turned my gaze towards the receptionist. "Please inform Chun Sini that Yang Feng is here to see her." A hint of derision flickered in the receptionist's eyes. "Sir, I still have my duties. I cannot afford to play messenger for you. Truly, it is easier to meet the king of hell than to deal with petty spirits. Brother Feng, look up." At that moment, Chen de Biao leaned close to my ear, gesturing for me to raise my head. Following the direction of his finger, I turned my gaze to the second floor. There, at the window of the Shinha Grand Hotel, several heads peeked out, their faces twisted in disdain as they observed the scene unfolding below. Upon noticing my gaze, they quickly withdrew their heads. Nevertheless, I caught a glimpse of their faces. It was that rotund robber and his accomplices. In an instant, it became clear to me it was not an issue with the invitation. Rather, someone was deliberately obstructing my entry. Is this the hospitality of the Shun family? I took a step forward, fixing the receptionist with a chilling stare, an aura of menace emanating from my eyes. Today, no one shall prevent me from meeting Chinsini. De Biao, Xiao Si, block the entrance. Since the Shun family refuses to grant me this courtesy, neither shall anyone else be permitted entry. Chun de Biao and Xiao Si promptly discarded the gifts they were carrying at the entrance of the Shinha Grand Hotel, obstructing the path for other guests. "What do you intend to do? Do you dare to cause a disturbance at the Shun family's door?" "Security. If you don't leave, I will call security." Panic flickered in the receptionist's eyes as she stumbled back a few steps. "Cause a disturbance?" I let out a cold laugh. "Today is a momentous occasion for the Shun family, yet you take it upon yourself to block guests from entering. Who exactly is instructing you to do this? If this escalates and brings shame upon the Shun family, do you think Shin Wankai will let you off? Do you consider how the head of the Shun family would deal with you in such a situation?" Upon hearing my words, the receptionist's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. "Call for help? Were you not just about to summon security? Why the hesitation?" The once haughty receptionist, witnessing the throng of guests gathering at the entrance, was on the verge of tears. "Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize. It was my mistake. Please do come in." The receptionist, now flustered, began bowing repeatedly, desperate to avoid escalating the situation. "Security, quickly, come and assist this Mr. Yang with his gifts." Not only did she bow and apologize to me, but she also called for security to help carry my items. "Enough, De Biao, let us go." I strode into the hotel with Chun De Biao, not sparing the receptionist a single glance. "Ah, Yang Feng, I never anticipated your remarkable prowess. Just moments ago, I was contemplating whether to come to your aid. Yet you resolved the matter with astonishing swiftness. At that moment, Shi Tsuehua and the elderly gentleman, who had entered the hotel ahead of us, approached. Is that so? In that case, allow me to express my gratitude to an old classmate for their goodwill. Gazing upon Shi Tsuehua's facade of false kindness, I felt a wave of nausea rise within me. The older man beside her, however, took the initiative to extend his hand towards me. Mr. Yang, you are indeed extraordinary. With just a few words, you managed to resolve the situation. You are quite the character. Shall we become friends? You flatter me. May I ask your name? I replied, extending my hand to gently shake his. My surname is Liu. I oversee engineering under Mr. Shun, and I am a few years your senior. So you may call me Old Liu. As he spoke, Old Liu pulled me aside. Brother Yang, you truly ought not to be here today. I am eager to befriend you, so I would like to share a few heartfelt words. Old Liu glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then leaned in close to my ear and revealed something that nearly caused me to leap in astonishment. Chapter 43. Li Xiao of Longcheng, do you dare provocate? Brother Yang, today the Shun family is not merely hosting a recognition ceremony for their daughter. There is an even more significant announcement to be made. What is it? Today, a prominent figure is expected to grace the recognition event. Have you heard of Li Pengfei, the young master of the Li family in Longcheng? Old Liu's words evoked a distant memory. During my university days in Longcheng, I had heard whispers of several esteemed families in the city. It seemed that the second-generation heirs had even established a ranking referred to as the 4 young masters of Longcheng. Li Pengfei is one of them, and the Li family wields considerable influence in Longcheng. He is a household name, renowned as a rich heir, lavishly squandering wealth and indulging in nightly revelries, with few daring to cross him. Naturally, as ordinary students, we had little opportunity to encounter him. Are you indeed speaking of Li Pengfei, one of the 4 young masters? Old Liu nodded, casting a sympathetic glance in my direction. Not long ago, when the young lady of the Shun family was recently brought back by the Shun patriarch, Li Pengfei happened to visit Longhe, purportedly to scout a project, and fortuitously laid eyes upon Miss Shun. I understood that the Miss Shun he referred to was, in fact, Chun Sini. It seems this young master took a liking to her, and the Shun patriarch and matriarch have expressed intentions of betrothing their daughter to him. Though the Shun family is the wealthiest in Longhe, they appear diminutive in comparison to the Li family. Should the Shun family manage to ally with the Li family, it could greatly enhance their business prospects. Thus, today's event is not merely a recognition ceremony. It is likely a betrothal ceremony between the young master and Miss Shun. The Shun family is seizing this opportunity to demonstrate to the world their newfound powerful ally. Old Liu regarded me with sympathy. This is a closely guarded secret of the Shun family, known to few. I only learned of it a couple of days ago. And what are Sini's feelings? Is she truly willing to marry that debauched scion of the Li family? During our university days, Sini held strong principles. I distinctly recalled her disdain for young men like Li Pengfei. Sure. Old Liu hastily gestured for silence, glancing around cautiously. As for the young lady's sentiments, you must inquire directly with her. However, I advise you to leave now. After all, in Longhe, few dare to provoke the Li family. Shi Tsuehua approached. Yang Feng, I already warned you not to enter. Now you see why. Chun Sini has ascended into our upper echelons. This is not your world. Why force yourself into it? Even if you are unafraid of offending the Shun family, or the Li family, do you dare to provoke them? In the distance, figures began to approach us. Old Liu quickly grasped Shi Tsuehua's arm and turned to leave. Brother Yang Feng, I have said enough. You would do well to ponder your next steps. To speak candidly, I was taken aback, yet deep within, I instinctively chose to believe in Chun Sini. For all these years, there has been but one place in my heart, and that is reserved for her. I trust that she would never betray me. Fengge, which Li family are you referring to? What kind of dandy? Chun de Biao was somewhat distant, only catching a few words. I steadied myself and offered a faint smile. The Longcheng Li family, Li Pengfei. Have you heard of him? What? Chun de Biao was instantly startled, his demeanor becoming somewhat foolish. Brother, you haven't gotten entangled with the Longcheng Li family, have you? I shook my head. Not yet. Chun de Biao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, visibly relaxing. However, if it comes to that, what shall we do if Li Pengfei attempts to take my wife? Chun de Biao. De Biao, are you afraid? Chun de Biao immediately squared his shoulders. If my brother is fearless, then I shall not be afraid. If Li Pengfei dares to covet my sister-in-law, we must confront him. Just say the word, and I shall go teach him a lesson, showing him what it means to be the fiercest man in Chenjid. Ha! My previously gloomy spirits were instantly lifted by Chun de Biao's spirited resolve, and I felt a surge of deep gratitude. Although de Biao sometimes indulges in bravado and can be a bit timid, once he is committed to you, he will follow you without hesitation, a true man. Aside from the jewelry I had prepared for Chun Sini, the other gifts had already been received by the Shun family. The grand hall on the first floor was already bustling with guests, and I, accompanied by Chun de Biao, sought a place to sit. At that moment, a server approached me. Good day. Are you Mr. Yang Feng? I am. Miss Sini requests your presence. Please follow me. My heart inexplicably leaped at the news. 5 years. A full 5 years. How I longed to see my beloved Sini once more, to embrace her and express how much I had missed her throughout these years. De Biao, please find a seat and wait for me. I shall return shortly. Without suspicion, I followed the server, leaving the banquet hall. The server then led me into an elevator. The elevator was a novel contraption, one I had never encountered before. It was said to be the first of its kind in the entire Longhe County, located within the Shinha Hotel. However, my heart was racing with excitement, rendering my awareness of the elevator somewhat diminished. The server pressed a button on the panel, and the elevator ascended to the second floor, the doors opening automatically. Mr. Yang, please, Miss Sini is just inside the room. On the second floor, the server guided me to a room and opened the door for me. Without hesitation, I stepped inside. Sini. Yet, as I crossed the threshold, I was instantly rendered speechless. Before me stands a spacious conference room, populated by 2 rows of burly men, numbering nearly 20 or 30. Among them, a few faces are familiar to me, varied in size, including a rotund figure and a middle-aged man. These individuals are the very ones responsible for orchestrating the audacious bus heist. Suddenly, with a decisive click, the waiter seizes the moment while I am momentarily lost in thought and firmly shuts the conference room door. The unmistakable sound of a heavy chain locking the door reverberates from outside. At this juncture, if I still fail to comprehend that I have been deceived, then I might as well abandon any pretense of survival. Before the expansive, floor-to-ceiling window, a young man sporting a scarred chin and 2 dark rings around his eyes lounges in his chair, nonchalantly resting one leg over the other. He casts a sideways glance at me, his eyes filled with contempt. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shun Jinshan, a deputy of the Shinha group and the elder brother of Xiani. So, you're Yang Feng? How dare a pauper like you come to disturb my family? To harass my sister? Chapter 44, Yang Feng. Do you dare to strike me in my own home? Now I understand everything. The reason you barred my entrance at the door was due to this scoundrel's machinations. Just a few days ago, I visited a bar in the southern suburbs for a drink, only to inexplicably find myself assaulted by your men. You didn't even bother to inquire about it. In Longhe, who would dare to inflict such a significant loss upon me? Furthermore, several of my loyal brothers, who came from afar to join me, suffered your wrath before even reaching Longhe. As Shun Jinshan spoke, he pointed towards the portly and slender bandits. I had initially intended to deal with you that very night, yet was stayed by Sini's heartfelt pleas, which compelled me to restrain my impulses and not stoop to your level. However, I never anticipated that on such a momentous occasion for the Shun family, you would dare to create a disturbance. Brothers, charge. Subdue him. A sense of dread washed over me, for I knew I was in dire straits. My intention was never to engage in a brawl today. Hence I had not brought along my little pistol. Yesterday, Lao Yao informed me through correspondence that the Shun family's event was grand, with representatives from the police department present, including him and Lao Zheng, and he cautioned me to ensure my men remained composed. Yet, who could have foreseen Shun Jinshan's treachery? Indeed, while I possess considerable fighting prowess, even the mightiest of warriors cannot prevail against overwhelming numbers. One cannot hope to defeat so many opponents single-handedly. Nevertheless, a moment of inspiration struck me. Passively enduring an assault has never been my inclination, and even in the face of such a multitude, I chose to adopt an assertive and aggressive stance. With swift resolve, I charged towards a slender bandit standing not far from me, and in a flash, I brought him crashing to the ground, swiftly securing him in a chokehold. Do not move. Whoever dares to approach shall meet a swift demise. The advancing thugs halted in their tracks, deterred by my declaration. If strength alone cannot secure victory, then I shall resort to cunning. It appears my tactic is proving effective. The slender bandit gasped for breath, his eyes rolling back in distress. Shin, young master, save me, Yang Feng. You resort to such desperate measures. Threatening me with a hostage, are you? Shin Jinshan rose from his seat. Charge! Quickly! He dares not strike. Though Shun Jinshan shouted fervently, his henchmen raised their clubs hesitantly, none daring to strike. Brothers, I have heard tales of your master Shin Wankai as formidable methods. Should anyone dare to act first and cause a fatality, your master will not spare you. If you dare to advance, I will indeed snap his neck. Test me if you wish. You must have heard of the infamous bandit Zhao Laowu, who has blood on his hands. I, Yang Feng, have dealt him several transparent wounds myself. Seeing the hesitation in Shun Jinshan's men, my confidence surged, and I commenced my verbal assault. My elder once imparted to me the wisdom that brute force is a lesser approach, while the art of psychological manipulation embodies the true path to success. If matters were to escalate, leading to a situation where the Shun family could not extricate themselves, do you believe Shin Wankai would spare you? Shun Jinshan, his son, might remain unscathed, but your fate would be far less certain. As I observed a group of burly men wavering under my influence, hesitant to act, Shin Jinshan grew increasingly agitated. Seizing a steel pipe from one of his henchmen, he charged toward me, declaring, "Brothers, disregard his nonsense and advance. If lives are lost, I shall bear the consequences." With Shun Jinshan taking the lead, the henchmen finally sprang into action, surging forth behind him. However, they were a moment too late. This was precisely the outcome I sought. All my preceding actions were designed to provoke Shin Jinshan's fury. The current predicament was akin to a stalemate for me. To unravel this deadlock, a mere scrawny monkey would prove ineffective. Fortunately, Shun Jinshan, in his foolishness, overlooked a crucial detail. Though he had confined me within this grand office, he had simultaneously placed the key right before me. That key was none other than Shun Jinshan himself. My ultimate objective was to use him as leverage. In an instant, seizing the opportunity, I cast aside the scrawny monkey and lunged forward, restraining Shun Jinshan's arm. With a sharp twist, I applied force in opposite directions, causing him to emit a pained scream as his arm dislocated. Swiftly, I snatched the steel pipe from his grasp and gained control over him. "Retreat, all of you. Step back," I commanded, brandishing the pipe. "Anyone who dares to disobey will find their young master's skull shattered." With Shun Jinshan under my control, the henchmen transformed into obedient subordinates, displaying a level of compliance surpassing that of mere lackeys. They were not foolish. None dared to charge forward, nor would they accept the burden of responsibility. Moreover, Shun Jinshan's earlier disregard for the scrawny monkey had wounded their pride. Who would be foolish enough to risk their lives for him now? Ouch, that hurts, Yang Feng. Take it easy. I forced Shin Jinshan's arm behind him, eliciting cries of pain from him. Good. Let us see how you like this insolent tongue of yours. With one hand holding the pipe above his head, I freed my other hand to deliver a sharp slap across Shun Jinshan's face. Slap! The blow drew blood from his lips. Yang Feng, this is my territory. How dare you strike me here? Slap! Yang Feng, you are finished. Slap! Slap! You bastard! Yang Feng! Slap! 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 Before the astonished eyes of Shun Jinshan's henchmen, I orchestrated a demonstration of slaps, leaving them dumbfounded. I refused to believe that a debauched individual like him could maintain his bravado for long. Indeed, it was not long before Shin Jinshan succumbed to fear. Yang Feng, please stop. For the sake of Xine, I implore you to spare me. The group of henchmen were taken aback, astonished that the esteemed young master of the Shun family was begging for mercy. Shin Jinshan, how dare you even mention Xine? If you were not her brother, I would have terminated your existence today. Yes, Brother Feng, you must not do that. If you were to erase me, Xine, you would be deeply saddened. Enough of this nonsense. Summon someone to open the door. Shun Jinshan dared not hesitate this time, fearing my wrath. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and open the door for Brother Feng. The henchmen finally snapped out of their stupor and rushed to the conference room door, banging on it, urging those outside to let us in. It was only at this moment that I let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly fell victim to Shin Jinshan's trickery. Holding Shin Jinshan firmly, I stepped out, advancing slowly. Not far behind me, a formidable group of henchmen, armed with wooden clubs and steel pipes, followed closely. Descending the staircase, we arrived on the first floor. At that moment, the enchanting voice of the MC resonated from the banquet hall. I hereby declare the commencement of the Shun family princess's betrothal ceremony. Chapter 45. Am I to single-handedly confront so many of them? The day has arrived for a grand celebration at the Shun residence. A day for the recognition of the family ties of Miss Shun. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Mr. Shun Wankai, chairman of the Shina Group, and Ms. Li Ling to the stage. The charming female host opened the ceremony with an unexpected flourish of English, the meaning of which eluded me. However, as the couple took the stage, their commanding presence was undeniable. Though they had aged, the gentleman exuded elegance while the lady embodied grace, hinting at their former beauty as a striking couple in their youth. I am Shun Wankai, and it brings me great joy to see you all here today. First and foremost, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Chandalin and his wife, who have devotedly raised my daughter. Without their sacrifices, I may never have had the chance to reunite with my daughter Cindy. The host seized the moment, urging the audience to give a resounding applause for Mr. and Mrs. Chandalin, welcoming our Cindy to the stage. The applause resonated throughout the venue. Mr. and Mrs. Chun, holding the hand of Chun Cindy, ascended the stage. After 5 years apart, Cindy had blossomed into an even more stunning young woman. Her fair skin and long legs were perfectly accentuated by her elegant blue gown, elegantly showcasing her enviable figure. Father, mother, your daughter Cindy has returned. Chun Cindy knelt before Mr. and Mrs. Shun Wankai, bowing 3 times in reverence. Subsequently, she took a teacup from a server's tray, kneeling as she presented tea to the Shun couple. The elaborate ceremonial gestures were indeed intricate. At that moment, I had already escorted Shun Jinshan to a corner where he could see the stage. Shun Jinshan's parents began to survey the surroundings, likely searching for their son, who should have been present for this significant occasion. Just as I released Shun Jinshan, intending to locate Chen Debiao and Xiao Si, he suddenly shouted and dashed toward the banquet hall, his entourage of bodyguards hastily following in his wake. Uncle Zheng, capture the wrongdoers. Someone is assaulting me at the Shun family estate. Hurry. At this instant, in the front row of the banquet hall, 2 men clad in police uniforms adorned with officer insignias gently clapped. One man, with slightly graying hair, was unfamiliar to me, but the one sitting beside him was none other than Old Yao. The Shun family commanded significant influence. In addition to these 2, about 10 officers were patrolling the banquet hall, maintaining order for the Shun family. However, upon hearing Shun Jinshan refer to the older officer as Uncle Zheng, I instinctively deduced the identity of the newcomers. It was none other than Director Zheng of the Longha County Police Department, the legitimate head of the bureau. With Shun Jinshan's outcry, all eyes in the room, including those of Mr. and Mrs. Shun Wankai and Shin Sini on stage, were drawn to him. Jinshan, come up to the stage immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? Mr. Shin Wansai's thunderous voice startled Shin Jinshan, causing him to tremble. Nevertheless, he had already approached Director Zheng, pointing accusingly at me. It is he, indeed, the one named Yang Feng. Today he unjustly assaulted me in the Shin residence, disregarding the law. I implore Uncle Zheng to apprehend him. Director Zheng remained seated, not even rising, his gaze briefly flickering to the swollen cheek of Shin Jinshan, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Subsequently, he gestured to several patrolling officers, who promptly rushed toward me. How audacious to cause a disturbance. Apprehend him. I sighed inwardly. No wonder the old man and Uncle Chin urged me to rectify the situation in Longha. It appears that the individuals here are entangled in a web of connections, trading in money and power. Why not inquire into the circumstances of the incident, discerning right from wrong before making an arrest? Wait a moment. I regarded Director Zhang with calm composure. Might I ask, sir, shouldn't you inquire how I supposedly assaulted him? Director Zhang appeared momentarily taken aback, likely astonished that a seemingly youthful individual such as myself would dare to question him in front of so many dignitaries of Loma County. Since I had raised the matter, he truly had no choice but to ask. However, before he could speak, I pointed toward the large group of armed thugs looming behind Shan. Pray tell, Director, do you mean to suggest that I single-handedly assaulted Master Shen and his numerous subordinates? Director Zhang was instantly speechless. Old Yao seized the opportunity to interject. Director Zhang, do you truly believe that a solitary young man could assault young Master Shen in the presence of so many of Shen's bodyguards? At that moment, the thugs finally realized their mistake in brandishing their weapons and hastily retreated into the building. Ah, Old Yao, while young Master Shen has indeed been harmed, observe the swelling on his face and the dislocated arm. Director Zhang, noticing the attention of Mr. Shen and his wife upon him, quickly persisted in defending the Shen family. Regardless, I must take him back to the station for an investigation. If he is truly innocent, I shall certainly release him. I maintained my composure and offered a slight smile. Director Zhang, you must not make baseless claims. I did not strike Shan. Director Zhang was taken aback, raising his head to scrutinize me intently. Young Master Shen has already identified you. Do you still wish to argue? If it was not you, then who could it be? Surely it wasn't myself or Director Yao who struck him. I remained resolute, gazing calmly into Director Zhang's eyes, lowering my voice. It was those robbers responsible for the bus hijacking who assaulted him. They are right here, Director Zhang. Are you not planning to make any arrests? Upon hearing my words, Director Zhang's cheek began to twitch involuntarily. Old Yao had previously informed me that when those robbers had arrived at the station, before any substantial interrogation could take place, Director Zhang had, under the guise of his position, secretly released them. Thus, those robbers still remained fugitives evading capture. Certainly, the reason why Lao Yao has not yet acted against these robbers is due to his own reservations. He is on the verge of successfully ascending to a higher position and cannot afford to confront Director Zhang at this moment. Otherwise, the influence of the Zhang family could create significant complications. Naturally, Director Zhang himself is also cautious and refrains from causing too much trouble, as he recognizes that Lao Yao's rise to power is inevitable. If all goes smoothly, his best outcome would be a lateral transfer or a peaceful retirement. Should these robbers be apprehended and Lao Yao subject them to rigorous interrogation, there's a likelihood that they would implicate Director Zhang. Better to be safe than sorry, indeed. Thus, Director Zhang harbors such concerns. Consequently, his expression shifted immediately. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he remarked, "Ah, Master Shen, esteemed guests, this is merely a misunderstanding. Young Master Shen and this young man were merely jesting. It is of no consequence. Let the event proceed as planned." Essentially, Director Zhang attempted to smooth over the situation, adopting a stance of willful ignorance. Shortly thereafter, he covered his face with a newspaper, and within 3 seconds, a faint snoring sound emanated from his nose. At this point, nearly all seats in the venue were occupied. I found myself in the front row, not far from the stage, struggling to find a seat. Suddenly, I spotted a familiar face not far from Lao Yao's right side. Gao Datu. Gao Datu had been watching me, grinning and tilting his head, clearly eager to witness my predicament. However, upon seeing me swiftly silence Director Zhang, he promptly wiped the smile from his face and turned away. "Hey, young Master Gao, what a coincidence." I approached him and greeted him. Upon my approach, the flesh on Gao Datu's face trembled, and he appeared on the verge of tears. Brother Feng, good to see you," he said helplessly, motioning for the woman sitting beside him to rise and make room for me. Yet, just as I settled into my seat, a very familiar and somewhat irate voice rang out beside me. "Chinsini, Yang Feng, you have gone too far." In that instant, all eyes in the room were once again focused squarely on me. Chapter 46. A stunning turn of events at the reunion. The voice was hauntingly familiar. That of Chinsini. She finally descended from the stage and stood before me, her tone laced with inquiry and indignation. "Yang Feng, what are you doing here? Why have you harmed my brother so severely?" The fervor in my heart was instantly extinguished by her icy reprimand. "Sini, I came to find you. Did you not promise to wait for me for 10 years? I stammered, As for your brother, I did not provoke him. As I spoke, amidst the gasps of the crowd, I grasped Chun Sini's delicate hand. Sini, I also brought you a gift. Let us converse over there. Release my daughter. At that moment, Chun Sini's adoptive mother, Mrs. Wang, approached with her distinctive figure and a booming voice. Aunt Wang, I greeted her politely. In the past, during my courtship with Chun Sini, I had visited their home and was acquainted with Mrs. Wang. Although her temperament was somewhat fiery, she had once been supportive of my relationship with Sini. Yang Feng, you little rascal, what are you doing here? Who permitted you to trouble our Sini? Mrs. Wang exclaimed, yanking Chun Sini's hand from my grasp. Aunt Wang, what do you mean, Yang Feng, you should not be here. What occasion is this? What event? Those present are of high standing. And what is your status? You merely wish to take advantage of the fact that our Sini is now the esteemed young lady of a Shun family. What do you possess that could possibly be worthy of my daughter? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth. Mrs. Wang's barrage of scorn left me at a loss for words. I had never perceived her as such a snobbish individual during my visits to their home years ago. Just then, Chun de Biao strode over from behind. Hey, old lady, how dare you speak like that? Why should my brother Feng be here? Chun de Biao turned to face the esteemed guests in attendance, displaying an unexpected confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed elders and youth, I am Chun de Biao, the most formidable figure from Qinjie town. Allow me to make a brief announcement. For bathing and relaxation, come to de Biao's Grand Bathhouse. 5 years ago, when Chun Sini was bullied by a thug, my brother Feng, as her boyfriend, intervened and accidentally injured someone, nearly facing the death penalty. Now, my brother Feng has returned with gifts and sincerity. Yet, look at this family, spewing nonsense and displaying such arrogance. What do you all think? Where does my brother Feng fall short? I must admit, Chun de Biao's words resonated with my sentiments, grounded in reason and articulated splendidly. Enough. At that moment, Mr. Shun and his wife stepped down from the stage. Sini, you should return. Today is a significant day, and this commotion is utterly inappropriate. With that, Mr. Shun turned his gaze towards me. Mr. Yang, I have indeed heard Ms. Sini speak of the events from years past. Had it not been for your presence back then, she might have faced dire consequences. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Shun family, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude and warm welcome to you, Mr. Yang. However, I must convey a crucial point. The connection between you and Sini was merely a childhood dalliance and should not be taken seriously. I kindly request that you refrain from entangling yourself with Ms. Sini any further. Mr. Shun Wankai spoke with impeccable composure. Those words hinted at a desire to expel me. Mr. Yang, here's a black card from the Shun family. The password is Sini's birthday, and it contains 100,000 yuan. Accept this, and let us settle the past once and for all. What do you say? As he spoke, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to me. A surge of indignation welled up within me. I accepted the card then before Mr. Shun Jinsai's gaze. I snapped it in two and cast the pieces at his feet. Mr. Shun, wealth is not a measure of worth. If you wish for me to leave, it is a simple matter. I require Ms. Chun Sini to voice it herself. Mr. Shun Wankai, publicly humiliated, still managed to suppress his anger. Chun Sini approached, and I implored, Sini, you must tell me, do you wish for me to go? She averted her gaze, biting her lip, and eventually nodded. Feng, you should leave. We're no longer suited for one another. Why? I inquired. Feng, there are no explanations needed. If love fades, it simply does. My parents would never approve of our union. I will heed their wishes. Is it because of Li Pengfei? At the mention of his name, Chun Sini visibly flinched, meeting my eyes for a fleeting moment. Feng, this has nothing to do with anyone else. What I desire, you will never be able to provide. A heavy sigh escaped me as I reflected on the past, when she was so obedient and compliant. Yet now, standing before me, we could never return what we once shared. Very well, I understand. A profound sadness enveloped my heart. It is often said that men may become corrupted by wealth. Yet some women, too, can change. Yet why did I notice tears glistening in the corners of her eyes? Fine, ishal depart, Sini. I hope you do not come to regret this choice. With her intentions clear and her resolve unwavering, I felt no lingering attachment and turned astride toward the exit. Shen Biao and Xiao Si quickly followed in my wake. Behind me, the gathering continued seamlessly. Mr. Shun Wansai's voice remained steady and composed, as though nothing had transpired. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two announcements to make. First, I am appointing my daughter, Shun Sini, as the vice chairperson of Shina Group, entrusting her with full responsibility for the Nanxing Development Project. The second announcement is that young Master Li Pengfei from the Longjiang Li family will be arriving at Shinha Hotel today to propose to my daughter Sini. The Shin family is on the brink of a lasting alliance with the Longjiang Li family. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, their expressions filled with envy and admiration. As soon as Shin Wansai's words fell, the reception attendant rushed in a flurry towards the entrance. Master, a grave matter has arisen. A woman in a red BMW has arrived without an invitation, insisting on barging into our banquet. I refused her entry, and she struck me. Shin Wansai's expression darkened immediately. It must be her. She has already intruded. At that moment, a lavishly adorned middle-aged woman, brandishing a set of car keys and striding in her high heels with an air of indifference, entered through the grand doors. Upon sighting this woman, Shin Wankai and the distinguished guests present instantly donned smiles, hurriedly making their way from the hall to greet her. Madam Li, no, esteemed mother-in-law, what brings you here without prior notice? Where's my son-in-law? Pengfei. No one noticed that as Madam Li passed by me, she gave a mysterious wink. The guests were abuzz, for it was evident from Shan Wansai's words that this was the matriarch of the Li family from Longqing, signifying that the Shun family was on the brink of a remarkable ascent. What no one anticipated, however, was that this Madam Li would, under the gaze of all present, engage in an act that was utterly astonishing. Chapter 47. The Shun family faces humiliation. The moment Madam Li graced the hall with her presence, the entire gathering was stirred, and guests rushed to welcome her alongside Shun Wankai and his wife. A red BMW. Goodness, it truly is a BMW. I've heard this is the first BMW in the entire Longjiang province, exclusively owned by Madam Li. It is indeed Madam Li. I've seen her photograph in the newspaper, and she exudes an undeniable elegance. Yes, it is indeed her. Just last month, the papers reported that she purchased an exquisite imported silk gown worth over 20,000 yuan. Look, that is the very dress she is wearing. There is no doubt. She is the Madam Li of the Longqing Li family. Who would have imagined that she would actually come to our Longhe County? Shen Wankai even referred to her as kin, suggesting that his daughter truly is to wed into the Li household. The guests gazed enviously at Shen Wankai and his wife, whispering fervently amongst themselves. A smile crept across Shen Wankai's lips, his expression nearly blooming with joy, while Madame Shun radiated pride. Madam Li, please come in, Shen Wankai said, slightly bowing and making a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded before everyone's eyes. Madame Li, stepping forward in her high-heeled shoes, approached Shen Wankai and halted before him. Slap! No one anticipated that Madame Li would suddenly raise her hand and deliver a resounding slap to Shen Wankai in front of all the dignitaries and prominent families of Shin County. Who do you think you are, Shen Wankai? Does your daughter even deserve to marry into my Li family? What audacious fool you are. Who gave you the audacity to boast here? Shen Wankai was left utterly bewildered by the blow. The guests, momentarily stunned, soon erupted into murmurs. It turned out that the Shun family had been boasting. Indeed, they had believed his claims were genuine, only to realize the truth was a mere delusion. The humiliation struck swiftly. They had looked down upon Yang Feng, who once saved their daughter, only to remain oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of the Li family, they were merely impoverished nobodies. Shen Wankai could hear the gossip clearly. At that moment, his face flushed with alternating shades of blue and red, unsure whether it was from the slap or the shock of the situation. As the wealthiest man in Longhe County, he was accustomed to being treated with utmost courtesy, and no one dared to embarrass him. Today, first he was publicly humiliated, and now Madame Li had dealt him a further blow. Shen Wankai felt his dignity slipping away. However, the Li family was not an ordinary clan. Thus, covering his face, Shen Wankai could only suppress his anger. Madame Li, the engagement was personally agreed upon by your son, young Master Li, and you also confirmed it over the phone. I wonder why you suddenly changed your mind. Madame Li let out a cold snort. Shenwan Kai, when I say no, it is indeed no. Decisions in the Li family are made by us alone. Must I report to you? Who do you think you are? Lady Li turned her head and suddenly spotted me, who was already nearing the entrance. Shenwan Kai, I have conducted my inquiries. Your daughter, Chun Sini, has been in a relationship all along. Am I speaking the truth? Shenwan Sai's countenance changed dramatically as he hastily shook his head in denial. No, Lady Li, do not heed the rumors. There is no such thing. Lady Li extended her delicate hand, pointing at me. If I am not mistaken, your daughter's boyfriend must be him. He is Yang Feng, correct? Nothing escapes the Li family's notice. This Yang Feng, for your daughter, was imprisoned and nearly lost his life. Would your daughter abandon him to marry into our Li family? If that were the case, then such a woman is not worthy of the Li family. A smile crept to my lips as I turned to face Lady Li. Indeed, you're correct. I am Yang Feng. However, there is one point you are mistaken about. I am no longer Chun Sini's boyfriend, for we have just parted ways. I no longer desire this woman. If your Li family wishes to take her, feel free to do so. Oomph. Lady Li scoffed. Do you think a woman that even you reject would be desired by the Li family? At that moment, Shenwan Sai's face turned a deep shade of crimson. My banter with Lady Li made it seem as though Shun's daughter was nothing more than unwanted refuse, tossed about carelessly. This was humiliation, a blatant affront. Despite knowing the consequences of offending the Li family, Shenwan Kai could no longer contain himself. Lady Li, do not be so overbearing. Our daughter is not destined to marry solely into your Li family. I implore you to leave. Lady Li cast a disdainful glance at Shenwan Kai and turned to exit, not looking back as she stepped through the door. Just then, the mobile phone of Shun Jinshan rang. Father, it's a call from young Master Li. Shenwan Kai, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood. Do the Li family still not find our Shun family humiliated enough? Jinshan, tell him, from now on, he must cease any harassment of Sini. Inform him that if he dares to come to Longhe again, our Shun family will retaliate. Break his legs. Shenwan Kai coughed up another mouthful of blood and collapsed. Father! Father! Quickly, call a doctor behind me, came the frantic cries of Chun Sini. Oh no, Shun Sini. However, I did not look back, striding out of Shinha Hotel with Chun de Biao without a second glance. How liberating. Brother Feng, that Lady Li truly avenged us. I sighed, arriving today with high hopes, yet I never anticipated such an outcome. Years of affection have succumbed to the allure of wealth. To claim my heart is unscathed would be an utter falsehood. De Biao, drive on. We hopped into the van, and Chun de Biao promptly ignited the engine, steering us out of the parking lot. That Mrs. Li was swifter than us. Once we exited the lot, we could only catch a distant glimpse of her red BMW on the main road ahead. Buzz! The red BMW suddenly accelerated, vanishing from our sight with the rapidity of a race car. Brother Feng, the rhythm with which this woman drives feels oddly familiar, Chun de Biao remarked, astonished. Let us return first. In truth, it wasn't just Chun de Biao who felt this way. From a moment Mrs. Li entered the Shinha Hotel, an uncanny familiarity enveloped me, especially in her eyes. I couldn't shake the sensation that she resembled someone I knew. Chapter 48. A strategy to kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Upon returning to the southern suburbs, I promptly dialed Ulili's number. I was somewhat skeptical that the Madame Li was merely a disguise donned by Ulili, yet I had no means of confirming my suspicions. I could only sense a striking resemblance in the eyes of Madame Li to those of Ulili. Beyond that, I could unearth no tangible evidence. Furthermore, given that Ulili was alone in this endeavor, it was difficult for me to fathom how she could have flawlessly executed such a grand deception. Regrettably, it seemed as if Ulili had vanished into thin air. Her phone was utterly unreachable. I chose not to dwell on it, considering that she had been tirelessly scouring for information on the woman in the white suit, the portly robber, and the Shun family over the past few days. She must have been exhausted and perhaps was simply resting now. Temporarily suppressing my unease, I uncorked a bottle of wine to alleviate my profound melancholy. Meanwhile, Chun de Biao animatedly recounted the vivid scenes that unfolded at the Shinha Grand Hotel earlier that day, embellishing the narrative to grandiose proportions. In the afternoon, Chun de Biao burst into the room, brimming with excitement. "Brother Feng, I have splendid news to report." "Oh." I paused, momentarily taken aback. Given my current state of despondency, I could scarcely imagine what good news could possibly surface. "Brother Feng, do you know? Xin Jinshan has clashed with Gao Dazhuang." "What?" At the mention of Chun de Biao's words, a surge of vitality coursed through me. The Shun and Gao families were both my adversaries, if they were embroiled in a fierce conflict. It could indeed be considered fortuitous news. Xin Jinshan had led a contingent of dozens to the Gao family, injuring 7 or 8 of Gao Dazhuang's men. And even Gao Dazhuang himself had narrowly avoided a trip to the hospital. Currently, the two families were embroiled in a dispute, with several local dignitaries from Longhe County intervening to mediate the situation. Earlier that morning, had not Gao Dazhuang gone to the Shun family to extend congratulations? What had caused their rift? Chun de Biao took a seat, sipping water, his gaze fixed on me with admiration. "Hee, Brother Feng, that is for you to explain. How did you manage this? In my lifetime, I have never witnessed such an exquisite spectacle." I playfully punched his shoulder. "Spit out all at once. Don't prattle like a woman. Explain clearly. Why must I be the one to clarify this?" Chun de Biao recounted the events in detail. Earlier that day, someone had spotted a news article in the Longjiang Daily stating that a pink BMW, the exclusive vehicle of Madame Li, had been reported missing from the Li family the previous night. This news quickly reached the ears of the Shun family, leaving them utterly bewildered. If Madame Li's BMW had been missing since last night, then who was the woman driving it who appeared at the Shinha Grand Hotel that very morning? In pursuit of the truth, the Shun family reached out to the Li family via telephone. However, as you may recall, earlier that morning, a certain young master from the Li family had been abruptly cut off after receiving a harsh rebuke from the Shun family. Consequently, the Li family refused to take any further calls from the Shuns. Left with no other choice, the Shun family enlisted the help of an acquaintance in Longxing to inquire at the Li residence, and it swiftly became apparent that Mrs. Li had not even visited Longhe that morning. The young master Li had turned back upon receiving the scolding from the Shun family just before arriving at Longhe. Moreover, the events that transpired at the banquet had already reached the ears of the Li family, who first expressed their intent to hold the car thief accountable, and then firmly declared that they no longer wished to be associated with Chinsini. The Li family places great importance on their reputation, and after the morning's debacle, Chinsini had been branded as a woman who despises the poor and is ungrateful. Her reputation lay in ruins. With a sigh, I raised my glass and took a hearty sip. The tarnishing of Chun Sini's name was entirely my doing, yet the blame rested squarely on her own shoulders. What astonished me even more was the recent revelation that the red BMW had been spotted parked in a lot belonging to the Gao family. Enraged, the Shun family directed their ire toward the Gao family. Gao Datu, unable to contain his temper, had engaged in a physical altercation with the Shuns, although he had since ceased hostilities thanks to the mediation of several other families. Nevertheless, Gao Datu was likely in a precarious situation, needing to manage the Shun family while also contemplating how to explain matters to the Li family in Longxing. "Brother Feng, that person impersonating Mrs. Li must surely be your friend, right? Clearly, she orchestrated all of this to assist you," Chun de Biao remarked, giving me a thumbs up. "Truly, my brother, your friend's prowess in this matter has opened my eyes to new horizons." Upon hearing Chun de Biao's words, I was filled with astonishment. If I had harbored doubts before now, recalling the brilliance in Eulili's bright eyes, I was nearly certain it was indeed her handiwork. Her strategy was nothing short of masterful, a veritable four birds with one stone approach. First, Chinsini's dreams of marrying into the Li family in Longcheng were thoroughly dashed, effectively eliminating any prospect of future collaboration between the two families. Second, both the Shun family and Chun Sini would become the subject of ridicule in Longhe. Third, a dramatic confrontation between the Shun and Gao families would ensue, complicating any efforts to mend their relationship in the future. Unbeknownst to her, she had deftly dismantled the potential alliance between the two families. If the Shun and Gao families had united against me, my endeavors in Longhe would have encountered significant obstacles. Now, however, I was afforded a moment of respite to further my own plans. Fourth, the Li family in Longcheng had suffered a significant public humiliation their image severely tarnished. If indeed this was the doing of Yu Lily, she had accomplished something remarkable. Brother, there's a girl outside the KTV who wishes to see you. She claims you owe her 16 yuan. At that moment, a subordinate hurried over to report to me. $16? Upon hearing his words, a smile immediately graced my lips. Yu Lily. Her code name is Dragon 16. It must be her. Bring her directly here. Yes, boss. Soon, a girl, adorned with an air of delicate elegance, remarkably beautiful, was escorted in by my subordinate. Chun de Biao and Lazy were left utterly dumbfounded. Although I too was taken aback, I swiftly recognized her through those enchanting, large eyes. The master thief Yu Lily. She has adopted another disguise. Follow me. I grasped Yu Lily's hand and briskly led her into the inner room. Tell me honestly, did you have a hand in what happened during the day? Chapter 49, the task assigned by the old man under the captivated gaze of Chun de Biao. Filled with envy and astonishment, I pulled Yu Lily into the room. About what happened during the day. Was it you? Yu Lily leaned closer, suddenly bursting into a delicate giggle. What do you think, Brother Feng? A fragrant essence, unique to youthful maidens, wafted from her. I suddenly realized that Yu Lily was indeed quite beautiful, stunningly so. However, I had yet to recover from the dismay of my fallout with Chinsini, and thus I could not harbor any thoughts toward her. Although she stood right before me, her presence constantly reminded me of her appearance when we first met, disguised as an elderly man. Stop it. I pressed down on Yu Lily's shoulders, urging her to sit on the bed. Why didn't you inform me before taking action? Yu Lily shrugged nonchalantly. I had intended to report to you, but someone intervened, claiming that if you were aware, you would certainly disapprove, especially since your mind was preoccupied with that Chansini yesterday. Who intervened? The old man. Hearing the words the old man from Yu Lily's lips left me with only a bitter smile. No wonder this matter had become so extraordinary. It was evidently orchestrated by the old man himself. He had proclaimed that I was destined not to be with Chansini and advised me to abandon that hope sooner rather than later. Sighing deeply, I reflected. The old man has a knack for reading faces and discerning people accurately, yet he had never mentioned my incompatibility with Chansini before. Why didn't he tell me sooner? Because the old man believes that some paths must be walked by oneself. You are a man who does not turn back until you have hit a wall. Feeling a tinge of despondency, I sat down. My master understood me all too well. So, you already knew about the situation between Chansini and young Masterly? Yu Lily shook her head, smiling. No, I only found out recently. Last night, I followed that plump robber, intending to uncover his affiliations, and ended up infiltrating the Shun family, where I discovered his master was Shun Jinshan. Then, I overheard some sensitive conversations revealing that the Shun family was preparing to forge an alliance with the Li family. Just as I was about to report this to you, the old man called and assigned me this task. Even having personally experienced the events, I remained astonished by Yu Lily's capabilities. So, you single-handedly ventured to Longqing overnight and stole Madame Li's dedicated vehicle? Yu Lily laughed again, her large, glistening eyes captivating. Yes, not only that, but also on Madame Li's vehicle was a gown of hers. I then disguised myself as her and delivered a slap to the Shun family's face. It was that simple. On the surface, Yu Lily spoke with ease, but beneath her calm demeanor, I could faintly discern the immense challenges and thrilling dangers she faced in accomplishing this task. Moreover, it became evident that the old man was genuinely protective of his own. Regardless of who the individual may be, should they dare to bully me, the old man will swiftly retaliate. Having such a master is indeed a remarkable blessing. In truth, the reason the old man personally oversees this matter is not solely for your benefit. The subsequent words of Yu Lily left me utterly astounded. The Shinha Construction Group, under the Shun family, has already established a monopoly in this region. With such a colossal entity present, local small enterprises will have no hope of thriving. Should the Shun family successfully forge an alliance with the Li family, with their intervention, not only will Longha County be affected, but all construction projects in the surrounding districts will fall into the hands of the Shuns. At that point, dismantling their power will prove to be a daunting task. Suddenly, Yu Lily's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Thus, the next task assigned to you by the old man is to establish a company to bring down the Shun family. Upon uttering this, Yu Lily gazed at my astonished face, then reverted to her playful and charming self. Haha, Fenggu, are you surprised? Congratulations. You are about to become a boss, toppling the local tycoon, the Shun family, and reducing them to beggars on the streets. Doesn't that sound exhilarating? Quite the challenge indeed. I can only manage a wry smile, but I need funds to compete. Right now, my pockets are emptier than my face. What do you expect me to use against the Shun family? Indeed, I felt like a pauper, possessing nothing but poverty itself. The bathing establishment in Chenjia town has yet to yield substantial returns, merely a trickle of small change. All my funds have been invested in properties along the bar street. Aside from the protection money paid to Zhao Hui Huang and his associates, I have no other income. Furthermore, I must support a considerable number of underlings. It's not a simple matter of one person being full while the family remains hungry. Yu Lily smiled sweetly, and suddenly several bank cards appeared in her palm, which she waved before me. These were the cards from my pocket, unexpectedly transferred to her during our conversation. To my dismay, I had been entirely oblivious to her actions, despite my agility and vigilance. This realization infused me with a slight trepidation towards Yu Lily. Goodness, this woman is quite uncanny. Thankfully, she has been sent by the old man to assist me. Otherwise, should she turn against me, I would likely find myself stripped of everything, even my undergarments. Feng Yi, you truly carry a treasure without realizing your wealth. The old man mentioned that he had prepared some entrepreneurial funds for you long before your release. Recalling the words of the old man, I remembered his earlier remarks regarding these cards. Xiaofeng, take these cards. They contain a little money, though not much. Use them as you venture out. At that time, these cards lay covered in dust, akin to discarded refuse, carelessly tossed by the old man into a corner and then nonchalantly handed to me. He had not disclosed the exact amount within. He merely indicated that the collective funds across the cards should suffice for my needs. Now, Lily unexpectedly demands that I use the funds from these cards to contend with the Shun family. Just how much money is contained within these cards? Goodness, could it be that the old man is an invisible super tycoon? Chapter 50. My patience is finite. How much is in there? Why not just try the bank and find out? Yu Lily said with a playful smile. As an old man, if I were to gift you a card, it would be utterly embarrassing if there were insufficient funds within. Brother Feng, I've rendered you a significant service. I wonder how you intend to show your gratitude? Gazing at the charmingly smiling Yu Lily, I felt a wave of discomfort wash over me. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Brother Feng, open up. Something good has happened. It was the voice of Chun Biao. My mood, having improved slightly by now, prompted me to hastily open the door. Chun Biao peeked in, scanning the room with curiosity, before fixing a surprised gaze upon me. Brother Feng, is it all over so soon? His unexpected remark left me feeling rather embarrassed. Yu Lily, though a bit flushed, could not suppress her laughter. Covering her mouth with her hand, I playfully tapped Chun Biao on the forehead. What on earth is wrong with you? We're having a conversation here. Immediately, he raised his hand, feigning an oath. Brother Feng, my thoughts are remarkably pure, as innocent as an untouched sheet of paper. I hold no affinity with gambling, deception, or vice. All right. I quickly interrupted his nonsensical rambling. What is it? Speak up. Chun Biao rubbed his hands together in delight. Brother Feng, you truly possess foresight. The property you purchased on the street a few days ago has appreciated in value. If we flip it, we could at least double our investment. Elaborate. The landlords from the street had returned, and within just 2 days, they expressed regret over their sale and sought to repurchase the property at double the price. Is such a thing possible? Yu Lily and I exchanged glances, each finding a hint of relief in the other's eyes. Previously, Yu Lily had warned me that my adversaries might not resort to violence. The bar street was my territory. If I were to be unceremoniously ousted, I would have no face left in Longha. Therefore, just a few days prior, I had gritted my teeth and invested nearly all my cash, over 100,000, to acquire these properties. Now, with these individuals returning to reclaim the properties, it was evident they were acting under someone else's orders. Let us go. Take me to meet them. Chun Biao led Yu Lily and me to the second floor of the KTV. I drape an arm over Lily's shoulder, and she obligingly leaned into me, masquerading as a companion for the evening. Hello, Brother Feng. The landlords, arranged by Chun de Biao in room 201, had not been singing upon my entrance. They all stood up immediately, eager to shake my hand. What brings you here, gentlemen? Speak your minds. Brother Feng, the matter at hand is indeed concerning the properties. The man speaking bears the surname Wang. Though he is not tall, it is evident that all present regard him as their leader. The houses along this street originally belonged to our family, the Wang clan, as we are all related. In a moment of impulsiveness, we sold the properties to you, but shortly after, we regretted our decision. This land has been in our family for generations, and we hold a deep emotional connection to it. Selling it would leave us without a place to call home in Longha. Thus, after much contemplation, we have collectively resolved to repurchase the houses. However, please do not misunderstand. Brother Feng, we do not intend to breach our agreement. We are willing to offer double the price. Mr. Wang appears to be well prepared, as he retrieves a stack of contracts from his bag and places them on the table. He then takes out a bank card from his pocket and slams it down atop the contracts. Initially, each of the 7 families sold their houses for over 20,000 yuan, and now we are prepared to buy them back at 50,000 each. The total amounts to 350,000 yuan. This means that you would make a profit of nearly 180 to 90,000 yuan within just 2 days. Brother Feng, if you agree, please sign the contract, and we can promptly proceed with the transfer. I have connections at the Land Bureau and can facilitate this tonight. There are funds of 350,000 in this card. Once you sign, we can withdraw the money immediately. What? 350,000? Chun de Biao has likely never seen such a sum in his life. He kisses the bank card repeatedly, overwhelmed with excitement. Brother Feng, sign. Quickly, just a signature, and you'll have nearly 200,000 in your hands. Good heavens, I have never seen so much money. How many wives could I marry with this? I remained seated on the sofa, unmoved. Clearly, there was something amiss. The bar street is my foundation. I will not sell it. In this line of work, one must maintain their dignity. Selling my base would undermine my standing. Who sent you here? I scoffed. The man surnamed Wang immediately grew anxious, and his gaze became evasive. No, we came of our own accord. Oh, is that so? I said coldly, pulling out my small firearm and slamming it on the table. Instantly, the landlords began to tremble. However, I then pulled out 1,000 yuan and placed it on the table as well. Now, tell me, who exactly sent you here? My patience is limited. You may choose between peanuts or cash. The decision is yours. 3-2. I'll talk. The man surnamed Wang, sweating profusely, revealed a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Indeed, it was the butcher Zheng who sent us here, and it was he who provided us with the funds. He claimed that if we succeeded in this endeavor, each of us would receive a reward of 2,000 yuan. The mention of Zheng the butcher left me momentarily perplexed. There is indeed a butcher by that name in the southern suburbs, a man who slaughters pigs, yet how could he possibly possess such wealth? What would he want with this street? To establish a slaughterhouse? For heaven's sake, I hope you're not deceiving me. Otherwise, my pistol does not discriminate. At that moment, I discreetly signaled to Lily, who nodded in agreement and quietly retreated. Just days prior, these individuals were overjoyed upon hearing that I intended to acquire their properties for over 20,000 yuan each. Their elation was palpable. Thus, the sum of over 300,000 in this card could not possibly belong to them. Therefore, whether it was the intimidation of my firearm or the allure of a mere 1,000 yuan, either could easily persuade them to speak. Lily did not keep me waiting long. Within 20 minutes, she returned and nodded at me. True to my word, in this line of work, one must honor their commitments. So, I handed over the 1,000 yuan to the landlord surnamed Wang. Yet, by accepting that money, he essentially betrayed his own employer, and those behind him would not allow him to live comfortably. After driving them away, Lily shared the information she had gathered from Zheng the butcher. The enigmatic woman in the white suit had struck again. It was she who orchestrated this entire affair from the shadows. Chapter 51. I am a member of the Gao family. It is best not to provoke me. Who is the woman in the white suit? I found myself lost in contemplation. She is elusive, exceptionally astute. She consistently operates from the shadows, directing others to take the forefront. Each time I follow the trail to seek her out, she vanishes without a trace, akin to a wily fox. However, based on my deductions, she is likely affiliated with the Gao family, or perhaps the Shun family. Previously, when she made her move, Lily mentioned that she had been seen near some properties managed by the Gao family. Yet, her recent maneuvers bear a striking resemblance to the Shun family strategies, who primarily engage in real estate development. It appears the Shun family is involved in a new project in the southern suburbs, and their acquisition of our land could very well be linked to this endeavor. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they simply intend to seize the land and oust me, delivering a harsh lesson. The world of the affluent is beyond the comprehension of the average person. These wealthy heirs are certainly capable of spending hundreds of thousands merely to assert their dominance. 16. After careful consideration, I have a task for you. Upon hearing me address her as 16, Lily's expression turned serious. She promptly stood up, hands at her sides, awaiting my command. Brother Feng, please give your orders. Your capabilities are impressive. However, certain matters are progressing too slowly for you to tackle alone. Therefore, I need you to assemble a small team dedicated to addressing complex issues or tasks that I cannot personally attend to. I have decided to name this team Shadows, and from today onwards, you will be fully responsible for it. Starting tomorrow, we shall devote ourselves to establishing the Shadows. Yes, Brother Feng. Moreover, once the Shadows are formed, the first task is to swiftly uncover the identity of the mysterious woman in the white suit and report back to me without delay. I am eager to discover who this covert adversary truly is. Understood. The following morning, I, accompanied by Chun Biao and Xiao Si, walked to a nearby village bank in the southern suburbs to withdraw some funds. I needed to ascertain the amount the old man had deposited into my card. After all, he expects me to establish a company to compete with the Shun family, the wealthiest in Longhe County. Without sufficient capital, my confidence would be lacking. The world of martial arts is not solely about conflicts. At times, money can resolve numerous issues. The village bank in the southern suburbs can only be described as modest in scale. Currently, the methods of depositing and withdrawing funds are rather rudimentary, requiring transactions to be conducted at a service window, unlike the larger cities where, reportedly, advanced machines known as ATMs have begun to gain prevalence. It must be said that since the rise of individual enterprises, the number of patrons seeking to conduct business here has significantly increased. The bank's entrance is bustling with a steady stream of visitors, and the lobby is filled with individuals waiting in line. This bank has a total of 5 service windows. Yet today, only 4 are operational. After approximately half an hour of waiting in line, I let out a sigh of relief, finally reaching the front. Just as I extended my hand to retrieve my bank card and identification from my pocket, the female staff member before me suddenly smiled. Sir, I apologize, but please step aside and allow the gentleman behind you to proceed first. What does this mean? I leaned against the window, scrutinizing the unfamiliar woman before me. It is nothing personal. The gentleman behind you is a VIP customer and is entitled to priority service. At that moment, several onlookers recognized the man standing behind me. Isn't that Mr. Gao Qifei? He's here for business as well. Indeed, he is a distant cousin of the Gao family, having earned considerable wealth through his connections with them over the years. A major client, such affluent individuals rightfully enjoy certain privileges. Through the murmurs of the crowd, I began to grasp the basic situation of this person behind me, realizing he was a distant relative of the Gao family. But what if I refuse? I had no intention of yielding. Sir, I must insist that you adhere to the rules. Major clients must be attended to first. At that moment, Gao Qifei himself interjected. I wish to withdraw 20,000 yuan in cash. Could you expedite the process? Otherwise, I shall take my business to another bank. His declaration left many ordinary patrons, who were also waiting to withdraw money, utterly astonished. Goodness, did he just request 20,000? One extravagant display. Indeed, in this day and age, a household with 10,000 yuan is considered wealthy, and for a scion of the Gao family to nonchalantly request 20,000 speaks volumes of their affluence. Not only were the customers taken aback, but even the female staff behind the counter appeared flabbergasted. Oh my, how fortunate! She encounters such a significant client on her first day at work. Her commission could equate to a month's salary. Indeed, how enviable. With a 2% service fee on withdrawals, that's an 800 yuan charge, meaning she could pocket over 100 yuan in bonuses. I gently tapped my fingers on the counter. Are you implying that whoever conducts the largest transaction is granted priority and thus considered a VIP customer? Very well. I wish to withdraw 50,000, although I was uncertain of the exact amount on the car my father had given me. He had stated it was for my entrepreneurial endeavors and insisted I deal with the Shun family. Therefore, I surmised there must be at least a substantial sum, perhaps even 80 or 100,000. However, I had not anticipated that my declaration would provoke a wave of laughter throughout the hall. The female clerk, named Xin, immediately displayed a look of disdain and scoffed, "Sir, please refrain from joking. Judging by your appearance, you seem to be merely a university student. If you continue to act unreasonable, I shall have to call security." Standing behind me, Gao Qifei was becoming increasingly impatient. "Hey, are you deaf? My surname is Gao. I belong to the Gao family. I advise you to refrain from causing trouble." I showed him no regard and retorted without hesitation, "Oh, is the Gao family truly formidable? I had thought you were merely a stout fellow. Not even you, or even if a towering figure from your family were present, would dare to cut in line before me." Gao Qifei's expression instantly darkened with fury. "Keep boasting, kid. Once we conclude our business, you'll see how I handle you." Today, I was neither clad in a suit nor donned in leather shoes. I had grown accustomed to sportswear, finding it far more comfortable, yet observing my exceedingly ordinary attire. The assembly of snobbish onlookers likely regarded me as a mere pauper. Just as we were at an impasse, a voice from behind the counter, reminiscent of a little girl I knew, suddenly pierced through the air. Chapter 52. The elite VIP user, Xiao Ran, applies for a position. A crisp yet somewhat hesitant voice belonging to a young girl timidly emerged. "Xiao Ran, you have only just arrived and are still unfamiliar with many tasks. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a few more days before commencing," someone behind the counter advised her. "I could do it." Xiao Ran insisted on starting her duties, and the bank, wary of potential disturbances, ultimately acquiesced to her request. Thus, the fifth service window was opened. "Sir, please come over here. I will assist you with your transaction," Xiao Ran exclaimed with excitement, beaming as she beckoned me closer. Xiao Ran was the very girl I had rescued that day. When I returned her home, I had given her a few hundred yuan and advised her to refrain from seeking dubious part-time jobs, urging her to find something more reputable. To my surprise, she had indeed taken my words to heart and secured a position at the bank. "Brother, today marks my second day at the bank, and I was just inquiring about you, planning to come see you," she said. I nodded in acknowledgement. At the adjacent window, a staff member named Xin was processing a withdrawal for Gao Qifei, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Xiao Ran, you are far luckier than your sister. Young Master Gao is only withdrawing 20,000, while your Mr. Yang is asking for 50,000 right off the bat. You should persuade Mr. Yang to become our esteemed VIP client. That way, he won't need to come here for withdrawals anymore. Just one call, and our bank manager would personally deliver cash to him." Xiao Ran paid no heed to her, focusing intently on the antiquated computer, albeit appearing somewhat inexperienced. "Brother, what transaction do you wish to conduct today? Do not mind them. I will handle everything promptly for you." I retrieved a disheveled stack of bank cards and placed them before Xiao Ran. Initially, I had merely intended to check my balance, but given the disdain some people held for me, I decided to withdraw some cash to silence the naysayers. Xin cast a sidelong glance at the assortment of cards I had produced, her lip curling in disdain. A pile of cards, many of which I did not even recognize, likely issued by some rural credit union. What good were they? I doubted even 8 cards could yield a double-digit sum. "Shut your mouth. I can no longer tolerate her incessant chatter." I thought to myself, as a bank employee, why not simply focus on your work? Truly insufferable. After receiving a glare from me, Xin silenced herself. Xiao Ran picked up one card and placed it on the card reader, prompting me to enter my password. The password set by my father was quite simple, either 123,456 or 6 zeros. I casually entered the password, and the balance details swiftly appeared on the screen before Xiao Ran. "Brother, your card has a balance of 38 cents. Xiao Ran whispered to me, lowering her voice. However, the woman at the nearby counter, named Xin, was keenly eavesdropping on our conversation, her ears sharper than any dog's. Ha ha ha, 38 cents. I knew it. Xin could not contain her laughter, but suddenly realizing she was at work, she quickly covered her mouth mid-laugh. I was instantly overwhelmed with a sense of incredulity. How could the old man be so ridiculous? With just 38 cents in a card, what use was it to give me such a card? Check the next one. Brother, this one is 25 cents. I was left speechless. Xin could no longer hold back. Young Master Gao, I need to assist a new employee with some transactions. Please excuse me for a moment. Gao Qifei wore a grin that seemed electrified. Go ahead, go ahead. I don't mind. She was not there to assist Xiaoran. Clearly, she was there to mock me. Not just her, but all the other staff at the 3 counters had also placed signs indicating they were closed for business, gathering around Xiaoran. The queue in the hall was unhurried, with everyone curiously watching me, waiting for the spectacle to unfold. Thus, the bank transformed into a grand stage for my social embarrassment. Check the next card. I entered the password again. Brother, this card has a decent amount, 260 yuan. A chorus of shu echoed around. While 260 yuan was roughly equivalent to 2.5 months of an ordinary person's salary, it was hardly a significant sum. After trying 5 cards, I had yet to amass even 300 yuan. The onlookers were nearly doubled over with laughter. Mocking voices began to rise from the crowd. Stop looking, what's there to see? Just a broke fool. Right, just a braggart. No need to pay him any attention. I said, Staff, you should return and assist us with our transactions. Just then, Xiaoran began to examine the 6 card. What a shabby card, it's pitch black, and it even has a dragon card on it. Xin cast a disdainful glance at the card. Indeed, the black card had an unappealing appearance, showing signs of considerable wear from the old man's previous uses. After swiftly entering the password once more, curiously, this time Xiaoran did not immediately announce the balance. A silence enveloped the counter. Soon, a collective gasp filled the air. Then, the bank employees could no longer suppress their exclamations. What the hell? I thought to myself, am I seeing things? How can there be so many zeros? A few women began to lean closer to the computer screens, wide-eyed, counting the zeros. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. To my astonishment, this card possesses 6 zeros. That equates to 1 million. A million, my goodness. Even I was momentarily taken aback. The old man is indeed a super tycoon. Casually handing me 1 million. My heavens, this card contains 100,000. It is likely that in our Longhe County, there are no more than 10 individuals capable of withdrawing such a sum. What on earth have I missed? Xin began to space out, then frantically slapped her own face. Had she signed a contract with me today, then from this moment forth, regardless of whether I chose to deposit, withdraw, or invest in financial products, she would have a continuous stream of commissions and rewards. Truly, it was as if the god of wealth had delivered himself to her doorstep, only for her to forcibly push him away and send him into another's embrace. Just then, the phone at the bank rang suddenly, and Xin hurried over to answer it. After hanging up, she became increasingly despondent, eventually collapsing onto the ground and muttering to herself. It was a call from the bank president, who had detected that the cardholder was utilizing the globally limited Supreme Black Gold card. This gentleman is now our bank's most esteemed super VIP user, and he will be coming in person to provide service. Chapter 53. The armored car shields me. What a grand gesture. Moments later, the bank president rushed into the hall, perspiration glistening on his forehead. Mr. Yang Feng, my sincerest apologies. It is our honor to have a distinguished international Supreme Black Card holder like yourself grace us with your presence. We regret any prior negligence. What business may I personally assist you with today? With utmost respect, the president extended his hands, presenting his business card. Qian Bank, the card read, adorned with my contact number. Should you require any services in the future, do not hesitate to call. We can provide on-site assistance throughout the entire Longjiang province. Qian Bank? I mused, taking the card, glancing at it before tucking it into my pocket. Your name is rather intriguing. It is no wonder you hold the position of president. I jested lightly, eliciting a chuckle from Qian Bank. Ah, it is merely a testament to my parents' choice. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the room. Gao Qifei, who had been standing nearby with his arms crossed, was frozen in shock upon hearing the name Yang Feng. The water bottle he had been holding slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. You are Yang Feng? The legendary Brother Feng who caused a stir at the Shun family banquet? Gao Qifei promptly approached me, bowing deeply in front of everyone. Brother Feng, I was mistaken. With a resounding slap, he struck his own face. I did not recognize your greatness. Please forgive my ignorance. I beg you, do not hold it against me. I regarded Gao Qifei with a cold smile. What is this? Not looking to settle the score with me anymore? His expression faltered. Brother Feng, had I known it was you, I would not have dared. I truly realized my error. His contrition was commendable, and I refrained from pursuing the matter further. I then shifted my attention back to President Qian. President Qian, I simply wish to withdraw some cash. Let Xiaoran assist me with that. Mary Young, you are acquainted with Xiaoran? I nodded. She is like a sister to me. I would appreciate your continued support for her. President Qian's gaze darted between Xiaoran and me before he broke into a broad smile. Of course. In that case, I shall promote her to a supervisor immediately. Thanks to President Qian's swift handling, I soon retrieved the desired cash. I withdrew a total of 100,000 yuan, and the bank graciously provided me with a specially designed handbag to carry it. My withdrawal significantly depleted their cash reserve for the day, necessitating an early closing. Mary Young, 100,000 yuan is no trifling sum. Would you allow us to escort you back? I did not decline, as such an amount could incite frenzy in this small town. Thus, for the very first time in my life, I found myself aboard an armored vehicle, accompanied by both the funds and the presence of Chun de Biao and Xiao Si, all of whom were safely escorted back to the bar street by the bank's president. Scarface, Lazy, and others, upon witnessing my descent from the armored truck, flanked by several security personnel, were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Feng, have you emptied the bank? I playfully waved my handbag at Scarface and smiled faintly. Close enough. However, it was only later that I discovered the true reason behind the bank's extravagant treatment. It was not merely due to my sudden acquisition of 100,000 yuan. The principal factor lay in the extraordinary status of my card, which held a level far superior. Moreover, I possessed another card of even higher rank, a black gold card, alongside a platinum card adorned with diamonds that surpassed all others. Such cards were unfamiliar to the ordinary employees. Nevertheless, upon reporting this situation to the bank, it was evident that the institution recognized their worth. Unbeknownst to me, the balances within my other two cards were truly astonishing. The old man had once cautioned me never to utilize the diamond platinum card unless absolutely necessary, for its use would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire underworld. Chapter 54. The Path to Paradise. With 100,000 in cash at hand, my expenses were assuredly covered. The knowledge that my account held an additional 900,000 instilled a sense of confidence within me. In the afternoon, I received a call from Lily, who discussed the formation of the shadow organization with me. She had already identified potential candidates, but required my cooperation to execute certain tasks. Around 2 in the afternoon, I stepped out with a plain black backpack, accompanied by Lei Zi, who was notably unburdened, having left his conspicuous canvas bag behind due to its size. On a rather dilapidated street in the southern city, Lei Zi and I appeared to wander aimlessly, yet our true purpose was to seek out individuals. I was in the open, with my backpack, including myself, serving as bait. Lei Zi concealed himself in the shadows, ensuring my safety. However, luck seemed to elude me, as I roamed for quite some time without encountering any prospective targets. Hello, handsome, are you alone? At that moment, a woman clad in revealing attire appeared before me. While her face was not particularly striking, her figure was undeniably alluring. For those with impure intentions, it would be difficult to avert their gaze from such a woman. Is there something you need? I inquired. Are you here on vacation? Would you like me to be your tour guide? The woman's intentions were unmistakably flirtatious. Sure, that sounds great, I replied, feigning interest as I engaged her in conversation. Deep down, I was acutely aware that the fish had begun to bite. She believed she was the one tempting me, unaware that she was, in fact, one of my intended prey. Come, let me show you around. I'll introduce you to the attractions of the southern city, the alluring woman said, swaying her hips as she led me into a narrow alley. I frowned slightly, but followed her nonetheless. Just as Lily had informed me, The woman's tactics remained unchanged. Eulalie had mentioned that there were 4 notorious women in the southern city, referred to as the 4 sisters of the El family. These sisters were a formidable force, disregarding the likes of the Gao and Shun families entirely. All 4 shared the surname El and were biological sisters. They were skilled fighters and held a strong sense of justice, adhering to the principle of robbing the rich to aid the poor and punishing the wicked while promoting the virtuous. However, their ideology was evidently skewed. They believed that all wealthy individuals, particularly affluent men, were inherently flawed. Without exception, any wealthy man they targeted would find himself thoroughly stripped of his resources through various means. Nevertheless, they held a deep respect for the strong and admired those who dared to confront true villains. The renowned 4th sister of the El family has gained quite a reputation in the vicinity of El Family Village. Even the formidable Gao family from South City dares not tread lightly, for these 4 women are notoriously difficult to deal with. As previously mentioned, the 5 most prominent factions in Longhe River include the Gao family of South City, the Shun family of North City, the Liu family of West City, and the Zheng family of East City. These families, intertwined with wealth and power, often still consider their reputation in their dealings. The most enigmatic and powerful figure among them is known as the Crouching Dragon of the city, representing the 5th force in Longhe River, a hidden dragon within the city. This crouching dragon, it is said, has risen solely through violence and intimidation among those who navigate the underworld in Longhe River. No one dares to offend him or deny him respect. Remarkably, even this formidable character once attempted to subdue the El sisters but ultimately failed, suffering significant losses at their hands. Since then, even the Dragon Brother has refrained from provoking them. Eulalie remarked that if they could enlist these women, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength. With their addition, the shadows would quickly take shape. However, even with Eulalie's formidable skills, she is uncertain about her ability to handle them. Thus, today I must take the risk of serving as bait. The alluring woman guided me into a narrow alley, weaving through twists and turns until we entered a modest residence. In the living room, 3 women sat, and the one in the center, adorned with tattoos and boasting strikingly muscular arms, exuded an aura of dominance. "Sister, look who I have brought you," the enchanting woman announced as we entered. Upon seeing me, the woman in the middle immediately rose from her chair. "Yang Feng, you tread the path to heaven, yet choose not to walk it. You dare to come to El Family Village? You are finished." Chapter 55. The 4 sisters of the El family. Upon hearing the woman's words, I was taken aback. I had initially presumed that they had ensnared me in a trap, mistaking me for a wealthy tourist from afar, intending to deceive me for a substantial sum through some nefarious scheme. After all, I had intentionally flaunted my wealth during this outing. Earlier on the bustling street, I had deliberately left a gap in the zipper of my backpack, through which one could faintly discern the presence of at least $30,000 in cash. However, to my astonishment, they knew my name. It appeared that the El sisters were far more formidable than I had anticipated. "Yang Feng, what brings you here? To bestow us with your financial generosity?" I gazed at the tattooed woman with an indifferent smile. "Quite impressive. So you must be the eldest sister of the El clan." "Elda Jia?" The woman scoffed, tacitly acknowledging my deduction. "Yang Feng, we sisters have long been aware of your reputation. You have certainly made quite a stir lately. Initially, we thought you merely a penniless youth clashing with the likes of the Gao and Shun families, hence our indifference. But I heard that you nearly drained the funds from the Nanjiao Bank yesterday. It seems you are not the impoverished boy you appear to be. Which affluent family scion are you, masquerading in Longhe? To me, wealthy individuals are rarely virtuous. Jia, San Jia, regardless of his intentions today, seize him. With this grand heist, we sisters shall vanish from the world, living under new identities." Before Elda Jia could finish, a thunderous noise erupted from the courtyard's entrance. Boom! Lazy kicked open the door and charged in. "I knew you had assistance. You must be the legendary Master Lei from the underworld? May capture him." Recently, Lazy had gained considerable notoriety alongside me, earning the moniker Master Lei in the streets. A slender figure darted from Elda Jia's side like a gust of wind, engaging Lazy in combat. Legends spoke of the El sisters, and it was said that the youngest, El May, was the strongest. Indeed, this was no exaggeration. Lei Zi, with his remarkable skills, had rarely encountered a rival since his debut in the underworld. Yet today, LC Mei proved to be his equal. Of course, had both fighters been unarmed, LC Mei would have stood no chance against Lei Zi. Today, however, Lei Zi fought without weapons, while LC Mei brandished a sharp dagger. Mei, San Mei, join me and subdue Yang Feng. Although Mei and San Mei were not as skilled as LC Mei, they were far from inept. The two women, wielding daggers, engaged me in battle. Yet, with my capabilities, overcoming me, even with their weapons, would not be a simple task. Meanwhile, after a brief exchange with Lei Zi, LC Mei began to falter against him. Suddenly, Elda Jia sprang to her feet from her chair. Sisters, behold. In an instant, the four sisters of the L family stepped back, each drawing a small pistol from their waist, aiming it at the heads of Lei Zi and me. Yang Feng, confess your intentions for being here today. El Daji demanded sternly. Though I possessed a firearm as well, I refrained from drawing it. Unperturbed, I took a few steps forward, allowing them to point their guns at me, and calmly lifted a cup of tea from the table, savoring a sip. Follow me and regard me as your elder brother. The four sisters of the L family erupted into laughter simultaneously. Just you? Do you truly believe that even if you two are swift, you can outpace our four guns? Do you know why Long Gu has refrained from discussing subjugating us over the years? It is because he lacks our ruthlessness. As El Dajia spoke, she pressed the muzzle of the pistol against my head once more. If you wish to live, surrender the money from your bag, and then provide us with an additional 100,000 yuan. We may spare you. If you fear for your life, do not masquerade as a big brother in this underworld. You wish to extort my money? I suddenly chuckled. The one capable of doing so has yet to be born. Mark my words. Should you refuse to acknowledge me as your elder brother today, you will likely find yourselves reduced to begging on the streets from this moment onward. El Dajia was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Just then, an alarm from a safe in the room behind her suddenly blared. El Dajia's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly dashed into the room, only to stagger back out step by step. Yu Lily held a submachine gun pressed against her forehead. El Dajia's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. It cannot be. How could all the money in our safe have vanished? As the four sisters stood collectively in a state of shock and confusion, Lei Zi and I seized the opportunity to strike. Chapter 56. For my sake. I entered the fray. As the four sisters of the L family stood in utter shock, Lei Zi and I seized the moment, acting decisively. Lei Zi, initially at a disadvantage with L.C. Mei's gun aimed at the back of his head, found himself in a precarious situation. Typically, such a predicament leaves one utterly helpless, unable to move, let alone turn the tide. However, Lei Zi is no ordinary individual. His extensive career as a mercenary has exposed him to countless trials of blood and strife. With remarkable agility, he executed a move known in martial arts and dance as the reverse kick of the purple gold crown, a feat requiring exceptional physical flexibility. Particularly in a situation where a gun is pressed against one's head, it demands unparalleled mental fortitude. Yet for Lei Zi, everything unfolded with effortless grace, as if it were second nature. His kick was executed with exquisite precision, dislodging the weapon from L.C. Mei's grasp, sending it soaring towards the ceiling. In a swift motion, Lei Zi pivoted and leapt, catching the descending handgun before L.C. Mei could react. Don't move, he commanded, ensnaring L.C. Mei's neck with one arm while pressing the gun against her temple, successfully achieving a remarkable counteroffensive. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Even swifter than Lei Zi's actions was mine. Directly before me stood Mei, her gun trained on me. In the fleeting moment of her astonishment, I swiftly extended my hands and snatched the firearm from her grasp, rolling to the ground and swiftly aiming at San Mei. Bang! Caught in a daze. San Mei was struck by my bullet, which collided with her weapon, sending it flying from her hands and crashing to the ground. Don't move. You too. Don't move. With my right hand, I pointed my pistol at San Mei, while my left hand deftly retrieved my own firearm, aimed now at Mei. In this instant, my left-hand gun was also readied. Chambering a round with one hand is a skill rarely witnessed by ordinary individuals. Those acquainted with firearms understand the difficulty of this maneuver, as well as its striking appeal. The key lies in harnessing the power of inertia, coupled with the slightly worn mechanism of my Type 54, making this task feasible. Where a brand new handgun, single-handedly chambering a round, would be significantly more challenging. In mere seconds, we had gained control over the situation. Where is our money? Elda Jia's face turned ashen, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. In truth, she has now come to understand that from the moment she heard the alarm of the safe resonating in the bedroom. No, even before that, they had already met with utter defeat. Given you Lily's expertise, it was inconceivable that the alarm would have been triggered by her. The reality was that, prior to the alarm sounding, you Lily had completely looted the cash within the safe. The sole purpose of the alarm was to deliberately draw their attention, disrupting their composure. How could this be possible? When did you enter the room? How could you have possibly cracked open this safe, which is the highest grade of security recently smuggled in from abroad? A faint, cold smile graced you Lily's lips. She offered no reply to her question, merely pressing her shotgun forward once more. She then shifted her gaze towards me. Sisters of the L family, do you have anything to say? Will you choose to side with me, to wander the streets in destitution? Or shall I deliver you to Longue? Or perhaps to the Gao family, the Shun family, or those you have offended? The other three sisters all turned their eyes toward their eldest sister. It was evident that if she were willing to nod in agreement, they would unhesitatingly comply. Conversely, if the L family's eldest sister refused, even with a gun pointed at their heads, they likely would not yield easily. These women were indeed formidable figures. The eldest sister of the L family sighed, casting a loving glance at her younger sisters. It was clear that as the eldest, she held deep affection for them. She would neither wish to see them homeless and destitute, nor allow them to fall into the hands of their enemies. Thus, I surmised I could predict her decision. Lazy. 16. Lower your weapons. I gestured, and Lazy and you Lily shifted their guns away from the L sisters. Yang Feng, if we sisters are willing to follow you, may I ask if you can return our money? That represents our entire savings, and it is also the dowry I have prepared for my sisters. It holds great significance for us. I nodded in response. Of course, that is not a problem. You see, I am not lacking in funds. While I wouldn't claim to be exceedingly wealthy, I certainly possess the capability to clear out a small bank at will. Moreover, you may have heard that during my time at the Shun family, I received a bank card from Shenwan Kai, which I did not even glance at before trampling it underfoot. The eldest sister of the L family exhaled in relief, yet she did not immediately agree to assist me. Yang Feng, I have another question. What do you intend for us to do? We sisters are principled individuals. Over the years, although we have engaged in a few skirmishes, we have only targeted wrongdoers. If your intentions involve harming the innocent, then I regret to say that we would prefer forfeit our money than follow you. I raised my thumb in appreciation towards the eldest sister of the L family. I had long heard tales of the L sisters as heroines among women, and today, witnessing it firsthand, I found myself thoroughly impressed. Ladies, have you ever heard of me, Yang Feng, committing an act of bullying against the virtuous since my release from prison? I took a couple of steps forward, drawing closer to the eldest sister of the L family. Do you understand why I have chosen to navigate this treacherous path? The sisters of the L family shook their heads in confusion. I displayed an expression of unwavering confidence and a smile. It is because this world is filled with darkness, making life difficult for ordinary folk. It is also because this is my hometown. I once aspired to live a good life, but these scoundrels would not allow me that peace. Thus, I found myself compelled to immerse myself in this realm. I never intended to become a leader. It was all a matter of necessity. Yet, I shall undoubtedly be the last leader of this place, for once I assume that role, I vow that no wicked individual shall dare to tread here again, and no one shall ever have the audacity to claim the title of leader. Chapter 57. I hereby declare the official formation of the shadows. Do you not relish the pursuit of justice? Do you not take pleasure in punishing evil and promoting good? Then follow me, for I shall only do what is right. I approached the eldest of the Liu family, gazing intently into her eyes with a scrutinizing look, provoking her with my words. Are you daring enough? The eldest Liu sister raised her head, locking eyes with me. What is there to fear? As long as you act in accordance with your words, we shall willingly follow you. Lu Chunli, Lu Xiaoli, Lu Qiuli, Lu Dongli, we pay our respects to Brother Feng. With that, under the leadership of the eldest, Lu Chunli, the four sisters knelt before me on one knee, signifying their willingness to join my cause. I sighed deeply in relief. Finally accomplished, though it was indeed quite a challenge. Excellent. Rise, and welcome to our ranks. As I spoke, I stepped forward to assist them in standing. However, from this moment on, you shall not follow me, but heed her command. I pointed to you, Lily. The four sisters paused, clearly reluctant. Their desire to join stemmed partly from my reputation and partly from their admiration for my courage and abilities. As for you, Lily, they seemed yet to perceive her prowess, which left them somewhat unconvinced. Brother Feng, if it is your command or that of Brother Lei, we shall comply willingly. But her, we are not convinced. Lu Samai, Lu Dongli, pouted and spoke first. Subsequently, her sisters voiced their protests as well. I could understand their sentiments. Humans inherently admire the strong. Whether it was my initial venture into the tiger's den armed solely with a blade, or later encounters where Lei and I fought fiercely against them, my remarkable feats, including Lei's stunning reverse kick and my one-handed cocking of the gun, garnered their admiration. In contrast, Lily had merely unlocked their safe, which understandably did not impress them. 16, then let her demonstrate her skills. Yes, Brother Feng, Lily replied, turning to exit through the door. The Lu sisters watched her retreating figure with bewilderment, uncertain of her intentions and what she might reveal. Is anyone home? I am so hungry. Have pity, for the old man has not eaten for 3 days. Within less than a minute, a stooped, white-haired elder with a wrinkled face entered the Lu household, holding a filthy, half-broken bowl and leaning on a stick. Fourth sister, give him something to eat and send him on his way. The eldest, Lu Chunli, frowned and urged Lu Dongli to quickly dismiss the old man. It was evident that the sisters possessed a kind heart, but the timing of the old man's arrival was, regrettably, quite inopportune. I exchanged a knowing smile with Lei Zi, pulled out a chair, and settled down with my arms crossed, ready to enjoy the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Sister C, El Dongli, turned to enter the house to fetch a few steamed buns for the old beggar. However, unexpectedly, the hunched figure of the beggar suddenly straightened up, smashing his broken bowl onto the ground and swinging his fist toward Elsime. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, taken aback, and quickly raised her arms to defend herself. Yet, after a mere 10 exchanges, Elsime found herself struggling to keep up. She hastily reached into her bosom, hoping to retrieve the dagger she had previously wielded, only to discover that her pockets were utterly empty. At that moment, a glimmering dagger appeared in the beggar's palm, swiftly pressed against Elsime neck. The sudden turn of events left her three sisters aghast, their faces drained of color. They immediately raised the firearms I had just handed them, aiming at the old beggar. "Release my sister." I motioned to the beggar, who then relinquished his grip, allowing El Dongli to regain her freedom. I then addressed them. "Have you not realized who she is?" The sisters wore expressions of utter bewilderment. "Sisters, how amusing," I remarked. Just then, the old beggar finally spoke, this time in a woman's voice. Under the astonished gaze of the El sisters, Lily began to remove her disguises, wig, mask. Beggar's attire, beard, eyebrows, false eyelashes, and hair ornaments soon, a radiant young woman stood before everyone. The El sisters were completely stunned, unable to fathom that the old beggar had been Lily in disguise. "How is this possible? You were gone for barely a minute," the eldest sister of the El family gasped in disbelief. "It typically takes a normal person half an hour to apply makeup. Yet Lily's speed was astonishingly swift, even surpassing the rapid transformation scene in Sichuan opera. She transformed not just her face, but her entire being. How did you produce that old man's voice? You can't possibly be a man, can you?" El Xiaoli's words nearly made Lei Zi and me burst out laughing. She even began to question Lily's gender. "Impossible. How could my dagger end up in your hands?" Elsime still could not comprehend how her dagger had vanished. There had been no prior contact between her and Lily, apart from the brief moment she handed the buns to her. In truth, neither Lei Zi nor I, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, noticed how Elsime's dagger had disappeared. It can only be said that excellence emerges from every craft. Yu Lily's skill was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. Given her current proficiency, one could assert that she stands as the venerable matriarch of the thieving craft within the borders of the great Xia kingdom. Although the four sisters of the elf family possess a modicum of thieving techniques, when juxtaposed with Yu Lily, they appear as mere novices, akin to fireflies in the presence of the full moon. I rose from my chair. Fourth sister, had she chosen to strike just now, she could have easily taken your life. If you were aware of her true identity, you would comprehend that being in her company is perhaps a privilege. I hereby declare that, effective immediately, the shadows shall be officially established. Chapter 58. Did Scarface get beaten? After witnessing the remarkable abilities of Yu Lily, the four sisters of the elf family expressed profound admiration. It is evident that Yu Lily possesses skills that extend far beyond what they have encountered thus far, and they're certain to uncover more about her in the course of their interactions. As for their money, I instructed Yu Lily to return it to them, and in their gazes towards me, there was an unmistakable increase in respect. Thus, the shadows were established. At present, I have no specific plans for the shadows. Their primary task is to assist me in gathering intelligence and to undertake certain tasks that I find inconvenient to address directly. Without delay, Yu Lily took the four sisters of the elf family and commenced their first assignment. Upon returning to the bar street, I dispatched Chin to Biao to the mobile phone store to procure 10 or so phones. Financially, I am in a stable position, and I aim to ensure that each of my subordinates is equipped with a device for ease of communication in future matters. However, I found it peculiar that Scarface was absent from the factory. After inquiring with several of the younger guards, they claimed to have no knowledge of his whereabouts. Scarface has a phone, and if anything were amiss, he would certainly reach out to me. It is likely he is preoccupied with pursuing romantic interests, so I decided not to dwell on it. Initially, I contacted the formidable beast stationed in Xinjia town. He had heard tales of our lavish lifestyle in Longhe County, where we enjoy ample food and drink, and he has been quite envious. Over the past few days, he expressed his desire to visit the county, but I politely declined, as Xinjia town requires his presence for the time being. My call primarily concerned the bathhouse business. Beast diligently reported on the recent performance of the bathhouse. Thanks to the implementation of several suggestions I had previously offered, the business has been flourishing. I had proposed a few strategies to increase revenue, gleaned from the wisdom of the elder. In addition to permitting locals to set up stalls on our premises free of charge, I also introduced a membership card system and a joint sales initiative. The membership card system is straightforward. There are monthly and annual cards available for free. With a membership card, customers can enjoy discounts, 9 off after 10 visits, 20 off after 20 visits, with a minimum discount of around 40. This effectively binds customers to our establishment, as they incur no loss by obtaining a card, and the more frequently they visit, the greater their benefits, thus discouraging them from seeking services elsewhere. The joint sales initiative involves collaborating with nearby business owners to achieve mutual profit. For instance, patrons who spend a certain amount at the Mingware restaurant will receive a complimentary bathing voucher from our establishment. Conversely, customers who spend a certain amount at our bathhouse will be rewarded with a complimentary dish at the Mingware restaurant during their next visit. Certainly, we have collaborated with various vendors, including those selling vegetables, fruits, and clothing. For instance, we provide fruit platters for our premium members during their bathing sessions. Additionally, customers who purchase a certain amount of fruit at a specific store receive a complimentary voucher for a lavish bathing experience at Debiao. Regarding the free bathing cards, I possess a unique skill. I have implemented covert anti-counterfeiting measures that render any attempt at forgery futile, effectively eliminating the risk of deception from the outset. Naturally, I acquired these skills while incarcerated, learning from an elderly mentor. Now, I have put them to the test with unexpectedly remarkable results. Within a short span, the revenue of the bathhouse has tripled compared to its previous total, and it continues to rise steadily. The younger staff members of the bathhouse, each holding a small share, are motivated by the increased profits, which in turn raises their wages, leading to a palpable enhancement in their enthusiasm. The bathhouse in Xinjia town has achieved a steady profit. While significant wealth may not be amassed in the short term, it has begun to provide continuous support for my finances. Over time, This will accumulate into a substantial income. Just as I hung up from a call with the beast, preparing to explore the registration of a company, a call from Scar came through. To my surprise, he opened with an unexpected inquiry. Feng Ge, have you returned to Huiguang? I've arranged for someone to contact you. Chapter 59. Has the Gao family provoked trouble again? I was just about to delve into my research, contemplating the future development of my endeavors, and preparing to think of a name for my company along with the necessary registration materials when Scar called me. Brother, I've been attacked. I was momentarily taken aback. In the present-day Longha County, could there truly be anyone unaware that Scar is my brother? Knowing full well his affiliation with me, how many would dare to lay a hand on him? Did they not fear my retribution? Scar, where are you? Brother Feng, I'm at the Jixing second-hand car dealership. Who assaulted you? Was it the owner of Jixing? Did you not inform him that you were my brother? Scar let out a bitter laugh. Brother Feng, no. The owner of Jixing is a friend of mine. The assailants are from the Gao family, and, as you know, they explicitly stated that they were targeting me. Waiting for you, Yang Feng. They are here, Brother Feng, and there are quite a few of them. Should we report this to the police? Upon hearing Scar's words, a surge of unbridled fury ignited within me. The Gao family, damn them once again. That arrogant Gao, who pretends to be subservient to me in public, has the audacity to conspire against me behind my back. It seems that without imparting a lesson, he truly believes he can act with impunity. At that moment, Chen Debiao returned with the van, having just purchased a phone. Hey, Debiao, Lei Zi, drive to the Jixing second-hand car dealership. Scar has been assaulted. What? Chun Debiao exclaimed, immediately springing to his feet. Brother Feng, who? Who dares to strike our brother? Let us go smash the pathetic car dealership. Debiao, it's not as you think. The assailants are a few young ruffians from the Gao family. Here is the plan. Take a dozen of Huiguang's men, as well as some security from Regret Bar and Fenyu Chess Room, to bolster our numbers. Upon hearing my instructions, Chen Debiao promptly set off to gather our forces. Before long, nearly 50 individuals had rallied behind him. Of course, only about a dozen or 20 of Huiguang's men were Scar subordinates. The rest were security personnel and waitstaff from the bars, merely there to create a show of strength. Meanwhile, Lei Zi had swiftly retrieved a canvas bag, preparing 2 automatic rifles along with several magazines of ammunition. Mighty Beast, the bathhouse is closed today. Take all the brothers to the Jixing second-hand car dealership in Longha. Scar has been attacked, and I intend to reclaim our territory. Understood, Brother Feng. I will make the arrangements immediately. Mighty Beast wasted no time in mobilizing our men. Lily, I need to step out for business. You and the sisters prepare to assist me in reclaiming our territory, ensuring our identities remain concealed. Upon receiving the call, you, Lily, also sprang into action without delay. To be candid, I was genuinely enraged this time. The audacity of these petty miscreants, who repeatedly dare to provoke us, I believe, stems from their ignorance of our true capabilities. Indeed, the esteemed scion of the Gao family, Gao Datu, once bowed before me in supplication. However, the number of witnesses to that moment was scant, and later, in an effort to preserve his pride, Gao Daduang vehemently denied the occurrence. Consequently, many of the lesser individuals dismissed me, perceiving me as a mere braggart. Thus, today, I shall orchestrate a grand spectacle, allowing the ruffians of Longha to witness what constitutes a true display of prowess. Simultaneously, I aim to resolve the long-standing grievances with the Gao family, for it is the members of their clan who have instigated this confrontation, and it is among them that I find the most unexpected adversaries. Chapter 60. Who dare to lay a hand on my brother? After gathering a throng from the bar street, Xiao Si drove swiftly, carrying me and Lei Zi Chandebiao towards the Jixing second-hand car dealership. Close behind our van trailed a fleet of 10 taxis, accompanied by our underlings and the bar's security, totaling nearly 40 individuals. The spectacle of our procession was quite impressive. During the journey, I placed a call to Gao Tu. Gao Tu, this is Yang Feng. Was it you who orchestrated the attack on my brother? I anticipated a straightforward admission from him, but instead, he feigned ignorance. Brother Feng, what is going on? I have no idea. I'm currently indulging at the Gao residence, enjoying fine food and company. Why would I provoke anyone? I was at a loss, uncertain of the authenticity of his words. Dao Ba was assaulted by your subordinate. Huang Mao. Gao Tu's surprise was palpable. What? Dao Ba was beaten? I truly had no knowledge of this. I've already expelled Huang Mao from Longhe, Brother Feng. I swear I had no idea. As he spoke, Gao Tu abruptly hung up. When I attempted to call back, I found his phone switched off. Damn it. Gao Tu, are you playing games with me? Fine, we will settle this once I arrive. I understood that Gao Tu was unwilling to engage further, avoiding any confrontation with me. I resolved that when I caught Huang Mao, resolving this matter would not be a simple task. It was astonishing that Huang Mao, the very individual with whom I had past grievances, had returned and assaulted Dao Ba. Previously, we had sent Huang Mao to the hospital, and subsequently dealt with the notorious Zhao, Lao Wu, and Gao Tu. Gao Tu had been so terrified that he kneeled before me, begging for forgiveness and vowing to expel Huang Mao from Longhe County. Yet now, Huang Mao had resurfaced and attacked Dao Ba, which was decidedly unusual. However, dwelling on it excessively was futile. I urged Xiao Si to accelerate, eager to reach Dao Ba as swiftly as possible. The Jisheng car dealership, located in the southern part of the city, was only about a 20-minute journey away. The dealership was run by 3 young men from out of town, reportedly brothers by the surname Li. The eldest was named Jisheng, the second Jijun, and the youngest Jifei. These siblings likely came from a well-off background, as one could not venture into the car dealership business without some financial means. They were old acquaintances of Dao Ba, a fact I had heard him mention before. Their acquaintance dated back to a time before Dao Ba's incarceration. Here we are, Brother Feng. Xiao Si abruptly brought my thoughts back to the present with a sudden break. He parked the car and rushed to open the door for me, and we stepped out. From my vantage point in the vehicle, I observed the surroundings clearly. The Jisheng dealership had a sizable faade, though it was not a towering edifice. It resembled a large tile-roofed house, roughly the size of 10 rooms, with an open interior space. A spacious area lay before the entrance, occupied by a dozen dilapidated second-hand vehicles. At this moment, a large crowd was engaged in a cacophony of voices in the parking lot. Let us go, I gestured, and Lei Zi and Chen Debiao flanked me as we strode forward. Trailing behind us was a formidable group of approximately 50 brothers. Soon, we stood before the throng gathered in the open space. In the center of the crowd lay Scarface, his shoulder stained with blood. 3 young men and a dozen employees from the car dealership crouched on the ground, cradling their heads. Surrounding them were nearly 30 onlookers, led by the brash young man with yellow hair, and alongside him a bald man, none other than Zhao Eru, the one who had previously clashed with us at the mobile phone store. At that moment, the yellow-haired youth had one foot planted on Scarface's chest, a triumphant expression on his face. Scarface, did you ever imagine you would meet this fate? Let me tell you, in this world, debts must eventually be repaid. If Yang Feng doesn't show up today, so be it. But if he dares to come, I'll ensure he doesn't return alive. Just then, I arrived with my men. Upon seeing our approach, both the yellow-haired youth and the bald man appeared startled, but with a mere wave of his hand. The 30-odd thugs swiftly formed a barrier before Lei Zi and me, each wielding wooden clubs and steel pipes. Yang Feng, what makes you so bold? I've come to settle the score today. Mark my words, you're finished. Despite having one arm in a sling and not moving with ease, the yellow-haired youth exuded arrogance. Brothers, charge. Take him down. I'll pay each of you 200 upon our return. Although his underlings were restless, the sight of our nearly 50 men rendered them hesitant, their bravado tempered by fear. Lei Zi, Debiao, clear the way. Yes. Upon hearing my command, Lei Zi and Chen Debiao swiftly retrieved 5-shot shotguns from their canvas bags. With a series of clicks, they loaded their weapons and aimed them skyward above the heads of the thugs facing us. Bam! 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 The shots rang out, sending the small-time thugs into a panic. The yellow-haired youth had promised them money, but no amount of money was worth their lives. In an instant, the thugs scrambled to part, creating a path for us. With a swift stride, I lunged forward, delivering a kick that sent the yellow-haired youth sprawling. My companions quickly seized the opportunity to help Scarface to his feet. With a sharp motion, I yanked the yellow-haired youth up from the ground and delivered a resounding slap. Speak. Who instigated you to harm my brother? Do you truly wish to meet your end? Chapter 61, Brother Feng. What is your perspective on this matter? Upon my arrival at the scene, I swiftly took control of the situation. After rescuing Scarface, Lei Zi and Chun De Biao each seized hold of the yellow-haired youth and the bald man, delivering a flurry of resounding slaps. Despite the blood streaming from their mouths, both the yellow-haired youth and the bald man remained defiantly obstinate. Yang Feng, just you wait. When my elder brother arrives, you will be begging for mercy. I cast a disdainful glance at the yellow-haired youth. Your elder brother, is he that useless fellow Gao Datu? Naturally, the yellow-haired youth's bravado only resulted in a thorough beating. What transpired? I inquired as I approached Scarface. Brother Feng, these three are my friends and the proprietors of Jixing car dealership. Scarface had wrapped his arm in a makeshift bandage and proceeded to introduce the three young men standing before me. This is my elder brother, Brother Feng. Greetings, Brother Feng. I am Jixing. I am Jiqing. I am Jifei. We are grateful for your presence, Brother Feng. We exchanged pleasantries and shook hands, after which I gleaned the entire story from Li Jisheng. The Li brothers hailed from our neighboring Longjiang city and were somewhat prominent figures there, possessing a bit of wealth. A few years ago, they had incurred the ire of some individuals in Longjiang, which prompted them to relocate to our small county. Though they were said to be hustling, in truth, they had not engaged in any illegal activities or businesses. Utilizing the resources provided by their family, the three brothers established a second-hand car dealership in the southern part of the city. In this era, such a venture was quite unprecedented in Longha. During a time when automobiles were not yet widespread, few could fathom engaging in this business. However, the market was indeed vast due to the absence of competition. A couple of years back, Chun De Biao had purchased his dilapidated van from Jixing's dealership. A brand new van would cost several tens of thousands, far beyond Chun De Biao's means. A second-hand vehicle, on the other hand, could be procured for merely a few thousand. Chun De Biao was not particular. He cared little for the vehicle's condition as long as it was operable. Indeed, owning a car, whether in the countryside or the county, had become a symbol of status and prestige. Consequently, many image-conscious small business owners would willingly spend several thousand, even up to 10 or 20,000, at Jixing's dealership to acquire a vehicle. Those in good condition could be further improved with a coat of imported paint, making them appear nearly as pristine as new. In an age devoid of many knowledgeable individuals, the average person could scarcely discern the quality of a vehicle. Driving out in a car, whether to impress or to court, undoubtedly conferred a sense of stature. Thus, Jixing's business flourished, and the brothers amassed wealth at an increasingly rapid pace. As their enterprise thrived, it inevitably incited the envy of certain individuals. In the southern city, the Gao family wielded the most considerable influence. However, when the Li brothers first arrived to establish their business, they had indeed paid their respects to the Gao family. The Gao family was aware of their three brothers operating a car dealership in the southern city. At that time, the Gao family believed that running a car business would be a challenging endeavor with little profit, particularly since the Li brothers held considerable influence in the neighboring Longjiang city. Consequently, the Gao family decided to disregard them and refrain from collecting protection fees. However, upon witnessing the flourishing business of Jixing car dealership, the Gao family grew increasingly uneasy. How could such a lucrative enterprise be left in the hands of a few outsiders? Thus, they promptly established another Gao used car dealership in the southern part of the city. In the realm of commerce, competition is inevitable, and the Gao family's business practices were none of the Li brothers' concern. The Gao family was confident that once their dealership opened in Longha, it would inevitably overshadow the Li brothers' business. Initially, events unfolded in alignment with the Gao family's expectations. After all, they possessed extensive connections and abundant resources in Longha's southern region. However, the favorable circumstances for the Gao dealership were short-lived. Succeeding in this business requires more than mere connections. It demands expertise. The used car market is fraught with complexities that cannot be navigated solely through personal networks or financial investment. It requires technical skill. It can be said that, aside from the Li brothers, few skilled mechanics could be found throughout Longha County. The used car sold by the Gao family soon began to exhibit numerous issues shortly after purchase. Unlike new cars, used ones often come with a plethora of hidden problems, which the Gao family was ill-equipped to address. Consequently, over time, even those who were somewhat familiar with the Gao family began to shy away from purchasing vehicles from their dealership. After all, familiarity offers little comfort when investing a significant sum of money. As a result, the Jixing car dealership's business began to thrive once more. In desperation, the Gao family resorted to the most unscrupulous tactics, openly confronting the Li brothers and sending thugs to demand protection fees from the Jixing dealership. Coincidentally, Scarface had just come by to share drinks and camaraderie with the three brothers. Thus, he happened to witness the unfolding situation. Brother Feng, the Gao family is truly overstepping their bounds. They sent someone to demand a protection fee, insisting that we pay them 30,000 yuan a month. Otherwise, they will vandalize all our cars. Li Jisheng exclaimed, his eyes reddened with anger. Brother Feng, while our dealership is making some profit, I am not a fool. Is this not blatant bullying? How can I comply? Beside him, Li Jipeng seethed with rage. If this were in Longjiang, we would never allow them to treat us this way. We would have dealt with them long ago. Li Jifei sighed repeatedly. Let's refrain from complaining. We are outsiders here and lack the necessary connections. When Brother Dao spoke up for us, they even assaulted him. Now, we can only rely on Brother Feng's guidance. As he spoke, all eyes turned toward me. Brother Feng, what are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 62. You've crossed a line by harming my brother. I accepted the cigarette that Li Jixing offered me, and with a sharp flick, Li Jifei ignited it. After inhaling a puff, I wore a faint smile. It was rather straightforward. They were not merely collecting protection fees. Their intention was evidently to force your brothers out of Longhe. Initially, this matter did not concern me, but since they had assaulted my brother, and you all are associated with Scarface, that makes you my brethren as well. Today, I shall intervene decisively. Rest assured, with my authority, the Gao family shall not prevail. At that moment, outside Jixing's car dealership, 7 or 8 vans lined up and approached us. Soon, they entered the parking lot, and a large group of men clad in black suits descended from the vehicles. Leading the pack was a muscular giant, clearly a seasoned fighter, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Gao Datu, though I had never encountered him before. Flanking him were 2 individuals I recognized. One was the Gao family steward, known on the streets as Monkey, and the other was Gao Qifei, a distant relative of the Gao family, whom I had recently met at the bank in the southern suburbs. Both Gao Qifei and the thin monkey were previously timid in my presence, bowing and scraping, clearly too intimidated to provoke me. However, today seemed different. They walked beside the muscle man with their backs straightened. The suited thugs behind them brandished weapons, advancing towards us with an intimidating demeanor. The muscle man brandished a 5-shot shotgun, exuding an air of arrogance. Who is Yang Feng? Who dares to touch my Gao family? With the muscle man wielding his weapon, no one in the crowd dared to obstruct him. The throng parted instantly, allowing him to approach us directly. Brother Zhuang, save me. Brother Zhuang, help. At that moment, Huang Mao and the bald man appeared to have spotted their savior, calling out desperately, "Let go of my people." The muscle man raised his shotgun, preparing to advance. Just then, Lazy and Chun De Biao rushed forward, their own shotguns aimed directly at his head. Damn it! Are you asking for trouble on the head of Tai Shui? Who do you think you are to insult Brother Feng? Lazy was genuinely furious, pressing the barrel of his gun against the muscle man's forehead. The muscle man, however, wore an expression of defiance, raising his weapon to aim at Lazy's chest. I am from the Gao family. If you wish to live, step aside immediately. Lazy snorted coldly. Or shall we see whose bullet is faster? The situation reached a stalemate. Both sides were armed, yet no one dared to fire unless absolutely necessary. The consequences of spilling blood were too grave for anyone to bear. Even with the old man backing me, I would find it difficult to explain. The imposing muscle man, though fierce in appearance, lacked the courage to pull the trigger. I stepped forward. Are you suggesting that you want to eliminate me as well? State your name, if you please. The muscular man cast a disdainful glance in my direction. So, you are Yang Feng? Indeed, I am, I replied. Yang Feng, just a few days ago you encountered a cowardly giant, that worthless individual who spoke a few feeble words to you. Do not presume that the Gao family is intimidated by you. If you wish to know my name, utter it, and I fear you will be overwhelmed with terror. Chapter 63. Where are you exactly? Oh, I smiled nonchalantly. gazing at the muscular man before me. It was apparent that he possessed some significance, daring to boldly declare that Gao Datu was worthless in front of the thin housekeeper of the Gao family and Gao Qifei. This piqued my curiosity regarding his identity. Listen well, I am Gao, and my full name is Gao Dazhuang. That worthless Gao Datu is my brother. Upon his utterance, astonishment swept through everyone present. The crowd around us could not help but whisper among themselves, engaging in animated discussions. Gao Dazhuang, is it truly you? I thought you were dead. At that moment, Scar recognized Gao Dazhuang and swiftly pulled me aside. Brother Feng, this is troublesome. Although Gao Dazhuang is the biological brother of Gao Datu, he is quite different. This fellow is ruthless. I never anticipated he was still alive. I furrow my brow. Xiao Dao. I had no idea Gao Data had such a brother. Indeed, during my time in Longhe, I had never heard of Gao Datu having a brother, let alone a biological one. Brother Feng, it's not surprising you don't know. Unless one has been in Longhe for an extended period. Most people are entirely unaware of this matter. The Gao family treats this subject with great caution, and few dare to mention it. Scar lowered his voice and elucidated the circumstances surrounding Gao Dazhuang. As it turned out, Gao Dazhuang was indeed the second son of the Gao family, the biological brother of Gao Datu. The reason why the people of Longhe were only aware of Gao Datu and not of Gao Dazhuang was that it was said the latter had died over a decade ago. More than 10 years ago, the newly adult Gao Dazhuang, emboldened by his family's wealth, had wreaked havoc in Longhe with little regard for others. This scoundrel bullied the weak and stirred up trouble everywhere. On one occasion, he led a group into a cyber CAF and got into a brawl with another group of young men, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of two. At that time, a crackdown was underway, and with patrolling officers nearby, Gao Dazhuang was apprehended without a chance to escape. Reportedly, he was executed shortly thereafter. Hence, out of fear of invoking the Gao family's wrath, no one dared to mention this incident. As the years passed, newcomers to Longhe came to believe that the Gao family had but one son, Gao Datu. Little did anyone expect that Gao Dazhuang had not perished, but had re-emerged. Upon grasping the situation, many of my lingering doubts were finally resolved. No wonder Gao Datu claimed ignorance of the circumstances. No wonder Huang Mao and the bald man dared to return, brazenly asserting that their elder brother would surely deal with me. All of this stemmed from Gao Dazhuang, who provided them with a sense of security. In their eyes, Gao Dazhuang was a man with blood on his hands, having spent over a decade behind bars, and undoubtedly, he was perceived to be far more formidable than I. This was the source of their unwarranted confidence. However, they were mistaken. I truly did not regard someone like Gao Dazhuang with any measure of respect. Given the modest credentials of Gao Dazhuang, he would not even be worthy of serving as a shoe shiner for the formidable figures confined within the notorious Dragon City prison. He does not intimidate me. What say you? Yang Feng, are you frightened? If fear has indeed gripped you, then humbly kneel and offer your apologies to my brothers. Gao Dazhuang reveled in the astonished reactions of the onlookers at the mere mention of his name. He feigned an intimidating demeanor, completely disregarding the threat posed by the 5 bullets pressed against his forehead by Lei Zi and Chen Debiao, glaring fiercely with his bulging eyes. Yang Feng, kneel and apologize at once. Otherwise, do you believe I will not pull the trigger and end your life immediately? And you, Li Jisheng, Scarface, all of you, kneel before me. As I took a step forward, I seized the barrel of Gao Dazhuang's gun, and in a moment that left everyone in utter astonishment, I acted decisively. With my left hand, I pushed the gun aside, and with my right fist, I delivered a powerful blow to Gao Dazhuang's chin. Kneel, you wretch. What do you think you are? Chapter 64. The flaws of human nature. I am not one to act recklessly. On the contrary, I meticulously consider every aspect. At first glance, the imposing figure of Gao Dazhuang, with 2 lives in his hands, presents a formidable threat. Having spent at least a decade in confinement, he is perceived by others as a remarkable force to be reckoned with. Yet, why do I dare confront him directly, even in the face of his 5-shot firearm? The answer lies in the wisdom imparted by the old man, the inherent vulnerabilities of human nature. One must be adept at analyzing these weaknesses. I have encountered true, ruthless individuals, those who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation, rather than engaging in the theatrics of bluster like Gao Dazhuang, who merely flails his arms while issuing threats. Is Gao Dazhuang truly fearsome? Undeniably, he possesses an aura of a hardened criminal. However, today, I have concluded that he lacks the courage to pull the trigger. Were he an ordinary individual, a destitute soul freshly released from imprisonment, I would likely refrain from taking such a risk. I might have preemptively acted before he even approached me. Brothers, the genuinely ruthless are often the common folk, the honest individuals whom many speak of. These people possess little wealth, are single, and own nothing. Thus they harbor no reservations. In contrast, a man like Gao Dazhuang, despite his bluster and years behind bars, is undoubtedly reluctant to return to that life. Those who have experienced the harsh realities of prison know well the discomfort of its confines. No one wishes to endure it again. Gao's family is affluent, enjoying endless riches and a life of luxury. Would he willingly jeopardize that by returning to incarceration? Does he dare? Thus, in front of nearly 100 of our adversaries, I boldly struck. Not only did I seize Gao Dazhuang's firearm, but I also swiftly brought him to the ground. Lei Zi charged forward, stomping on Gao Dazhuang, brandishing the firearm triumphantly. Everyone back off. Otherwise, I will break your young master's leg. The black-suited henchmen accompanying Gao dared not approach, retreating several meters in fear. Ji Sheng, Ji Fei, and Ji Peng. I turned to the three brothers from the Li family. Today, I will take charge. How they struck you. Are you prepared to retaliate in kind? Ji Peng hesitated. Brother Feng, they are from the Gao family. Yet, Ji Sheng and Ji Fei exhibited resolute spirits. I don't care if they are from the Gao family. We may as well shut down our car dealership. After all, they certainly have no intention of allowing us to thrive. I will follow my elder brother's lead. With that, Ji Sheng and Ji Fei rolled up their sleeves and advanced towards the blonde and the bald man, while Ji Peng, though initially hesitant, ultimately gritted his teeth and joined them upon witnessing the determination of his brothers. Gao Dazhuang, pinned beneath Lei Zi's foot, maintained a defiant demeanor, refusing to concede. Yang Feng, don't get cocky. If you're brave, dare to let me make a call? I smirked at Gao Dazhuang. By all means, go ahead. Shall I call your useless brother, Gao Datu, and have him come to rescue you? Today, I sit here, eager to witness who might come to your rescue. With that, I took the chair handed to me by Xiao Si and settled down with an air of authority. Lei Zi withdrew his foot from the imposing figure of Gao Dazhuang, who received a large mobile phone from the trembling hands of the skinny monkey. I had initially assumed he would reach out to Gao Dadu or some other member of the Gao family, but to my surprise, that was not the case. As soon as the call connected, Gao Dazhuang's words astonished me. The individual he sought was none other than him, a person whose reputation as the most formidable figure in Longhe is widely acknowledged. Chapter 65, Brother Long. Grant me this favor, Brother Long. It's me, Dazhuang. I've been assaulted at the Jixing car dealership. As soon as the tall and robust figure spoke, I understood who he was about to contact. Brother Long, the infamous figure known as the dragon lying in the city. He holds the utmost renown and is a formidable presence along the Longhe Road. I had not anticipated that Dazhuang had such a close relationship with him. Brother Long, please come quickly. That little brat. Yang Feng, before Dazhuang could finish his sentence, he received a sharp slap across the face. Lei Zi glared at him fiercely. Little brat, how dare you speak like that? Dazhuang shrank back, silencing his foul language. Brother Long, please hurry. Did you hear? They are still beating me. I cannot discern what Brother Long murmured on the other end, but suddenly Dazhuang activated the speakerphone and thrust the large mobile phone towards me. Yang Feng, Brother Long wishes to speak with you. I took the call. Yang Feng, is it? To my surprise, the voice on the other end was refined and polite. I've heard about you, and I've seen you at the Shun family's place. Here's the deal. Grant me this favor and let Dazhuang go. How about it? The tone was amicable. Brother Long, this is Yang Feng speaking. While I might consider releasing Dazhuang, he assaulted my brother today, and I require an explanation for that. Furthermore, I expect a resolution regarding the matters at the Jixing car dealership. A cold chuckle emanated from the other side. Yang Feng, am I not being gracious enough? If you release Dazhuang, I will allow you to apologize publicly at a banquet tomorrow. As for the Jixing car dealership, That is a matter between the Gao and Li families, and I advise you not to interfere. Since the call was on speaker, everyone around us could hear it. The younger subordinates on both sides looked astonished, unable to believe that I showed no fear of Brother Long. For years, Brother Long had rarely made public appearances. Any issue involving him was usually resolved with a mere phone call, and no one dared to openly disregard him. But today, they witnessed something unprecedented. Along, I have already dealt with the Zhuang. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I will not let this matter rest. As for the resolution, I leave that to your discretion. The crowd erupted in astonishment. I had not even referred to him as Brother Long and had directly called him Along. In Longhe Road, no one dared to address him in such a manner. All right. Yang Feng, you are indeed bold. Do you know what has become of those who dare to address me thus on Longhe Road? My patience waned. Along, it would be best if you refrained from involving yourself, for you cannot control this situation. Along snorted. Yang Feng, remember this. There is nothing I cannot handle on Longhe Road. Just wait. I will arrive in half an hour. Let us see if your bravado remains then. Gather the brothers and prepare the vehicles, Along said before abruptly ending the call. Scarface looked at me with a face full of concern. Brother Feng, this matter has escalated. Longge is not someone to be trifled with, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. I shot him a glance. What, are you afraid? Scarface straightened his back. I'm not afraid, Brother Feng. You stand up for me, and I am grateful. If Longge comes, I will be the first to confront him. The worst that can happen is death. I felt a sense of pride as I patted Scarface's shoulder. Indeed, this is what a true brother of Yang Feng should be like. Long is not invincible. There is nothing to fear. The Li brothers also exhibited signs of anxiety. The second brother, Li Jiping, whispered to me, Brother Feng, perhaps we should cease operations and return to Longjiang. I placed my hand on his shoulder. Do not fear. Continue driving and make sure to drive boldly. With me here, Long cannot harm you. I am declaring it now. Even if the sky were to fall, I will bear the weight. Chapter 66. Have both sides taken action? Upon hearing that Along had arrived with his men, Gao Dazhuang instantly gained confidence. Ha! Yang Feng, let me tell you, once Brother Long arrives, you are done for. I mean, why did you have to provoke our Gao family? Do you really think you could take us on? We have connections in both the underworld and the law. Not to mention, Brother Long could squash you like an ant. Even if he doesn't show up, I possess 100 ways to deal with you. I gazed at Gao Dazhuang in disbelief. Despite being reduced to this state, he remained undeterred, completely oblivious to the concept of embarrassment. Oh, pray tell, what methods do you have to handle me? I inquired. Gao Dazhuang proudly lifted his chin. Didn't I just tell you? Our Gao family has influence in both realms. How do you think I transitioned from a death sentence to life imprisonment and got out so swiftly? Our connections are solid. I nearly burst into laughter. Out so soon? Released half a day early? Ha! Upon hearing my jest, the brothers around us erupted in laughter. Yang Feng, what do you mean half a day early? I was released through connections. Otherwise, I would have been stuck for several more years. Gao Dazhuang boasted, his head held high. You know Director Zheng of the Longhe police station, right? I utilized his connections. It's not that I look down on you. No matter how tough you are, can you contend with the police station? If I call Director Zheng, he could have you locked up in an instant. Then I'll arrange for some special treatment for you. Seeing that I remained silent, he assumed he had intimidated me. Yang Feng, are you scared? Let me tell you, in this world, it's not just about being bold. It's about who you have backing you. Here's the deal. If you kneel and bow to me 3 times, call me Grandpa Weiss, hand over 100,000, and promise not to oppose the Gao family again, I'll let you go and one call Brother Long. What do you say? I regarded Gao Dazhuang as if he were a fool. I had expected someone so muscular and brutishly built to be more cunning, yet he turned out to be even more foolish than Gao Dadu. With just a few words, he had unwittingly revealed the backdoor dealings he had with Director Zheng, believing it would intimidate me. I shook my head in disbelief. Simpleton, thank you for sharing so much. But you'll be disappointed. Director Zheng doesn't scare me, and neither does your Brother Long. Your Gao family may thrive in both realms. But that doesn't work on me. I then glanced at Chun Debiao. Debiao, this fool keeps insisting I kneel. What should I do? Chun Debiao shook the 5-shot revolver in his hand and kicked Gao Dazhuang behind the knee. Kneel before you speak. And you too, Huang Mao. Bald head, kneel. Thin monkey, kneel. Yes, I'm talking to you. And you, Gao Fei. These men, unable to resist, complied and knelt in a row before the assembly of over 100 onlookers. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This towering figure truly had no equal. Had he not insisted on making such a commotion here, I might not have felt compelled to put him in a difficult position before Long's arrival. This predicament was entirely self-inflicted. Brother Feng, the shadows are all in place. At that moment, my phone rang, and the voice of Yu Lily came through. All right, proceed as you see fit. Yes. After receiving my notification, Yu Lily had hastened to join us. However, the purpose of assembling the shadows was to facilitate covert operations, and I had no intention of revealing their identities unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, only she and her 4 companions had come. Otherwise, with the strength of the L sisters, it would have been no trouble to summon a dozen or even 20 underlings to assist at the factory. Brother Feng, I've arrived. Just then, 7 taxis approached the parking lot of Jixing car dealership. As the doors swung open, a formidable figure, Meng Shou, emerged, brandishing a large machete. He dashed towards me, followed closely by about 30 brothers from the bathhouse. Brother Feng, who shall we cut? Which scoundrel do you wish to target? Just give the word. Meng Shou's booming voice startled the towering figure, causing him to shrink back, nearly bewildered. He genuinely feared that this seemingly simple-minded brute might indeed deliver a fatal blow to his head, which would spell his doom. I smiled at Meng Shou. Hold your horses. We aren't ready yet. Stand down for the moment. Understood, Brother Feng. Meng Shou obediently took his place beside Scar and Chun Debiao. Just then, Along's men also arrived. On the road, not far from the car dealership, a Buick led the way, followed by over 20 taxis, forming a lengthy convoy stretching several hundred meters. Judging by the number of vehicles, at least 100 individuals were seated within them. A sense of astonishment washed over me. They said Brother Long was influential here, but I hadn't anticipated such prowess. In such a brief time, this fellow had managed to rally over 100 brothers, approaching with formidable intent. Meng Shou, take the gun. I handed the 5-shot weapon I had confiscated from the towering figure to Meng Shou. Brothers, check your weapons and load your ammunition. I retrieved my small .54 from my pocket, while Lei Zi, Chun Debiao, and Meng Shou each readied a 5-shot weapon. Scar, Li Jisheng, and the other brothers also grasped their machetes, preparing for confrontation. The brothers from the bar street and the bathhouse brandished their clubs, bracing for action. Yet, I was acutely aware that our numbers paled in comparison to those opposite us. If a fight broke out, we might not gain much advantage. The resolution of this standoff depended on how Along and I would maneuver against each other. However, just as Along's convoy was about to turn off the main road towards Jixing car dealership, an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 67. Confronting Along arrived with a grand procession of over 100 individuals in a fleet of more than a dozen vehicles, making his way towards the Jixing car dealership. As Along drew near, Gao Dazhuang and the members of the Gao family straightened their backs and puffed out their chests. I had long heard tales of a dragon lurking in the city, and Along was no ordinary figure. He was quite formidable within the realm of Longhe Road. Years ago, he had risen to power through violence and intimidation, and even Gao Dazhuang had once been a subordinate of his. The sheer number of people he could muster in such a short time was indeed impressive. Furthermore, whispers in the underworld suggested that Along's resources were vast, with at least a dozen 5-shot firearms under his command. He was the most formidable adversary I had encountered along Longhe Road. If his over 100 men reached the Jixing car dealership, it would surely culminate in a battle for survival. However, it was unlikely that his convoy would arrive unscathed, as my own strength was more profound than it appeared. I now possessed the shadows. Bang, 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 crash. Just as Along's convoy was about to turn from the main road onto the narrow path leading to Jixing car dealership, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A sudden volley of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the moment. Yu Lily, accompanied by the 4 sisters of the L family, launched an assault. Armed with 4 handguns and 2 5-shot firearms, they opened fire on Along's convoy. Yu Lily raised her hand, and with her first shot, She punctured the left tire of Along's Buick. Bang! With a swift motion, she fired again, shattering a large hole in the car's windshield. The Buick swerved perilously close to the ditch, prompting the driver to slam on the brakes and steer back onto the main road instead of taking the turn. Bang! 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 The L sisters joined the fray, aiming at the vehicles trailing behind Along. With a series of puncturing sounds, the tires of those vehicles nearest to them deflated like deflated basketballs. Panic ensued among the occupants, who dared not linger and began to flee unsteadily forward. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the convoy, Along ordered a halt, commanding his men to set up several 5-shot firearms from their vehicles and return fire at Yulili and her ambushers hidden in the ditch. Bang! 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 The cacophony of gunfire echoed through the skies above Ji Sheng car dealership. Yet, Along's retaliation proved futile, as her bullets failed to find their mark on Yulili and her companions. This was not due to a lack of marksmanship among Along's men. The 5-shot firearms, although modified single-barrel shotguns capable of delivering a wide spread, had a critical flaw. They lacked range. In terms of distance, the 5-shot could accurately hit targets only within approximately 30 meters, beyond which accuracy diminished significantly. If the distance were extended to approximately 50 meters, the 5-round bursts, while still capable of reaching their target, would lack precision at such a range. Aiming and shooting with eyes closed would yield nearly identical results. These 5 rounds are inherently suited for close combat. However, in close quarters, the effectiveness also hinges on the user's skill and courage. In a one-on-one scenario, an adept individual wielding a different weapon could very well eliminate someone armed with a 5-round firearm. At present, the distance between Along and his crew and Yuli's group is roughly 70 to 80 meters, a range comfortably within the effective reach of a handgun. The handguns employed by Yuli's group have an effective range of about 100 meters, ensuring they can strike Along's side with precision. Conversely, regardless of how many 5-round firearms Along possesses, only he wields a small handgun. However, after being injured in the arm by Yuli, Along quickly succumbed to panic. Seizing the opportunity while his vehicle remained operational, he fled in disarray with his crew. Throughout the encounter, Yuli and the 4 sisters from the L family never revealed their true identities. Not only had they altered their appearances, but they also wore black veils. Dragon, brother dragon. Gao Zhuang stared blankly as the formidable Along, who had rushed to provide support, was sent fleeing. In astonishment, he collapsed onto the ground, his gaze towards me now tinged with a hint of fear. Just then, the sound of sirens from a nearby patrol car echoed along the road. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Retreat. At this juncture, both parties disregarded any past grievances. Given the circumstances, it would be arduous for anyone arrested to extricate themselves. With a commanding shout, my brothers immediately scattered in every direction. The beast rallied his men and boarded a vehicle, while a taxi sped away from another direction of the Jixing car dealership. Accompanied by Chun de Biao, Lei Zi, and Xiao Si with the brothers from the bar street, I swiftly left the scene. As for Yuli and the Shadow, they had vanished long before, their whereabouts unknown. Gao Zhuang, along with Huang Mao and the others, also fled in a state of panic. The once bustling entrance of the Jixing car dealership was, within mere minutes, entirely deserted, leaving only the Li brothers and a few of their associates behind, as if nothing had transpired. Upon my return to the Huiguang courtyard, Xiao Si rushed in to report. Brother Feng, the 3 bosses from the Jixing car dealership have arrived and claim to bring you a great surprise. Chapter 68. A gift for my elder brother. What surprise awaits? As I spoke, I welcomed Lei Zi, Scar, and others. Just as we stood up, the 3 brothers from the Li family had already arrived in the backyard. Brother, the Zhishang trio knelt before me simultaneously upon seeing me. Brothers Zhishang. What is this? I promptly extended my hand to assist them in rising. Yet, the 3 brothers were resolute in their refusal to stand. Brother Feng, we have come to acknowledge you as our elder brother. If you accept us, we shall rise. If you refuse, we shall remain kneeling. A smile spread across my face. Without hesitation, I nodded in agreement. Rise, for from this day forth, you are my brothers, Yang Feng. Come, let's go inside for tea. I comprehended the significance of their actions. They had offended the Gao family, as well as Along, and it was likely that even the police would seek to trouble them. Their car business would find it exceedingly challenging to continue. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred and sought me out. If I were willing to shield them from the repercussions, there remained a possibility for their business to survive and thrive. However, whether I would extend such assistance was uncertain to them. Hence, the three directly approached me, pledging their allegiance as my younger brothers. Thus, should I agree to accept them, I would inevitably have to oversee their affairs. Moreover, it would be entirely justifiable for an elder brother to protect his younger siblings. Conversely, should I decline to accept them, they would abandon all hope and hastily depart from Longha. Yet they were overly concerned, pondering too much. Having already promised to intervene on their behalf at the car dealership, I was committed to supporting them through this ordeal. Brother Feng, we have nothing else. This is our humble gift. We hope you will graciously accept it. As Ji Sheng spoke, he produced a modestly sized gift box, placing it on the table and pushing it toward me. I gently nudged the box back. Ji Sheng, as the elder brother, I have yet to prepare gifts for you. How could I accept yours? Brother, this is a token of our heartfelt intentions. If you do not accept it, we will feel too ashamed to face you. You have offended not only the Gao family, but also the Longha. We three brothers feel deeply remorseful. Unable to refuse their sincere gesture after several attempts, I reluctantly accepted the gift. Brother Feng, let me see what Ji Sheng has presented. Chun de Biao, a carefree individual, declared as he opened the box in front of everyone. Initially, we presumed that such a small box could only contain trivial gifts, perhaps some jade or gold and silver jewelry. However, at the moment the box was opened, all present were left utterly astonished. For within this box lie treasures far more valuable than jade artifacts or jewelry. Indeed, it contains a total of 8 car keys. The first key is surprisingly for Xiaoli vehicle. However, apart from the Xiaoli, the remaining 7 keys belong to vans. Chun de Biao picked up the keys and pressed one, instantly triggering a chorus of car unlocking sound from outside the entrance. Li Jisheng smiled faintly. Brother Feng, this is the gift my little brother has prepared for you. A Xia Li and 7 vans. Chapter 69. A grand gesture what? Do not say it is merely Chun de Biao and the others. Even I was astounded by the grand gesture of the 3 brothers, Li Jisheng. Their initial display was an astounding 8 vehicles. Such extravagance was truly remarkable. I had not anticipated that Li Jisheng possessed such audacity. Evidently, he is a person of significant stature. However, this was far too extravagant for my means, and I found myself unable to accept it. I once again pushed the car keys back toward Li Jisheng. No, Brother Feng, please listen to me. You must accept this, Li Jisheng insisted, rising swiftly to explain. When others take on the role of the elder brother, they have their own mode of transport. As our esteemed leader, you cannot appear too humble. This Xiaoli, from this day forth, shall be your vehicle. He continued, however, my dear brother, this Xiaoli is not brand new. I deal in used cars. It has been refurbished, but rest assured, the internal configuration and engine are in excellent condition. Li Jisheng's brother, Li Jifei, fervently added, Brother, you must accept it. Otherwise, it would imply disdain for your younger brothers. Faced with their earnestness, I reluctantly accepted the keys and turned to instruct Lei Zi. Old Lei, please take a few thousand from the money we acquired a few days ago and give it to Brother Jisheng. Just as Old Lei was about to fetch the money, Jisheng repeatedly waved his hands, adamantly refusing the offer. Seeing the sincerity in these 3 brothers, I decided to relent. Brother Feng, I request a vehicle as well. The young man known as Meng Shou exclaimed, having just rushed over from the KTV after hearing the news. Brother de Biao has a car, yet I do not. I must have one. Otherwise, it is terribly inconvenient to travel from the town. Chun de Biao shot him a glare. Old Meng, what do you mean I have a car and you do not? That old van was purchased out of my own pocket. Very well, Old Meng. You shall indeed receive a vehicle, not just one, but 2. I declared, producing the keys to 2 vans and handing them to Meng Shou. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Meng Shou exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy, spinning around the room in excitement. However, while the keys are now in your possession, bear in mind they are not entirely yours. consider them communal vehicles. We shall keep them in the town for any brother who may require them. Understood, Brother Feng. Take good care of them. Do not let them fall apart in just a few days, Li Jisheng interjected. Fear not. Even if they were to fall apart, I could reassemble them, he joked, prompting a chorus of laughter from the gathered brothers. I distributed the van keys to Lei Zi, Chun de Biao, and Scarface, reserving Chun de Biao's old car and several other vans for our younger brothers. However, I retained one vehicle for myself, intending to eventually pass it to you, Lily, for her convenience. Following the confrontation in front of Jisheng's car dealership, we initially expected that Long and the Gao family would retaliate with fervor. Surprisingly, however, everything remained eerily calm. The tranquility was almost unsettling. Not only did we not experience any disturbances at our end, but Jisheng's dealership also remained untouched. Gao Jia and Long have faced a significant setback, and logically, it would be expected for them to seek retribution against the factory. However, they have remained conspicuously quiet. I sense that this unusual calmness harbors underlying motives. Thus, I discreetly dispatched Shadow to investigate the true circumstances. Soon enough, Yu Lily uncovered the reason behind their inaction. The reason Gao Jia and Long have refrained from making a move is that someone is preventing them from doing so, who in Longha possesses the authority to restrain them. Suddenly, the image of Gao Dezhuang boasting before me, brimming with arrogance, flashed through my mind. Do you know? The Gao family has connections both in the underworld and the legitimate realm. What do you have to contest against me? Does Director Zheng know? Our relationship is solid. He was the one who extricated me. With just one call, a smile unexpectedly graced my lips, a genuinely joyful one. I realized who was behind their restraint. Director Zheng of the Patrol Bureau. In a clandestine maneuver, Director Zheng facilitated Gao Dezhuang's release from prison, and this fool, upon his release, stirred up chaos, nearly tearing apart the very fabric of Longha. Director Zheng is likely on the verge of being overwhelmed by his antics, compelling him to advise Dezhuang to refrain from further disturbances. Nonetheless, their inaction signifies that it is now my turn to act. This presents an opportune moment. My intervention would undoubtedly bring about a transformation in Longha. Chapter 70. Striking at the root while they remain inactive, I have no intention of letting them off the hook. To refrain from doing so does not imply I must lead a group to brazenly disturb their territory. Such actions would not only tarnish my reputation, but also invite considerable risk. In the realm of the underworld, violence is merely the most rudimentary method, an act of desperation. Everything relies on intellect. The old man once remarked that to navigate the underworld effectively, one must prioritize cunning. The highest form of mastery is to inflict harm without leaving a trace. Thus, I do not plan to invade the domains of the Gao family and Long, nor their petty subordinates. I intend to address the issue at its source. Their prolonged dominance in Longha can be attributed solely to their affiliation with a powerful benefactor. That benefactor is none other than Director Zheng. Old Yao has clashed with Director Zheng on numerous occasions, and the old man has also had his share of encounters with Zheng's associates. This Director Zheng is no ordinary figure. His allies are formidable as well. He executes his affairs with remarkable finesse, rarely leaving behind any evidence. Consequently, even old Yao lacks complete confidence in toppling him. Previously, old Yao believed that if Director Zheng were transferred out smoothly from Longha to another post, he could leverage his past achievements and, with a little push from the old man, ascend to the position of chief director. However, I have never endorsed old Yao's notion. Why should it be so? If it weren't for Zheng's unchecked power in Longha over the years, the region would not be in such disarray. Had Longha not been so chaotic back then, I would have undoubtedly graduated smoothly as a diligent university student and embarked on a conventional life path. Instead, I found myself unjustly accused, traversing the gates of death, and languishing in prison for 5 long years. Ultimately, I hold Director Zheng as the primary culprit. I absolutely cannot allow him to escape unscathed. He wishes for a smooth transfer. That would be far too lenient. Has he ever inquired whether I consent? Has he ever sought the approval of those who have suffered under his tyranny in Longha? If I can bring Director Zheng down, the Gao family and Long will effectively lose a significant pillar of support. While I may not aim to completely dismantle them, they will undoubtedly temper their arrogance and operate with far less audacity. Initially, I had little confidence in my ability to confront Director Zheng. However, as fate would have it, where there are those who slumber, there are others who provide the means to awaken them. The boisterous Gao Dazhuang, in his obliviousness, has been indiscreetly broadcasting their ties to Director Zheng. He is, without a doubt, Zheng's unwitting accomplice. Thus, I have chosen to commence my efforts by investigating the circumstances surrounding Gao Dazhuang's past case, particularly how his death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. Furthermore, I seek to uncover the connections that Director Zheng utilized to extricate him from prison. I have entrusted this initial task to the Shadows. Although the Shadow currently consists of only 5 members, I believe that with the insights and capabilities of you Lily and the L sisters, executing reconnaissance missions will be an effortless endeavor. For my second approach, I have chosen the case of the bus hijacking. Previously, Lao Yao attempted to make inroads through the notorious bandit Zhao Laowu, as it is well known that the Gao family enjoys a close relationship with Director Zheng. Thus, Zhao Laowu's audacity to appear in Longhe must be backed by Director Zheng. However, Lao Yao's efforts were in vain. The bus hijackers, on the other hand, present a different scenario. These criminals were once released by Director Zheng, establishing a direct link to him. Lao Yao had also contemplated this lead, but after the bandits made an appearance at the Shun family residence, they seemed to vanish without a trace. Pursuing them is no small feat yet. I have a strong intuition that these bandits remain in Longhe, possibly hiding within the Shun family itself. It seems that the Shun family has been keeping a close watch on them, biding their time until the storm passes. After all, these individuals are now wanted criminals. If they were to leave Longhe, they would easily leave traces in society, increasing the likelihood of being reported and captured. Remaining within the Shun family, however, provides them with the utmost safety. As long as the Shun family stands, no one would dare to lay a hand on them. Moreover, Shun Jinshan is a man who harbors a deep-seated desire for revenge. After I dealt with him previously, I am certain he will not let this go unpunished. Shun Jinshan will seek retribution, and the most probable means of doing so is by employing these audacious bandits once more. After all, these criminals will do anything for money, and with the Shun family's arrangements, they could easily vanish after their deeds. Therefore, these bandits pose a significant threat to my safety. Failing to address them may one day result in my downfall at their hands. I cannot allow the thought of them lingering unchallenged to disrupt my peace of mind. I have resolved to act swiftly against them, leveraging their connections to draw out Director Zheng and expose him on the disgraceful pillar of collusion with criminals. Following that, I will uncover the evidence of his manipulation in the case involving Gao Dazhuang, which would lead to his downfall. Gao Dazhuang, too, would face consequences. If the case from years past were to be reopened, that scoundrel would find himself back at the sewing machine, reduced to eating peanuts. These 2 matters alone would suffice to topple Director Zheng. As for what remains, it will not be my concern. Despite Zheng's current elevated position, basking in power in Longhe, that is but a transient state. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When a wall collapses, the crowd pushes. Once he is brought down, his former colleagues and friends will ensure he remains firmly pressed to the ground, never to rise again. I shall bypass the Gao family, the Shun family, and Along, and instead strike at the formidable tree upon which they rely. This tactic is known as cutting off the firewood at its source. Chapter 71. The illusion of the open road and the secret passage engaging in the act of robbery requires utmost caution. One misstep could easily alert the unsuspecting. Should the Gao family or Director Zheng perceive any irregularities, the prize would swiftly slip from my grasp. Thus, I resolved to exercise meticulous care, approaching the situation with deliberation and prudence. I entrusted this matter to the Shadows, urging you Lily to take a hands-on approach. Their primary task was to ascertain the current whereabouts of the robbers, whether they still lingered within the confines of the Shun family estate. I required unequivocal intelligence. This is the advantage of having established the Shadows. My objectives in Longhe are conspicuously grand, and every move I make is under scrutiny. Undertaking certain actions personally proves to be exceedingly inconvenient. However, the Shadows operate discreetly. Thus far, Only Lei Zi and I are aware of their existence, while even Chen Biao and Scar have yet to be informed. As I navigate the open, my movements will inevitably draw the attention of Longhe, leading to misinterpretations of my intentions and rendering the shadows undetectable. This can be considered a manifestation of the open road, concealing a secret passage. Moreover, there is a matter I have long awaited to address, a task I had initially prepared to undertake, the registration of a company. This endeavor was assigned to me by the elder, and I had intended to pursue it sooner, but the issues with the car dealership delayed my plans. I had previously dispatched individuals to gather information, and I had already prepared all necessary materials and documentation. While Lily and her team operated from the shadows, I was set to finalize the company registration today. The registered address for the company is currently a storefront on Bar Street. Not all establishments on Bar Street are bars. Several units had previously been leased out by the landlord for small businesses. Of course, the landlord now answers to me, as I hold complete authority over the premises. I did not impose hardships. I provided a sum of money to the previous tenant, indicating my intent to utilize the space, and reclaimed one of the shops. For now, it will serve as the office for my company. As for where to establish a larger office in the future, that can be decided later. De Biao, Gulme, accompany me on this outing. This time, De Biao and Xiao Si joined me. De Biao carried my belongings while Xiao Si assumed the role of driver. However, before heading to the industrial and commercial department, I made a brief stop at the bank. The funds I had set aside were reserved for the brothers' expenses, but registering a company would require a significant amount of capital. Brother, you've arrived. The lovely Xiaoran, who has flourished in her role at the bank, was now dressed impeccably in a suit, adorned with a manager's badge, exuding vitality. If you need to conduct any business, just give me a call, and I can handle it for you. There is no need for you to come in person. She naturally embraced my arm, displaying a sense of intimacy that drew the attention of everyone within the bank. It is quite all right. It is merely a trivial matter, and there is no need to trouble you. I simply wish to withdraw 100,000 yuan. The lively chatter that once filled the bank came to an abrupt halt, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Everyone froze in place, and one could almost hear a pin drop in the hall. Just 100,000 yuan, and that is all. Let us proceed. I acknowledge that this display of bravado may be a touch excessive. I gently ruffled Sharon's hair, urging her to expedite the process on my behalf. Brother, it is no trouble at all. Our bank has just received a substantial deposit, so your withdrawal can be processed swiftly. Shaoran, now quite adept in her duties, efficiently retrieved the cash within mere minutes, placing the sum in a box and handing it to me. Brother, would you like me to call the bank manager and arrange for an escort vehicle to ensure your safety? Chapter 72. Are you considering registering a company? How foolhardy. No, there is no need for that. I halted Shaoran. I have another matter. Please check the balance on this card for me. With that, I handed her another black gold card. Previously, I had 2 cards remaining untouched. Besides the one containing 1 million, there was another plain black card and one encrusted with diamonds. The black gold card I had used earlier bore a single star, while the one I was asking Shaoran to check today had 2 stars. All right, please enter the password. Before long, Shaoran had retrieved the balance, but she appeared momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. Shaoran, do tell me, how much is in there? Brother, it's 500. Upon hearing that the card held merely 500, I felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, even if the old man was wealthy, 1 million was already quite generous. How many individuals in Longhe possess 1 million? I cannot rely solely on the old man. I must endeavor to earn my own keep. It was only natural that this card, like the others, contained no substantial funds. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Shaoran, when you have a day off, come visit me. With that, I grasped my suitcase and sauntered out with an air of nonchalance. Just then, the bank's phone rang again, and Shaoran answered it. I waved goodbye to her and entrusted my suitcase to Chen Biao as I entered the Buick. It was at that moment, just as I settled into the car, that Shaoran suddenly dashed over. Brother, wait, it's 5 million. What? This time, I too was taken aback. 5 million. Good heavens. It was indeed 5 million. Old man, just how wealthy are you? Had I known I possessed 5 million, I would have been so miserly when purchasing that old mobile phone. Had I been aware of my fortune, my struggles would have been far less arduous. However, in hindsight, perhaps it is for the best. One cannot rely entirely on the old man. Brother, our bank manager said he would arrive shortly. Would you like to wait for him to enjoy some tea together? Upon hearing Shaoran mention the bank manager, I couldn't help but picture that portly face of Qian. I waved my hand dismissively. No, thank you. I find him rather verbose. By the way, Shaoran, you work hard. Why don't you join me for a stroll today? She seemed quite eager to go, but hesitated. Brother, I'm afraid I can't leave work. Taking leave is quite difficult for us. I smiled gently. Not to worry, I will arrange it for you. I held a favorable impression of Shaoran. She was remarkably earnest. Though not as beautiful as Chun Sini, her kindness and straightforwardness were refreshing. Being with her made me feel at ease. She worked tirelessly, so I thought it would be nice to take her out for a breath of fresh air. Hello, is this Manager Qian? I dialed the number for the bank. I wish to have Manager Xiao Ran accompany me for an outing. No problem. It is also part of Xiao Ran's duties to assist you. And as for the return time, it is entirely flexible. The bank readily approved the leave. Xiao Ran, slightly bashful, settled into my Buick. Brother, is this your new car? It looks splendid. Sitting beside me, Xiao Ran surveyed the pristine interior of the vehicle, finding everything extraordinarily novel. It is not actually a brand new car. It is merely secondhand. Xiao Si, start the engine. Though we engaged in light conversation, we had pressing matters to attend to. With a swift press of the accelerator, we soon arrived at the entrance of the Department of Commerce and Administration. Hello, I wish to register a construction company. I have previously communicated with your staff and am here today to submit the necessary documents. Approaching the service window, I handed over the materials and explained the situation to the staff inside. Although the personnel had yet to respond, a rotund individual at another window scoffed derisively. Huh, someone dares to register a construction company in Longhe? Are they aiming to compete with the Shun family? How utterly foolish. Chapter 73. Is the Shun family really that impressive? A portly man, seated by the window in the adjacent room, could not restrain his derisive comments upon hearing my intention to establish a construction company. How do you even speak? He scoffed, as if challenging me to teach him some manners. Chun Biao, along with Xiao Si, glared at him and approached. Chun Biao, robust and tattooed, bore an intimidating presence, unmistakably a figure of the streets. The moment they approached, the rotund man fell silent. I chose not to engage in any discourse, as he had clearly misjudged the situation. It did not take long for him to back down, and I decided not to pursue the matter further. De Biao returned. This is not a place for disturbances. I called them back. The hefty man hastily completed his business and departed with great speed. Good day, Mr. Yang. I am here to assist you with your transactions. The staff member before me greeted with exceptional courtesy, prompting a casual exchange between us. Was that individual affiliated with the Shun family? I inquired. The young male staff member, evidently disapproving of the Shun family's demeanor, shared his insights with me. Affiliated with the Shun family? He is hardly a true member. He is a relative of Shun Sini's foster family, specifically her cousin. As he spoke, he glanced up at me, seemingly recognizing my identity. You wouldn't happen to be the Mr. Yang who caused the commotion at the Shun family gathering, would you? I offer a modest smile. It's merely a case of shared names. You've mistaken me. The staff member acknowledged my words with a casual "oh," and continued with his task while engaging in further conversation. This individual, leveraging his connection to Shun Sini, has recently secured a position as a project manager at Shina Group. He is here on the Shun family's behalf to handle some matters. It's laughable how an outsider so brazenly claims to be one of them. As he spoke, the staff member meticulously examined my documents, his expression turning serious. Mr. Yang, if you intend to register a company, I would advise against entering the construction sector. Why is that? I queried. The staff member sighed. To speak candidly, I find it quite disheartening. Having worked here for 2 years, I can assure you that very few companies in the construction industry are registered, and those that are typically have ties to the Shun family. The Shun family's influence is vast, and the depths of this industry are profound. Unless you possess considerable assurance, I would advise against competing with them. I raised my hand to halt his words. Brother, I appreciate your concern. Please proceed with the formalities. I have made my decision. Seeing that I remained resolute, the staff member diligently continued processing my application. However, upon noticing my registered capital of 100,000 yuan, he could not suppress his astonishment. This revelation stirred quite a ripple in the office. The Shin family's Shinha Construction Group boasts a registered capital of 1 million yuan. Apart from them, my venture would stand as the second in Longhe County to possess a registration capital exceeding 10,000 yuan. Yang Feng Construction Group Company Limited, with a registered capital of 100,000 yuan, is wholly owned by myself. In this era, there are not many cumbersome procedures. The efficiency of the staff is exceedingly high. I directly handed over the cash of 100,000 yuan and received a specialized corporate bank card. This registered capital is now frozen within that card, serving as a deposit to guarantee the company's normal credit operations. Sir, if I may interject, the news of your construction company registration will soon reach the ears of the Shun family. You must exercise utmost caution. I smiled faintly and nodded. After expressing my gratitude to the staff for their kind advice, I returned to the car with Chun de Biao, where Xiaoran was still waiting inside. Exercise caution, you say? Huh. I fear that this time, it is the Shun family that should be wary. If I refrain from taking action, it is one thing, but if I do choose to act, I will bring the Shun family to ruin, ensuring they cannot recover. I intend to show Chun Sini just how absurd her choice truly is. Chapter 74. Confronting the deceitful woman Xiaoran. Allow me to take you shopping. Once back in the car, I was reminded of Xiaoran. She is a considerate young lady, and I had previously learned that her family circumstances were quite dire. After graduating from university, she could have secured a stable job and lived comfortably. However, due to her mother's illness, she was unable to venture far to the bustling cities. With limited options in Longhe County, which offers scant high-paying jobs, she reluctantly took a part-time position at a bar. Fortunately, she encountered me, and, subsequently, she was promoted to a managerial position at the bank, leading to a modest improvement in her income. Nevertheless, Xiaoran remains frugal, diligently saving every penny to contribute towards her mother's medical expenses. My feelings for Xiaoran are devoid of romantic inclinations. Rather, they resemble the pure affection of an older brother for his younger sister. I genuinely admire and respect this young woman. In her presence, I am reminded of my former self, the diligent student who worked tirelessly to support my education. Brother, this isn't appropriate. You have already helped me too much. I cannot accept more of your money, she protested. I smiled and gently grasped her arm. Come now, I'm not short on funds. With no particular destination in mind, I chose a reasonably good clothing store nearby, where parking was convenient. We entered the shop together. The garments here were not overly expensive, falling within a mid-range price bracket. I tend to approach shopping with a straightforward manner. I selected a rack of clothing for Xiaoran to try on and instructed the staff to wrap up anything she liked. The store was modest in size, and since she was trying on clothes, I opted to wait outside. I squatted at the entrance, pulling up a chair to smoke a cigarette. Chun de Biao, however, insisted on staying beside me, clutching the business license. I suggested he remain in the car, but he refused, fearing theft. Yang Feng, do you find this amusing? Just as we were languidly waiting for Xiaoran, a familiar voice suddenly pierced through the air, sending a jolt through my entire being. It was all too familiar. At times it haunts my dreams, for I once loved her deeply. Chun Sini. I was baffled by her presence here and the intent behind her words. Perhaps this was simply the cruel twist of fate. Today, Chun Sini was beautifully adorned in a plain blue floral qipao, accentuating her exquisite figure perfectly. Chun Sini, what is the meaning of this? What have I done? I lifted my gaze to meet hers. A flicker of anger danced in her eyes as she extended her hand, retrieving a bank card from her pocket and presenting it to me. Yang Feng, you have gone to great lengths to track my whereabouts. Conveniently appearing at the entrance of the store I intended to visit. Surely, this is an attempt to display your prowess before me? She cast a dismissive glance at the business license held by Chun de Biao, snickering derisively. You have changed. In an attempt to create a FAOD, you even registered a business license, hoping to masquerade as a successful individual before me to capture my attention. Spare me these clumsy antics, Yang Feng. What is impossible remains impossible, and we can never return to what once was. Here is 50,000 yuan. Take the money and leave Longhe at once. I gazed at Chun Sini in astonishment. Miss Shun, have you overthought this? I am not here waiting for you, nor am I attempting to impress you. Chun Sini tilted her head, casting her gaze upon a bouquet of flowers at my feet. These were hastily purchased by Chun de Biao moments ago for me to present to Xiaoran. You even prepared flowers, and yet claim you are not here for me? How absurd. I am utterly speechless. How did I fail to see that this woman is so self-absorbed? Yang Feng, stop pretending to be strong. You struck my brother. Had I not intervened, he would have dealt with you long ago. However, I can only delay the inevitable. It seems you will not find solace in Longhe anymore. She glanced again at the business license in Chun de Biao's hands. If you think you can fool me with a fake business license, you are mistaken. Should the authorities discover it, you would face dire consequences. As a former inmate from a less fortunate background, even if my brother chooses not to retaliate, finding employment will be a challenge for you, let alone a romantic partner. Listen to me. Take this money and vanish. Consider it my compensation to you. We are no longer destined to be together, as we exist in entirely different worlds now. I stared incredulously at Chun Sini. Chun Sini, you truly are overly theatrical. At that moment, Xiaoran suddenly dashed out of the store. Summoning her courage, she glared at the opulent-looking Chun Sini. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she made an extraordinarily bold move. Chapter 75. I shall ensure his utter destruction in the midst of Chun Sini's astonished gaze. Xiaoran, clad in a pristine white dress, burst forth from the store. Gathering her courage, she leapt into my embrace, bestowing a swift kiss upon my cheek, akin to a chick pecking at grains, before shyly lowering her head. Darling, do you find this dress appealing? In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon me. Xiaoran was extending her assistance in her own unique manner. Having witnessed the derision I faced regarding my marital prospects, she had feigned the role of my girlfriend. Without hesitation, I wrapped my arms around her waist. Beautiful, undeniably beautiful. No matter what our dear Xiaoran adorns, she is always enchanting. By the way, this is the flower I bought for you. You, Chun Sini exclaimed, her frustration manifesting as she stamped her foot. I disregarded her, turning my attention towards the store attendant. Aside from the style my girlfriend just selected, please pack all the new arrivals from these 2 rows. The attendant stood in stunned silence, seemingly taken aback by the suddenness of the request. De Biao, settle the bill. Yes, Brother Feng. Chun de Biao took the handbag from Xiaoxi, extracting a stack of cash and placing it upon the counter of the boutique. Chun Sini, from now on, I implore you to suppress your unwarranted sentiments and that self-righteous pride of yours. My life has flourished in your absence. Furthermore, where I choose to love is none of your concern. Shenjin Shan cannot dictate my existence, nor can the Shun family. Should you dare to align yourself with the Shun family in their callousness and greed, then I intended to utter harsh words, yet they remained unspoken. With a sigh, I added, take care of yourself. I hope we never cross paths again. With that, I embraced Xiaoran's waist, and we strolled toward the nearby Buick. Xiaoxi ignited the engine, and the car sped away, raising a cloud of dust. In the rearview mirror, I glimpsed Chun Sini, her teeth clenched in frustration as she remained rooted in place, stamping her foot. I chose not to accompany Xiaoran on her shopping spree, or to share a meal with her. After arranging for Chun de Biao to ensure her safe return, I made my way back to Huiguang. I received a phone call from the eldest daughter of the L family. We have made progress regarding Director Zheng's covert maneuvers to secure Gao Dazhuang's release. The story traces back over a decade. Years ago, Gao Dazhuang was implicated in 2 homicides and was incarcerated in a death row facility. However, at that time, the incident was scarcely known in Longhe. The victims, having been erased from existence by Gao Dazhuang, were not residents of Longsheng, but of the neighboring Longjiang city. Consequently, Gao Dazhuang's imprisonment took place within the confines of Longjiang prison. The Gao family expended considerable resources and established numerous connections, yet they were unable to resolve Gao Dazhuang's predicament, as their influence in the neighboring city proved ineffective. Ultimately, it was Director Zheng who intervened to rectify the situation. Zheng had a familiar acquaintance in Longjiang, a former classmate named Wang Shi. Wang Shi served as a judge in one of Longjiang's significant courts. The case involving Gao Dazhuang happened to be handled by Wang Shi and his court. After accepting a bribe, Wang Shi maneuvered various connections to arrange for Gao Dezhuang to be charged with excessive self-defense. However, despite the ruling of excessive self-defense, the loss of 2 lives led to a commutation of the death penalty, resulting in a lengthy prison sentence instead. Ultimately, Gao Dezhuang's life was spared, but he was sentenced to over a decade of imprisonment. Subsequently, Director Zheng leveraged his connections with Wang Shi to facilitate a series of sentence reductions, ultimately securing Gao Dezhuang's early release by several years. In essence, Wang Shi was a pivotal figure in this affair. Have you devised a strategy to deal with Wang Shi? And who is Director Zheng in contact with regarding Longjiang prison? At that moment, LV Chunli on the other end of the line chuckled. Brother Feng, I nearly lost everything to accomplish this task, so you owe me some compensation. LV's words startled me. Upon further inquiry, I learned that under Yu Lily's command, they had already taken action against Wang Shi. However, their methods were somewhat unsavory, akin to a honey trap. We managed to approach Wang Shi's superior and ensnared him in a scheme, orchestrating a honey trap. Should this affair come to light, Wang Shi's superior would undoubtedly face ruin. Thus, he had no choice but to yield to us and betray Wang Shi. Although he did not participate in the events of that year, he was fully aware of them. Brother Feng, we are now awaiting your command. At your signal, he will initiate the report against Wang Shi, which will expose Director Zheng and all those involved in the unlawful acts, leaving no one unscathed. I refrained from inquiring about the specifics, understanding that the methods employed by the Shadow faction were somewhat dubious. Yet, those who aspire to achieve great things often overlook minor ethical concerns, especially when conventional methods prove ineffective against such scoundrels. There's no rush. Let him wait for 2 days, ready for notification. My lack of urgency stemmed from the information Yu Lily had provided regarding the Shun family. The chubby and slender bandits were indeed among them. Inform Yu Lily that I intend to draw the snake from its hole, simultaneously addressing the bus hijacking case, striking 2 birds with 1 stone. In doing so, I aim to ensure that Director Zheng is left with no chance of recovery, leaving him utterly without recourse. Chapter 76. Luring the serpent from its hole. Upon receiving confirmation that the notorious bandits were indeed residing within the Shun household, I, along with Yu Lily, resolved to take action. These individuals, unable to endure the monotony of confinement, had been kept under tight rein by Shun Jinshan, who forbade them from venturing out or causing any disturbances. Consequently, they had resorted to nocturnal escapades. During the day, they remained concealed within the confines of the Shun estate, too fearful to show their faces. Yet, as night fell, they emerged, reveling in the bars and clubs owned by the Shun family, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol and engaging in extravagant displays of debauchery with the company of female companions. In truth, these men had become a liability in Shun Jinshan's eyes. He wished to be rid of them, yet their status as fugitives from the law rendered their departure perilous. Should they be apprehended, it would bring misfortune upon the Shun family and potentially implicate Director Zheng as well. Given the bandits' notorious lack of discretion, it was unlikely they would remain silent should they fall into the hands of the authorities. Conversely, should they stay in Longhe and face capture, both the Shun family and Director Zheng would be able to intervene. I surmised that this was likely Shun Jinshan's line of thinking. Yu Lily had informed me that the bandits had previously broached the subject of leaving Longhe with Shun Jinshan, only to be met with refusal. Shun Jinshan insisted they bide their time until the storm passed. Naturally, the Shun family would not provide financial support for their escape. Lacking funds, the bandits were hesitant to leave clandestinely, as doing so would force them into the wilderness, where they would face the grim prospect of starvation. They were, after all, mere mortals susceptible to human weaknesses. After careful analysis, Yu Lily and I concluded that their greatest vices were twofold: greed and lust. While it was challenging to manipulate their desires for pleasure, their avarice could be exploited. This band of rogues had long yearned to extricate themselves from the Shun family in Longhe, not only due to the legal troubles they faced, but also because I had instilled in them a palpable fear. During their attempted ambush on me at the commercial center, I had wounded one of them with my firearm. As individuals entrenched in the underworld, they were well aware of the unfolding events. particularly the recent turmoil at the Jixing second-hand car dealership, where my associates had audaciously confronted Longhe along, culminating in a fierce gunfight. What they feared most now was the prospect of retaliation from me, the dread of being targeted by my operatives. Given these multifaceted anxieties, their departure from Longhe seemed inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Should they acquire a substantial sum of wealth in the near future, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to leave, perhaps even departing under the cover of night. I shall employ money as bait to lure them out. 17. Please make the necessary arrangements for tonight's affairs. This endeavor cannot proceed without the cooperation of Long Shiqi and Old Yao. Given the significance of Old Yao's position, Brother Feng, I have already prepared in secret, and tonight I will assign several trusted subordinates to disguise themselves as plainclothes officers and lie in wait on the street you designate. After hanging up the phone, I will promptly inform Shadow and Lei Zi to make all necessary preparations. Tonight's operation is of utmost importance, and no mistakes are permissible. This time, it will be Lily and the agile, youthful, and attractive El Sime who will take action personally. To ensure their safety, Lei Zi and I will also remain concealed, discreetly overseeing the entire situation. At 6:30 in the evening, as the sun sets and the streetlights begin to illuminate, the nightlife in this small county of Longhe commences. Lily, Sime, prepare to make your move. Chapter 77. Luring the snake out of its hole to the Golden Mountain Bar, as its name suggests, is a venue owned by Shan Jinshan, nestled on a somewhat secluded street in the northern part of the city. This establishment is well known for its association with individuals who often engage in dubious side ventures. Its slightly remote location offers a semblance of safety. As the evening lights began to glow, two exquisitely dressed young women graced the street in front of the Golden Mountain Bar, adorned in designer shoes and clothing. It is no exaggeration to say that each of their outfits alone was worth over $1,000. In an era where a 10,000 yuan household signifies wealth, the concept of wearing a 1,000 yuan ensemble is nothing short of opulent. Moreover, these two women were bedecked with an array of luxurious accessories. These two women were, in fact, the meticulously groomed Yu Lily and El Sime. The diamond ring on Yu Lily's finger appeared to boast a carat weight of at least one, sparkling brilliantly under the streetlights. El Sime's wrist bore a delicate mechanical watch, equally exquisite. Around Yu Lily's neck hung a finely crafted pure gold necklace, while El Sime sported a gleaming silver chain. Yu Lily's wrist was adorned with a flawless white jade bracelet, suggesting considerable value, whereas El Sime's hair was elegantly secured with a pure silver hairpin. These two women epitomized wealth and luxury, their attire collectively worth tens of thousands of yuan. With a chic handbag in hand, Yu Lily led El Sime into the Golden Mountain Bar. "Good evening, ladies. May I offer you a drink?" The server's eyes brightened at their arrival, promptly approaching them. "A bottle of your finest whiskey, thank you," Yu Lily ordered, opting for the establishment's highest quality spirit. Just a single bottle was priced in the hundreds. Her occasional slips into English conveyed an impression of a carefree, affluent returnee. As they entered the bar on the first floor, they immediately captured the attention of the entire venue. Their striking beauty and lavish appearance were impossible to overlook. With a solid foundation to begin with, Yu Lily had devoted an entire afternoon to her makeup, making it almost inconceivable for her not to look stunning. The two chose a corner table by the window, ordered a simple fruit platter, and began to savor their drinks. Meanwhile, Lei Zi and I were perched on the rooftop of a residential building directly across from the Golden Mountain Bar, observing the scene with clarity. We noticed several young men who, upon catching sight of the women, seemed unable to tear their eyes away. A few raised their glasses, contemplating approaching them. But after a brief assessment of Yu Lily and El Sime's lavish attire and the whiskey on their table, they shook their heads and retreated. It was evident that these two women were daughters of affluent families, and most men hesitated to engage them, feeling dwarfed by the stark disparity in wealth. Yu Lily and El Sime feigned expressions of sorrow, seemingly burdened by some discontent, causing the whiskey to vanish at an astonishing pace. In less than an hour, the two had consumed an entire bottle of whiskey. Yu Lily's steps became somewhat unsteady, while El Sime's gaze grew hazy from the effects of the drink. The two supported each other as they approached the counter. "Good evening, ladies. The whiskey is 688, and the fruit platter along with other expenses totals 30, making the grand total 718 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or by card?" Spending over 700 yuan in a single outing to a bar was undoubtedly an extraordinary affair. However, Yu Lily, without batting an eye, extended her delicate hand to open her exquisite little purse. At the moment the purse was unfastened, nearly everyone in the bar's lower level turned their attention to the spectacle. The elegant little bag was brimming with stacks of crisp banknotes. Yu Lily casually withdrew a small bundle, hardly counting, and, with her intoxicated gaze, handed it to the waitress. "Miss, you've given too much. You provided 1,000 yuan. Here is your change of 282 yuan. The young waitress returned the excess money to Yu Lily. To her surprise, Yu Lily waved her hand dismissively. "Consider it a tip. You needn't return it." The entire bar fell into stunned silence. What defines a wealthy person? This was the true essence of affluence. What does it mean to squander money? This was the epitome of extravagance. 280 yuan equated to 3 or 4 months' salary for an ordinary individual, and she so nonchalantly regarded it as a mere gratuity. Thank you, beautiful lady." Amidst the waitress's repeated expressions of gratitude and the astonished gazes of onlookers, Yu Lily and El Sime, a bit dazed, supported each other as they exited the bar. "Let us go. Lazy, the fish are about to bite. Ipulad lazy along." And together we hurried down the stairs, racing toward the bustling street below. Chapter 78. Are we not worthy of eating peanuts? In truth, the ostentatious display of wealth by Yu Lily and El Sime often deters the average person from approaching them. After all, both their attire and demeanor unmistakably signal that they are not to be trifled with. Ordinary individuals, no matter how covetous of their riches, typically refrain from making any overtures. However, this was not the case for the band of robbers on the bus. These seasoned criminals, driven by a pressing need for money, were undeterred. The bar was situated directly above a private club. After spending an hour within, it was certain that the portly robber and his accomplices had received word of their presence. Now, as Yu Lily and El Sime stepped outside, they staggered along the road, seemingly aimless and intoxicated. I descended the stairs with Lei Zi and took refuge in the shadows across from the entrance of the Jinshan bar and club. Soon enough, 4 men emerged swiftly from the bar. Illuminated by the lights at the entrance, I recognized them clearly. Those were indeed the robbers. My judgment had proven correct. They had lurked long enough for me to draw them out. Yet, I did not rush to act. These men were highly alert. Upon exiting, they surveyed their surroundings carefully, confirming that all was clear before trailing behind Yu Lily. It was time to cut off their escape route. This time, they would not elude capture. I exchanged a knowing glance with Lei Zi, and together we followed the robbers at a distance. At this moment, I could have easily instructed old Yao's men to apprehend them directly, ensuring a foolproof operation. However, that was not my intention. Though these men were seasoned offenders, their past crimes had primarily targeted ordinary individuals. In other words, while they were indeed wanted, the sums they had stolen were not substantial. Even if apprehended, they would likely serve a mere decade or so before being released, still a blight on society, seeking revenge against us. While I did not fear their retaliation, I had no intention of granting them the opportunity for it. Offending me and committing numerous misdeeds should not come without consequences. They deserved to spend a long time behind bars, and I was determined to ensure that they did. Thus, I chose to remain in the shadows, continuing to follow them, fully in control of the situation. Brother Fat, I'm feeling a bit anxious. These 2 women seem to be quite formidable. If we proceed with our plan, the Gao family may not be able to protect us. The slender robber spoke, his voice trembling, revealing that these men had been living in constant fear. Fear not. Once we pull this job off, we'll be set for life. Who cares about the repercussions? We can vanish into the woods, and no one will find us," replied the middle-aged man, casting a disparaging glance at the slender robber, reminiscent of their former life as bus drivers. "Skinny one, if you have no desire to work, you may as well return to the Jinshan Club and wait. When it comes time to divide the spoils, there will be none for you. Come on, let us get to it. I am more than willing to participate." At last, The group of robbers reached a consensus just as Yu Lily and El Sime arrived at a relatively secluded area, dimly lit and shrouded in shadows. "Stop! This road is mine. We are robbing you." Four robbers swiftly pulled stockings from their pockets, quickly donning them over their heads. They brandished knives and hurried towards Yu Lily and her companion, encircling them. "Hand over the money in your bags. Remove all your jewelry," the portly robber threatened, his gaze fixed menacingly on Yu Lily. He anticipated that the two young women would be frightened and scream, mentally preparing himself for a violent altercation. To the astonishment of the robbers, however, Yu Lily and El Sime displayed neither fear nor panic. Instead, they calmly tossed their handbags to the stout robber. Subsequently, they swiftly removed their watches, rings, jade bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and hairpins, offering them without hesitation to the robber. The gang of robbers was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected compliance of their victims. What is happening? When did those being robbed become so accommodating? Is this line of work truly this easy now? "Now is the time," I said, as I dialed Old Yao's number. "Old Yao, have your men make the arrests. With so many stolen items, surely they meet the standard for a peanut gallery." Chapter 79. Defiance will be met with immediate execution. Enough, Brother Feng. Given their criminal actions, even without peanuts, they are destined for a lifetime behind bars, with little hope of ever emerging again. Old Yao immediately set the wheels of arrest in motion. His subordinates were exceptionally well prepared, equipped with cameras to meticulously document the entire process of the plump and slender bandits' crimes. "Stop right there." As the robbers reveled in their ill-gotten gains, a deep, thunderous shout echoed in their ears, startling them into a tremor. In an instant, nearly 10 officers burst forth from all directions, 4 of whom brandished firearms. "Officers of Loma County, you're under arrest. Please cooperate. Hands on your head, crouch down. Any act of defiance will result in immediate execution." One officer, after displaying his badge, produced a pair of cold handcuffs from his pocket. Old Yao was particularly invested in this operation, having deployed 10 elite officers. Naturally, this endeavor was executed flawlessly. Only at this moment did the 4 robbers realize they had been ensnared like fish on a hook. Yet, it was too late to comprehend their folly. Under the threat of firearms, escape was not an option, and they were swiftly apprehended by the officers. All of this transpired within mere minutes, in a secluded corner, unnoticed by the night's veil. Yu Lily and LVC May accompanied the officers to the station to provide their statements and soon returned. However, we did not cross paths with them. "Brother Feng, should we instruct Wang, Shi's superior, to take action in Longjiang?" Yu Lily inquired of me. "Patience. Let us observe the situation," I replied. Old Yao contacted me once more. The robbers were somewhat obstinate, and for the time being had not divulged the matter of Director Zhang's leniency or Shun Jinshan's protection. After all, they were not foolish. Given their current predicament, they had nothing to lose by withholding information about Zhang and Shun, who might still leverage their connections to assist them. Should they betray these individuals, their hopes would be utterly extinguished. "Brother Feng, grant me a little time." "It's not a problem," I reassured him. I was not in a hurry. With both matters settled and the robbers in custody, everything was secure. Overthrowing Director Zhang was merely a matter of time. A day or two made little difference. In the following hours, I began to attend to some company affairs. I, Ren Yuan Feng, serve as the chairman of Yuan Feng Construction Company, Limited. The name Yuan Feng was chosen after considerable contemplation. Yuan signifies foresight, while Feng, my name, also denotes height. Thus, it embodies the spirit of having lofty aspirations and a vision that extends far into the future. Chindabiao, Scarface, and Beast were all appointed as project managers at Yuan Feng Construction. They follow in my footsteps, and I am determined to provide them with a future, for it is inconceivable to allow them to persist in a life of perpetual violence. Additionally, I have selected a few individuals from the ranks of my subordinates to fill positions among the grassroots management. As for Lei, he appears disinterested in these matters. Yet I have bestowed upon him the nominal title of project manager. Furthermore, I have invested in hiring several skilled builders and engineers from the vicinity of Longha, thus acquiring the construction qualifications for Yuan Feng. Having accomplished all of this, I am now poised to embark on securing projects. Currently, there are 3 major construction projects publicly available in Longa County. The first is the Spring Garden residential development in the southern city. This project was awarded through a fair bidding process orchestrated by the relevant authorities in Longa County. The aim is to establish this development as a model area, destined to become a landmark of investment attraction for Longha in the future. The Spring Garden project encompasses a total area of 100,000 square meters, with plans for the construction of 50 buildings, each rising 6 stories high. This project has attracted an overwhelming number of eager contenders. However, regardless of who it may be, everyone is acutely aware that in Longha, there is only one construction firm capable of undertaking this project, and they are resolutely determined to succeed. That firm is the Yang family. Yet, the situation has changed, for Yang Feng has now been established, and I am ready to make my move. Chapter 80. I offer 500,000. The Dragon River Investment Conference drew a multitude of prominent figures. This particular bidding event was unlike any other. It was not merely a matter of contracting a construction company for a specific price. Instead, it involved auctioning off the land, allowing construction firms to purchase the plot. Once acquired, the developers would be required to construct a residential complex that adhered to the standards and specifications set forth by Dragon River County. Naturally, once completed, the local authorities would assist in the sales process, and substantial rewards would be conferred upon the construction company that undertook the project. Essentially, this investment conference served as an auction. The land designated for the Spring Garden project was situated not far from the southern city's rear mountains. Initially just a barren plot. However, it boasted a picturesque view of the Dragon River and was nestled against the luminous summit of the southern city's mountains, making it a prime location. As this was a government-supported initiative, the starting bid for the land was modest, set at a mere 100,000 RMB, translating to approximately 1 yuan per square meter, a remarkably advantageous deal. Although many attendees graced the conference, the atmosphere was bustling with esteemed guests and dignitaries from the major families of Dragon River, all present merely to bear witness. In truth, the number of actual contenders for the bidding did not exceed 10. It was common knowledge that apart from the Shun family of Dragon River, no one possessed the requisite capability to secure this project. The other participants merely added to the crowd, contributing to the spectacle. Representing the Shun family were Shun Jinshan and Chen Sini. Upon taking my seat alongside Chun Debiao, my gaze immediately fell upon Chun Sini in the front row. She shot me an intense glare. Yang Feng, how is it that you are everywhere? Surely, you are not here to cause trouble? Shin Jinshan cast a disdainful look back at me, his expression hostile. It was evident that he bore the weight of exhaustion, his eyes shadowed by dark circles, a sign of his recent distress. While others may have been oblivious, I understood precisely why Shun Jinshan appeared so haggard. The notorious gangsters had vanished without a trace, leaving him in a state of worry for days on end, completely unaware of their whereabouts. I had no intention of indulging Chun Sini any longer. What? Is this auction exclusively for your Shin family? Am I not permitted to attend? I retorted, and she rolled her eyes in response. Yang Feng, I care not for your motives, nor your dubious financial backing for this facade of a company. But let me issue a solemn warning. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in today's proceedings. I merely scoffed at her, disinterested in her admonitions. Well then, esteemed guests, I trust you are all aware of the significance of the Spring Garden project, having done your due diligence prior to this event. I shall refrain from further elaboration, the host announced as he took the stage, prompting an immediate hush to fall over the room. Without further ado, I declare the bidding for the Spring Garden project officially open. The official starting price is set at 100,000. Each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000. 110,000. No sooner had the host concluded his announcement than a young man raised his paddle. From the Liu family in the west of the city, I bid 110,000. To the average person, this sum might seem astronomical. However, to the Liu family, it is but a trifling amount. 150,000. As the Liu family's bid echoed, a stout young man raised his paddle, revealing himself to be Gao Datu from the Gao family. To everyone's surprise, The Gao family had joined the fray. 170,000. Before Gao Datu's words faded, another young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, raised his paddle. From the murmurs around, it became evident that he hailed from the Zheng family in the east of the city, the same clan as Director Zheng and his kin. As several prominent families began to call out their bids, the atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became vibrant. 300,000. At that moment, a melodious and sweet feminine voice resonated throughout the auction. The audience erupted in whispers as they beheld the woman who had raised her paddle. Who is she? So young yet so affluent? Is she perhaps the protege of some wealthy magnate? Hush! Do you wish to provoke disaster? You don't recognize her? This is the daughter of the Shun family, recently reclaimed the illustrious Shun Sini. Ah, no wonder. The daughter of the richest family in Longhe. That explains her audacity. Keep your voices down. At this auction, aside from the Shun family, no one dares to compete. Her bidding is merely for show. Amidst the hushed whispers and speculations, Shun Sini remained unfazed, her demeanor calm and composed as she regarded the host on stage with a smile. 30,000 once, 30,000 twice. Just as everyone believed the bidding war was nearing its conclusion, destined to favor the Shun family, I raised my paddle. 500,000. Chapter 81. A complete fool, I bid 500,000. As my voice reverberated through the venue, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned towards me, not out of astonishment at the sum I had just announced, but rather in disbelief that anyone would dare challenge the Gao family in such a setting. The murmurs soon resumed as someone recognized me. It's him, Yang Feng. Have you heard? Our Longhe has recently produced a formidable character, and that is none other than Yang Feng. Indeed, even the notorious underworld figure, Long Gu, dares to confront him. Truly impressive. But you only know part of the story. Yang Feng was once romantically involved with Shun Sini and reportedly caused quite a scene at the Shun family's engagement ceremony. Is that so? This event is bound to be entertaining. However, I've heard that while Yang Feng is fierce, he may not possess such wealth. He is merely here to disrupt the Shun family's business. That makes sense. The Shun family has set their sights on the Spring Garden project, and with Yang Feng's interference, they will have to bid exorbitantly, likely incurring significant losses. Sounds like we are in for quite a show today. I paid no heed to the onlookers, remaining composed in my seat. Shun Sini turned her head, a flicker of anger crossing her features. Yang Feng, are you intent on courting death? I cast her cold glance. Shun Sini, what do you mean? We are here for a fair competition. Has this project been preordained for your Shun family? Does no one else have the right to bid? Shun Sini gritted her teeth, but could only turn back in frustration. Mr. Yang Feng from Yuan Feng Group bids 500,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 500,000 once, 500,000 twice. The host's words were drawn out, his gaze fixated on the Shun siblings. Even he appeared somewhat conflicted on their behalf, aware that this price was astronomical and uncertain whether the Shun family would respond. 600,000. At last, Shin Jinshan could no longer contain himself and placed another bid. As the only son of a Shun family, he was poised to inherit the family fortune and still held considerable authority within the clan. However, he merely raised the bid by 100,000, indicating that this price had reached the family's expected threshold. 700,000. Without hesitation, I instantly added another 100,000, determined to continue the contest. Yang Feng, this is a bidding conference, not a joke. Do you truly have such wealth? I implore you, cease this nonsense. Shun Sini turned to me once more, visibly exasperated. Since I dared to make my bid, I was equipped with ample funds. Matters regarding money were not her concern. A smirk of derision graced my lips. Could it be that the Shun family, reputed to be the wealthiest in Longhe, has now reached their limit? I directed this remark towards Shan Jinshan, intentionally provoking him. Shin Jinshan could hardly endure such ridicule. As the scion of the Longhe tycoon, he had never been looked down upon in such a manner. In a sudden burst of indignation, Shun Jinshan sprang to his feet. 800,000. My Shin family will offer 800,000. The figure was astonishing, even for the Shun family. Producing such a substantial sum was no trivial matter. The atmosphere hushed, as all present fell silent, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. It was evident to everyone that this was no longer merely an auction. It had escalated into a contest of pride and wealth between myself and the Shen family. 900,000. Without a moment's hesitation, I raised the bid to 900,000, all the while seizing the opportunity to taunt Shen Jinshan. If the Shen family lacks the funds, this project will rightfully belong to our Yang Feng group. Shen Jinshan's countenance darkened. In the end, despite Shen Sini's fervent pleas, she could not dissuade him. Shen Jinshan abruptly stood once more. 1,000,000. The land at Spring Garden will be acquired by my Shen family for 1 million. Just when everyone presumed I would continue bidding, I burst into laughter. This foolish Shen Jinshan was, without a doubt, a complete simpleton. Congratulations to young Master Shen for spending 1 million on a parcel of land. The project is now yours. Chapter 82. It is not too late for you to kneel and plead with me now. Witnessing the Shen family acquire a project originally valued at 300,000 to 400,000 for a staggering 1 million filled my heart with exhilaration, surpassing even the joy of winning it myself. Since they possess ample funds, let them play the role of the unwitting fool. The Spring Garden project, while not the largest nor the most profitable, have been estimated by my builders to yield around 1 million in profit, contingent upon a bid between 300,000 and 500,000. Acquiring it for 1 million truly reflects the Shen family's folly. In my estimation, the Shen family no longer qualifies as a formidable competitor. Whether it be Shen Sini or Shen Jinshan, they epitomize the wealthy yet naive second-generation heirs. If I cannot manage such individuals, my aspirations in this field are futile. The reason I refrained from exerting all my efforts to secure the Spring Garden project was that there was another project I aimed to pursue today. The Longhu Bay New Town project. Situated in Nansheng, this project lies downstream of the Long River, adjacent to a vast reservoir. Its area is twice that of the Spring Garden. The starting bid is set at 200,000, employing the auction of land as a means of attracting investment. This project is the one I am determined to acquire. Congratulations to the Shen family for securing the Spring Garden project. The auction proceeds with the Longhu Bay New Town project next, starting at 200,000, with incremental bids no less than 10,000. The Gao family bids 210,000. The Gao family, merely present to fill the numbers, eagerly announced their offer as soon as the host concluded his statement. 230,000. Shen Sini again represented the Shen family in bidding. Without hesitation, I raised the bid by 100,000. 400,000. Shen Sini and Shen Jinshan turned to glare at me, their teeth gritting in frustration. Yang Feng, are you deliberately causing chaos? I shrug in response. Does it concern you? 500,000. Shen Jinshan called out again, this time also increasing the bid by 100,000. To be frank, from Shen Jinshan's demeanor, it was evident that the Shen family's budget was likely strained. In the previous round, they hastily escalated their bid by 20,000 shortly after calling out. This time, their confidence seemed to waver. 600,000. Without a moment's hesitation, I raised the bid to 600,000. As Shen Jinshan prepared to call out a bid, Shen Sini swiftly covered his mouth. Brother, have you forgotten how he deceived us last time? Once we raise the price, I am certain that Yang Feng will immediately withdraw, leaving us ensnared in a trap again. Shen Jinshan reluctantly lowered his hand and nodded in agreement. Mr. Yang Feng from Yuan Feng Group bids 600,000. Is there a higher offer? The host surveyed the audience, anticipating further bids. After all, the recently auctioned plot in the Spring Garden, though not even half the size of the Longhu Bay site, fetched an astonishing price of 1 million. Yet, the qualification for the construction of such a vast expanse at Longhu Bay was merely secured for 600,000, a figure that seems remarkably absurd. Even the Shen family remained silent, leaving other families who merely came to observe too intimidated to speak. The Gao Lu and Zheng families were particularly reticent, fearful that should they raise their bids, the project might inadvertently fall into their laps, becoming an unbearable burden that they could neither digest nor discard. 600,000 once, 600,000 twice, 600,000 thrice. Bang! At last, The auctioneer's gavel came down. Congratulations to Mr. Yang for acquiring the land and construction rights for the Longha Bay project at the price of 600,000. As the auctioneer's words resonated, a chorus of sighs and murmurs swept through the room. Indeed, I had secured an exceptional deal, truly a bloodless coup. However, Chun Sini and Shun Jinshan displayed little sign of regret. On the contrary, Shun Jinshan, arms crossed, sneered at me. Yang Feng, this is not an ordinary auction. It is officially sanctioned. You may inflate the bids as you please, but should the project fall into your hands, you will be required to prove your financial capability. The Shun family has already placed 1 million in cash with the officials and secured the contract for the spring garden. I am eager to see what will transpire when you cannot produce the 60,000. Chun Sini added with a cold laugh. Historically, there have been instances where individuals who falsely declared a bid of 30,000 were sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. Yang Feng, should you fail to produce the 60,000, can you fathom the consequences? Noticing my silence, Chun Sini presumed her words had intimidated me. Thus, she rose and approached my side. Yang Feng, if you wish to avoid incarceration, it is not too late to kneel and beg for my mercy. Chapter 83. Are you intoxicated or just awakening? I gazed at Chun Sini with a look of incredulity, as if I were observing a fool. Chun Sini, are you endowed with ample bosom, yet devoid of intellect? Or do you simply lack any semblance of reason? Are you intoxicated or merely waking from slumber? I implore you, it would be wise for you to retreat to a cooler place and rest. Do not assume that in Longha, the Shun family is the sole affluent entity. Others are not impoverished wretches. At that moment, a staff member from the auction house approached me. Mr. Yang, according to the bidding regulations, we must conduct a fund verification. Instantly, the gaze of every individual in the room turned towards me. I understood that they were all anticipating my embarrassment, eager for the spectacle of my humiliation. However, the reality was that it would be their faces that would soon bear the brunt of the slap. Unperturbed, I retrieved a black gold card with a single star from my pocket and presented it to the staff member. The password is 6 zeros. You may proceed. Chun Sini cast me a scornful glance. Yang Feng, continue your charade, and soon enough, you shall have no reason to smile. The staff member, holding the card reader, began the transaction before the entire assembly. Upon entering the password of 6 zeros, the machine swiftly displayed a successful payment notification. 600,000 has been successfully processed. Congratulations, Mr. Yang. The Yang Feng Group has secured the Longha Bay project. Now, please accompany me and your relevant personnel to the conference room to finalize the contracts and construction procedures. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd upon hearing the staff member announce the successful payment of 600,000. In Longha, aside from the Shun family, there were scarcely 4 entities capable of disbursing such a sum in one go. And here I was effortlessly presenting 600,000, which undoubtedly left them in shock. You, how could you possibly have so much money? Chun Sini was the most astonished. Her mouth agape. She could hardly believe the unfolding reality. Yang Feng, you must have borrowed this money from someone, right? You're merely attempting to provoke me. You know nothing of construction. If you proceed, you will surely face ruin. How about this? Cede the project to me, and we shall compensate you with 600,000. What do you say? I glanced at this woman with palpable impatience. Chun Sini, it is no exaggeration to say you lack intelligence. If you are not a daughter of the Shun family, could you even borrow 500? Show me how you would secure a loan of 600,000. Now move aside. I have matters to attend to. With that, I pushed past Chun Sini and, accompanied by Chun De Biao and Xiao Si, followed the staff member to complete the necessary formalities. The procedure was rather monotonous, filled with signatures and contracts. For matters I need not handle personally, I entrusted Chun De Biao to manage them. Nevertheless, the entire process consumed the better part of the day, extending into the night, before we finally managed to conclude everything. Given that Longha Bay is an official project, all procedures were conducted in a manner that was both legitimate and lawful. This is a key project that the Longha authorities are keenly developing, and it will serve as a prominent emblem for Longha in the future. Consequently, all procedures proceeded smoothly, and no one dared to obstruct our progress. It was not until after 11 at night that our weary group returned to the bar street. Naturally, to celebrate the successful acquisition of Longha Bay, a large gathering of brothers organized a grand feast, reveling until dawn. The following day, we indulged in a full day of rest. Upon awakening, I received a message that was both surprising and somewhat anticipated. Brother Long from the underworld has issued a challenge to me. Chapter 84. The Collapse of Your Greatest Backing. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, I received a challenge from Long. This was, in fact, anticipated. The Gao family and the Shun family shared a close relationship with him. Since my emergence, the prominent forces in Longha have faced challenges and threats to both their interests and authority. Even during the last encounter at Jixing car dealership, I showed no deference to Long, fully aware that a confrontation between us was inevitable. This time, Long's summons to me is likely tied to the bidding project from yesterday, which also intertwines with the major families of Longha. Brother Feng, what shall we do? Chun de Biao inquired anxiously, gazing at me with concern. Long is a formidable figure in Longha. If not at the pinnacle, he is certainly close, commanding several firearms and over 100 subordinates. If we were to confront him, we would likely suffer losses. Scar's expression was equally grave. Brother Feng, this is a troublesome situation. If we go, we are bound to be at a disadvantage. Yet if we do not, others may perceive us as cowards before long, and our brothers will struggle to maintain their dignity in Longha thereafter. I smiled faintly. To establish our standing here, we must inevitably confront Long. I lit a cigarette, contemplating. We must go, and we must resolve this significant trouble once and for all. Otherwise, our brothers will encounter endless complications in the future. After finishing my cigarette, I solidified my resolve. De Biao, you and the beast will remain at the bar tonight to prevent any disturbances. Lei Zi, we shall venture forth together, with Xiao Si as our driver. Upon hearing that I intended to go with only Lei Zi, Chun de Biao and the others quickly attempted to dissuade me. Brother Feng, that won't do. Their numbers are far too great. Just the two of you will surely suffer. Scar nodded vigorously in agreement. Brother Feng, if we gather all our brothers, we would have at least dozens, and if I summon the people from Jixing car dealership, our numbers would not be significantly less than Long's. I shook my head. That would be futile. In a numbers game, we cannot compete with Long. This time, he is not alone. The Gao family, the Shun family, and several others are also involved behind the scenes. Bringing our brothers would only lead them to unnecessary peril and escalate the situation. Trust me, with Lei Zi and myself, we are more than sufficient. After my insistence, Chun de Biao and the others reluctantly agreed. The rendezvous with Long was set at the Shinha Grand Hotel in North City, a territory belonging to the Shun family. Xiaoxi drove us to meet Lei Zi. However, Chun de Biao and the others were still uneasy. They rallied all the younger brothers, armed themselves, and called upon the three Li brothers from Jixing car dealership, driving several vans and parking them on a secluded road 3 kilometers away from the Shinha Grand Hotel. In terms of driving distance, 3 kilometers is but a fleeting moment's journey. Thus, although Chun de Biao and his associates did not accompany me, they remained outside to assist us. It was fortuitous that they did not join me. As Lei Zi and I arrived at the parking lot of the Shinha Hotel, we observed from a distance that a considerable number of officers and patrol cars were congregated within a kilometer radius of the hotel. The atmosphere clearly indicated that they were here for us. However, upon noticing that we arrived in a single vehicle, the officers did not attempt to stop us or pay us any heed. Had Chun de Biao and his substantial entourage accompanied us, I surmised that our predicament would have been dire. With so many individuals present, especially those armed, a confrontation with the police could have resulted in our apprehension. It seems that Long possesses significant influence both above and below the surface. This assertion is not mere rhetoric. Nevertheless, I found myself pondering the identity of those who dispatched such a formidable police presence today. Old Yao, what is happening? Why are there so many of your people near the Shinha Hotel? I promptly contacted Old Yao. Our people? Old Yao sounded somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly seemed to recall something. I just remembered Brother Feng. This afternoon, Director Zheng organized a team, claiming they were to address a particular case. While I was aware of this matter, the specifics of their undertaking remained unclear to me. After all, he held the position of director, while I was merely his deputy, lacking the authority to constrain him. Simultaneously, I was engrossed in the critical phase of the robbery case and had not paid much attention to it. How is the situation with the bus robbers progressing? Brother Feng, I was just about to report this to you. We have successfully secured their admission of the fact that Director Zheng released them unlawfully, and they have implicated young Master Shinjin Shan of the Shun family in bribing Director Zheng and harboring the gang of robbers. Excellent. I couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Immediately initiate the impeachment process and report Director Zheng's actions to the higher authorities. At the same time, I called Lily. Have at Superior of Wang, Shi and Longjiang report the matters concerning Wang, Shi, and Director Zheng without delay. Once I ended the call, a significant weight lifted from my heart. Along the Gao family, the Shun family, your greatest support is on the verge of collapse. What can you possibly do against me now? Chapter 85. Yang Feng, you are a remarkable individual with a dual-pronged approach. I swiftly initiated my offensive against Director Zheng. I was acutely aware that this time, Zheng was finished completely and irreversibly doomed, with no one left to safeguard him. After ending the call, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Shinhe Grand Hotel. Two tall figures clad in black approached the car, opening the door for us. You must be Mr. Yang and Mr. Lei. Please do come in. As Lei and I stepped out of the car, I adjusted my attire and strode confidently toward the lobby. Flanking the Shinhe Grand Hotel were over 100 men in black, standing with their hands clasped behind their backs, creating a somewhat grandiose atmosphere. However, I understood all too well that these individuals were not here to welcome us. Each bore baseball bats and electric clubs at their waists. At the command of Along and his masters, they would become the most loyal hounds, ready to pounce and subdue Lei and me with ferocity. Nonetheless, this did not instill any sense of intimidation in either of us. We were no naive clowns unfamiliar with the world. Lei had once crawled out from a pile of corpses on a battlefield, having witnessed the most hellish of scenarios. As for me, I had executed death sentences on over 100 gang leaders while confined in prison. The men before us were far from worthy of our concern. If it came to a confrontation, we could easily dispatch several of them in an instant sufficient to instill fear in the rest. With my head held high, I confidently led the way, while Lei followed closely behind, equally proud, not even glancing at the men in black. We exuded an air of formidable confidence, two individuals creating the impression of an army of thousands. Inside the lobby, a large round table was set, at which sat none other than Along, the boss of Longhe Road. To his left was the robust figure from the Gao family, and to his right sat Shunjin Shan from the Shin family. Additionally, over 10 notable figures from the Zheng and Liu families, as well as other prominent individuals from Longhe Road, were present. Surrounding the round table were numerous seats, but the area near the exit was conspicuously left vacant, reserved for me. Upon my arrival, Along raised an eyebrow, but did not stand. Without waiting for an invitation, I pulled out a chair and boldly seated myself. Impressive, Along remarked, giving me a thumbs up. Yang Feng, setting aside everything else, your audacity to attend this meeting has indeed caught my attention. He smiled, gesturing for his subordinates to pour me a glass of wine, then filled his own cup. Yang Feng, the reason I summoned you today is to discuss our matters and bring them to a conclusion. I acknowledge your stature, yet some of your actions have crossed the line. Whether concerning the Gao family or the Shun family, your conduct has been inappropriate. I paid him no heed, instead retrieving a cigar from my pocket. With a sharp snap, Lei ignited it for me, and I began to smoke leisurely. Speak plainly. Do not waste my time with trivialities. I exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a dispassionate glance at Along very well. I shall be forthright. Yang Feng, if you wish to continue your existence in Longhe, a place that cherishes talent, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. You have assaulted Gao Dazhuang. I require you to publicly apologize to him before all the prominent figures of Longhe today and compensate him with 300,000. The matter concerning the Shun family is no different. You must offer 300,000 to young Master Shinjin Shan and express your contrition. As for my part, I am not short of funds. A mere apology will suffice. But I would like you to render each of the 3 brothers of Jisheng car dealership incapable by severing an arm. If you hold a modicum of respect for Longge, let us toast to this arrangement. Should you adhere to my terms, I can assure you that, provided you refrain from any egregious actions henceforth, no one in all of Longhe shall lay a finger on you. Along raised his glass in my direction as he spoke. Yang Feng, what do you think of my proposal? Will you grant Long good this favor? I exhaled another plume of smoke and flicked the ash into my glass, gazing coldly at Along. I find her suggestion rather lackluster. Instantly, Along's countenance darkened. So, does this imply that you refuse to drink? Yang Feng, I strongly advise against rejecting an offer of goodwill. We are extending an opportunity to you. Do you comprehend? If we truly desire to deal with you, we could easily pay a visit to eliminate you in broad daylight. We could even summon the constabulary to apprehend you. Do you understand? This time, Gao Dazhuang, seated beside Along, found his courage swelling. Yang Feng, do not adopt such a defiant demeanor. If you dare utter a single word of dissent, you shall not leave this place alive. Lei Zieglared furiously, swiftly drawing a pistol from his waist and aiming it at Gao Dazhuang's head. Who do you think you are addressing? Are you courting death? Gao Dazhuang staggered back in fear, nearly losing his seat. However, emboldened by the numbers around him, he refused to relent. You Lei, ought to consider whose territory you are in. Whom do you think you can intimidate? Shun Jinshan waved his hand, and several black-clad figures standing a short distance behind us simultaneously drew their weapons, directing them at the back of my and Lei Zi's heads. Along savored the drink in his glass, a smirk playing upon his lips. Yang Feng, you should now grasp that I am not jesting. You are to consume this ash-laden drink, agree to my previous terms, kneel and bow to the two young masters, apologize, and then incapacitate one of your own arms. Otherwise, death awaits. With that, Along tipped his head back, downing the contents of his glass, then shook the cup at me. Do you see this glass? My patience is finite. The moment this glass meets the ground, I assure you, your head will burst forth in chaos. Do not question my resolve. Your life is singular. And in Longhe, erasing your existence is a triviality, for we have influence. Observing the tense atmosphere, some of the notable figures seated around us began to tremble in trepidation. Is that so? I let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in my eyes as I gazed at Along rising from my seat. I gently unbuttoned my outer garment. As the buttons came undone, the objects encircling my waist and concealed within my attire were finally revealed. A ring of grenades and detonators was strapped around my chest and back. I had no intention of returning alive today. I brought the glowing ember of my cigar close to the fuse of the detonator. Along, do you still insist on demanding my apology? Chapter 86. The Iron Plate of Brother Feng. Chun de Biao stood at the entrance of the Shenhe Grand Hotel, accompanied by a throng of subordinates. Awaniting my arrival allonse lazy. Behind me were the fully armed Lao Yao and a cadre of constables. At this juncture, the denizens of Longhe had come to a profound realization. The presence of several prominent families and Along did not signify that I had stumbled upon a formidable obstacle, but rather that I was in essence the obstacle itself. In the blink of an eye, their once proud patron, Director Zheng, was summoned for an urgent interrogation by higher authorities and subsequently incarcerated. Lao Yao was naturally appointed as the interim director, overseeing all matters concerning the constabulary in Longhe. It was evident to all that Director Zheng's downfall signified the imminent ascension of Lao Yao to a permanent position. Consequently, several influential families extended olive branches to Lao Yao, who now wielded considerable power. However, in front of the elite of Longhe, Lao Yao resolutely rejected their overtures, displaying utmost deference towards me, his demeanor and expressions betraying no hint of concealment regarding his respect. The onlookers were left astounded. Even if they were to think with their toes, they would undoubtedly comprehend that my status was anything but ordinary. Lao Yao showed no mercy, promptly ordering the arrest of Gao Dazhuang and initiating inquiries into Shun Jinshan's complicity in harboring robbers. Ultimately, both Gao Dazhuang and Shun Jinshan were apprehended. Furthermore, Along was charged with various offenses, including organizing a criminal syndicate and enabling his subordinates to engage in robbery and assault, and was unceremoniously placed into a patrol car by Lao Yao. As I slipped into the Buick, departing amidst the gazes of the crowd, I considered that even without Lao Yao's intervention, I had orchestrated the events of the day with precision. Lazy and I had arrived equipped with an aura of intimidation, effectively stifling any attempts at confrontation from those present. Additionally, the ever-watchful Lily, armed with her shadows, had long since laid in wait near the hotel, ready to engage Along's men in a fierce struggle if necessary. Regardless of the outcome, my position remained secure. Yet, Lao Yao's involvement was advantageous, as his official capacity alleviated a considerable amount of potential complications. Seated in the Buick, traversing the serene streets of the county, I released a long sigh of relief. It seemed evident that for a considerable duration, no one in Longhe would dare to provoke us. The public order of Longhe was set to undergo a dramatic transformation. The criminal incidents that had once been rampant would likely abate in the near future. Longhe had previously been dubbed the haven for fugitives, where numerous serious offenders sought refuge. This, in turn, had inadvertently contributed to a significant rise in criminal activities within the region, primarily due to the protection afforded by numerous influential families and socialites. However, I believe that no one would dare to be so foolish as to continue such practices, especially with the likes of the ostentatious Shen Jinshan and Gao Dazhuang already embroiled in legal troubles. Who would still dare to challenge the law? Who would dare to provoke the tiger at this juncture, inviting misfortune upon themselves? After this battle, my reputation has been firmly established in Longhe. Amongst those in the underworld, unless one is mentally unsound, no one would dare to trouble me. However, the world of commerce presents a different challenge altogether. Just as I returned to the street of bars, I received a call from Lily. As soon as she spoke, she relayed to me a piece of information that piqued my interest greatly. Brother Feng, we have uncovered the details regarding the woman in the white suit that you asked us to investigate. Chapter 87, The Mysterious Woman. Gao Shenglan, upon receiving a call from Lily, I was somewhat taken aback. It appears that the shadow possesses quite the prowess. The woman in the white suit has always been shrouded in mystery, and I can ascertain that she has been the mastermind behind many events. She believes her actions to be flawlessly executed, unaware that I have long perceived her existence. Who is she? Brother Feng. She is a member of the Gao family, the sister of Gao Datu and Gao Dazhuang, Gao Shenglan. Gao Shenglan? The name struck me as rather unfamiliar. Moreover, throughout Longhe, who does not know that the Gao family has only sons and no daughters? Even Gao Dazhuang, who is currently incarcerated, is not widely known, as the Gao family has always been represented solely by Gao Datu. If I recall correctly, the Gao family does not have a daughter, right? Where has this Gao Shenglan suddenly emerged from? Lily cleared her throat. To be precise, Gao Shenglan is the illegitimate daughter of the Gao family's patriarch, Gao Tiansheng. Now I understood. The familial composition of these wealthy individuals is indeed chaotic. Gao Shenglan seldom visits the Gao family. She has been studying in another province, entirely supported by her family. She just graduated this year. However, Brother Feng, do not underestimate Gao Shenglan. This young lady is not to be trifled with. Although she has just graduated, she possesses considerable cunning. It was this young girl who orchestrated the retaliation against you by manipulating the plump and slender bandits from the shadows, successfully pushing Shen Jinshan to oppose you without revealing herself. The attempt to acquire the Bar Street properties was also under her covert direction. Although it did not succeed, her intention was to redirect the conflict towards the Shun family, inciting a fierce rivalry between us. After all, in Longhe, anything related to real estate inevitably brings the Shun family to mind. My expression darkened. I had always suspected that there was a hidden mastermind behind this incident, as Shen Jinshan's intellect would undoubtedly be exploited by another. It seems that Gao Shenglan is indeed formidable. Moreover, what astonishes me most is the incident involving the BMW. Although that affair was rather conspicuous, the Li family, having lost face in Longhe, would certainly seek a scapegoat. And the location where the BMW was found coincidentally happened to be in the Gao family's parking lot. In fact, the Li family did send someone to the Gao family to demand an explanation. It is said that even the patriarch, Gao Tiansheng, was left flustered. Yet Gao Shenglan managed to resolve the crisis with just a few words. Upon hearing Lily's account, I inhaled sharply. If this is indeed the case, then Gao Shenglan transcends mere mystery. This woman can be deemed truly formidable. Now, her second elder brother, Gao Dazhuang, has once again been sent to the station to operate the sewing machine. If the case from years ago were to be re-examined, it is highly probable that Gao Dazhuang would face dire consequences. This situation will undoubtedly intensify Gao Shenglan's animosity towards me. Henceforth, she will likely resort to any means necessary to deal with me, which is truly exasperating. Just as I hung up the phone, Chen Biao approached me, holding a newspaper with a grave expression. Fengge, take a look. I took the newspaper from him, and on the front page of the Longhe Daily, a striking headline caught my eye. It was about Gao Shenglan. She has already taken action. Chapter 88. The grand finale, the newspaper boldly announced, Gao Shenglan from Longhe has invited the nation's premier architectural designer, Zhou Yinxiao, to lend her expertise to the Shun family's Spring Garden project. Zhou Yinxiao is indeed a luminary in the architectural realm, adorned with numerous accolades. I am left perplexed as to how Gao Shenglan managed to secure her involvement, yet I am acutely aware that this news spells dire consequences for me. Zhou Yinxiao boasts a legion of fans, and her designs are universally acclaimed as masterpieces on the international stage. Should she grace the Shun family's spring garden with her creative touch, it would undoubtedly herald their success. As a rival to the Shuns, I fear I may struggle to sell even a single unit. Furthermore, Zhou Yinxiao's fervent supporters could very well render my existence in Longhe untenable. Indeed, Gao Shenglan's cunning maneuver has left me with little recourse. Moreover, another revelation surfaced. Zhou Yinxiao is not only the nation's foremost designer, but also the beloved granddaughter of the former tycoon, Zhou Huiding. Their family controls the globally recognized unicorn, Huiding Corporation, which is listed among the Fortune 500. Brother Feng, what should we do? Chen Biao's face was etched with worry. Frankly speaking, I had not feared the four prominent families of Longhe, nor did I dread confronting the Li family of Longsheng. However, facing the lineage of a former national magnate left me at a loss. Brother Feng, perhaps we should cease our rivalry and transfer our project to the Shun and Gao families. We could take our earnings and find a secluded place to live peacefully, Scarface suggested. My mentor had once imparted wisdom to me. Danger and opportunity are eternally intertwined. The greater the peril, the more substantial the potential reward. I dusted off my shoulders. Let us proceed to Zhou Yinxiao's press conference. I must meet this Zhou Yinxiao. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yinxiao is the crux of the matter. We share no past grievances nor current enmity, so perhaps we need not become adversaries. I seek to forge a friendship with her, although the likelihood of success seems slim. How could I ascertain the outcome without making the attempt? Soon, I arrived at the venue of Zhou Yinxiao's press conference. Strangely, she chose not to host it on the territory of the Gao or Shun families, but rather in an inconspicuous square in Longhe. Why hasn't the press conference commenced yet? I can hardly contain my anticipation. The audience was packed. Young scions from the prominent families of Longsheng, as well as individuals from nearby provinces, gathered in throngs, eager to catch a glimpse of Zhou Yinxiao. Our esteemed young lady awaits an important guest once he arrives. The event will commence, the host announced, microphone in hand, urging the crowd to remain calm. Suddenly, the host gasped, "He has arrived. The guest the young lady has been waiting for is here." As I scanned the room, I noticed all eyes were directed towards me. A few men in black suits politely escorted me onto the stage. The moment I beheld the girl emerging from behind the curtain, I was momentarily entranced. Yao Yao. I was astonished to recognize the girl before me. During my time in the death row prison, a striking young woman frequently visited the old man, who had once mentioned that she was his cherished granddaughter. Brother Yang Feng, it has been a long time. Yao Yao was exceptionally beautiful. In comparison, someone like Shun Sini was merely a firefly next to the moon, one dwelling underground while the other soared in the heavens. Yao Yao stepped forward and naturally embraced me, prompting a gasp from the audience. At that moment, clarity dawned upon me. Yao Yao, could you possibly be Zhou Shui Yao? With a radiant smile, she replied, "Hasn't my grandfather mentioned to you that our surname is Zhou?" My mind was instantly engulfed in a haze. The old man's surname is Zhou. Could it be that he is the legendary former tycoon, Zhou Huiding? Then Yao Yao must be the renowned top designer Zhou Yinxiao. My heavens, this world is simply too surreal. Congratulations, you are correct, Yao Yao declared, grasping the microphone and addressing the audience. I am Zhou Yinyao. I wish to clarify something today. I genuinely came to Longhe, but I was neither invited by the Gao family nor am I here to assist the Shen family. I am here to support my fiancé, Yang Feng. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, leaving me utterly bewildered. Yao Yao this. Just then, I spotted Uncle Qin and the old man waving to me from behind the scenes. Yao Yao, let me backstage. Well, the two old men have decided that Yao Yao will be your bride in the future. Are you not pleased? Uncle Qin shot me a stern glance. Of course. I am delighted, immensely so. I certainly do. I found myself at a loss for words. The old man regarded me with approval. Xiaofeng, you have performed admirably in the first phase of your task, and I am quite pleased. However, I have even more challenging responsibilities for you and Yao Yao to undertake together. The end.